gaskiya ya kira mu ya ce mu zo ya yi tallafi bai so zanga-zanga ya mana bai so zanga-zanga ya taimaki talakoki shi da yaya tun da asuba ka zo ka zuba mu ba ruwa ba abinci direbobi ba kudin mota mu kuma abin da aka mu an ban ma walakance ga maza ga matanmu mu an ban mu to mu yanzu nan mulki Najeriya ba mu da shugaban kasa Najeriya ba mu da wani kowa
dama taron akan me aka yi shi
taron na akan na tallafa abin mata ne da abinci akan ana tosaya mana ba so zanga-zanga taimaka Najeriya yin wayewa to an zo a cika suwa da mu
to yanzu ko kun yarda da za ku yi zanga-zanga ne ko
yi zanga-zanga
This was a peaceful demonstration, only for us to get to this place, where the boys were telling us, "What do you come to do here? You, Omo Igbo, you came to your balance to do this." He was threatening me. Even if I'm Omo Igbo, am I not in Nigeria? Am I not in Nigeria? Even if I'm Omo Igbo, is that a threat? There is no any security personnel there around us. None of them is here. They are far back behind us here. They are far back behind us here. They are here. We've not seen any of the security personnel. So they want it to happen. Before they will not come, they will not say they had bad government people. They've started in Ojota. Is that what they want? That is why we want to go to the commissioner of police here and tell him, if you are here to protect us, you will not stay back. And let us be threatened by the state unions, the state sponsor God, that is threatening us. It's threatening me live. He said, "Omo Igbo, kilo wa se ni bi bayi, Omo to no gbogbo yin leyo koko." My name is Fumi Jolade Ajayi, and even though if I'm Omo Igbo, am I not in Nigeria? Am I not a taxpayer? When does it become a crime to protest in Nigeria? Forget about your religion, forget about ethnicity, forget about tribalism. We are all Nigeria. Injury to one is injury to all.
This suffering is too much. This suffering is too much. Tinubu, you must die.
There's a man never see for our job. For a month now. You can see him complaining. The boss is complaining.
Even the suffering is too much.
You can see, even the native doctor never see food now chop. May the pastors come and join this protest. The imam, all of you. Fuel nana 87 naira per liter.
Why do you think that people are suffering? You as a president, people are suffering. They can't even find food to eat. A lot of people are suffering in Nigeria. Go to Nigeria. Everyone has become beggars. But the government, they have the right to buy private jet. Yes. People have the right to buy private jet. When people are suffering, they cannot even eat a meal.
They got SUVs for themselves.
They bought SUVs for people. They built house for Chatima.
$2 billion.
Wasn't living in the bush. Was Chatima living in the bush? I'm not finished. Was Chatima living in the bush before? Why would they build a house when people are hungry? When people are hungry, they hide palliative. They hide palliative for mass.
Thank you.
Palliative ordering Indomie. These criminals hold it from us.
During
Nigeria
COVID-19.
doesn't have it.
During COVID-19. COVID-19.
Criminal gang.
I wouldn't be here if Nigeria was
Criminal
working.
gang of
This is not
Nigeria
my country.
hosting.
When Nigeria is not
Criminal gang.
working, you go to school and come finish school, you cannot get a job. You cannot find a job. You come to this country today, you find a job when it's not even your country. Why can't our country be like that? You don't have road, no good road, no water. You build a house for yourself. You provide road for yourself. You provide never bill, never pole for yourself. You provide wire. They will not bring bill. All they know is to bring bill. They won't even see the light, but they will bring bill, and you must pay. Why?
Okay, one more thing, my sister. And I'll talk again. They don't know.
You understand? Why all this? See, we are busy people. If Nigeria was working, we would be here. We sacrifice our time to be here, to come and express ourselves. Okay, we plan to have this nationwide protest. You can imagine that before this protest started, they have already said what we cannot come out. Why? Protest is our fundamental right. It's the right to express yourself. You cannot beat me and tell me not to cry.
Yes.
Or tell me how to cry.
Good job, my sis.
Do you understand? They said we should not protest. They said Akpabio talks, two people talks.
Yes.
After us, that's the people back home. They should not protest.
And they say Oro must come outside.
Gagging them for protesting. Now let me bust the bubble. Do you know that they eventually came out and what happened? They killed 4 people today.
Yeah.
They killed, I can show you from my phone. They killed 4 people today. And we talk to the book, if you kill anybody,
He must go.
what we wanted, what we were asking for is to have a good governance. Are you getting me? Our normal request was give us a good country. Govern us well. But we want them, we say if you kill anybody, if anybody have any scratch for anybody, change it to Tinubu must go. So right now, it is Tinubu must go. Because how dare you kill people for protesting? Are we not protesting now?
Yes.
Did anybody beat us?
Where?
Do you see the police have us? But you can't do that in Nigeria,
No.
in your own country. You said no to it. You said no
Enough
to
is
it.
very good. Good job.
Can I talk?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for organizing this.
If you don't mind, sir,
My
we will.
name is Sindof Endoni. I'm in charge of the affairs of the permanent mission.
Okay.
I'm not hiding. This is Ambassador Jida Abubakar. He's the Consul General of Nigeria. We are standing here on our authority to listen to you. But look, I will tell you something. You said when you turn your back, nothing will go anywhere. No information will go anywhere.
Yes.
Do you know that as we are talking, social media is carrying it?
And we don't care
Social
about
media
their media.
goes wider than the normal
We don't want
media.
social media. We want you to do
Not
something.
to the
Do
relevant
something.
people.
Do
You know, the
something.
relevant
On
people are
social
not going to
media.
respond
Do
to
something.
it. You don't respond to what you
Do
see on social
something.
media.
Do something.
No.
We don't care about social
So
media.
they
Do
let
something.
him speak.
You were talking, nobody was interrupting.
No, he was addressing me, so I had to answer him. So don't.
You don't have to do that.
You have to make it reply.
Go ahead.
So, please,
Don't play on our
like I
intelligence.
said, nobody is playing on your intelligence. We are listening to you. You know that you have said we are representatives of the government. We have listened to you and we will report back. Ours is to advise the government. Me and you know, advice is not instruction. I hope you know that.
Right.
Advice is not instruction. We will advise the government. This is what Nigerians have said. Nigerians have expressed their anger, but I bet you now, for the period that the information of this protest started, government's attention has been drawn to concerns by Nigerians, and government is taking necessary steps.
We've had this
That
before.
I will assure you.
We've had this before.
That I will assure you.
We've
Government
had
is
this
taking
before.
Coming to this
steps.
embassy for
And
5
for
years.
us
Because they're
here,
all liars.
We can
for
hear
us
you.
here, we are representatives of the government, like I said. We will report back to the government of your concerns. All of these photos have been taken of this, what you have written here, placards. We will report back to government. But please, you have said you are in a democratic society. In this society, the only time they will come to you is when you are violent. So long as you are doing whatever you are doing peacefully, we will not stop you. They will not stop you. Make the noise as much as you want to make. Call attention.
We are not making noise. We are not making noise.
We are making
Stop
demand.
insulting
We are
us.
here to make
We are
demand.
making a demand. Stop
We are here to
insulting
make
us.
demand.
No.
We're
We are
not
making
here to make noise.
Choose your words
We're not
properly.
making noise.
We are
If you don't mind, sir,
My name is Sindof Endoni. I'm in charge of the affairs of the permanent mission. I'm not hiding. This is Ambassador Jida Abubakar. He's the Consul General of Nigeria. We are standing here on our authority to listen to you. But look, I will tell you something. You said when you turn your back, nothing will go anywhere. No information will go anywhere.
Yes.
Do you know that as you are talking, social media is carrying it?
And we don't care about
Social media goes wider than the normal
We don't want
media.
social media. We want you to do something.
Not to the relevant people. You know, the relevant people are not going to respond to it. You don't respond to what you see on social media here.
No.
We don't care about social
So
media.
they let him speak.
You were talking, nobody was interrupting.
No, he was addressing me, so I have to answer him. So don't.
You don't have to do that.
You have the ability to reply.
Go ahead.
So please,
Don't play on our
like I
intelligence.
said, nobody is playing on your intelligence. We are listening to you. You know that you have said we are representatives of the government. We will have listened to you and we will report back. Ours is to advise the government. Me and you know, advice is not instruction. I hope you know that. Advice is not instruction. We will advise the government. This is what Nigerians have said. Nigerians have expressed their anger, but I bet you now, for the period that the information of this protest started, government's attention has been drawn to concerns by Nigerians, and government is taking necessary steps.
We've had this
That
before.
I will assure you.
We've had this before.
That I will assure you.
We've had this
Government is taking
before.
Coming to this
steps.
embassy for
And
5
for
years.
us
They're all
here,
liars.
for us here, we are representatives of the government, like I said. We will report back to the government of your concerns. All of these photos have been taken of this, what you have written here, placards. We will report back to government. But please, you have said you are in a democratic society. In this society, the only time they will come to you is when you are violent. So long as you are doing whatever you are doing peacefully, we will not stop you. They will not stop you. Make the noise as much as you want to make. Call attention.
We are not making noise. We are not making noise.
We are making demand. We are here to make
We are making a
demand.
demand.
We
Stop
are here to make
insulting us.
demand.
No.
We're not here to make noise.
Choose your words
We're not
properly.
making noise.
We are not making noise.
We are not making noise.
Stop.
We are here to make demands, not noise.
Sir,
We're making demands. We're
Stop
making
playing
demands.
on our intelligence.
Okay.
We are not. We are not making noise. We are making demands. Stop playing on our intelligence.
I will
Okay?
tell you something.
We know your time.
If I speak, she will say
We are not dollars like they are in Nigeria.
I will tell you something.
We're not
You
making
think that we
noise.
can move?
You are in Nigeria.
Yes.
You are in Nigeria. There is a saying in Nigeria. When you have two dogs in a house, both of them are hungry. The one that can bark, when it barks, the one that is not barking will follow to eat the food.
Definitely.
You know that.
Yes.
This conversation we are having, whatever that we are talking about, is going far and wide.
Yes.
It will get to the attention of government, and government will listen to you.
Definitely.
That is much I would say.
That's what we want.
You listen to the Consul General. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
He said, grab a point. Listen, when you are going to say motherfuckers, you just said you should choose your word.
Did I call you motherfucker?
Relax.
Did I call you
That was
motherfucker?
nobody.
You were inside. I didn't call you motherfucker.
Can I say something?
Everybody vex.
Maybe you are a
The
motherfucker.
usual practice, right, is that when you come, you protest. That's what we come out. We waited for you to mobilize yourselves, you protest. When you finish, we come out and listen to you. Now we have come out to listen to you. The normal practice is you hand us over a letter of your grievances, which we will transmit to Mr. President.
Yo, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. This is our second day into the protest. May I apologize for us starting a little bit late. It's due to some technical issues. And as the language we know in Nigeria, I can assure you that next time we will come back. We will start on time. So, I sincere apology. Mr. James, good evening. Welcome to the show. This people in the comment section will not kill somebody. Mr. James, today is the second day of the protest. So far so good. What are you hearing and what are you seeing? Let me first of all let me greet also those in the comment section. The link is there if you want to come on the platform to join us to weigh in into this protest. KJ will be coming on soon for to give his own part of this program. So, Mr. James, so far so good. What is going on here?
Nothing spectacular as such. Nothing is happening that I'm not anticipating. There has been violence, particularly in the northern part of the country, whereas in the south it's relatively peaceful. But I just want those in the north to slow down their pace. Destruction of properties is not, actually, to me, is meaningless. Because even in the south, that is peaceful, the impact is as pronounced as the impact it is having in the north. So there's no need for people to die. There's no need to destroy properties. If the police is firing tear gas, they should retreat and regroup elsewhere. If they go there and fire tear gas, they retreat and regroup elsewhere. That's how I see it. There's no need for anybody to spill his blood for Nigeria. It's not worth it.
I agree with you 100%.
It's not worth it. Anybody who dies for Nigeria
is gone.
It's more or less died for nothing. Let me tell you something. Those who died during the Civil War, keeping the country together, do we still remember them today?
Well, some of them we do remember them. Maybe there should be a day of remembrance for them. It's not that they are not in the hearts of people. They are in the hearts of people. Maybe there should be a particular day of remembrance, like the way we have a Remembrance Day for fallen heroes.
Those who died during the French Revolution, they still remember them till tomorrow. That is 1789, if I'm not mistaken. They still remember them till tomorrow. Those who died in the Civil War, 1967. Is it not William Shakespeare who said, when beggars die, there are no comments seen? So that is the situation. People should be very careful the way they go about the demonstration. There is need to be extremely peaceful. They should be friendly with the police as much as they can. They should be friendly with the police. They should not attack them. It doesn't make sense. The policemen are paid to do what they are doing. That is how they earn their living. Although that is not how they should earn their living, but that is how they earn their living. So this is my opinion of the whole show.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact that you just highlighted there. That there is no point destroying property, and there's no point putting one's life in danger. So therefore, it is for those of you listening to us, this channel implore you to reach out to your friends and family, so that while we encourage peaceful protest, we do not encourage violence. They should stay away from anything violence, destroying of properties, because it costs money to put up those properties, and it's also going to cost money to bring it up back again. So, and this money can be better used for something else rather than to repair what we intentionally destroy with our own hands. So please, if you're out there, please kindly stay away from trouble. Do not be part of those who wants to join to cause destruction. Please, we clearly admonish whichever language you want to use for you guys not to involve in anything violence. Please, it's an appeal again that one is making to everyone out there. Sorry about this. My apologies, please. Sorry about this. I just came
Yeah,
up here.
you see,
Sorry about that.
one good thing about the demonstration so far, the demonstration so far, nobody is calling for the resignation or the removal of Bola Tinubu. To the best of my knowledge, I've not seen any placard or anybody chanting slogans that Tinubu must go. Nobody is
Well, there are
against
few,
Tinubu.
there are few people who have said Tinubu must go.
Okay,
Mr. James, hold on 1 second. Just stay with me there, please. I just want to highlight some few comments just to welcome this my comments people. You're going to weigh in on some of these comments, Mr. James, please. I will try not to weigh in into it so that I won't come across as being biased or whatever it is. This is our moment. Like I said yesterday, anybody coming on the platform, this is supporting one another. Men supporting men. I beg your pardon, Nigerians supporting Nigerians. So we want to keep things as peaceful as possible and work together. But you know, in every situation, you will always have those who are going to work against us. Judas work against Jesus Christ. The two brute work against Caesar. So on and so forth. So, but we're going to highlight that for those of you in the comment section. Thank you very much. 2IOK, you said Zanga Zanga. I don't know what that means. Comfort, you said Ongadeo. Well, that's the purpose of the protest. Greetings to you, Ferreira. 2IOK, you said okay. Narcissistic and psychopathic leaders have no conscience. They care less of people pain. You only listen to the language of force. The thumbnail you see there, the vice president called Nigerians idiots. Let me see if I can let me pull it up and read it out there, which is a very very sad thing so far, for him to call Nigerians idiots for protesting. Honestly speaking, I'm still yet to watch that video. There's a clip of him. The vice president Shetima called idiot for asking an end to bad governance. He actually practically called Nigerians idiots for what? For asking for to put an end to a bad government. So, Mr. James, I highlighted this comment by one man went to more. Is there, I don't know, for those of you in the audience and watching me, I believe the protest is cut across boards, across religion, tribe, and ethnicity, or whatever it is. Is there anything like Igbo protest? I really don't understand this. Is there any, do you know, is there anything of such?
It's a pity I will not answer the question because I don't deal with people like one man went to move.
Okay, I respect your.
Yes, I'm not dealing with people of his type.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take maybe when somebody else come and somebody else will weigh into it. I respect your decision. Let the record reflect out there that as far as we are concerned, as far as this channel is concerned, there's nothing like Igbo protest. The protest that is ongoing is by and for all Nigerians. So kindly disregard those who are going to throw in divisive language, which is very pathetic, coming from one man went to more, who also come here as a panelist. This channel is run by an Igbo man. Let's just be realistic here. Let's do a little bit of let's educate ourselves a little bit. I am not an Igbo man, and I believe Mr. James is not an Igbo man. And many panelists who have come on this show, they are also, some of them are Igbo, some of them are not Igbo. And we meet here for one reason, because we are Nigerians and for Nigeria. And for such a person who supposed to be a guide to the blind and supposed to be, I don't know what language to use, is pushing such divisive language or divisive agenda. Yesterday, someone said I'm preaching propaganda because I didn't say I felt about the videos of violence, police brutality. As at the time I said it, I did not hear, I did not watch a video, and I've seen videos of police brutality. So just to set the record record straight for whoever the person is. I can't remember his name again. Violent protest is condemned, but if the protest is peaceful, the politicians will likely say when the protesters are tired, they'll go back home. Nigeria. Listen, peaceful protests achieve results. It's 10 days peaceful protest. Today's the second day. I'm looking at this weekend that many Nigerians will come out en masse and support this protest. All we need to do is to hold ground. Once we can hold our line in this regard, then something will come out. It is sad that the president has not come out to address the nation. I was disappointed because I held my breath yesterday with the hope that he will come and address us. But fortunately, it did not come out to address us. Go ahead, Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Yeah, there is no need for him to address anybody because he was given, I think, if I'm not mistaken, almost 1 month notice. They refused to respond. They assured him that the protest is going to be peaceful. 1 month full notice with demands. I think Showore gave him 15 demands. I don't know of the other organizers. If they did not use that window of opportunity, what has he got to tell us now? So I don't think there's any need for a national broadcast. It's too late.
Mr. James, why do you say it's too late? I mean, it may have failed. Yes, they gave him 1 month's notice. There was enough notice. He probably took it for a joke. Let's apply the benefit of doubt that he probably took it for a joke, thinking that, oh, it's not going to happen. So he felt no need to address the nation. But is it not better to be late than never, as they always say?
No. NSAS movement. Remember, a lot of people died for these same or similar problems. The people who died, the people who suffered, you see, there's a Latin expression, I've forgotten it in Latin language. It says, suffering passes, but the fact that a man suffered remains forever. The people who went out to demonstrate during NSAS are giving you 1 month notice. You see, the government should know that civility is not a mark of weakness. I'm not saying we should confront the government violently. We are lucky that the Constitution recognized the right to protest. If the Constitution had barred protest, that would have been a different matter. But it is permissible constitutionally. And there's nothing in the Constitution that is unconstitutional. So we've given him a window of opportunity for 1 whole month, which he wasted. So what are we talking about? We have better things to do as a country, and the youth have got their future in front of them. They need to shape it the way they want it to be. So that is how I say it. There's nothing to talk about. Look at the ministers and the public, officers who have been talking. Have they mentioned anything tangible? Have they considered any ground? Have they promised to fight crude oil theft? Have they promised to reduce the number of aides they have? Have they promised to reduce the fleet on the presidential aircraft fleet? Have they promised to reduce their allowances? They've not considered any ground. So coming to tell people grammar, and at the end of the day, business as usual, it's better we don't listen to him at all. You see, we are not fighting.
But Mr. James, if we don't listen to him, would we address our grievances to now? Because so far so good, the lawmakers have gone on break. Where do we channel that grievances to?
We never asked them to go on break. They choose to go on break. In a time of crisis, they shouldn't go on break. Look at when September 11 happened in the United States.
Yeah.
That was a moment of crisis in the history of the United States. It would be out of place to say that the Congress is on break. So the September 11 crisis, we should suspend it till they return. Even if it had happened while Congress was on break, they would be recalled for an emergency session.
That's
But here's
correct.
a country sliding into anarchy. You are going on break. From what we are hearing, even their sons and daughters and wards are not in the country.
Yeah, that's
So
possible.
this,
I think I
yeah,
heard that as well
so
too.
these people, they are not open to negotiation. They are not open to any agreement as far as this crisis is concerned.
Okay, let me go back. Let me push you further on this your argument that they are not open to agreement or they are not open to concede. Let's say that is the case. What now happen within the 10 days and after 10 days? Because if they are not open to agreement or to concede or to even say, okay, you know what do we do? What advice or suggestion will you give to Nigerians or and the
You see,
protesters to do?
one of the organizers, I don't know if it is Showore or so, I can't remember, was saying that they'll be given 10 days. That does not mean that it cannot spill over 10 days.
That's correct.
It depends on how they handle it. Because I'm not in northern Nigeria to know what is going on now. If it is true that they attack the police, of course the police has got the constitutional right to defend themselves.
Correct.
But if the police open fire on them without being attacked, this problem might spill over 10 days. You get the point? This is how regimes fall in certain parts of the world. I think it was yesterday I was making it known somewhere, maybe on this platform. Africans have been able to, they defeated classical colonialism. Colonial rule in Africa was defeated by Africans, despite the military superiority of the white man. In Zimbabwe, they fought consistently, 50,000 people died during the reign of Ian Smith. In 1980, they gained their independence. In South Africa, the ANC was founded in 1912. They fought consistently up to 1994 before they gained their independence. The same thing with most other African countries like Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique. We are not saying we should go through the path of war. No. If protests can make people listen to what people are saying, it will persist if government is not willing to concede at least some ground. We are not saying they should quit the government. I'm not saying they should cancel parliament. I'm not saying Bola Tinubu must go. I'm not saying governors should be removed. No, that's not what they are saying. Is the economic crunch. Make life a little bit comfortable for the people. The students, instead of enslaving them by giving them loans, give them scholarship. The money you are using to give them loans, use it to pay the lecturers, equip the university. Let them receive free education. You get the point?
I am surprised at that loan because we are building a house for the vice president. We are hearing ministers stealing, looting money. That's the phrase we use. The president wants to buy, or he has already bought a new airplane, and the amount of money that got missing during the Abacha regime that is still coming in. I don't understand the logic behind this student loan. We've not been able to run a stable electricity for the citizens. We want to give a loan. To me, personally, my personal opinion, that is a scam that we will get to hear later on in the coming years. I'll still come back to you, Mr. James. Thanks for joining me. I have some more questions to push to you. Some few people in the comment section, including one of our moderators, said I should remove what's his name? One man went to more comments,
No,
and after
you should not
after
remove
much
it.
consideration, I've
No, please.
decided not to remove it.
Yeah, please
Some
don't
say, why
remove
did
it.
I highlight it? It is important to highlight some things
Yeah, we need
because
to hear.
it will tell you the sort of what kind of person this individual is. So the choice is now up to us to now make that decision. Do I want to associate with such a person? Because when you see people misery, people suffering, and you are making mockery of it, you thrive in people's suffering, you thrive in creating being divisive I'm trying to look for this. He that sowed a seed of discord. They say sowing discord among people is considered as one of the abominations of God. So it's important is for us to now make that judgment call as to where we're placing. I have banned him on this channel before. My boss Rudolph unbanned him, so I have to respect that. So it gives you idea of, well, if I start to do that way, you will judge me by that. So I'm not going to remove it. I mean, we've seen what's comment. You know me, I don't hesitate to remove comment, but I highlighted it. It's important. It's for you and I to now make that judgment call of what sort of person he is. Hopefully, there's still a room for him to change and retract that. When people are suffering, I remember here the very first time I came into Europe. There's this particular guy that fed on people's misery. Nigerians fed on it. People who left to Nigeria suffer, did not even have money to buy. He was focused on making his money. Where is he today? People will get to know you. By their fruits, you shall know them. That is the fruit. We all will display our fruits here today. So, for what it is, I am not going to. Somebody said this camera is not working. Is it on the platform? I don't. If your camera is not working, where are you joining from? Could you tell me, please? Where are you joining from? It would be very weird for your camera not to be working if you're in Europe. Are you joining? Can you put a message on the private comment so that I can make that decision whether to bring you in or not? Can you say, okay, it's joining from Nigeria? Well, to thyself be true. So I'm going to bring you in very much. Thank you for joining. Ola Kidola, you say you are joining from Nigeria. To thyself be true. The floor is yours. Please kindly weigh in on this topic. Mr. Jim, please stay with me there. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Ola.
Thank you very much, my brother. May Almighty God bless you. You see,
God bless you.
this Nigeria that we are now, we have been imprisoning our head, we have been imprisoning our mind, we have been imprisoning our body. We don't even know ourselves anymore. These people, these bloodsuckers that call themselves leaders of this country, they are not supposed to be leaders at all. They just brought some men who are criminals, who wear suits, who pretend that they have the will of the people, but they just weaponize hunger to kill our people slowly. Nigerian people are very prideful. We have never been in this situation before, even the military regime time, that a group of criminals that they brought in as so-called democracy, fake democracy, is not really democracy. This is called Marxism. These people are not democratic people. These people they're just after the money, tax you, take your money, tax you, take your money, and pretend that they will do. Even the so-called Senate president will be at home eating while people are protesting. That means he'll be at home eating the billions that they took, that you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. They renovate. How much to build a house? How much is it to build a house? Nowadays, they're renovating houses with billions of naira. Billions! Sooner or later, next year will be trillions. They'll be renovating houses. We know how much to build a 4-bedroom duplex. We know. This was, we renovate the so-called vice president house with 40 billion. For God's sake, where is this sleeping? Is this sleeping on the special oxygen bed that you can't go inside? Or is he sleeping on the fitted air? Or is he in heaven? We kill our own currency by ourselves, by undermining it, by always measure billions to renovate something of about maybe 2 million, 3 million naira. If they dig a borehole is about 60,000, 100,000. Doesn't they spend billions of naira to do a borehole? Who are these people? How come about we are like this? We become slaves by these slave masters. We don't know where they came from. Pretenders. That they use ethnic tribal division against each other. Oh, don't follow them. Don't do this one. It is start now. Only that now that the Nigerians are now look, I'm an old school guy. This such a thing people are doing now, anytime there's democracy, Shagari time, from that 1980 to 1982, they were like this also. Those people, those was even far better than this one now. Those ones were dangling with money. At the time, we were even printing money, like what Emefiele were also doing. What this people are doing now. Those salary for 1 year, Nigeria will soon be onto that level. You see, the smartness these people came with, how to lie. I use the media to lie. At that time, they don't know how to lie too heavily. Now they know how to lie. And they use even the police and the army that's supposed to be guardians of the society. They're now turning it to be their private army, their private police, to attack anybody with this so-called police and who doesn't even know their duty as a military. Can this one happen in America, even Britain? Can this one happen? Nigeria has been sleeping for a very long time by watching soccer and by watching so-called baby Niger. They forget about themselves. We now see people spray money. Money not be problem. Spray money anyhow. Look. If such a thing continue like this, that means everybody will be prepared to weaponize themselves. Okay, let everybody be the master of his own. Then I cannot be your slave master. 17 something is gone. If you take those people that are slave people to the United States and to the Caribbean, those are old school people. Now they are existing now. This is the return of the slave master now. Now it's eternal slave. Either you jackpot or you die. The judiciary is being corrupted. All those are not judiciary. Those are now like club, they be club. All those are not judiciary anymore. Those are now club. They not be anything. The day they are there will work. You see, anything that goes on will surely come down. Both the judiciary, all of them, they're doing now. They say, "Oh, I'm eating on top of the table," while we are dancing. We are dancing with hunger. We cry, looking for coconut to eat, cocoyam to eat, but they're eating on the top of the table, eating chicken a la carta, everything they want to eat. They say, hey, leave those wretched people, let them forget about them. Those are wretched. Collecting all the properties in Nigeria, in Abuja, all the properties belong to them. Even the army, Abacha will not even like this. If Abacha collect all the properties in Abuja, just imagine Dagote refinery. They didn't do no human rights. No, there's nothing like environmental check at all. You know why? They just brought a refinery in the heart of a war also called stupid luxurious territory. I put refinery there. I say, Dagote refinery. That smoke, 10 years, all of them, they will be having cancer. All of them will be having cancer. The water they even drink in that place, all of them will be having cancer. There's a place in Texas where this refinery is. That's even far developed territory. Check what is going on. They start even moving people away from there because of cancerous lungs, all kind of cancer and everything. But you know why? Because nobody have same. They are the one who control the country. Put refinery close to where resident so-called luxury home. But fake one, no? Fake Eleki. Fake. Put refinery center there. We don't care about our health. Fake medicine is killing us. Fake drink is killing us. Are we living in the jungle society? So we don't know, understand, okay, this is a jungle society. So this is it. This is what you see now. They think now, oh, baby, we can survive this. Wait. I think that topic will not come out again after NSAS. They thought, oh, no. We gave them what we call shock AO. We gave them shock AO. Now, they will not put enough to come out. People are not coming up. The more they delay, the more they do something about this, their corruption. Stop buying billions of cars and everything. The more it will be step by step, becoming far more violent. All this army, I don't know human beings, they get double head. They get double head. Police get double head. I don't know if Papa people build them.
Sir, thanks for joining. You say you're from Nigeria. Is it possible you give us a little bit of update on what you have seen so far, please?
People are protesting. People are protesting. Okay. I went out. Everybody's protesting. They try to intimidate people, but it didn't work. The people that even come to they even hire to intimidate themselves, who are the people they use. They bribe people to stand in one corner by giving them money. Everybody's protesting. More people will be coming out. Everybody will be coming out to protest this protest. It's not going to go away because if you go buy yam now, half a yam, go buy yam now, say for 30,000 naira. Within 15 minutes, that yam go be 5,000 naira. That means say you never even say make you even sit down for house. Go back, Mama Janet, I beg, I won't buy yam again. 5,000 naira. 5,000 naira. Honorary bread. If you look, you see bread serve. Say bread. If you see and buy for every day, see the price will go up. Not every day, every day.
I agree with you on that. I mean, I've experienced
But
it.
we don't know where the price they go again. We don't know what happened. But when they see for TV, how did they enjoy? Did they enjoy? Did they
Which
talk
town
big?
are you calling from? Sorry, Mr. Ola, which town are you calling from?
I live in Lagos.
Oh, Lagos. I see.
Yes, sir.
But you speak English like a Benin man. Am I wrong?
Yes. I'm from Edo State.
You're a Benin man.
Yes.
Yes. I hear it from your voice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Domo, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. James was making an argument, and which is a valid argument, that the government may not concede anything. They are not willing to concede. So far, so good. Over the past years, we've seen it. Nigerian government don't concede. In this contest now, in this protest, do you think the Nigerian government will concede anything?
We not say they no go concede. Because the other one went. See, we in a cage now that they are looking at us as a cage guard. You understand me? If you're in the cage, nobody value you until you break through out of that cage. If you keep a tiger in the cage for so long, one day that key of that cage will get loose. Then the tiger will come out very aggressively. Then you see the guardmen will be running. We know they will not concede for nothing because it's their nature not to give it, because they see themselves as far more powerful. They are not the military ruler. You understand me? They are not soldiers in civilian uniform. So they are powerful. You see, their money, they so eat money that they don't become Rockefellers. You know what I mean? They discuss big with Agbada. They talk about billions upon billions because nobody is challenging them. So they will not see here. Nobody they expect anything for them. But the more that they delay, chaos to come to disaster, earthquake and tsunami mix together. Now after the country, all of them go, think they go you know, nobody get this word, nobody get this earth. The one where they kill today now, you don't go free. The one was killed now, the police will kill them now, you go they cry. The army will kill them now, go they cry, right? You go see that, I just keep people, and my wife said no, if you buy yam, make I even eat. So you get these people here, maybe they say, let them protest. Say nothing go happen. My brother, I don't see life, this kind of thing before. That's why I never believe in this so-called democracy. Shagari Tana don't say this thing. For Benin, if you cook, for 82, if you cook, say you leave your kitchen, you leave your kitchen, person can carry your pot of soup. Person can carry your pot of soup. You must always be that's what brought evil this to Buhari and left. So come and they will come to power. These people, we don't first see this kind of thing before. This so-called democracy, all of them want to be king of kings. They not get nothing of fear of a person. Even they don't even know how to solve Nigerian problem, because there's so much in depth of corruption there. They don't even know solution. Everything to pack. They don't get skills. They don't get ideology. They don't even know where the country they go. Everything for their mind there. Now to use Akpabio to collect tax. There's nothing like say how to rule a country. They don't get that tier. So it's okay. How to rule this country for the next 5 years? Even when the next 5 years, they not even Buhari not even get herself. To talk this one, blase, this one the blase, you know, that way for ocean when they come power, you know, we don't know where the thing they go, my brother. We don't know where the thing they go. People cannot even eat.
The vice president addressed Nigerians or termed Nigerians as idiots.
Yes, yes, because why they don't call us like that? We will be sleeping for a very long time. The blessing the country not belong to any, no lady it can't belong to. Honorary job. Those days, these people in their power now. Now they enjoy that period that time. Those days, if you open newspaper, you they look for job. Open newspaper.
Yeah, I mean, I did. Mr. James also probably will agree with me, or will agree with me. Back in those days, I searched for job on the newspaper. We were looking for
Newspaper.
job, and we applied for job on the newspaper. Today, self, even for you apply for internet self for Nigeria self before
You
you
know,
go
go see
fit self.
who go give you. They tell you a job there. Where you wanted the job? Who put up our these politicians and their so-called this thing that they look, not even the so-called see what Emefiele did. Central Bank, don't be for charity. Central Bank don't be for charity. How can a governor of Central Bank become like head of state sharing money? That is say the country don't die. So the country don't die, my brother. The country don't die. They don't get system of ruling. They don't know what to rule. Ubuari come, man. On that thing. That will even kill the country. The country reach grand. You know, what do they wanted that they fight for now? Now what did Tinubu come they do so? Not say it's good though. We not say we totally blame him, but it come from Ubuari time. Those mafias, Ubuari mafias, the one will come now, the mafia pass Ubuari one. All these ones,
Mr. Ola, thank you. Just stay there. Don't go with me. You said something I want to buttress on in terms of slave masters. And I've often argued here that it's high time we stop thinking that the white man is our slave master. We stop blaming them. Okay, we should start to hold ourselves responsible and accountable because we are the one enslaving ourselves, or we are the one that have been enslaving ourselves all these years, not the white man. Mr. James, you want to say something?
No. Yes, we are not enslaving ourselves as such. No.
What do you mean by
independence? I always say this thing I said these things on many platforms. When we gain our independence, the white man handed power over to men and women of their choice.
Mr. James, let me stop you there. You speak. Let me stop you.
Let me finish.
We're going history. I'm bringing you to history. Okay, I'm bringing you to history. Okay, you're an historian better than me. So, if we go by this your argument that they hand over power to men like them, okay, that is 1960, if I'm correct. We are in 2024 now. Okay.
Yes.
Time has passed. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Now, the point I'm making is this. Since 1960 till now, whenever we have any reasonable leader, like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, they toppled his government, the CIA. Patrice Lumumba of Congo, the Belgians killed him. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré connived with France and they killed him. Murtala Mohammed of Nigeria, February 13, 1976, the day he was killed by Sukabuka Dimka and his boys. Sukabuka Dimka was at the British High Commission in Lagos on that day. Whenever we have reasonable African leaders, the West do not let us know peace. The same thing with Mugabe. The same thing with Mugabe in Zimbabwe. Now, but when they are useless leaders, they connive. Because when they steal money, have you ever heard that an African leader is banking money in Japan or in China or in Hong Kong or Singapore? No. It's always London, Paris, New York, Rome. So the white man is the problem of Africa.
No, Mr. James. No. I'm going to do a serious pushback on that. Why I said we cannot say that because why? We are full grown-up men and women. We have sense. We have common sense. We're educated. We use our own self. We left Nigeria and go to foreign lands, okay? We cannot continue to tread on this path. Because why? Because we are full grown-up men. Mr. James, if somebody tell you to come and kill me today, will you kill me, Mr. James? If Rudolph comes to know, Mr. James, okay. I'm asking you a serious question. If Rudolph Okonkwo asks you, Mr. James, go and kill Andrew, will you kill me?
As a matter of principle, I will not kill you. But
Exactly.
if I'm excuse me, if I'm morally bankrupt, I will kill you.
Okay, thank you very much. So within ourselves, we have people that are morally bankrupt. Let's agree on that. Do we agree on that?
No, in the sense that the morally upright people, when they come to put things straight, the Western countries do not let them know peace. If Kwame Nkrumah had continued up till now, Murtala Mohammed had continued up till now, Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, if they had continued up till now, Africa would have been a different place. But the West do not let them know peace.
Mr. James, Ms. Ola, are you still there? Mr. Ola, are you there? Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We are discussing on the matter you raised on, in terms of we have become
you talk about the slave master. You talk about the slave master.
Yeah. We have become our own slave masters.
Yes, because for you to become a slave to some people, to become a slave, neither you be captured by war or you be kind of like be induced, intimidated. You know, before the intimidation, they pet you. After petting you, they start intimidating. After intimidating, they start putting you in the cage. Now we are not in the cage, not even intimidation anymore. Now we are not in the cage by these people that we said we elected as part of our to represent us in any kind of form. You see, democracy is the power of the people, not for the people that you elected, but for the people, because there's a constitution. They're supposed to obey those whatever they say they follow them. But these ones, no. Once you elect them, or you didn't even elect them, some they don't ring themselves to that place. They start seeing themselves as the Lord. You that are supposed to be serving, representing, you are now become their houseboy and their shoe cleaners. What it was that all this is? That's the slave. And it is that now. It's always in so-called black people mentality. How to use another black man, whatever they want to do.
Mr. James,
they don't have any skills. They don't have any other skills. How to develop a country.
God bless you for that. Mr. James, did you hear what he said? Using our own self against each other. That is the point. We cannot continue on this trajectory of blaming others for our problem.
Mr. Andrews, if you become president of Nigeria tomorrow, with these ideas you are propagating, the West will either kill you or they overthrow your government if you are lucky.
Mr. James, I rather stand in the path of righteousness for them to kill me, rather than for me to sell you. Rather than for me to sell you, my brother, and sell my own people.
No, you see, let me tell you something with man, the character of man. Right and wrong are relative. There's no absolute right nor absolute wrong. It depends on how you see it. Let me illustrate it this way. Let's say in Palestine, if a Palestinian tie bombs all over himself, go to the midst of the Jews and blow the bomb to pieces, himself and the Jews, they all died. Left to him is going to paradise to enjoy 72 virgins. But to the Jews, this man is going to hellfire, the hottest part of hell. You get the point? So it depends on how you see things. I think there's one Greek philosopher, this is Anaxagoras, who said that man is the measure of all things. If you talk to Bola Tinubu today, sincerely, he will tell you that what he's doing is the best thing for himself to amass wealth, for his ministers to amass wealth at the expense of the people. He will tell you sincerely from the bottom of his heart that he's on the right path, because all fingers are not equal. Even in heaven, there's no equality. Jesus Christ and God are not. You see the point I'm making. So the world we live in is a very funny world. Man is the measure of all things. But sorry, let me just quickly finish. There's a book I read. The title is "Live and Let Die" by Ian Fleming. there was a film in those days, they used to show James Bond series. In the book, somebody said that if you are solving a problem and you've not got to the bottom of the problem, you pursue the policy of live and let live. But for the people who are suffering the consequences of your problem, they adopt the motto of live and let die. This is the situation we have in Nigeria today. Bola Tinubu, the way he's running the government, has made the people to adopt the motto of live and let die. They are ready to die, as long as you don't want them to live. But for them to go to hell, they are ready to pull anybody along with them to hellfire. That is how the country is today.
Mr. Ola, Mr. James, I want to put a question to the both of you, okay? I want to put a question to the both of you. Mr. Ola, I know you are in a different angle, okay? In terms of we have made our own self slaves, which I agree with you 100%. But Mr. James disagree with that. So let's put these two things together. Now, if we are going by Mr. James' argument, Mr. James, what you're saying is that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. Would that be your argument?
Precisely. There's no.
In other words, this protest is useless.
No, it's not useless. It's a means to an end. Let me put it this way. Those who fought the French Revolution of 1789 and the resultant Napoleonic Wars, they laid the foundation for the modern France we find today. This equality, liberty, and fraternity. These are the people that laid the foundation in 1789. What our parents, what I did not do in my time, that is the cause of this problem now. So we have to solve this problem for the future generations. This is just how I see it.
So how do we solve this problem if we keep blaming other people? Other people. How do we solve this problem?
The youths are out now. Is the world not talking about it? Is the government?
The world are talking about it.
Even there was a governor I was listening, former governor I was listening to. He was preempting a military takeover, which of course I do not welcome. You get the point? Now, if you say it's business as usual, don't protest, don't do anything. So the government, they are doing the best thing in the world, amassing wealth, enjoying the best of comfort in the world. That is how they see things. So it's not an exercise in futility, but there's no light for now. At the very end of the tunnel of misery, we find ourselves in Nigeria.
Mr. Ola, do you agree with that? Welcome, Righteous Man and Niger, please. Mr. Ola, do you agree with Mr. James' assertion?
Yes, partially, because I understand it speak on, I don't know how to say it, kind of like parable, that was my great brother speaking, it's not too direct, but it's turning around, you understand me? Because it's a wise way of talking, because I talk just directly. We know they will not respond. We know they will not respond. But they themselves also have to understand the chain have been broken. You understand me? Because Obuari 2020, Obuari didn't win that protest. Obuari begged. The army this so-called soldiers, they were killing at that time. They did not get tired of killing, but they were begging. Let's talk, let's dialogue. This was no dialogue. By the time the day go break, there will be no dialogue. You see, at this time, there's no light. There's these people that you see now ruling us, they don't even know what they're doing. These are people, there's a movie that somebody just come, it's kind of like Italian movie, right? There will be a man with a suitcase. This man with the suitcase will just tap into an area where they all collected the money, and that is the dumping site for the money. He will just go over there, pick the money, go. No communication, nothing with the people. Come again, pick the money, go. Come again, pick the money, go. Then what happened? The day was coming again. People the people that he was collecting these taxes from, they all felt tired. They all get tired of him. They lay an ambush on him. You understand me? So that's what I said. If they think they're doing now, right, by using the police and the army against their citizens, which is their slave now, one day, the table will turn against them. They will not see how they will be running, where they're going to run to. You understand me? Some of them might be caught in their villages, mansions. Some of them might be caught in Abuja mansions. Some of them might be caught in Lagos mansions. Because the worst thing in Nigeria, that these people don't even know. These people are propagandists. They don't know what they're doing. They have no clue how to run the government. You understand me? Ubuari come with that people also like that also. But Ubuari was a little bit different. But even as bad as this one too. You understand me? So this one came. There's no Ubuari. Your own is you people don't know nothing. We are the taskmasters. They will follow Ubuari way of doing things, not to speak, quiet, use the army and the police against the people. Intimidation. You understand? But it didn't work. They're just collecting money. There's no money, but borrowing money. There's no money, borrow money. What are you borrowing money for? For who? For which generation? Where your children, they're all playing around in America and London, sleeping in hotels for about $5,000 a night, you know, enjoying themselves. They fly back to Nigeria for...
I think we lost Mr.
No,
Olave. Righteous
Mr.
man.
Andrew. Sorry, Mr. Andrew.
Right.
Are you not surprised? Are you not surprised that NNPC is advertising vacancies? Since I was
recently?
a little boy. Yes, they are advertising vacancies.
But is that not a good thing, Mr. James?
No. Is this demonstration that is causing it? Since I was a little boy.
Mr. James, that is positive. That is a positive thing.
No. Excuse me. If you call out the demonstration now, what is the guarantee that they will continue the advertisement for jobs at NNPC?
Well, Mr. James, look at it this way. The protest has made NNPC to advertise jobs. So, meaning that the protest yielded a result. NNPC, on the other hand, and other government entity understands that this protest may happen again. And for that, this is just an argument. For them not to want it to happen, then they will continue to advertise for these jobs, which is a good thing.
It's too hypothetical. It's too hypothetical.
Let's just take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes break. It's just 2 minutes break, Mr. James. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Alright, so compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve without our might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my
Thank you. Welcome back again to this show. Sorry, my camera is off. Apologies for that. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Black, the Blackstone. I want Mr. Blackstone. People are protesting in Nigeria. You are trying to impress people with your car in the background. I don't understand. This is the problem we are talking about. This is exactly the slave trade problem we are talking about. You are here to
No, this is made in
intimidate
Nigeria.
people.
No, this is made in Nigeria.
Okay, all right. I wonder who you are trying to impress. Anyway, the
No,
ladies
this
out
guy,
there
this
watching.
guy's made in Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Okay, continue. You
No,
don't know how
because no,
far.
of course, there's a kind of manufacturing plant in the north that do such fast such cars.
Okay, all right. To those Mr. Blackson is trying to impress, please enjoy his impression. Mr. James, the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't hear you clearly.
I said the floor is back to you. But you were talking before I interrupted you with the break.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mr. James?
Yes. Unfortunately, I lost my line of thought.
Okay. I'll call
was
you. I think
distracted.
you'll pick it up later. Blackstone, Mr. The Blackstone. I believe I'm not sure if you've been listening to following the broadcast.
Sorry, I now recollected. Mr.
All right,
Blackstone, I'm
thanks.
sorry. We were
Okay,
talking
go ahead.
No problem. Go ahead.
We're talking of NNPC. For the first time since NNPC came into existence, they've advertised jobs because of this demonstration. This shows that they are responding to it, but they don't want people to know that they are responding. They want to placate the youth. They want to calm them down. But to me, all these are just cosmetic palliatives. Even if they employ people genuinely now, what is the guarantee that they will continue? You get the point I'm making? So,
Mr. James, don't you
yes.
think we should focus on let them employ them first? Okay, we
No,
should not look at we should not
it's
look
just,
at
oh, sorry. I don't like
go ahead.
interrupting people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
go ahead. No.
Okay.
No,
It's
you
just
still
like
have the floor.
it's just like these palliatives they are giving now. You say no. Why not just let them continue? At least they are giving some people some food to eat. Should we as a people keep on living on palliatives? It's not sustainable. So doing this to make the children keep off the streets is not a guarantee that they will not revert to their old ways.
Okay. My point is, yes, it may not be guaranteed. There may not be guaranteed there, but let's look at the positive aspect of it and say, okay, they're advertising the jobs now. That means Nigerians or few Nigerians will lay hands on it if they operate in a fair manner. Let's look at the positive side of it, that the protest has yielded so far, and we're hoping that it's going to continue that way. That is what we want, where the economy will start to function. We start to see transparency and see accountability, and because so that people can have jobs and have money to be able to and grow the economy. That is what we're after. I mean, so I think we should key in on that positivity and not look at.
No. It's just like an old man who has been left-handed from birth. At the age of 90, he's not trying to be, right-handed. Practicing
I
how to
think
use his right hand.
it's the other way around. They
No, it's not the other way.
learn left hand for
These guys are not capable of changing because in history, maybe there are examples, but I don't know of any example of a feudal system transforming itself to take care of the masses. I do not know of any example in history.
You said something now that these guys are not capable of changing. I'll take
They
you
are
on
not
that.
changing.
Let me go to Blackstone. Mr. Ola, are you there? Please indulge me to go to Mr. Blackstone. Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Electricity and good day to everybody. Aga James, I salute you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Allah, thank you for joining us. Okay, what do you want me to speak about? Generally about the protest or what? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Today, this is the second day of the protest. Okay.
Right.
But the argument here right now, at this very moment, is I'm saying we cannot continue to blame foreign entity for our problem. Mr. Ola Kidola, in his argument or in his presentation, says that we have become slave to our own, slave master to ourselves, which I agree 100%. How long are we going to continue to blame other people for our problem? Please, for the record, I am not in denial of the time of slave trade. I am not in denial of that. What I'm saying is that we have to go past that. It's high time we go past this colonial mentality and take responsibility for ourselves and change our country. That is my argument. How long are we going to tread on this trajectory of blaming somebody that as if we can't take control of our own nation? I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I definitely we be in support of we being a slave to ourselves, or we today enslaving ourselves to the foreign powers, right? If you look at, we are copying most of our democracy from the U.S., from America. America was also colonized by the British, but today the British has no power or can't influence the decision of the people in the U.S., the government. So if we at this time, after 60 years of independence, we still play that mentality of being a slave to foreign powers, it is a shame to us, actually. Because if a man, if you call yourself a man and you still depend on your parents 100% to take decisions, to influence you on important decisions of your life, I think you are not yet a man. This is what is happening in Africa today. Because we allow these people to come and infiltrate us because we feel that they have the best policy, they have the best advice, and which is very, very wrong, because every country have their own personal interest. Their personal interest is the first thing, not our own interest, not the interest of the African countries or interest of Nigeria. So when they are giving an advice, when they are advising the government, they are putting their own interest first. They advise them in a way that it will benefit them, right? Let's look, for example, most of the economic policies that we have today. They come and advise us, this is what is good, this is what is being done, this is what is on the textbook. Then I ask myself, do we have the infrastructure to make those policies work? If you are going to pick up like for example, the UK or US or European policies coming in the area of development or microfinance and so on and so forth, those people that come out with these policies, these ideas, they use their own content. No,
Mr. Blackson,
okay.
Sorry for interjecting you. You said they write our policies for us. Is that
no? I didn't say they write it for us. I didn't say that. I said they come to advise us.
Okay, it's an advice. So we have a choice to accept and not to accept.
Definitely, yes, it's an advice. Yeah. So if I advise you, it's there for you to take or to leave it. That is it.
So I cannot blame you if I take your advice.
I don't blame them. I cannot blame them because.
Okay, thank you for that.
Let me just finish with this one, because when it comes to the war, when it comes to the international politics, international relationship, it is what I regret is like a game that either I use you or you use me. That's what it is. So if I can advise you and go with my advice, I have a something to gain from it. So that's what it is. So they are advising us and they are playing it in a very smart way that you see that their policies, their advice are more beneficial to us. So at the end of the day, we have people who are experts in every area of the economy or in every area of politics in Nigeria. We have Nigerians who are experts on this. Why don't we advise those people? Why don't we take those advice from those people and use them to implement what we want to do?
Okay. Blasco, the protest will go on for 10 days. This is day 2. Mr. James said that the government will not concede anything. So my question is, if we go by that argument, what is the essence of the protest? What I want us to do is this. I want us to maintain, because people are watching. People will watch this program in subsequent days and weeks. And if we don't maintain a positive attitude, approach to this issue, and we go on this, it's not going to happen. And like Mr. James says, these people will never change. If these people will never change, if we are going by that argument that these people will never change, so then what is there for the solution? Because they'll never change. They are there. They are going to breed people like themselves to take over the government. What is therefore now the solution? Because are we suggesting that I'm confused here? So if you guys can help me out, please. Honestly, I'm confused.
Okay, I think they will change actually, but to some extent they will change. If you look at it, even before yesterday, before the Saturday protest, if the government can come out, if the people in power can come out, the politicians can come out, or let's say, please do not protest. We have heard you, we are hearing, we have seen your demand. Do not protest. We are doing something. So already it is a sign that they are actually hearing what the people are crying for, the demand of the citizens. They are hearing the pains, the frustration of the citizens, right? And then I'm going into this protest. It sent a message that we are serious. The people are serious. This time they are serious, right? That they want to take back the country. They want to see change. They want to see change in the government. It cannot be 100% change. At least there could be some changes, right? Some of the policies might be changed, right?
Blackstone, hold that thought for some time. Just I beg your indulgence, Mr. James. Something creeped in my mind. I'm coming back to you. You've left the country 40 years now. I stand to be corrected. Am I correct?
Yeah, almost 40.
Almost 40. And
Yeah.
you are still sitting with us here today, talking about Nigeria. It's because of the love you have for the country. Would that be correct?
Not entirely correct.
Okay. Could you explain?
This is not the only platform I appear on.
Oh, you are here today.
I also listen to broadcasts from Ghana, South Africa, and Kenya, at times Uganda. The nature of work I do, I need to interact with the youth, know their style of reasoning, in order for me not to impose my ideas on them. That is one of the reasons why I appear on different platforms. To know, you see, whenever you guys are discussing, I'm able to get your line of reasoning. And this I'm able to do because of social networking. This social media thing that has come into existence. Most men of my age are not used to it. And this is one of the reasons why most African leaders are finding it difficult to understand the youth. They still have that colonial mentality. The style of government the colonialists left for them is what they are still implementing. But the youths are thinking differently. You get the point? So it's not because of love for Nigeria. That is why I appear on this platform. It's also for personal reasons.
Okay. Let's here is it, Mr. James. What exactly, please, I want you to be honest with me, to be us. What exactly, or how do you cancel that we go about to bring change to the country? What solution are you going to provide right now beside this protest that you support? And you've echoed
You
it
see,
as well too.
I've made my
What
position
solution?
clear. I've made my position clear on a number of occasions. And that is, I've said that there can never be a change in any oppressive system without a revolution. But not all revolutions bring about the desired changes. It depends on how the outcome of the revolution is handled. There's no way you can reform or transform the Nigerian society because as it is now, it's beyond redemption. So it's only a revolutionary government that can keep this country together in peace.
If you say it's beyond redemption, but you believe that revolution will change it, would that be correct?
Yes, because the revolution will sweep the country clean.
So
There's
that
no way
means
you can build.
the country is not beyond redemption.
No. You see, when we talk of revolution, most people are scared. How many Nigerians are agreeing that revolution is the way out? People still talk about 2027 election, 2031 or so. Nobody is planning how to introduce a revolutionary dispensation. Nobody. You get the point? So as long as we maintain that mentality that election is coming, let us prepare. Nigeria is beyond redemption. It's only a revolutionary government that can transform the society. Mind you, I'm not advocating bloodshed because experiences have shown that where you kill people en masse, the consequences is always very, very tragic. A good example is Liberia. In 1980, when they executed, I think 15 or 16 ministers publicly, that laid the foundation for the Liberian Civil War. This corrupt element you have in Nigeria today, if you execute them en masse, members of that class will never let the country know peace from now till eternity. So I'm not advocating bloodshed, but there must be revolutionary changes that will sweep the whole of them aside.
Blackstone, please indulge me. I need to push on this with Mr. James, please. Mr. James, can you highlight three changes in regards to this revolutionary you're talking about? Give me three, please, and I'll push on those three with you.
Judiciary.
One.
The judiciary must be transformed radically.
1, 2.
Infrastructures like water supply, electricity, medicine, schools, roads, all must be transformed radically.
3.
Then the third one, tribalism. If the government cannot introduce policies that will wipe away tribalism radically, we are not going anywhere. So these are the three major problems confronting the country today. The judiciary.
Let's go to, in no particular order. We'll go to the tribalism of it. Earlier, I highlighted one man went to more bigotry comments, and I asked you to weigh in on it, but you refused to weigh in on it, meaning that you have the opportunity to correct him, to speak sense to him, but you refuse.
Yes.
So
no, I'm not
how
a man of
do
this
you
class.
think we can achieve?
I'm not a man of this class. I did not look down on him because he's a Yoruba man. No.
I understand.
It's because of his personal character. Awolowo is my star. Ebenezer Babatokpe is my star. Ambrose Folonsho Ali, that name Folonsho is a Yoruba name. He's my star. You understand me? But like, these are my stars. They are Yorubas. They are not Bendelites. So it's not a question of tribalism on my part. One man, his character and mine are incompatible. So it is better for me to distance myself from him. There's no need quarreling internationally on this platform. It doesn't speak well of us. This is why I just try to avoid it.
Thank you. In terms of the judiciary, how do we go about fixing it?
No, you see, let me tell you a story. I just hope I will have enough time. Why I left Nigeria, then you know what I'm talking about. When I completed my degree program at the University of Lagos, I was busy looking for jobs. So eventually, I was invited to the University of Sokoto, now called Otman Dafodio, Department of Geography.
Electricity, please check the private sections. Someone want to come in.
Yeah. I've seen it. I've replied
Department of Geography. Now, when I got to the interview panel, the head of the Department of Geography was one Dr. L.A. Day, a Ghanaian. I was interviewed, and at the end of the day, they asked me to go. I went back to Benin. I was shortly from Benin to Sokoto, quite often to find out what had become of the interview, but I could not get any clear-cut answer until an Hausa man called me aside and said, "I'm sorry, young man, I've been seeing you going and coming. They said you were born in Ondo State. You cannot work in Sokoto State. I will advise you to try one of those Western states. Maybe you can get something to do there." You get the point? A Ghanaian can be employed as head of Department of Geography, but somebody born in Ondo State from an oil-producing state cannot work in Sokoto. So you see the point. So if all these kind of inconsistencies and what Jageda Oshikoya will call Jabajantis policies will be wiped away, irrespective of where you are, where you were born. As long as you are a Nigerian, you are free to live in any part of the country, work in any part of the country. If me from the Niger Delta cannot work in Sokoto, why are you coming to the Niger Delta to drill crude oil? You get the point I'm making? So these are the tribal things I'm talking about. They should wipe away all these things with government policies and very radical, forcefully enforced. That's why I think we can wipe away tribalism.
Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Blackstone, I beg your indulgence. Chukudi, where are you joining us from? Good evening.
I'm turning from the U.S., but I have a question to ask. Like this protest,
Right.
why are the Lagos just attacking the Igbos? Igbo didn't come to put the attacking us for what? Why they
Come
attacking
again?
Igbos for what? Why they threatening us to get out from Lagos? Why are the
I
Yorubas threatening Igbos out from Lagos? Why are they doing that?
I can't answer that
No,
question, and we're trying not to promote that as well. We're against it. It's condemnable, and so I don't know why they are doing that. So I really don't know. It's
And why
pathetic that
Nigerian
they are
government
doing
scared of
that.
protest? Yeah, Nigerian government should be
You're
scared
not
of protest.
clear.
Nigerians are tired. Enough. We should protest. Nigerian people are angry. We should protest. The government will listen to us. For 60 Nigerian 1960 to now, Nigerian people are angry. People are dying of hunger. You think protest for what? Do you think the kingdom come? People are dying of hunger. Enough's enough with this evil government.
Okay. What's your take on the protest, Chukudi? Can you hear me, Chukudi?
You mean what do you say?
What's your take on the protest? Can you weigh in on the current protest?
I think protest should have gone like violent. Yeah, I think
Yeah, dipping in and out. We can't hear you clearly. Your line is not clear, Chukudi. Chukudi, your line is not clear. I don't know why your line is not clear. Maybe you change your position or location. Maybe you're standing on the left hand side, move to the right hand side of. Maybe you're on the side of Tinubu. Come to my own side there. Then your network will be better, Chukudi. Okay, it's frozen. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, for on which topic now? Because I've discussed. Anyway,
you see,
like
okay, let me bring your mind back if that will help. You see, what I'm trying to say is, we know the problem of Nigeria. Nobody is blind to it or deaf to it. We are the problem. I will hold this argument till I go to the grave. We are the problem. We are equally the solution. And until we come to that point to say we are the solution to this problem, we will solve this problem. But if we continue to blame others for our problem, then we are not going to solve this problem. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, you are very correct, because we are actually we are our own problem. As first thing, we have to realize that we have a problem and we have to find a solution to it. Because the first thing to solving a problem is realizing that we have a problem, and that we should not blame this problem on anything as we know it. But instead of blaming people for this problem, we have to try to find a solution to this problem, right? And the problem of Nigeria, I can say that if we are really serious to solve the problem, it's very easy. It's very easy. Why do I say it's easy? It's to put people of integrity in power, in places. I know, Pajos, you are laughing. There have been people who have served in Nigerian government who today can stand up, but I had no single stain on my name. And we still have such people. And if such people stand for election, will the people vote for them? That's another question that we have to actually answer. Not that we don't have good people in Nigeria, but the citizens, the common people, have to do away with so-called petty money for them to vote for somebody who is not right. Vote should not be bought. So if the citizens are willing actually to change the Nigerian situation, they can vote the right people in there, and those people who have integrity can be able to bring changes. And changes start gradually. It doesn't just start maybe from say like a tsunami. Changes starts gradually, and it's only by putting the right people in that place. And we have people of integrity. We have people who value their name. I can say this thing, like look at the former Minister of Petroleum, Dazini. The husband went to court, the ex-husband went to court, said, I don't want to use my name again because we have disgraced me. He's a Nigerian man. We have divorced. Don't use my name again. He took her to court. Go and remove my name from your documents. That is a person in Nigeria. It's not a Nigerian. So there are some people who don't want to have any single thing on their name because they have their integrity. They protect their name. So can the people vote such people into that office? Can we be able to stand and say we appoint responsible judges? Not by appointing people by who I know into office of judges. People that be compromised. If we can be able to fix our judiciary, fix our executive, the police have a lot to play in Nigeria, in putting Nigeria right. The police force, they have a big role to play in putting Nigeria in the right place. Because if the police are corrupt and you choose who you like to become a IGP and so on and in the high position, they're also going to be compromised. Look at now, Tinubu have extended. I think he has extended the term of the IGP. His term is over. It's finished because it's a Yoruba man. I think he has already extended his tenure. So these are the problems. That's why Nigeria will not be. These are the problems we have in Nigeria.
Blackstone. What evidence do you have that the reason why he extended his tenure is because it's a Yoruba man?
Why must he extend his tenure in the first place?
It is within his executive power to extend his tenure if he wants to. Is there a rule or a regulation that the IG will only spend 2 years or 4 years, and after then they cannot
I think he's retired. He's due for retirement. Not that he's even tenure.
Mr. Blackstone, we need
excuse me. No, wait. I don't know. I guess because it's Yoruba. That's my own point of view.
Because that is your opinion.
Yeah, just my opinion. Yeah, because it's already, it has retired. Not that it will.
But you know that's your opinion. It's a very dangerous opinion.
Let's not deny the fact that Tinubu regime is also taking the part of a Buhari regime, whereby they have
Mr.
all the.
Wait,
let me finish. No, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not the same thing like when Buhari was there. All the important positions were given to the non-tenants. That's the same thing Tinubu is doing today. Most of the important positions is close. The positions that are strategic position in Nigeria today. Very few ones are not Yorubas. That is true. Bring out the list of the people. It's my opinion and it's what I'm saying. So that is it.
I would like the record to reflect that that is Mr. Blackstone's opinion, and
that's my opinion.
That is not the opinion of the channel. Thank you very much. The floor is back to you, Blackstone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me change. Let me throw a towel. I mean, a spanner into the wind. Yeah, Mr. James, I will start.
Throw a towel because I'm sweating.
Hypothetically, you become the president of Nigeria today. What will you do different?
What I will do differently?
Yes, sir.
I will introduce revolutionary changes.
Such as?
The ones I listed to you earlier on.
How do you intend to achieve it?
No, policies. Countries are run on policies. If you go to the United States, they have their policy on defense. If it's Obama that is there, or Biden, or whosoever is there, the policies are there. Their policies on Africa is the same thing. If it is Obama or whosoever is there, it doesn't mean anything to them. Nigeria should continue on that line. Everything governing the country should be based on policies. So when Bola Tinubu comes, the policies are there. You just have to abide by the policies. But the way we draft our constitution is such that when a president comes, he can even throw the whole country to hell because he has the constitutional power to do and undo. So you run the country on policies, and the policies should be cast in stone in such a way that incoming government will find it impossible to change them. Then the country will continue on that path. And this is what I mean by revolutionary changes. Revolutionary in the sense that it's a radical break from what used to prevail. A radical break.
Okay. Before I come to you, Blackstone, Mr. Jones, my final question to you. Today is the 2nd of August. What exactly? What do you think the president should do as today in respect to the protest?
Look, what he should do and what, no. Let's get it right. What he should do and what he is doing are two separate things.
No, Mr. James, listen to my question. I'm not saying what he should be doing. The protest is on right now.
All right, okay.
I'm asking you, what advice, if you have the opportunity to advise him right now, what will you advise?
Okay, let me start this way by making a sentence. And that is, I don't advise people. I only give opinions in my life.
Okay, Mr. James, give what opinion will you give to Tinubu today?
Yes. Number one, his policies should be reversed. On oil subsidy. Oil subsidy should be reversed. Floating of the naira should be reversed. All this, what Jagede Oshikoya, we call Jabajantis, aids and what have you, assistance or whatever it is, cut them drastically. The presidential fleet of aircraft, they should sell everything, remaining only one. If that one is not good, they go and repair it and bring it back. They should cut back expenses radically. If he should do that, I will change my opinion of him. You get the point? Yes.
Yeah. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Based on the two questions I asked Mr. James. You're muted.
I think what the government should do actually to reduce the suffering in Nigeria is just two simple things. We don't rule a country back. Just hold on, please.
Sorry. Okay. Mr. Blackstone is on the phone. We're gonna play some of our videos again. Just a short break for now, please.
This was a peaceful demonstration. Only for us to get to this place where the boys were telling us, what do you come to do here? You, Omoyibo, you came to you came to Yobala to do this. He was threatening me. Even if I'm Omoyibo, am I not in Nigeria? Am I not in Nigeria? Even if I'm Omoyibo. Is that a threat? There is no any security personnel there around us. None of them is here. They are far back behind us here. They are far back behind us here. They are here. We've not seen any of the security personnel. So they want it to happen before they will not come. They will not say they had bad government people. They've started in Ojota. Is that what they want? That is why we want to go to the commissioner of police here and tell him, if you are here to protect us, you will not stay back. And let us be threatened by the state unions, the state sponsor dogs, that is threatening us. It's threatening me live. He said, Omoyibo, kilo wa se nibi bayi, Oma to no gbogbo yin leyo koko. My name is Ajayi, and even though if I'm Omoyibo, am I not in Nigeria? Am I not a taxpayer? When does it become a crime to protest in Nigeria? Forget about your religion, forget about ethnicity, forget about tribalism. We are all Nigeria. Injury to one is injury to all.
Some of them die on the road just because they want to leave Nigeria because the suffering is too much. Why do you think that people are suffering? You as a president, people are suffering. They can't even find food to eat. A lot of people are suffering in Nigeria. Go to Nigeria. Everybody has become beggars. But the government, they have the right to buy private jets. Yes. People have the right to buy private jets. When people are suffering, they cannot even eat a meal.
They got SUVs for themselves.
They bought SUVs for people. They built house for Chatima.
$2 billion.
Was he living in the bush? Was Chatima living in the bush? I'm not finished. Was Chatima living in the bush before? Why would they build a house when people are hungry? When people are hungry, they hide palliative. They hide palliative from us.
Thank you.
Palliative under the Indomie. These criminals hold it from us.
During COVID-19. During COVID-19.
Yes. I wouldn't be here if Nigeria was
Criminal
working.
gang of
This is not
Nigeria
my country.
hosting.
When Nigeria is not working, you go to school and come finish school, you cannot get a job. You cannot find a job. You come to this country today, you find a job when it's not even your country. Why can't our country be like that? You don't have road, no good road, no water. You build a house for yourself. You provide road for yourself. You provide never bill, never phone for yourself. You provide wire. They will not bring bill. All they know is to bring bill. They won't even see the light, but they will bring bill, and you must pay. Why?
Okay, one more thing, my sister. And then I'll talk again. They don't know.
You understand? Why about this? See, we are busy people. If Nigeria was working, we would be here. We sacrificed our time to be here, to come and express ourselves. Okay, we plan to have this nationwide protest. You can imagine that before this protest started, they have already said what we're going to come out. Why? Protest is our fundamental right. It's our right to express yourself. You cannot beat me and tell me not to cry.
Yes.
Or tell me how to cry.
Good job, my sis.
Do you understand? They said we should not protest. They said Akpabio talks, two people talks.
Yes.
After us, that's the people back home. They should not protest.
And they say Oro must come outside.
Can't give them for protesting. Now let me post about. Do you know that they eventually came out and what happened? They killed 4 people today.
Yeah.
They killed, I can show you from my phone. They killed 4 people today. And we talked to the book, if you kill anybody, what we wanted, what we were asking for is to have a good governance. Are you getting me? Our normal request was give us a good country. Govern us well. But we want them, we say if you kill anybody, if anybody have any scratch on anybody, change it to Tinubu must go. So right now, it is Tinubu must go. Because how dare you kill people for protesting? I would not protest protesting now. Yes. Did anybody beat us? Where? Did you see the police have us? But you can't do that in Nigeria, in your own country. You said no to it. We said no.
Enough is very good. Good job.
Can I talk?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for organizing this.
If you don't mind, sir,
my name is Sindof Endoni. I'm in charge of the affairs of the permanent mission. Okay. I'm not hiding. This is Ambassador Jida Abubakar. He's the Consul General of Nigeria. We are standing here on our authority to listen to you. But look, I will tell you something. You said when you turn your back, nothing will go anywhere. No information will go anywhere.
Yes.
Do you know that as we are talking, social media is carrying it?
And we don't care about
social media goes wider than the normal.
We don't want social media. We want you to do something.
Not to the relevant people. You know, the relevant people are not going to respond to it. You don't respond to what you see on social media.
No,
we don't care about social media.
Okay, let him speak.
When you were talking, nobody was interrupting.
No, he was addressing me, so I had to answer him. So
you don't have to do that.
You have to make it reply.
Go ahead.
So please,
don't play on our
like I
intelligence.
said, nobody is playing on your intelligence. We are listening to you. You know that you have said we are representatives of the government. We will have listened to you and we will report back. Ours is to advise the government. Me and you know, advice is not instruction. I hope you know that. Right? Advice is not instruction. We will advise the government. This is what Nigerians have said. Nigerians have expressed their anger, but I bet you now, for the period that the information of this protest started.
Thank you very much for your patience. I will be handing over to KJ, my co-moderator, or the senior moderator on this platform.
Sorry for.
Are you serious?
He's a senior moderator on this platform.
Are you serious?
With years of experience. He's a man of timber and caliber and plywood.
Iron and steel.
He was once an exporter and importer. Yoruba will say Gugu. So KJ, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming to relieve me.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Mr. Blackstone. And thank you for those three comments.
Mr. Andrew.
Sir.
Yeah, this book on the private chat, let me post it. I want you to find time to read it.
Okay, let me see.
Seeking First the Political
Kingdom by Sir Ali Clark. Okay, yeah. I'll just take a snap picture of it.
Good.
And I will try and read it.
Okay.
And we will come here and discuss it. Me and you will come here and discuss it.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. KJ, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pastor Andrew, for having sitting. I've been doing a very good job. I've been listening to you people. It's just that, they say Igbos have a proverb that the thing a man sees, you don't say it all. So I've been a bit quite busy, but I just need to jump in, into this time. So thank you so much for holding on. Thank you, Mr. James, for also holding on. Thank you. Your contributions are well, welcomed and quite analytical. Thank you also, the Blackstone. I like the car behind your back. I hope when you want to give me a birthday gift, since today is my birthday, you will just send that car down to me. I will enjoy driving it.
No worry, I'll give you two.
Okay, that would be beautiful. That would be very beautiful. So, you are all welcome, guests. Our viewers are not viewers this time, but panelists. Those in the what do you call it now? The audience, those making comments and all that. You have all seen it, and I will start this way to say thank Dr. Rudolph, who is not yet back because he's, like I said, he's writing the second episode of his
biography.
So when he finishes, he will join us. But we'll be glad to hold on until he comes, and we'll be holding on for him until he comes. Yes, and this is the platform that he has created, Dr. Damages, and we are here today to examine furthermore what actions have been taken and what we could do better as a people and as a black nation, the most populous black nation in the world. Sometimes, I will say to myself, it is a big shame that even though we seem to be the largest congregation or convergence of black people in one location, we're not able to be able to handle simple governance. And so sometimes it beats my imagination when all kinds of machinations are thrown into the national discourse. It's only in Nigeria that the army can come and address the Nigerian people and warn them severely. The same people who have employed you and warn them severely of consequence that they will take. It's only in Nigeria that the army can come and try to defend government and tell you the action government are taking is in tandem and they know that the government are doing their best. Who has asked your opinion? You know, we need to, one of the things we should aim to arrive at in this dispensation is to to dislodge these people from these thoughts that they've had over years, that they, because you wear a uniform, you have become a superior citizen to the citizens of Nigeria. Because you have an office, you're the secretary. Look at the way that Attorney General was talking. You know, the people who employed you are telling you what they want you to do. You are telling them it's an advice. Okay, you are even arguing, and look at what the so-called orderly standing by his side is saying. This is something sometimes I can't handle it. I can't handle it when I hear things like this. I don't know. I was telling my wife it's good that I left Nigeria because by now it will have been a different, But
no, at least by now I will already be a billionaire now.
No. I will. You see, I'll be in the street. That's the thing. I will be in the street right there. I mean, and
demonstrating.
Let us get down to the nitty-gritty. Please, Mr. James and the Blackstone, give us an example in the world where people have actually taken, if you have any, where people would take the money of the people, put in their pockets, and still be telling the people that they can do nothing about it. Is there any country like that in Africa, or is it that our own is peculiar? Because the people, the government don't seem to be afraid of people at all. At
Ghana.
all.
Ghana.
Ghana.
Yes.
So in Ghana also. Is it an African thing? Is it an African thing? And I want to say thank you to Adama, who is wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Today's your birthday. Now they tell me. If I come platform, if you not tell me, I beg. Happy birthday platform.
What I want is the car behind you. Just send it to me. I'll be okay.
No, it's already too late now. No, you have to order it one year in advance.
Okay.
Yes, not us. They are not produced, so you have to order it in advance, and it takes 1 year.
Okay.
For the
If
production.
you order it now, next year to speak my birthday, I'll still collect it anytime it comes.
Okay, no worry. I'll send you the dummy version.
Thank you so much, NDBC. Mr. James.
Yes, please.
Happy birthday.
Thank you all the panelists. I thank you all who are wishing birthday.
Yesterday, today, get Akpabio. I have 3 friends that have birthday 1st and 2nd of August.
Yeah, it's a day the special people who are born to be great. That's the day they are born.
All of them, when I know they're not just great too.
Who told you? How do you know? Do you know whether I'm going to be the vice president with Kamala Harris? All right, let's get down to it. What new information do we have right now? I am a bit handicapped because I don't know who is in the backstage to help me out.
I think there's total blackout in Katsina State. I think there's a total curfew. The state seems to be in a very confused state.
Not even that, Mr. James. The telephones, the people who are on MTN seem to have problem with connection. My brother called me this morning to say that there's problem with connection. They are not able to go through, and they except you drive around and see where you can get connection from. If not, there are some places you don't get connected, you don't get connection. And
what state is that?
No, for security reasons, I'll just say the state he is in. You know, and so but that is the reason why some of them are not able to communicate. They have a lot of pictures to send, have a lot of, you know. For instance, he was telling me that I mean, at least if he didn't see any people who were sent to go and build their heavenly father, he saw more than 20, you know, of those young.
No, yesterday, no, actually, yesterday the northern part was really tough. Actually, even terrorists even detonated a bomb yesterday, you know, about the protesters and kids. One of the states in the northern part killed 6 people and injured many other people. Right. And this Kanus, even Sokoto self, they even went to the palace. They want to go and take over the palace in Sokoto. You know, Sokoto, Kanu, I think Borno, and it was really destructive in those states actually yesterday. So I don't know about today. And I think one of the states declared a curfew. Right. So,
no, it didn't work. The curfew didn't work. At least I have that update. People,
I know that it will not work. Definitely, people will still come out anyway. So
people came out and they are still in the streets. Okay, so now let's trace this thing back. What is the disconnect between the Nigerian people and the government? Is it that the government don't know that good governance is one panacea for development, or what? What is the problem? Let us call it space. What's the problem?
The government has beaten more than they can chew. For over a year now, they've beaten more than they can chew. The magnitude of the problem they are grappling with is beyond their comprehension. They thought it would be business as usual. Now that they've been forced to realize that things are not okay, they don't even know where to begin. This is why, as I was telling Andrew not long ago, since I was a little boy till now, the NNPC is advertising job positions. Is it not funny? This is not what the youth are asking for. They want fundamental changes. I mean, they want something that could give them concrete assurance that their future in the country is guaranteed. This is what they are looking for. And to do that requires some very drastic measures the Tinubu government will have to introduce. And seeing himself as the Jagaban of Lagos is demeaning, is insulting for him to concede to their, demands. This is the problem the government is grappling with right now. And secondly, although I don't have any proof, but I have the feeling that the ruling class, they've got some quarrels among themselves, which Dangote was trying to bring, in fact, brought to the limelight. They have some quarrels among themselves. So behind the scene, it seems that they are settling issues.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Trading favors, compensating those who have lost, and getting more from those who have gained excessive. Something is going on behind the scene. And also foreign powers seem to be negotiating with foreign powers on how to resolve this crisis. And if they're able to do that, do not be surprised that automatically things will just fizzle out.
All right.
We don't want somebody like you and me to be able to say that this is exactly the situation of things. They are in power. They know what they are seeing, which we will never see.
Thank you, Mr. James. Okay, let's listen to this man.
Just to give an update as to the situation that's ongoing, we're all aware of what happened yesterday. It's the government have actually shown its own commitment by upholding its promise to allow people to associate freely without any rancor. But I'm sure everyone is disappointed with the outcome. Clearly, the security forces have done extremely very well. I'm very happy to mention what especially the Nigerian police force, have shown a lot of professionalism, including where members of the armed forces had to step in But you can see that we have been very professional in our conduct and will continue to do that, as long as the citizens also understand that there's a difference between peace and criminality. What we saw yesterday was, at the beginning, some semblance of a very peaceful demonstration, but which was quickly taken over by a bunch of criminals that don't mean us well. And if you remember, we have warned that there are individuals that are ready to cause mayhem once this starts. And so we want to appeal to Nigerians to understand that the federal government is doing the best it can for the country. The federal government, the present regime is just there for less than 1 year. And it is not possible for them to have solved every financial, economic, security situation within 1 year. But I'm sure everybody, if we're truthful to ourselves, efforts have been made and have continued to be made. We have seen policies that have been made to address the economic situation on ground, including security situation. Things are improving. We are not where we are, but I can assure you we're heading there. And if we have the support of everyone together, we can bring total peace and the economy will pick up. Just some few days I was in the Niger Delta to also ensure that our production, oil production, increases immediately so that we can.
Okay. So you got the. Yes,
I don't know why somebody just come to the. I just be telling lies. Things are improving.
No,
if things are improving, why are people complaining?
No,
see, don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun. We are going to discuss this extensively. You can see it is the army now that has become the spokesperson for the government and telling you what they think should be done and why citizens should heed to their voices. Now you have heard. Yes, please go ahead. Have your take.
Sorry, Mr. Blackstone. The issue is this. The youth took over the streets for particular reasons. Are they addressing those reasons? The answer is no. Instead of addressing those reasons, they are giving other reasons. Bear with us. For how long should we bear with you? This is the crux of the matter. Instead of engaging the youth in discussion, meaningful discussions, they are going to traditional rulers. Do you know the stupendous amount of wealth the traditional rulers are wallowing in? They are part and parcel of the problem, integral part of the problem. They should go to the youths, call them, sit down, what are your problems? The youths are saying they should reduce government expenditure. Are they doing that? No. They are saying the presidential aircraft fleet should be reduced. Are they doing that? No. Constitutional reforms, allowances, aids, and what I said earlier on, what Prince Jagede Oshikoya would call Jabajanti's appointment. They should work on this. Once the youth see them doing these things, I'm sure they will call off the strike even before the end of the 10th day. But these guys are not making any effort to concede any ground at all. They're talking the old grammar they are used to. This is the crux of the matter.
Okay, sir. What's your take, the Blackstone?
Okay, what I wanted to say is that when you are talking that when you were asking the army is one addressing people, right?
I'm sorry.
Nigeria is not still 100% democratic state, actually, because it is still a military and a civilian government. That's what it is.
Blackstone, let me stop you there. Hold on. Is Nigeria a democratic state? I thought that Nigeria is a republic, because there's a difference between republic and democracy.
A republic. If it's a republic or if it's a democratic state or if it's a, I know that the influence, the power of the military in the government is not supposed to be there at all. That's why I say it is still a military civilian government. That is why a military personnel can come out and begin to advise and begin to say what they are doing. So what concerns the military concerns the oil installations. Are you going to come and tell us that if they are producing more, they are producing less?
that was going to be my first question. But is it that in charge of anything in Nigeria that everybody cross-pollinates? Whatever you are Beleface, you follow.
Have you seen anywhere in the world whereby a military man will stand behind a president when he's making a speech? So in Nigeria. So that's why I said it's a military civilian government. So the power of the military in Nigeria is still very strong. That is why whatever is happening, the people say they will overthrow, they will not take power because they are enjoying the government as it is when they were in power.
Okay, let's
okay.
Make...
So coming to the demonstration, what Mr. James, what we are saying, I don't think what actually demanding for like reducing the government expenditure, doing away with the government jet and so on and so forth. I don't think that is just a temporary, it's just a short-term measure to do. And if we would go do away with it, where the money actually goes into the society, where the money is trickled down to help the people.
Okay.
So let me finish. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sir.
So the policies that are put in place is the problem. If they want to actually bring back Nigeria from the shackle of suffering they are today, is to reduce. Somebody they'll all be saying it. Reverse the subsidy. Reverse it until the finalists are working properly. Then reverse then every country support or support their currency all over the world. No country leave their currency to flow to have a 100% market flow.
Okay.
So reduce the currency and then also reduce the cost of importation, the custom duties for importations. Or you can do same. Can you also, if you are reducing the oil, the subsidy, right? Then manage the naira float, bring back naira to what it was before the May 29th of last year, and then reduce the import duties of goods. I tell you that cost of things will go down because what is costing the cost of petrol today is petroleum product and the custom duties. That's the major thing that's causing the rapid increase in prices in the cost of goods of food items. Because if diesel, most vehicles, all the trucks use diesel. If you buy it, if diesel costs 1,200 naira per liter, how much would it cost a trailer to drive from the north to the south? How much would they use to buy their diesel? So they also look into those things. I guess they can be able to look into those two things. It will help to bring down the cost of living.
Okay.
Before you can talk about that things.
Okay. You see, is it that the cost of living is the issue, or the ability of government to be able to distribute its resources equitably?
This issue of resources distribution has been in Nigeria. It has been an issue in Nigeria. Not those
resources in the sense that not gathering in Abuja and sharing money to governors.
But, no, that's what I'm saying. Wait, no, I'm not talking about that.
Hold on, let me make it so you can understand where I'm going. Being able to take what has been put in your hands and giving it a proper budgetary and implementation. In other words, if you are supposed to spend $10 million on railway, that money is taken and spent on railway. If you are supposed to spend $1 million in education, that money is taken and spent on education. How can you tell me a government that has given 90 billion to people who are going to Hajj, 14 billion to a man whose house is being built, that is going to live there for 4 years, and leave the house. And then how much? Buy a yacht for a president who does not even know how to swim. Buy an aircraft, a new aircraft, a Gulfstream for the president and for his vice. In a nation where people are not able to eat 3 square meal, gentlemen, I want you to justify these expenses. Unless because I don't know, am I going mad? Because
no, you are not going mad. The issue is
Okay, actually, okay,
the
sorry,
issue
but
that you have
let me
put up
let me
an
play the devil's
agenda
advocate here.
telling them that they should tighten their belt, tighten your belt. The times are hard. You are taking 100 people to go and attend a meeting that you notice is going to come out of it. Everybody gets an extra code. Everybody flies first class, or as the case may be. Everybody is going to sleep, and for the next 2 days, 4 days, 5 days, be on government feeding role. Everybody is going to be on government hotel. Everybody is going to be. Which kind of a people are we?
no, Mr. KJ, let me tell you the plain truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The present political dispensation in Nigeria cannot solve the problems of Nigeria. You get the point? Because over the years, let's say since 1999 at least, a lot of people have committed horrendous atrocities against the state of Nigeria. These people have not been put on trial. I remember when Murtala Mohammed toppled Yakubu Gowon's government. In all the 12 states in the country then, they set up commissions of inquiries all over. Those who offended the country were put on trial. In the Midwest state of those days, it was Mudiaga OJ Commission of Inquiry. They purged the civil service. Those who committed atrocities were severely dealt with. And that was how he was able to sanitize the system before he was killed 6 months later. Shehu Sani said towards the end of Buhari's government that there's the need for people to be put on trial at the end of Buhari's administration. While Buhari was in office, according to him, 33,000 Nigerians were extrajudicially killed in the country. Nothing has been done about it. Those who are sponsoring terrorism, nothing has been done about it. The financial atrocities committed by Mepele and his gang, nothing has been done about it. And not to talk of what we call Bello, Yaya Bello and others, uncountable. All these people must be brought to book. Mr. Bola Tinubu's government do not have the moral credibility to perform that duty. So let us think critically while analyzing our problems.
Okay, thank you. And welcome, Ngozika. Good to see you in white. It's like you're frozen, but it's okay, you'll come back. Now, I want to ask another question to you, Blackstone. Those days when we were growing up, and somebody is caught, a thief is caught, and is restored to the community. The man goes doing good job. In fact, he goes to do good job any other place where he is called. Is it that we are now living in a dispensation that don't see anything good in trying to do good? Because I would have, thought that someone like Ahmed Tinubu would have gone there because of the means and ways which he came into governance. He will be above board. But what do you say? Are we still having to fight this process?
Okay, Mr. KJ. In America, most of the time, government talks about the family, right? The government respect the family a lot. So the bottom line, or the bottom line of a country having morals, good conduct, starts from the family. If that family culture is destroyed, what do the family bring into the society? Children without no respect, no morals, destroyed. In fact, destroyed children, evil children. You know, when you were growing up, how you were being disciplined, right? At that time, when we were growing up, every mother is a mother to a child in Nigeria. In fact, the greatest insult is to ask, who's your father? At that time, that was the greatest insult a woman will ask a child. Another child say, who's your father? Which family do you come from? See that child is useless or that child is good. So today, do we still have that family value? So when that family value is destroyed, the country is like literally destroyed, because the people that are going to come into power, the rulers, the politicians, they have come from among the society. They are not coming from heaven, from another planet. They are coming from homes that have no morals. We are not being brought up properly. You understand me? So that is it. That's why we have this thing today. If you study every Western world that has today, they respect family. They try to have that. Try to keep that family value, discipline within the family, and that is respect to the children. That's not to the children.
Okay.
It's to generation. But today, Nigeria, what you used to have is no more there. Now, money, wealth, and riches are taking over. So that is why today nobody cares how a child makes money. If it's civil 16 years, it's riding on the one kind big car, nobody cares. The mother will even be dancing. My pikin don't come from town, and don't come from city. Come and dance. Come on, try and join me to celebrate. It comes to a big car. So that is what it is today. Nobody. Also, that family discipline, or that culture, that our culture have been eroded.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you because I have questions for you. But let's go to Ngozi, who is in Nigeria, who will probably give us a lot of updates. I thought I saw you with white before, but these days you can never really tell. A lot of magic happens. So, Ngozi, you're welcome. Tell us, what do you see?
You like this closing,
Okay. This earlier on
just
that
to shut her like this. Just to shut her like this and send it to her.
I had information that they were playing with the network. They were just manipulating everything. Now you see, again, let's go back to the general. The general was Ngozi. Once you are up, we'll let you speak. The general was warning Nigerians. I want to know. Again, it's like I'm going around the question because I can't seem to get myself over it. Okay, the majority of Nigerians, what are we demanding? What are the Nigerian people demanding from their government? They are demanding to be able to feed their families. They are demanding to be able to have money to pay their rent. They are demanding to be able to go to their farms. They're not asking for government to give them crude allocations. They are demanding to be able to go to their farms and make their farms and farm their food and eat their food in peace. They are demanding to have the minimum expectation of life in the Western world, which is light, electricity. They're not even demanding for water because almost every Nigerian household owns a well. They get water to drink. Give them electricity. Give them road to go from their farms to go pick their products and carry them to the farm. Give their children education where they can at least receive the education like human beings, not sit inside water or sit on the floor or sit under the mango tree. What is so difficult? Is it that we no longer have people who can think? Is leadership that difficult? Is leadership that difficult? Gentlemen, Mr. James, is leadership that difficult? Please tell me.
I don't know where to begin because I don't think it's that difficult. The reason is this. While I was growing up in Benin City, I never drank borehole water. In fact, I didn't know what borehole, I didn't know the meaning of borehole because we had the, what's it called, water board in what we call Bender State. It was called water board. They supply water. I drank tap water along the streets, like Second East Circular Road and others. At designated points, we had public taps where you go to fetch water free of charge. Then the well-to-do men, as a status symbol, they have taps at home. When I fall sick, as a little boy at Arinze Primary School, I remember, we go to the hospital, specialist hospital in Benin City. They give us free medicines. We see the doctor free of charge, free injections. You get the point? When somebody offends you grievously, you go to a police station. The police will follow you to the person. They try to resolve the matter there. If it is something infringing on the law, then they'll tell you, sir, we are sorry, you are under arrest, follow me. The man will follow him sheepishly to the police station, and they see what they can do to resolve the matter. If it's what they cannot resolve, they go to court, and the magistrate will rule. That's the type of life I'm used to. So if the military can organize society in such a way, I don't think administration is difficult. Because come to look at it, I hope I'm not spending too much time.
No, go ahead.
I've said this thing so many times on many platforms. Samuel Osagbovo Ogbemudia was the first military governor of Midwest State. When they liberated the state from Biafran occupation, they appointed him as the governor. Within 8 years, this man executed over 80 projects. It's a pity I don't have the list here with me. Ogbe Stadium, Bender Brewery, the Nigerian Observer, Okoro Poultry, Wareka Gbede Farms. I cannot list, he did it effortlessly. And we were looking for workers. I still remember there was an Igbo man in our compound working at Bender Brewery. He's not a native of Bender State. He's from Anambra Igbo, I don't know. He was working at Bender Brewery because there was chronic shortage of workers in the state. So they have to come from other states to look for work in Benin City. That is a life I'm really used to. So I don't think governance is rocket science. These men are just criminally wicked, and ideologically or administratively, I don't know the right English words to use. So I don't think governance is rocket science. If the military can do, these are boys who are trained to shoot guns and what they call oil artillery. That's what they learn in military schools, and maybe some administrative little things here and there. If they can organize the country in such a way, I do not think these politicians will take us to the promised land.
Thank you. All right. The Blackstone, you've heard what he said. And I totally agree with him. Leadership is not rocket science, especially the fact that you have experts, technocrats sitting around you. What's so difficult to tinker the Nigerian economy, or even the way things work in Nigeria? What is so difficult that it cannot be recrafted?
For me, anyway, I don't know what is so difficult about it. But what you have to know that when we continue to depend on the Western developed countries' principles of their economy, then we are not going to have headway. We have to come down to our own way, to what it is for us. You understand me? It's like a poor man trying to compete with a rich man.
Okay.
So all the programs or principles or the microeconomics principles that are being implemented, are being done in the Western world, those things are crafted according to the level of their progress, of their development. to their economic strength, because they have facilities, they have the infrastructures and everything. So if you are going to take those such principles, such rules and regulations, and bring it to a place whereby what those rules, the principles are going to sit upon is not there, it's not going to work.
Mm.
It's not going to work because we don't have the infrastructure. So why don't we come back and look at our own economy, our own situation very well, and see how we can solve it with in our own way, as we benefit, that will be it will be beneficial to us. So what I'm going to say that it first of all is the political will of the people in power. That's the first thing. For example, what is going to stop us for not carrying out some basic infrastructure development that will impact on the people's life, and also impact on the country, that also bring money to the country. Look at, for example, right?
Hold
When
on.
the
Hold on. Before Ngozi will go away, please. Let us hear Ngozi now because we don't know how long our network will last. Ngozi, please give us an update of what is on ground and what you see and how you feel about it.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. James, good evening. From the Blackstone. KJ, my
Good
brother.
evening.
That one.
Oh,
Good
man. Thank you.
evening.
It's no news that the Southeast is not protesting. Yeah. Um, I'm in Enugu, and I've been speaking to family and friends that are in other parts of the Southeast, and activities are slow. hmm Activities are slow, but nobody's protesting. In Enugu, some guys tried to protest yesterday, but people did not really join them. People did not really join. I think there were like 5 or 6 guys. They carried placards, and today nothing. And the general mood is that of detachment, because you know what happened with the Southeast. I was trying to say this on the show yesterday, but my network yesterday, the telcos are dealing with us. It's not funny. The telcos have been dealing with us since yesterday. I am talking every single one of them. From yesterday till today, I cannot count how many times I've switched off my router, switched it back on, hotspotted from my phone, removed an Airtel SIM, inserted a Glow SIM. Like, it's since yesterday till today. I can't count how many times I've done. As I'm speaking to you now, when I came on earlier, I was trying to connect with Airtel because it's been steady for a couple of hours now. Then it started messing up. Then I have to switch back to MTN. So now it's a bit. I'm on MTN. I'm using MTN as we speak. So the telcos have been doing their own. But I was trying to explain the whole thing that's going on in the east. So before this protest started, some people, the usual mischief makers on that this government uses on social media, started this dog whistling. They tagged it an Igbo protest, an Igbo quote unquote revolution, and yeah, that Igbos were about to scatter the country. Igbos wanted to do this. Igbos wanted to do that. Blah blah blah. Even our favorite bio, that shameless Agbaya, he was one of those that amplified it. So I was even later when all these things were going on, because everybody knows my position with Elohim. It was even later that I heard that Ndi Elohim said nobody should come out that day, that they are doing sit at home. It was later that I heard it. So what happened was, here you had a people that were tired of always being scapegoated, who are always being made scapegoats. You have on one hand people who are genuinely tired. Every time you do, once you are Igbo, you do your damned, you don't do your damned. You have a group that is tired. They know if they join the protest it will be wahala. If they don't join to so they rather stay in the house. And you have another group that is like, oh, we don't care. We've been protesting all these years. And other people should do. So it's different factions. Yesterday morning, I went out. I live in the center of town, so I walked from. If anybody knows Enugu, you know Presidential Road. I walked from Presidential Road to Ogui Road on foot. You hardly see any car. The few ones that passed, everyone was. It was like a typical sit at home day. But this time around, it's not that people were afraid to come out. For various people, everybody had their own reason for not coming out. Unlike the normal sit at home days where the majority of the reasons for not coming out was largely fear, this time around, people genuinely had other reasons for not coming out, depending on who you were speaking to. Then I walked from Ogui Road to Obuete, the same thing. When I got to Obuete, the open market, that even if the main market is closed, you always have women selling on the arranging their wares on the floor. That place was deserted. I was shocked. And they were policemen in their patrol vans all over the place. I could barely make a video because you know how very angry those ones are, angry birds. That's small thing they set them off. I went to the phone line people. I had some business there. They were not open. All the shops were closed. So I struck up a conversation. I said I wanted to buy something. So I struck up a conversation with one of the guys there. He said that it's just fear. Nobody won't risk it. Even though they know say later market go see open. He was not telling me, calm down, just wait a little while. Market will soon open. And true to his words, before I left, I think I spent roughly 10 to 15 minutes there. People were coming. The shop owners were coming. They were not opening outrightly, but they will come. Some of them will loiter in front of their shop. Some of them will open their shop and sit inside. Just let it won't be. They won't bring out their wares or anything. So it's 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 a lot of factors here in the southeast. And one thing I won't do is gloat that, hey, we told you so, oh, you people go and do it. No, that's one thing I won't do. But I respect everybody's decision, especially I'm speaking for the southeasterners. I respect everybody's reason for participating or not participating. And I wanted to say this yesterday before my network messed us up. Nobody is stopping anybody from protesting in the southeast. Nobody is stopping. If you carry placard now, and God, nobody is stopping. At least to the best of my knowledge. Some guys were protesting in New Haven yesterday. I told you, like 5 or 6 guys. Afia TV carried it. Nobody stopped. But for many reasons that some of which I've mentioned, people do not want to do it, and you cannot blame them. Then in the other parts of the country, I must say that the biggest surprise for me in this protest has been the North. I am genuinely surprised that okay, for two reasons. I am surprised that this time around they refuse to listen to their religious leaders, because we know that has been the people that have been keeping them under control. Yeah. I am surprised that they refuse to listen to them, because after yesterday's protest, after I saw how yesterday's protest went, I was telling a friend of mine that today being Friday, Jumat and all, that it's possible that we won't see so much turnout in the north, because they would have gone to prayers and their religious leaders would have talked to them that there's possibility that. So color me shocked when I went on X, and it's like it's like these people are not letting up. They are not letting up, and I'm genuinely impressed. And back to what I said earlier about dog whistling before the protest against the Igbos. I'm now seeing posts here and there how the Igbos deceived the Northerners into protesting, and now the Igbos backed out. Somebody, Dele Momodu, even shared a message he received from somebody on WhatsApp that this is 1966 all over again, that the Igbos have incited violence and sat back. I'm like, after seeing all those posts, I'm like, thank God we did not join this thing. Like,
Mm.
I'm really, really grateful. I am super grateful that we largely sat it up, because this is crazy.
Did you
I
say
knew
it
it
was
was
from Did you say it's from Daily
Dele
Momodu?
Momodu. He said he somebody sent it to him. Somebody sent it to
Oh,
Daily Mumu. So he was
okay.
calling the person out. He was
Ah,
calling the
okay.
person who sent it to him out that they should stop doing this. So I am Nigeria will make a cynic out of you. Nigeria will make a cynic out of you. And I'm not ashamed to say right now, I have lost every ounce of hope. If I ever thought that there was a chance that sorry, if they ever thought that there was a chance that people would reason like normal citizens, they would have stopped
Okay. I just know that network was not going to hold, and that's the that's the situation we're facing sometimes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Oh,
Yes.
I didn't even know I was off.
Go ahead.
What did you hear last? Because I didn't even know I was
You never
off.
thought that people can reason that way, and you have lost all ounces of hope.
Yeah, it's just sad. Like I said, Nigeria will make a cynic out of you. And it's when you are making cynic out of the youth population, you're just setting the country up for a very terrible future. You're
Yeah.
setting the country up for a very terrible future because a lot of people, and I'm saying this because I'm a young person. I have young people as friends. A lot of people are just nah. Everybody's like this nah.
Yeah, but because you see, the challenge here is that majority of people in Nigeria are still very young people. You know, when you are 55 in Nigeria, you're a young person, so they still have a you see what
Ah,
I'm saying? You still
the
have a
young
lot.
people.
Yeah, you still have a lot young, a very large population that are believing the system will work. And
Oh Lord.
okay, now let me ask this question. Um, the report that been circulating, that how effective is it that the Igbos are behind it, that it is the Igbos are organizing to bring down Tinubu's government? How effective is that? Is it taking any hold, or people are rebuffing it? You know, because I see a lot of videos. I have some on my phone here. You know, people sending it and saying
Yeah.
this is
So
the work of the obedience or the Igbos.
depending on what social media platform you're active, the news you're getting will be very different. Um, the Meta apps, that's Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. WhatsApp with their stupid broadcast messages would in the last 1 year and a couple of months, they've been really trying to clamp down on those kind of false misinforming broadcast messages. But if you're active on WhatsApp, chances that you must have seen at least one or two broadcasts messages with, depending on what group you belong to, with messages like that are very high. If you're active on Facebook, chances that you would have seen anti-Igbo rhetoric, it's 50-50. But if you're active on X, that is Twitter, then it's full-fledged war. It's full-fledged war. Like, and I am glad. So let me take you back a bit. I part of my hustle is research assistant, archival research. Last year, for over 3 months, I worked as a research assistant for a PhD student. Part of the research focused on the Civil War before, during, and after. So for over 3 months, I was going through original documents and publications from both ends concerning the Civil War. And I can tell you that it was after that research that I understood firsthand how media propaganda, shaped the Nigeria we have now. It was after that research. So coming to this protest, I am so grateful. I am super, super, super grateful that we live in an age where digital media allows the dissemination of information real time. I am so glad for it because if not, what happened yesterday? is enough to start a war. And I mean this with all honesty. So I the whole rhetoric is not allowed, is not, they are quenching it. I'm glad that people are really, I used to be very annoyed that we did not start investing in media early. It's one of my biggest regrets. If I ever hit money now, I'm going to invest big time in media. I am going to put a lot of money because our people do not have this. The people that own the media then still control it now. And good thing with the digital media age is that while they are trying to use traditional media, the ones that they still have hold on to push certain narrative, social media, digital media is fighting back. People with real time information, fact, we are fact checking everything. Yesterday, they were circulating videos that P2B was joined the protest. They were circulating the videos. I saw the video. My friend posted it on our WhatsApp group. I saw the video and I was like, okay, okay. Wait a minute. I did some keyword search on Twitter, and voila, the video was doctored. The man is in Onisha. The video they doctored and posted as him being not that there's anything wrong with the protest. Man has made his stand clear on protest. He said it's a constitutional right, but the mischief the mischief makers, I don't know what they were trying to play at by going to take a video from when the issue happened at Labour Party headquarters that he was trying to calm the crowd. They took snippets of it, cut it, doctored it, and then posted it that he had joined the protest. To what end? So imagine we lived in that age where a certain group of people were the ones in charge of news and media and whatnot. It would have been total chaos.
Okay.
Imagine we can't fact check things up for ourselves now.
Thank you, Angie.
Imagine we can't do that.
I wanted to say all that because you see, once I said on this platform that misinformation or fake news is when the control of the narrative is not in the hand of government and other people, other factors play, and then that which they don't have control over becomes fake news. So, but now it's difficult to cover some of these things because people are there. I tried posting, stuff that some of my friends who are still, practicing journalism in Nigeria sent to me, and Facebook took them down and wrote me, a nasty note that, they're trying to checkmate fake news, because what I posted is against their guideline. But if I want, I can either appeal it or call them for more explanation. I just ignore them. What am I saying?
Mr.
I'm saying,
KJ, even Facebook people are not as serious. Sorry, Facebook people say sometimes they flag genuine information, so don't even take their word for it. There
yeah.
are
So
many independent ways to fact check.
what this guy who posted it works in the state house, so I know him. He could have sent me videos that are not right. But what I'm trying to say is that the government have gone a long way to try to checkmate some of the information they don't want to go out, so that if you post it on those multinational medias, they will take them down. We know that was started during the Buhari's time, and I think it's still going ahead. Thank you, Angie. Just give us 1 minute. Let's welcome Mr. Pansa and also Tone. Mr. Pansa, you have listened to us. What do you have to say? You heard all what Ngozi have said.
Yes.
The whistle, dog whistle, and all those gaslighting of people. Even though that's not what I'm trying to discuss today, we're trying to look at the holistic approach that Nigerians have taken. But sometimes you cannot help but think about those things when people do that. What is their intention? Because the protest in the north is not led by Igbos; it's led by Northerners. It's led by a very prominent, well-known Northern cleric, okay, who is a man of very high standard, and everybody can testify to his being a straight man. So why bring the Igbos in? But that's a discussion for another day. What do you have to say, sir?
Thank you very much. Let me say hello to my fellow panelists, Madam Gozika, our sister, Tone, my brother there, my brother James, and my brother the Blackstone. KJ, thanks for hosting the show again today. You've been hosting the shows over these days. I was a little rough on you yesterday, but only out of love for the platform, trying to make it better, right? So, yeah, I will say the same thing you just said. Perhaps in different. By the way, James, I was in another platform with you earlier. It's good to see you And today I agree with you 100%. I mean, what an amazing thing to say. So I've said the same thing you said, KJ, in the sense that what I mean is that you're saying that's not what we're talking about here. But I want to discuss that particular point because it goes to say the difference between Gozek and myself, right? On this platform, I come on and I'm building up on people who are trying to retard the country, the unity. I'm a little caustic when I do it, that's true. But my timing is right. I do it when there is nothing, we're not in the heat of battle, right? So I do it in preparation for when we go to battle. Now, what Ngozeka just did here, which Ifi did yesterday as well. So what they have in common now is timing, right? It's not gender, right? They're both female, that's true. And I respect women more than I respect men, to be honest with you. But what they have in common is timing. This is not the time to start talking about those distractions, who's saying that the Igbos are doing it, are in charge of it. That's pure distraction right now. Do you understand, KJ? Pure distraction, because also in the same media, you see, at least I've seen 3 or 4 clips of Yoruba ladies who were being accused of being Igbos, and they were saying, hey, look, what if, even if I'm Igbo, I'm still Nigerians. You see a lot of good Nigerians come out from the West in defense of Igbos. You see a lot of Yorubas come out in defense of criticizing this government and what's going on. So this is absolutely no time to start putting wages between our soldiers and battle. Just no time for that kind of conversation. You could internalize it and then talk about it later, like when I do it. Instead of berating me when I was doing it, because it was here, all over my case. And it's like she was a Siamese twin with the Yorubas. To her, not a single Yoruba has ever done anything wrong here on this platform. And incidentally, when she's attacking me,
I am not one to interrupt, but you're not going to, like, I'm here, hello. You're not going to say false things about me, hello.
No, you could come in when I say something false about you.
But Mr.
No, you're
Fansa,
saying false things about me. I am not.
hold on.
I am
But
not playing a blame game.
Hold on. I think you didn't understand quite what she was trying to say. She wasn't going to that direction you're going. She mentioned those things in passing, why she's actually emphasizing on other points, which is what she has been trying to say. Says those were just a not really what her emphasis are. So I think
I know. I actually think that, au contraire, she's not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we are in the battle gear right now. We're focused. We got something to do, right? This is no time to highlight anything that's divisive, that is distractive, anything, right? This is no time to even talk Igbo. There shouldn't be any conversation here that has to do with Igbo now. Even if 100% of the Igbos are sitting at home, they're not protesting, right? What they have in common are those Yorubas and Hausas who are not protesting, because our language now has to be tailored for what we're doing. But anyway, she likes to talk a lot, so you raise your hand if you want to talk. Go ahead. What do you want to say? I haven't landed. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Okay, please go ahead.
Mr. Pansat, you want to talk about another person liking the sound of their own voice. Let me explain.
No, but I just sat here and listened to you speak for half an hour. I didn't interrupt you for half an hour, and I wanted to, but I didn't.
I have barely been here 30 minutes, so how have I been speaking for half an hour? If you're going to say something, speak. I've been here for barely 30 minutes, so how have I been speaking for the past?
But anyway, okay, so let me land.
Let me reiterate for you, because it seems you are the only one that has deliberately decided to misunderstand what I have been saying. I am not even going to go to the past, which I'm going to repeat everything I've said here and summarize it. I am saying Mr. KG asked me the mood and what was going on, being that I'm in Nigeria. And KG Excuse me, please, sir. You're telling me that Mr. KJ's question about Ngozi, so how is the mood there? What is going on? I should not answer it. I should say because there is protest going on, and some people are supporting some people. There are some things like he asked a question and I answered. And listen, sir, unlike you that is very clear in your prejudices and biases, I have been very vocal about um everything. I have been very consistent, very, very, very consistent. Check the record from 2 years ago when this show started. Very consistent. I say this. What I am saying this evening is that I am happy with the protest. I am surprised at the turnout from the north. I am not making cases for the Igbos that are staying back, or there are reasons. What I've been saying this evening is that the Igbos who have decided to sit out this protest have individual reasons, that there is no universal reason for the reason the Igbos are sitting it out. And that given that what has been happening since yesterday, I am glad that they are sitting it out.
Okay,
So
all right,
if
good. Okay,
after these
let
things
me
that
take
I've
my time.
said,
Let me take my time back because that's that point. That last point you made there is what I'm talking about. But we don't have to rehash it. I'm not. By the way, I'm not criticizing you in that manner. What I'm saying, it's generally speaking, this is no time to have the Igbos sticking out like a sore thumb or whatever. It's about us. It's not about us, right? Right now, my best friends are the northern Muslims. I'm not surprised. Unlike you, I'm not surprised. They
I
have a
am
cause.
surprised at the turnout from the north. I
I
am
understand. I understand. But hold your opinion. That's your opinion. By the way, you could interrupt me when you have something new to say. I have no problem with that. Maska, it's very good to see you today, and righteous man. So what I'm saying, Ngozika, my sister. By the way, you don't know how proud of you I am. I mean, you come out here and you give us information. You're indistinguishable from anybody from any part of the world. I don't look at you as a delicate person that I cannot criticize because I have sisters, I have a mother, I have friends. That's how we are. We're strong people, and we really don't have conversation based on delicacy and stuff like that. So when you see me come out, you should wear as a badge of honor. It has nothing to do with disrespecting you. After you're my sister, right?
Okay,
So
one minute. Mr. James, do you have any more addition before you leave?
No, nothing actually. Thank you so much indeed.
All right.
I wish you all a good night rest.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye, James.
Goodbye.
All right.
All right.
So I haven't landed. I spent my time talking to Ngozika, but let me go to my main point. Let me first say to our people who are protesting in the field, it's been splendid, spectacular. As a matter of fact, I'm very proud of you. The manner and the determination, and just the slow pace by which you're taking it in. The Nigerian government is a formidable force. They're undemocratic. We've always known that we live in a military regime. But I want you to know that protests have a very long history. Let me just run some of them fast, chronologically, in this order. Here in the United States, you have the Boston Tea Party. It was very successful. Cox's Army March to July of 1894. Women's Suffrage Parade yielded enormous results. You have the Civil Rights Movement here in the United States, where there were marches in Alabama, 1963 to 1965, free the blacks, African Americans. That's how we get to enjoy this country here now. There was a march in Washington for jobs. That's where Martin Luther King made his famous speech, I Have a Dream, and all that stuff. So I want you to keep at it, no matter what people say, so that you're consistent, persistent. Bear in mind that we're sovereign. You're sovereign. It's our land. No matter what anybody says about Tinubu, some things are, he's a dull guy. We know that you could look at him. It's a dull, boring person, right? Somehow he got some money, but you could still see his aura, his nature, the way God made him. So unimaginative. Look, KJ,
sir,
I come here and you have all kinds of people talking nonsense all day. When I'm here trying to talk, what are you interrupting me? I'm making my presentation.
Hello, sir.
This is what's wrong with our people.
No.
I'm here talking in the heat of my real conversation. You want to interrupt me?
You are just putting that. I respect you, but you cannot.
You don't respect me. Don't respect me.
Hold on. You can't
be fair to me. When I was here talking nonsense with Ngozeka, you didn't interject me. When I'm talking substance, that you interject. How's that a respect?
As I can, not to shut you down.
No, but normally people will say, okay, look, try to round it up, or you have 2 minutes.
I have to moderate it.
You're not moderating. That's not moderation. That's not moderating.
I've allowed you to speak for over 5 minutes, sir.
No. We were ironing things out, right? How could I be educating people
and finish what you have to say?
No, but hold on. What I want to do, let me use 30 seconds now to say to you, when I'm on this platform, right? I want you to respect yourself, respect the process, be cool. That's it. I don't have to talk anymore, but I want to tell you that right now. Don't give me any special treatment. Don't respect me, for one thing. I can dish it out, so I could take it. But when we're talking serious business, you have to use your head. That's why we're here. You cannot come unless I'm not making any sense.
All right.
As a moderator, if I'm making sense, you want to get something more out of that. That's one thing I don't like.
You have told me. Let me also tell you. I respect just like I respect every panelist, and that's the same. I can shut you down if I want to because I'm moderating it, and that's why I'm called the moderator.
Okay, but
give you the time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The currency is not if you can shut me down.
I give
the currency is not if you could shut me down because you cannot shut me down. Here's an example. I'm going to shut you down now. Watch me shut you down.
No, that's it. And I want to make that clear. I'm sure you're hearing me. All right. The reason why I'm here is to be able to make sure that everybody has a fair say, and everybody's opinion is important, whether it is you or any other person here. It doesn't matter. You feel your opinion is most important. It's to you. The other person talking also, the person's opinion matters because it is because the person is here that we have a panel. You alone cannot be a panel. One person cannot be a jungle. I used to have an uncle who say he's one man jungle, but today he's not here. He has gone to be with the Lord. Is he still a jungle? No, it is the community that makes a jungle, and every member of the panel is important. Anyway, let's go ahead quickly. Yes, Mr. Tone, you are here before the rest. What do you say?
Okay. Okay. Just gonna say some few things about the narrative that is flying about that it's the Igbos that are involved and some certain person that they are so cowardly to say his name. It wouldn't worry me. Listen, at the end of the day, see, bigots are just getting more sillier and sillier by the day. They're just getting more sillier and sillier by the day. Because I cannot, in the world of me, where somebody will so hate somebody just because you don't like them. So maybe even people go as far as creating channel to talk about bigotry in the midnight, like witches. And some people come here because, listen, I keep saying it, part of the problem we have in Nigeria is not even just Tinubu. Yeah. It is people that enable that corrupt practice to go on and publish it and run with it. People that come on the panel that pretend they want a change, but they're still tribalists. People that are on the comment section, they give them spanners to control and all that. They say, yeah, just don't worry about it. I shouldn't. This is part of the larger problem. So it means that if Tinubu should come to one of them and offer them ministerial posts in his coven, because I call that association coven and all that, they will readily accept it. They will say it's nothing. I'm just going to go and serve my fatherland. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. This is the problem that we have in Nigeria. the little things we see on the platform, like right now, we're trying to explain to Uncle Pansa that listen, you are moderating, it's going to come back to him, but he doesn't. The man just fails to understand. And if we want to change, it should start with us. These little things that we do, it should just start with us here. So for me, it's not a surprising thing. I think what he's just eating them in is I'm just so happy the way the Igbos took it. Nobody's talking, nobody's commenting. They're just carrying on their life as it is in the East. I like it.
Why are you dressed like
Everybody,
this, Waldo?
everybody just sitting there at home, but they're trying so hard to pull in the Igbos into it. Ngozi was talking about the doctored the doctored video. Remember the one they did in the airport during that election, where they told us they wanted to show us that Peter Obi has been arrested and detained, which it turned out to be fake. So these people are not even doing; they are just making a fool of themselves. So I'm not worried. Have you look the governor of Lagos State? Has he commented? He has not commented because they don't have a responsible leadership. A responsible leadership should tell them, listen, you guys, you can't do this. You're putting out divisive narratives out there that is further complicating the issues on ground. But they all shut up. I don't know whether KJ or any of us here had there's this leaked narrative within their WhatsApp group, some group that call themselves NBA Ikeja 3, where they were saying that most Igbos should be quiet, and the ones that will not be quiet, they should even throw them in jail. That they are the people that involved in all these protests and all that. We said it. Igbos even said it from the beginning. We're not going to be a part of the protest. We are going to stay out of it because we know we are going to be baited in. And this is what we see. If an Igbo man had gone out now and done it, what would they say? A policeman yesterday, again, I will say it, this is the third time I'm saying it. He was trying so hard to mention, he was itching so hard to mention the word Igbo, but he couldn't because he would sound even more stupid than he was already sounding. That this is not people from Kano State, that people were brought in from outside the state. We know them. He was so itching to say the word Igbo. So listen, let's just keep our cool, drink our pepper soup, whatever you know how to do and all that. Listen, Tinubu's all I can say in closing, Tinubu's days are numbered.
Thank you
He's
so much.
ticking away now.
Thank you, Tone. Thank you. Then Maska is in Nigeria, and he's at the center also of Nigeria. I'm sure you give us a central information of what is going on. Sir, Maska, can you give us your own take?
Okay, good evening, Mr. KJ. Good evening, Ngozika. My brother, the Blackstone, Mr. Tone. And my, what do they call it? Now, when you are staying in the same house with my co-tenant, Righteous Man. Well done. You know, we are the few people, three of us, I think myself, Righteous Man, and Ngozika are the people now that can say we're truly Nigerians, not runaway Nigerians.
What about me? I'm not in Nigeria.
With that motto behind you.
Yeah, I just bought it.
Okay, no wala. Anyway, thank you, Keja, and thank you, and good evening, everybody, and to all the listeners. Really, it's funny that I actually joined to support my habitual adversary, Mr. Pansat. You know, for the first time, I've seen the other side of him. I totally agree with his position. timing is everything in life. Well, not everything, but it's a lot in life. Like there are certain things that you can't do at certain points, you know. At this point, the division among us, we should try as much as possible to downplay it. It's there, but like I said, there's a time for us to discuss the divisions among us. There's time to discuss the problems among us. But in a day like this, in a period like this, yes, I do understand that KG asked Ngozika a question. And I know Ngozika, I know she's not in any way a biased person. She's not a tribalist. But the reality also is that as individuals, we should be very careful to also fall into a narrative people are painting for us, a box people paint for us to go into. And I think the Igbo people are actually falling into that box of being hated, of being constantly accused as being scapegoats. This is entirely false. A lot of people will not agree with me, but the truth is the people who are spewing all these things are the same people who will turn around and make accusations for other tribes also, because their interest is never to see the country move together. I do respect the fact that Igbos don't join, which is timing also. I respect that, but I think we should downplay it. We shouldn't. If you answer it, it should just be one statement. We'll move on. And see, Ngozika, make no mistake. I'm not saying that what you did is wrong, but I'm saying as at a conceptual point, at a conceptual level, at this time, yes, even if other people are making accusations saying that people should downplay it. I was even watching the Yoruba lady that was vehemently insulting her other Yoruba brothers. Like, why would you say Omoibo? And I think that's the spirit at this time. So look, I just felt the country is making big strides because it's not easy. People don't understand in this country to come out on the street, even if nobody is going to shoot you. For the people to come out on the street, it's very difficult because even when you go out on the street, there's no guarantee you make money to eat tomorrow. Not to talk of you come out on the street, not to your shop, not to your place of business. I doff my hat for all Nigerians. You know, things are bad. You know that there's no security. You know a lot of things are likely going to happen, but people have come out. So I doff my hat for these people, and I think the best we can do also is to stick together. And I think I will yield the mic. I can see KJ scribbling his chair to move on. So thank you, everybody.
I just want to put things in perspective. You see, as a media person, if you send your reporter and your camera person to go out, you are going to ask for a holistic reporting, whether it is in the favor of what they have gone to do there or just a news that sprang up at the just while they are there. You still have to bring everything back. And
that is not true, KJ. This thing you're saying is a big false. Every newspaper that you see, every news agency is pushing an agenda. You know that. You are a journalist. So don't tell me that they come out and speak facts.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I'm simply telling you that you collect every other information that you see in the field. You bring it back. You lay emphasis on the ones you want. And the ones
that's all. So now we are in agreement. We are just saying lay emphasis on the one we want.
I asked Ngozi a question. Please be
We agree, KJ. We all agree.
So anybody coming now to say what she have done is not what I asked her or what?
No. I for one is not saying that, and I believe Pansat is not saying that. It's just the emphasis. We should be wise. We should know that yes, people sat at home, but let's spin it.
This is my phone.
Let's spin it. Thank you.
Those information you're talking about, I have a lot of them. So if I was going to lay my emphasis on that direction, I would have done that. I have journalists communicating with me in Nigeria. Okay? And they're still sending me information and videos and audios. So it's not everything that we carry and bring here, but we're saying let everybody have a holy. Why we are running this channel right now, because we want people to have an understanding of what is going on, right now in Nigeria. Not because we are for anybody or against anybody, and we are trying to be holistic and nationalistic in our approach, but we still have to report other informations around. That's it. That's
Okay,
it.
KG. No, Allah, agreed.
I haven't been able to
I reverse all my statements.
All right, thank you so much. Righteous man, let us hear from you.
Yeah, KJ, good evening. Maska, my brother, good evening. How is Kanu? Ngozika, how is Enugu? Tone and my brother Blackstone. We need to celebrate that car. Is it electric car? Because this one is so sweet, man. You know?
It is a solar energy car.
Okay, you have taken out of your 4 minutes, so know that.
So, me personally, I would want the suspension of the protest. I think the first day was good enough that the message had been passed to the relevant authorities. I think if they don't call it off, it will fizzle up. And when it fizzles, then the game will be lost. At this point in time, I am advocating that the conveners of this protest should call it off. 14 lives have been unnecessarily lost. 14 generations have been lost because someone wants to be the good guy. And then Happy Trigger Man got 14 innocent Nigerians. They're innocent because if Nigeria is working, they will not be on the street to protest. They're innocent because if the fuel price was not increased in the name of subsidy removal, they will not be on the street. They're innocent because if the government have covered the space called Nigeria security-wise, they will not be on the street. They're innocent because if there were jobs created, made available for them, these 14 lost souls today will not die, they will be alive. Probably one of them or two of them may graduate to become a governor or a minister in the republic. So I feel the pain, and I'm using this media to ask the conveners to call it off. Then secondly, I think there are some certain people who takes advantage of any circumstances to insult the generality of the Igbo nation and downplaying it for it to be as if it is nothing is absolutely unacceptable to me. I was expecting the president, because he is the president of every tribe, every race in Nigeria. He's not only the president of the Southwest and the North. He is the president of the nation called Nigeria and Nigerians. Now, if Igbos are part of this enclave called Nigeria, I expected the president, even if he never wanted to make a speech, that threat that was posed on us who reside in Lagos, it has become a continual threat and nobody is doing anything about it. 2023 during elections, we were threatened, we were killed, our businesses were destroyed, and the federal government of Nigeria did nothing about it. This time around again, Igbo says they will not be on the street to protest. We are not being threatened again. And nobody is talking about it. People are just saying downplay on it. How can you downplay when you are threatening my life and my well-being? I think Obi have done the needful. Obi have asked the federal government to get that individual arrested and charge him for the statement he made. And we are hoping that other Igbo elites will come up to speak on this issue. It's not an issue that will be led to lie low, because I cannot be in Lagos paying tax that the idiot is not paying, contributing to the welfare and development of Lagos State, and the idiot will be threatening my life, threatening my business, and people are saying he should be let low. On television this night, if you watch Arise, please just give me a little moment. If you watch Arise News this night, it was a case that was put before the son of Abiola when he was being interviewed. Why is it that Igbos have been threatened in Lagos and the president is saying nothing about it? Okay, if you listen to Nigeria Info this morning, Crossfire, it was brought there as a case. Why is it that Igbos have been threatened and nobody is saying anything about it?
All right, we'll have to leave it there right now. Thank you. You've taken more than the time I gave you. Let's come back to you. Can now give us more. All right, Dr. Dominic, you are here. And don't you think it will be foolhardy for any Igbo man living in Lagos to begin to think that the government is going to make any informed decision based on the fact that this has happened before and nothing happened, about that information? And then why are you thinking about that and trying to also make your contribution? Can you give us an understanding of what you think the protest so far has been able to achieve?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, wherever you are. I haven't been here in a long time. I just came back from work. I was rushing to come back so I can join the broadcast. I call this a report.
Where have you been?
I've been so busy with work. It's just
that day I was sick. That day I was sick. I was looking for you to get advice. I didn't see you.
Paid advice. I'm just kidding. Where do we even start? You can only suppress people for so long, right? Every madness always has an expiration date. People have been saying this. It's only a matter of time. When things are happening in Nigeria, different groups are complaining. You don't really see a robust swelling of support from different parts of the country. But this is something that hits across everyone. Everybody is hungry. It doesn't matter if, based on ethnic group, socioeconomic class, everybody is being hit hard, whether it's the petrol prices, whether it's the guy who's under the bridge, even the thugs who are protesting against protest, they're being hit hard in some form, right? And so the question is, in what form should people sort of express their grievances? And people have said this ad nauseum. Every Nigerian has a right to protest. I think it's counterproductive to tell people not to protest because there's some danger of violence. It is up to the state. The state has the police rights. The state has the resource and the monopoly of violence to not quell protesters, but to quell, all those miscreants. So all this intelligence that were being given for days and weeks, I feel like they could have made good use of it. It doesn't. My thing is, for whatever protests that you have, even the ones that you have here in America, there's always going to be a fringe of people who would always cause violence, which is why it's important for security to be embedded within the protests, around the protests. Their job, if you see violence, if you see 200 people protesting and 5 people are looting, why don't you just go against the people who are looting and keep protecting the protesters? I think it's more of a gotcha moment where, they wait for some of those miscreants to do those things, and then it becomes an excuse for them to quell the protest. Or what we saw in NSAS protest, they introduce thugs who are hungry, pay them very small amounts of money, and then once the violence starts, they use that as an excuse. There is no revolution besides the revolution of the ballots. There is no revolution that is not any revolution that is not by voting. Most times will end up having some level of fraction or some level of loss of life. I do not encourage loss of life. I am pained by the loss of life, but sometimes it's almost inevitable. And so I think for me, I like what is happening in Nigeria. There's a social awakening. You're no longer going to tell the Hausa man or that the important thing for him is Muslim ticket. No, the Hausa man is hungry. The Fulani woman is hungry, right? So there's some level of political and social awakening, which is what I like. The only thing is, how do we minimize or prevent loss of life? And that is where you have to engage the police force so that they realize that, we're not against you. We're actually protesting on your behalf. When we protest and demands are met, the military guy who's trigger happy or the military guy who's respectful and protecting protesters gets paid more, right? There's less corruption. All their generals and bosses who get all this money actually buy military equipment. And guess what? These soldiers actually have better equipment and guns to take on Boko Haram, so they won't die needlessly. The policeman who's living in a barrack in a dirty environment, very, very, very poor, can't send his kids to good schools, gets more money, more salary, and can actually live a better life. So once you start to engage and have this political discourse permeate all parts of Nigeria, you see that the police and the soldiers will start to agree. I think sometimes I see a sense of like otherness where the security forces separate themselves from the people, but they forget, the policeman, when he gives money to his wife, which market is the wife going to go to? The same market that you and I go to. So there is no difference. The only difference is when they are working, they have a uniform. That's the difference. I think sometimes people get high on power because it makes them different. It makes them see themselves as separate from other. But guess what? The policeman is as hungry as you and I. Well, not when I say you, I don't mean myself in the US, but is as hungry as the common man on the streets. I think once we can get to engage the security forces, show them that this has been largely peaceful, I think that is the only way we can be able to prevent or minimize loss of life. Talking to people, these politicians, is like talking to a dead stone, quite honest. They asked me a question about the whole thing about Igbos. Are you asking me because I'm Igbo? Anyway, I'm joking. See, after the Civil War, and I'm gonna try to keep this short. After the Civil War, there was this whole, the even during the Civil War, the military did something that was quite interesting. They created the Southeast, had a lot of divisions. There was, if you look at the way they partitioned, there are Igbos who are outside, actually fringes of Igbos that are outside the Southeast, but it was more of a divide and conquer strategy. It was meant to cause disunity among Igbos, one, and the way things were run in the parastatals from the 1970 onwards, you could see some silence suppression. It's not like outward suppression. There's something we call microaggressions in the US, whereby I can be against you, but I'm not going to make it very obvious. So that's sort of the things that we've been seeing being done to Igbos over time. Igbo said, okay, you know what? Keep your stuff. I'm just going to focus on strong entrepreneurship. We're going to do the one boy system, lift our people up. And we're going to try to live a parallel life that is different from the government. And if you look at every Igbo man and woman, that is what we have always tried to do. When we don't believe in the government, when the government is starting to veer off and behave differently, we don't put all our eggs in one basket. We still lift up ourselves like the bootstrap, and we do what we want to do. And so, for me, all these threats here and there, in terms of the economic livelihood of Igbos, I don't think it bothers us so much. Where it becomes dangerous is when it comes to loss of life, and when our lives start being threatened. And if it was here in the US, I don't like advocating for gun control for people having guns, but I think Nigeria is getting to a point whereby it begs the question, like, should people start owning guns in their store so they can protect themselves? Because the kind of madness that we are seeing now and the rhetoric yes, some of the rhetoric have not always gone to the point of violence. But we've seen some of this has happened during elections, people being attacked
Okay.
because look Igbo.
Thank
So
you,
it's
Dr.
quite
Tony.
unfortunate, but I think I'll end it with this. I think everyone should try to protect themselves. If people are not comfortable, if you're Igbo, you're not comfortable protesting, by all means, nobody should guilt you. Stay at home, protect yourself. I encourage Igbos to go protest as Nigerians. There's nothing that should make us any different from any Nigerian. We're as hungry as the Yoruba man, the Fulani man, the Kanuri man, the Lupe man, the TV man, the Juku man. We're all the same. We're all one. We're all Nigerians at the end of the day.
Thank you. All right. Ferrari, you heard Dr. Dominic. I think you must have something else you wanted to say before now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so go ahead.
Good evening to everybody. Yeah, I came on. I've been listening in the background. Well, I've not had full time to come on. And then I came on as me. Then I quickly jumped out and came back in as a moderator. It might give me a little advantage. But what I really wanted to say was the me talking, the Alaba Ferreira, the one that comes here to chew bubble gum and kick ass. But I'm out of bubble gum right now. So that means I only got ass kicking left. Uh, the only people that ain't gonna get kicked will be Ngozika, Panzat, Maska right now. I don't know. I think every Nigerian that is above the age of maybe 45 or maybe 50, there's something about our thinking that is so antique. That's the word. Relic of ancient reasoning. Why would I say that? First of all, on this protest and this government, I'm a strong advocate that this government must come down. Whatever we have to do. This is not a government. This is the enemy running the people. I have never seen anywhere in the world where the government propagates hatred, tribalism, bigotry direct from the office of the presidency. I have never seen it. This APC government, if I have my way, needs to go. That is, they are the Nazi party. And you all come here, sugarcoat it, pretend it's all cool, pretend it all. First of all, Anonuga is a spokesperson for the president. And he started the Igbo protest nonsense. IPOB, OB. They're not the one planning the protest, pinning on them. He hasn't been asked to resign. He hasn't resigned. And some people come here and sugarcoat garbage and let us legitimize. They are the legitimate government. No, they are a government of criminals. It is little shit like this that resulted in Rwanda. And we are playing with fire here in this country. And we don't know it. Then on this panel, electricity started as the moderator. I didn't have the chance. And then that madman from the cow called One Man to Mow came here and put a post on this platform saying the Igbo protest and electricity, the moderator highlighted that post. First of all, he should have been kicked out of this panel for that post because that was a tribal post. We've all been watching the news since yesterday. This is not an Igbo protest. This is the propaganda piece of the APC. For you to tolerate those kind of conversation on this medium, you degrade this medium. You insult this medium. How much more highlight it? That man should have been banned, kicked out, immediately blocked. How much more highlight his statement as a question for discussion? What madness? What are we doing? That's why I said anybody above the age of 45 must have an antique relic of reasoning. And then there go righteous man. The protest should stop. My God. What have you achieved if it stopped on one day? That 16 people died? People died in the American Civil War. It was because of they died so that men would have this principle called democracy. That these men would have died. It is now left for us who are now living to push forward what they died for. And here we are, coming here, talking. Righteous Father, I don't mean to attack you, and I don't mean, but I say your reasoning is wrong. I disagree with your reasoning, not your person. This protest is a golden opportunity for Nigerians to achieve something. 64 years of solid waste. So what would be the outcome? If this protest can bring us to the talking table, we have achieved something. If this protest can dismantle this pseudo-military civilian government that we claim, that we think, that we keep calling democracy, we have achieved something. If we can bring down something, we have to achieve something. We cannot continue like this. And we need to stop sugarcoating garbage, all in the name of trying to be politically correct. Anybody that calls this protest an Igbo protest should be immediately kicked out of this panel. It doesn't matter what's in the news. It is propaganda. It is hatred. It is ridiculous. The government should not be pushing it. Journalists should not be pushing it. Nobody should be pushing it. It is disgusting. This is what led to the Rwandan genocide. And we have a government pushing hatred against its own people because it cannot perform. And all of you are diggling, daggling, sweet talking, sugar coating, parabolating. Let me
All
leave
right.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Mr. Ferrari have said that, those of you are making these comments are making it out of sheer ignorance. And, I'm an Igbo, and the Igbo people said, Onyara Luchea, a madman and his sense. So where your sense may start, maybe where my own didn't start. So please give us an understanding to also listen to us. Everybody have his own view. Ngozi, do you still have time, or can Mr. I speak the truth go on, or you want to? Are you still with us, right? Mr. Stevens, go ahead. We'll come to you, Ngozi, after him.
All right, thank you. First of all, happy birthday, KJ. Yeah.
Please let him go on. I'll speak after him.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I said, KJ, first of all, happy birthday to you. I heard you say it was your birthday. So
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah. I heard what doctor. Let me start off with you, man. You said you want them to give arms to Nigerians. Are you serious? Like,
No. I was just lamented. I'm
Right.
not saying give guns to
no,
Nigerians.
no, I know you was. I know you was
lamented.
joking. You was
Yeah.
joking anyway. So I was just joking. Too. Yesterday I was actually on the panel, and I try to have a conversation. Because I caught a Alaba's show for the first time gladly, because I usually I wanted to go on for a minute, but I never had the chance. And we really didn't have a chance to talk, maybe because of his communication style and people interrupting. There wasn't nothing wrong with him. I said, let him ask his question. But there were certain things I wanted to put forth. And with this protest of a thing, we are not going to see eye to eye. There's a lot of people that might be gung ho, which actually is a lot. Most of the people that are not even on the ground, they are really gung ho, encouraging people to go forward. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in that, but then there's also going to be people like myself that are going to say, well, let us err on the side of caution. And I say that to say, when you want to organize or you want to carry out something like this, you also have to take into consideration the energy on the ground, meaning you have to be mindful of the history of Nigeria. Nigeria, as we know it, has a tendency, for some reason, to always point the fingers at the Southeast, the Igbos, that ethnic group. They have a tendency of doing that. This is something we know. This is not something that you have to be very pretentious not to realize that. You have to be like a denier of fact and truth. Now, sometimes maybe the situation might be embellished or exacerbated by, not exacerbated, taken out of proportion by people setting people of that ethnic group, meaning the political echelon, the top of that society, for their own greedy and selfish motives, right? We get that. But in a situation like this, I have two takes on the Southeast not getting involved. One, like I just stated, if you have a place like in Lagos where already, like I was trying to say yesterday, there was already rhetoric being put out saying if you are not from this region, if you are not from the Western region, we know who they are pointing at. Let's not pretend we don't know who they're pointing at. They are telling you if you're not from here and you even try to protest, whether you're properly aggrieved or not, whatever you get, you deal with it. In a society where we are supposed to be one and it's supposed to be one country, why can't I protest bad governance if I see it, regardless of where I reside on that land? So this is, and the second part of this is, and this is, I'm for the Southeast not protesting, right? But then here's a conundrum that I think is also a problem. If you do not protest, then the rest of the country looks at you like you sold out. They're looking at you like, well, prior to the protest, you were very vociferous. It seemed like you were going to come with us. And all of a sudden, you don't want to protest with us. We burning down other parts of the country. We protesting the bad governance. Are you now trying to tell us that there's nothing wrong in your own society? So I say all that to say, when I was speaking yesterday, certain people, including my man on here, Ferreira, were probably upset. What do you mean they shouldn't protest? I'm saying, listen, what do you mean it's headed for failure? It is headed for failure because there's no unity. First of all, let me ask everybody, and this is a rhetorical question. We do not even know the organizers of this so-called protest. These people are faceless. We do not know that if these are people, because listen, Kate, you're laughing over there, but it is true. In a situation like this, we want to know who is pushing for what. We want to know what your ethnic leanings are. It is sad, but it is just the reality on ground. We want to know, do you have an ulterior motive? Because if I was a supporter of the present government or the present political party or the present president, certain people are like, again, like Ferreira, the government needs to come down. The government needs to come down, and who gets to take over? The opposition? Who? You get what I'm saying? So I think there has to be more organization. This wasn't properly organized at all.
Okay. I thank you. And you made a very valid point. Why I was laughing is because of the question you asked. I mean, how do we get to know the motive in the people's hearts? And then for what they are doing that, that it becomes a bit dicey there. So we will not also run on assumption. I don't want you, Ferrari, to respond. You made your point. He has made his point. Let's leave it at that. Let's move on so other people can also. If it comes to your turn and you want to use it to do that, it's okay. He has made his point, and we all understood where he's standing. We also understand where you are standing. Let us move the debate forward. Yes, Ngozi, are you ready, or should we go to Mr. Omoroni, right? Sorry, can you pronounce your name, sir?
Please let me.
Okay,
Mr. Omori.
Omoroni. Okay, go ahead. Ngozi, go ahead, please.
No, let him go. My network seems to stabilize. Let him go, then I can come after him.
Go ahead, sir. You heard what Ferrari said. You have heard what I speak the truth have said. You also listen to the doctor. Are you in any of the camps, or you have your own view?
Yeah, please. I mean, I didn't listen to Ferrari, but I came in when the last week I was talking. See, I think we are beginning to fall for the booby traps set for us by our oppressors. This is not the time of, well, I mean, I was taken aback. I was disappointed, and it was disgusting when he was saying, you and me, the organizers are faceless. The same rhetoric, the same language, the same dirty propaganda from the oppressors is what we are beginning to use. Me, I don't understand, I don't get it. Most of us are even worse than the same leaders, the same rulers, the same oppressors we blame. This is not the time to be. Me, hunger does not know tribe. Hunger does not know a religion. Hunger does not know where whether you are male or female. People are hungry, they are expressing their grievances. Somebody is here telling us we have to know the tribe of the organizers. I mean, see, whichever I go, whichever place I find myself, you know, I have the courage to tell people that our politicians are not really as smart as we think. We create the enabling environment for them to thrive. We, the people, are worse than our leaders, our so-called oppressors. You people are hungry. People are hungry. Do you need a prophet to tell you that people are dying of starvation and hunger in Nigeria? Somebody is coming on the platform like this to say this is the only voice we have. Gone are the days of NTA 7 o'clock news when you have to wait for them to turn out the lies to you. Now, technology and internet has given us everybody has given everybody a voice to speak. People are coming here to tribalize. I mean, the wishes and aspirations of the people, the hunger of the people, the downtrodden, the hopeless. I mean, we are not ready for anything. We are not ready. Even before we start a battle, we defeat such battle on our own, even before it starts, before it gets started. This is not the time for you to know who is behind the protest. People are hungry. People are insecure. People cannot sleep in their home with their 2 eyes closed. If you want to sit back and know who do you need somebody? Because I don't know where you live. You're comfortable where you live. You are here coming to speak your Queen's English, which you are entitled to. You know, it doesn't stop the man hungry now. A hungry man, they say, is an angry man. You have the right not to participate, but you don't have the right to blame people that are hungry to express their grievances. The Nigerian nation has been taken for a ride for too long. It's not about the leaders, you know. Like I always say, Chino Achebe once said, the problem of Nigeria is clearly and simply leadership problem. No, it's more than leadership problem. It's more of followership problem. If you go to any forum like this, any platform like this or elsewhere, if you listen to them, Nigerians sitting, talk, you listen to them for 1 week, you know exactly what the problem of Nigeria is. We are so divided. We don't seem to take advantage of the little things that can bring us together as a people for the way forward. We always capitalize on our division, and the divisions are created by the colonial masters, and it was taken over by our politicians. They took it to another level. We just work for them for nothing's sake. They divide us against ethnic, tribal, and religious lines, and this is what we are good at doing. We should come together in unity and fight a common enemy, which is our oppressors. We are beginning to speak their own language. I think this is a disappointment. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. No tribe has any reason to back out of this protest because they come up with propaganda to tell you that it's being sponsored by Obi. Obi is beginning to defend himself. This is exactly what they wanted. Obi is beginning to defend himself, running away from the protest as if, oh, my house are not there. Oh, it's not me. Oh, you're going to court to sue people. They will always come. What they did in 2014, 2015, you know, before the coming of APC, we are more than all this. Have you forgotten the line of Mohammed of this world? Have you forgotten their propaganda? So it's expected of them to use propaganda. It's one of the weapons, even in wartime. Propaganda is a necessary tool against the opposition. If you are an opposition leader, you are not ready to lead as an opposition, please. See, opposition is not just called opposition. Opposition is called opposition party. They are called opposition party. This is what they do. Somebody just won election after 10 days from jail. The guy that was supposed to be there, because of incumbency, was incarcerated. So the deputy sprang up from nowhere, you know, to take charge. This is what good leaders do. They lead by example. They lead from the front. And I'm not trying to say we're not participating because we are marked for they're going to kill us. Man,
Okay.
I mean, we're not ready. We're not ready. We're not ready. We're just complaining, man. Thank you. God bless you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for your contribution. I'm sure that we. Yes, I'm coming to you, sir. Dr. Dominic, I'm supposed to come to you, but do you want me to skip
Yeah.
you?
No, it's fine.
Please, Dominic, please,
Okay,
Dominic.
go ahead.
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's important because first of all, I want to thank Mr. Omorui. You've been very on point. But the reason I was raising my hand is to address this faceless issue and motive. It's important. First of all, there's none of us here that would disagree that the country is at an impasse. If people don't know what the word impasse means, we could quickly Google search it, and so we can have a clarity on that. Meaning that there's this we can move forward. We're stuck. We're standstill. There is an impasse. Now, let's agree on that. And I doubt if anybody, whether ruling party or non-ruling party, would disagree on that. Now, the faceless people came up. They are people of Nigeria saying they are hungry. Fine, let's say they are faceless. They are the people with the faces, right? The ruling party, they have faces and name. The opposition, they have faces and name. The faceless people came up and said, we have a problem. Right.
People with the
In
faces,
a normal
right?
crime.
The ruling party, they have faces.
Why is that in echoing?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, since that's the case, faceless people came up. The people with the face are supposed to take the problem, look at it, review it, and have a discussion, not ignore it. So if the ruling party failed in that, the second group of people with the face, which is the opposition to, supposed to take the problem, look at it, review it. If they too failed, then the faceless people has the political right to knock out the legal, it's called political sovereignty, to knock out the legal sovereignty of the ignoramus ruling us, because they don't seem to understand that we are at an impasse. Now, to now start using the excuse that they are faceless is the opposition pushing it. It's a dirty rhetoric. And then for a sitting government to be the one propagating hate among its own people, that in itself, it's a call for that government to be abolished and dismissed from power. And some people will come here and want to use their talking line and help them in their propaganda. And some people will also fall for their bait. Even if the Igbos sit at home, sitting at home is still a protest. It still shows their discontent. They are still part of the faceless people. But don't label them or point at them or tribalize them or try to accuse them of being responsible for this protest, because they are Nigerians. There was a Yoruba woman, Ajayi, that's her name. Ajayi is a Yoruba name. They called her Omo Igbo. To protest in B. Is that the type of land we want to live in? What an utter disrespect. I live in a land and I can't express myself because one bully is in government. Fuck that bully and get them out of
Oh,
government.
no, sorry, sir. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Please.
Keep quiet.
Now, okay, Master, welcome. And let me say this. You see, our position here, or the position of this platform, is to try and harmonize issues. We are looking at what would be of benefit to the country, irrespective of which tribe or creed that you come from. It doesn't matter to us. It doesn't matter to me. I am Igbo, but I didn't even marry an Igbo wife. I married from Shekiri. My wife is Shekiri, and I'm happy with it. I don't have any problem with her. I've never had. I go to their place, I wear their traditional clothes, I follow them and do their dance and drink their drink. Or well, I don't drink, but whatever they offer me, I try to make just of it. And so let me say this: the Nigerian people are not really the problem. You understand? We don't have it because I've not seen anybody who married the Igbo man who married a Yoruba person. I've gone to return them. Say, oh, I take your daughter. We'll not marry again. It doesn't happen. Or somebody who, a Hausa guy who married the Igbo and who have said, go back. We're not marrying again. It's not there. So then there is a key card. There's a card they're always playing, which is the division that we're talking about here. That division is also what they're trying to introduce again to try to scuffle the desires of the people of Nigeria. You see, nobody wants Nigeria. I do not want Nigeria to divide, but instead of us to continuously be, making people not live the life God has called them to live, then the best option, if that's going to solve the problem. So now this whatever action that's been taken now is not a tribal action, and that's what Masker. That's what I call Masker. That's what he's trying to say all this while, and that's why we always see it's not a tribal action. Hunger has no tribe, just like most of you guys said. It has no tribe. When you go to the market to go and buy food, it has no tribe. When you get your money and it's devalued, the person who is Jukum, who has money 10 naira, the person who is Angas, who has 10 naira, the Angas one cannot be more in value than the Jukum guy. It is the same value. So it will get the same product. So I'm trying to say, in general, all of us are suffering the same thing. It will only pay the 200 and something million people living in that space called Nigeria to come together. I will not, and I keep saying that again, and the purpose of this platform, we are not advocating that Tinubu should leave government. I say that again. I want to be clear on that. We are not saying remove APC. Whatever system that Nigeria have set up for itself, it is what they are used to get there. And so, if right now anybody is looking for the leaders of Nigeria or the president of Nigeria, it's going to be Tinubu. Tinubu won election and it was disputed in the court. The Supreme Court of the Federation said he won. Let us live with that. Let's start from there. It doesn't mean that we cannot still ask that same illegitimate or whatever we feel about him to make corrections in his government. And we have said that here. One of those corrections we said here is that you cannot buy yacht when you can't even swim. The Nigerian capital is not inside the ocean, so you don't need a yacht for anything. That can be sold. That money can be used to invest on the Nigerian people. You should not own more than one plane or two planes at most, unless you're going to turn it to presidential fleet for commercial use, so that those people who have stolen Nigerian money who want to be flying on private jets can use that. Okay? There are many ways Nigerian government can cut off waste and bring that money to the... For instance, now, if you go to Abuja, we have over 50 private jets parked in the local tarmac, which they've now taken over and turned it to their own. It used to be a local tarmac. They removed, they stopped that place and turned it to a private listing. I only got to know that because I flew one of them who owned it, and that's the only reason why I got to know that, oh, that part is even still functioning. Because ordinary people don't go that way. They carry it to the other side. Okay? Those people can be charged extra money for any of those who can put a heavy tax on those planes. Okay, that's another way of raising money. Why must it be the ordinary Nigerian that will continually be the one sacrificing, and he's not the one who is continually eating the money? He's not the one. Why is it that government don't know how to extract and make NNPC?
KJ, if I may.
Hold on, come your time, please. Just hold on. Why is it that NNPC cannot be asked to give us proper accounting? Who moved Nigeria's investment in Dangote from 20% to 7%? Was the Nigerian people consulted? Why is that Dangote cannot get Nigerian crude where he has put his industry to his factory and more than enough that he needs to do his work? These are things we should ask. And he does not, these things don't have tribe. What I just laid out don't have tribe. It is for the good of everyone in that space. People where most of us are, people in those nations ask their leaders questions, and they are still asking questions. Yesterday, I gave an example. When there was a failure in security, the people didn't say, no, it happened to a Republican presidential bearer. The Democrats didn't say, oh, it is because it's Donald Trump. The Republicans didn't say, oh, we don't like the guy, after all, he talks shit. They all got together and said to the director of the SS, you are wrong here. We need you to put your resignation. Go and resign. That is how people who want to make progress run a country. You ask questions. When there's a failure, you ask questions. And those who are responding for the failure, you ask them to leave. And you get people who can run the system to sit in. You can't just have everybody and we're all just dancing kumbaya, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and the people are suffering, and Nobody can even do anything. We don't even have electricity in 2024. So, gentlemen, you see, it's beyond, you know, what some people how some people want to see it. Okay, I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
Did Ngozi talk?
Ngozi has not spoken, and I'm worried for her her data. Yeah.
Anyway,
So
can I just speak and head out?
Okay.
Get some sleep.
All right.
I think at some point a lot of us get tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. I don't think there's any Nigerian except maybe even the little kids who doesn't know what the issue with Nigeria is. The level of corruption, the level of impunity, and Nigeria's impunity is on a special level. Even the Abacha family, that is the level of madness that I've never seen in my life before. Because the government sees their property. But let me not digress. Do Nigerians have a right to protest? Yes. Do you decide to not go out of your house because there's a threat or chance of you getting knocked down by a car? No. You don't prevent someone from taking action just because there's a potential threat. If there's a potential threat, whoever reveals that potential threat has that intelligence and should take care of those things. So all this, I think a lot of people, the media, wasted time discussing this whole thing about, there's intelligence that their protests may be violent. People should protest or not protest. We know the history of successive Nigerian governments and the fact that they always infiltrate protests and there's always going to be some level of violence. We also know that the NSAS protest, people were not violent up until the military started killing people and things turned sour. So, one, infiltrating the protests. Two, instigating and attacking the protesters. These are the two things that we've known in Nigerian protests that always leads to violence. It is very simple. The common man and woman, grandma, or you name it, your auntie, your uncle, we all have right to protest. If you look at the protesters, it's all ensemble, not only young people. People are tired, people are hungry, and the demands are very basic, and it cuts across all spheres of life, which is the silver lining here. For the first time in a long time, Nigerians can all unite. This is not an Igbo protest. This is not a Yoruba protest. This is not a Hausa protest or Fulani protest or a Bibi or Efik. This is protest for our lives. This is a protest by Nigerians for Nigerians. They are simply asking for living wage. They're simply asking for livelihood. For the man that has been battered, the woman has been battered, they can't afford anything. You're paying them 70,000 to take care of 4 kids, to live in a house in Lagos. I mean, how can people survive? How can people survive? So a lot of people are doing these protests because they're just tired of being tired. It is very simple, and there is no way of you stopping it. It only just took some level of people to organize this and for this to take off. The materials and the substance and the substrate for this protest has always been brewing. All you just need is to channel it, just like the obedient movement, right? Obi did not start the obedient movement. He never started it. He was just a man of opportunity, that happened to be opportune to, to have some of the criteria or have the good rhetoric that would kind of converge all these people that have been disgruntled, that doesn't feel Nigeria is working, to coalesce into one and become the obedient movement. And so that is what is happening. You have people who are disgruntled, people who are hungry, and all you just needed was some people to organize them and remind them, you are hungry, let's go and protest. So there's no one I'm twisting Nigerians into going to protest. All I'm praying and asking for is that the level of violence, be tampered down. I don't think it's the protesters causing this level of violence. I think there's some level of state involvement, which we have always known to happen in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, there's barely any investigations that happen. I've also heard reports of police and I think the military like joining in chants and things like that. That's actually a very good thing. I'm always happy when I see things like that. But I don't think there should ever be anyone dissuading others from protests. Every people have a right to tell others not to protest. But I think it doesn't make. I don't quite think it makes sense to tell people not to protest because there'll be some sort of violence. Do you tell people not to go out just because there's a potential of suicide bombing? Hell, you can go out in Kogi, somewhere in Kogi, and get bombed in Lagos or in Borno, Yes, there's a high chance of you getting involved in Borno, but do you tell people to stop living their lives in Borno or in the Nigerian Northwest? So everybody should just stay at home. No. The point of terrorism, the point of violence is to subdue people into fear. And once you give into that fear, you can never be able to come out of it. So I feel like if you stop this protest prematurely, or people succumb to this rhetoric about there being violence, it will be hard to galvanize people this much again. Look at how horrible Nigeria has been. It is madness. It is madness. I think all of us should be happy that this is happening at this time. There's a large swelling of support around, different spheres of life in Nigeria. We should all be happy it is happening. So I'm disappointed in people who are saying that they shouldn't protest, but I also empathize with people who are trying to be cautious at the end of the day. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, Jay, I think you are muted. Oh, one last thing I wanted to say. I've noticed this, as an Igbo man who grew up in Nigeria up until my teenage years before I came here. I've been here for many, many years. I don't know why. I almost feel like this is kind of like a special thing that happens to Igbos. There's always this sense of, when something is pivoted towards being Igbo-centric, it's always like the Igbo man or woman has to go out of their way to say, oh, this is not because I'm Igbo. And at some point, you get exhausted, right? I think that's what's happening with Obi. He feels that he has to tell people, oh, I'm not involved, or this has nothing to do with Igbo. At some point, come on, live and let others live. I think he's speaking to the choir.
Yes.
Thank you. I like what you said. Your last comment. I have refused to say that. In fact, because of that last statement you made, that before I even tell you anything, I put it a disclaimer. I'm Igbo. I don't care what you think and how you decide, because you see, we just need to brace up. Look, my name.
Don't misunderstand me. I didn't say you should not be proud to be Igbo.
I'm just saying.
Just get tired. Like you always have to.
Can we have some? Why is everything Igbo? It's ridiculous, honestly.
Listen,
on a day like this, we spend half of the time. If you count the number of times on this platform we've mentioned the word Igbo, it's tiring, honestly.
Okay, listen. Hold on, Dr. Dominic.
I responded to KJ's question from earlier. If you were here about 20-30 minutes ago, I responded to KJ's question.
Let me even address that. Masker, we are saying Igbo. It's because in the whole thing going on now, Igbos were mentioned. Igbos were mentioned in the right.
Guess what, KJ? Guess what?
Hold on, sir.
KJ. We're doing cheap advertising for them. That is what Masker is trying to say. We are doing cheap advertising. Let's not ignore them. They are idiots. They don't matter.
Exactly what Dominic I just said now, and what I'm saying. Why do you want me to always be, trying to defend the fact that I'm Igbo? Or when it's mentioned, it becomes a problem. I've mentioned other people here when I'm speaking. Why is it not a problem to you? Why is that?
Who are the people you've mentioned, KJ?
And you are helping them spread their propaganda.
No,
right now,
no, that I will not agree. I will not agree to that. I will not take that.
Anyway, see, KJ.
Let's move on.
KJ, I actually, I don't know, is there anybody ahead of me? I just want to talk and go. Honestly, I can't. It's just tiring. On a day like this.
Tomorrow will still be here. I will
Mr.
see.
Master.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Mr. Stay on. I feel you're going to like what I'm about to say next. Mr. KJ, please, can I go next?
Yes.
No, Ngozika, I see, don't say what I like. I don't like people telling me what I would like. I like people being factual, being reasonable.
I take that back.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ngozika. I always like what you say anyway.
So I was going to point out that still on the protest, there was something about the protest that has had me hooked. It was the response of the security people, right? Yesterday when the protest started, they were, even though the notice for the protest had been out for some time now, they looked confused. They looked really confused. Then from confusion, they became They went back to their default setting, which was aggression. And it in the morning, I told you before that I went out yesterday morning and I made videos. When I wanted to make the videos, there were army people stationed at both roads, on Presidential Road and Onogui Road. I had to move like, I don't know these numbers, but I had to move like a good distance to make that video. And the army people saw me and they were still angry. It was one guy that was walking behind me that caught up with me. I was like, "You're taking a risk. Oh, stop that video. You should be more discreet." I said, "What happened?" He said, those army people are angry now. They're saying, why will you be making a video? Keep it moving. Don't come back this way." So I have been keenly following the protest, and I said this earlier, especially in the north, because I am impressed, I am surprised, and I am amused. So when people in the past, I remember the former emir Sanusi, when he used to
He's
tell
still
the
he's the
northern kingdom.
present emir. Oh, be careful, Ngozi.
So I keep I remember when he used to tell them that the Alamajili system in the north was going to swallow them up. That these children that they did not train will come back to bite them in the behind. And it's playing out perfectly. And in retrospect, I think this was what they were afraid of when they were saying no protest, no It all made sense while they invested so heavily in these northern clerics telling the people, no, don't protest, tell them not to protest. It made so much because these people are fearless. In front of Kaduna State government house, was it Kaduna? They were spraying them hot water. They were spraying them hot water. It was crazy. They were spraying them hot water, and these people were relentless. They were relentless. Like I was screaming. I was watching it on my phone. I was screaming, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's hot water! That's hot water!" And these people were relentless. And they came back today. And today, when they started spraying them hot water again, devil punished them. The police guy, while he was trying to go back with his truck to spray more people hot water, he ran over his colleague. And that is where something very important that I wanted to bring out in this conversation happened. He ran over his colleague. Of course, the guy died. And they ran away, which is what they usually do. When Nigerian security forces see a police officer running over his colleague, they
Nigeria has happened to Ngozika.
Am I audible now? Oh God, this is terrible. This is terrible.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go on. I don't think she can hear us.
He ran over his colleague and they ran away, which is what they usually do. It was the same protesters that they were spraying hot water that were the first respondents. They were the ones that gathered around the police guy that had been run over, and of course the poor guy was gone. God rest his soul. And something very interesting happened while people were checking. I don't know if they were checking vitals or to confirm that this guy was really dead. Somebody carefully removed the guy's rifle and disappeared into the crowd. I had to watch the video like 2-3 times. It was so sleek, like it was so sleek. The way he smoothly, while everybody was like, "Hey, when something happens, everybody's like, hey, he's dead, though, Yamutu, Yamutu, Yamutu." Like, and this guy carefully, he did not say anything. He just jejely removed the dead guy's hand from the sling of the rifle. And PM, I had to rewind the video like 2-3 times so that I will see if I will see his face. His face did not appear in that video. And it begs the question, he now has the rifle. You don't know who he is. What do you think he's going to do with the rifle? What do you think he's going to do with the rifle? These are the things. This like every single day. These are the issues.
Thank you, Ngozi. Thank you so much. Mr. I don't know, one of the panelists,
after
Gabriel, Henry Gabriel. I'm not going to highlight any more of your messages. If you want it to be highlighted, you have to pay me or pay Dr. Damages $10. That also goes to Nnamdi. Okay, I don't mind the insult, but if I have to highlight it, you're going to pay me. If you don't pay me, no more highlight. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Master,
I think it's my yes. Thank you,
Actually,
KJ.
was next after
sorry,
Ngozi.
after him, you speak. I speak the truth. Please let
All right.
Master.
Okay, I
All right, no
actually
problem.
came back to first wish you happy birthday, many more happy returns.
Thank you, sir.
I also want to thank Mr. Omori because he echoed my sentiments. But more importantly, I just wanted to address some of the issues that I speak the truth raised. I do understand his concerns and position that probably it's not going to yield the desired effect. But I want to bring out a couple of perspectives for us. Okay, in my opinion, to build a nation is not something that will happen overnight. And it's not just when you even have good government that you rest on your oars. Protest is always a very vital item in governance. The fact that your government knows that if they do something wrong, immediately people can come back and protest is an important weapon. But that weapon in Nigeria, we don't use it. In fact, we don't even know we have it. This is the way I see it. Our people find it difficult to think that, well, especially in the North, people find it difficult to believe that you can actually come out and protest against what government or leadership is doing. So to me, people should understand that even if it is a 30-minute protest that lasted across this country, it would, in my opinion, it would have been a resounding success. Not to talk of the way we've seen it all over the place. One of the most successful outcome of this thing is that people in the South now can see clearly that the people in the North are not, if there is enough reason to protest, the whole country can come to protest. So that's one resounding success. The second important thing for me that we are seemingly overlooking when we think of, oh, these are the demands. No. Everywhere in life, it's about negotiation, it's give and take. Only a fool will think that because you write 15 demands and you go out on the street, all these 15 demands will be met before you go back home. That would be foolish. For me, the mere fact that people can begin this, let's see this protest as a muscle. Nigerians should develop that muscle to a point where it will become truly an effective muscle of good governance. It's just a start. I am sure that after this protest, tomorrow, when there's going to be a lot of the lessons that were learned for this protest, I'm sure people learn it from the NSAS protest. So continuously, let's begin to encourage our people. Let them come out on peaceful protest. I'm sure even the current protest, I know lives were lost, but I'm sure lives were not. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it carefully. I'm sure people had looked at precedents, what had happened before, and they took all that into cognizance. That's why the lives that were lost are not as expected. Because to be honest with you, some of us felt, look, the whole place might probably just go up in flames. Because like Ngozika said, there's a lot of people who have not gone to school, who have no future, who have no any sort of any sense of direction. So if you allow these people to come off on the street, only God knows what will have happened. But I'm grateful that at least people have done a full day protest today, even the second day. Let's take it that we will be learning this thing. It's a process. Let's not write it off that, oh, even if it fizzles out after today, it's not a failure, please, gentlemen. Let's look at it within a bigger context of nation building. Thank you.
Thank you. Master is very correct. It's a muscle building exercise that we're embarking on. And, you may not get it right as you want the first time, but you can always put your foot on the door. That's what we said those days. Make sure your foot's on the door. The next time you probably won't able to push through. I think it's a good effort. We had a Kenyan guy yesterday who spoke extensively on how they started and how they were able to, get to where they are going, and they're not yet there yet, but they made some demands, and those demands have been carried out, and they're still asking for more. Yes. Who's the next?
That was nice, but I don't know. You're the moderator, so
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, it's you.
All right. So
After him, I'll go. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, actually, Tone, you was before me. You want me to go? You can go.
Do you want
Go
to
on. Go on. Up to you. Up to
All
you.
right. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, man. So, if you, Miss Omari, I don't understand when I don't understand, and I understand because emotions are all over the place. So, if you remember, I mean, we can always rewind it. My mode of communication, which sometimes pisses certain people off, is I don't come in proffering solutions most times. I always try to look at things I always try to, I don't want to talk about my professional life, but I always try to look at things from two different angles. Okay, two or more different angles. And I always put up different scenarios. But I do understand when people pick on one thing you say and get mad at that. At no point, and if you remember, KJ, because you even laughed at certain things I said this is the positive aspect of this section not getting involved in a protest based on the history of Nigeria. And this might be a negative on looking at it from another angle if they stay away from the protest. But as usual, people will, instead of picking on what you say or the points you make, they instead want to focus on how you speak and attack that. But who cares anyways? So my point in all of this is, and why I say we need to know the faces of the people behind this. Nigeria, as we know, as a largely, aside from the tribal affiliations and tribal bias and the religious bias that often happens, Nigeria also has a very, very poorly educated class, and not just education in terms of tertiary, their rights, like Masker rightly said. A lot of people do not know their rights. So, knowing this, we got to be really careful when certain elements come together or propagate a protest such as this. We have to be careful because, look, Nigeria always looks for somebody to blame. There's people already blaming Peter Obi for this protest. There's people, I know Alaba is up there shaking his head like a flag in the wind, and he's always complaining about, oh, Twitter does not matter. You don't know anything about who uses Twitter. You need to find information from newspapers. Forgetting
I'm
that.
also shaking my head and speak the truth.
No, I did not say masker, Father.
No, I am also shaking so that you can put me in.
No, well, I wasn't looking at you. Next time I'll try to look at you. Next time I'll notice you. Don't worry. So, forgetting that social media has actually been the most important source of news in almost 2 decades. I remember each time I come and I post something on here and I say, look, you can go on here. He criticizes. He gets mad. He says, oh, Twitter is not important. Forget it. Every important personality on earth today, they want to say something, they run on there. Now, I'm saying, before I was thrown off, why do we need to know the faces of these people? Nigeria is let's not mince words. Nigeria is a very diabolical society with very nefarious characters running it. And this is just the fact. People will do anything.
Hold on, I'll give you more time. But also,
Yes,
the last point you made, I think if you're talking about being diabolical, the West is more diabolical than Nigeria.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
So it doesn't still, you know.
No, it is. I mean,
from the West. So
KJ,
can you
we can point fingers everywhere. There's no place that is made up of foolish saints. But we're talking about our home now. We're talking about Nigeria. So in that point, I would say I'm focusing on Nigeria right now.
Okay.
We can argue about the evil of the West. I've never shied away from it. If anything, when I bring it up, it is fellow Nigerians on here that always attack me and say, "Why should I say the West is evil?" So we agree, but I'm saying Nigeria is a very diabolical society where people will do whatever it takes to stay in power, not minding if lives are lost or people's futures are totally desecrated. When I see people like, I do not know if you know this guy, there's a guy, Deji Adeyanju, and Dino Malaye, and people like Atiku supporting a cause. For me, like I stated yesterday, it gives me cause for concern because these are people that I would not trust as far as I would not trust them as far as I could throw them. Okay, so you have certain people that all of a sudden now on all of the internet, there's people saying this side, like we said, don't protest. And there's now people pointing fingers at Peter Obi saying he's the reason why this protest is going on. He's the reason. Even people were actually calling for his arrest. So when I say this kind of things and people come on here and they get mad, I wish Dominic was on here because there was something I was going to bring up.
All right.
For me, I am scared of
this. Round up, sir.
All right. I'm scared of this degenerating into chaos, uncontrolled chaos, where there will be total carnage and breakdown of law and order. We've already started seeing machetes being brandished on camera. People are already attacking each other. Today, there was, 14 or 16 lives lost.
All right.
In essence, to end it here, I would say why I think this is headed for a failure. If you want, it is pertinent that we get rid of the political class. We understand that. But a 2-day protest or a 10-day protest is not going to achieve that. All they have to do is sit it out, wait it out, and what happens next?
All right, thank you. Tom, do you mind? I want John to speak. Do you mind? All right, thank you, sir. All right, John, go ahead.
No, Tony can go ahead, please. You can go ahead.
Oh, really? Okay. All right, Tom. Yeah, you're on.
Okay. I don't know whether Righteous Man is. I'm sure he's in the background listening. With all due respect, I disagree with your take on the protests. Must stop now. I think if it stops, it's like going back 20. It's like achieving 2 steps and going back 20 steps backward. I believe it should be a sustained thing until they actually know that these people, because the attitude, listen, Tinubu is having fun and all of them. The attitude is like, well, these guys, they will talk and talk and talk. They will calm down, and it continues. And we've seen it. I mean, I bet I do. Did anything come out of it till today? Nothing came out of it. In fact, the last trip he made, Beta was part of his entourage. That means she's one of the inner caucus. She wasn't punished. She wasn't prosecuted. Nothing came out of it. So if Nigeria, because we missed our opportunity when Mahmoud and INEC and judiciary messed everybody up, we missed our opportunity. That was the first opportunity for us to react and say, listen, we're not taking these insults from you. Do the right thing. Okay? And now we've got another opportunity. If we miss out on this opportunity, anybody that hits the streets, they will have the legal rights to either arrest you or kill you. It's just as simple as that. I mean, the body language of some of the some of the soldiers, I'm not even talking about the police now, of the soldiers, is that they are with the people. And the time is coming soon where you see junior officers refusing order from the generals, and that is very serious. That's a very serious thing, and it's a very serious offense as well in the military. If I'm a commander and I give orders, and the people that are beneath me are not carrying it out, man, I'll be very, very, very worried. And at the same time, it's you could face you could be court-martialed for that. But it's very, very clear that when the people are behind you, you can't do nothing. You cannot do anything. You can't do anything. So let the screw, let us tighten, so let us keep tightening the screw. Let us keep turning the screw on them. Let the pressure, let it be a sustained pressure on them until they do the right thing. Because there's been some points, I think it's a 25 point demand, and we must. And KJ, with all due respect again, I want to disagree with you. Let us not unwittingly speak for the APC and their evil covens. Tinubu did not win the election. The election was rigged. He was aided by the judiciary and Mahmoud and INEC. Let us just put that out, because this is what our children are going to. Even some of our children that are young are going to see this in the future. Let us just make it very, very categorically clear. Whether he is sitting there is illegal. Let's just know that and remind ourselves that, and always say it at all times. Now, I stand 200% with my brother Ferrari on this one. Tinubu's government needs to be brought down. Bigotry needs to stop in Nigeria. Even we have found that recently, even recently, there's the so-called people that call themselves Yoruba Nation. There are a lot of bigots among them. Igbohu said something about the Igbos. I'm not playing, because anybody that tells me that I'm playing this thing, see, the thunder will go fire you, still they do press up. I'm talking about Igbos. I'm a proud Igbo man. I'm a proud Nigerian. I'm a proud British citizen. Okay, right now, Igbo said something about the Igbos that shocked me. Till today, he has not refuted that statement, which means he said it. It was alleged that he made some statements. And here is a man that when he was caught in Republic of Benin, everybody rallied around, even the Igbos we raised their voice and said, listen, this thing. But then, what do you expect? And one of my friends reminded me, he said, Tone, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that this man, how did he make his money? He is a political talk. That was how he made his money. He talks, he is a killer. So what do you expect from him? Tinubu too is a talk and a thief. What do you expect?
One minute. Ngozi, you want to say something before you bid us goodbye? Yes, Ngozi, you want to say something before you go? I see you are saying.
I was actually typing it in the comment section, in the private chat. Let me just type it in the private chat and leave. Good night, gentlemen. Have a good one. Hopefully, I'll be able to join tomorrow.
Get ready for tomorrow. We're going to be here and we'll run it all the way till the midnight.
I'll try. Okay. You know, people, in Nigeria, we buy data, and you buy.
Okay.
I'll try.
Okay. I speak the truth, and the rest they will have to gather and make sure you are here tomorrow. You put your this on the listen so that they can send you data. All right, let's move on. Thank you. I'd like your contribution that you have made, Tone, and that's why I say, you see, the national narrative sometimes, whether you like it or not, somehow tilts to touch on the Igbos. And if you're an Igbo person, once you touch on that thing, it becomes that you have done evil for that day. And I have refused to be in that distance. So since I don't hate any, there's no tribe in Nigeria I have not mixed with, and I don't have any. I'm a tribalist, not tribalist, but I don't have any bias towards anybody. But I'm Igbo. That's the truth. All right, let's move on. The contributions that they've made. I'm coming to you, AY. You heard what Tone said. You heard what Ferrari said. You also heard what I Speak the Truth said. What says thou? Yeah, AY, we're waiting for you.
Yeah. Good evening from here, everyone. KJ, I didn't know today was your birthday. Happy birthday. Oh.
Thank you so much.
We were born in the same month.
Oh, really? Wow. That's good, guys,
I'm 11, yeah. I thought we were supposed to be good friends. I know you don't like me. It's okay. I love you, bro. I
love you too. And I'm still collecting gifts on behalf of this platform. So you can send it to
see where the party they happen, man.
No. Just send $10 to Rudolph show. That will work for all of us.
No, I go do up.
And that goes to every person in the panel and in the even those media. Please, all I need is your $10 to this platform so that we can keep it running.
I heard Passat bashing you earlier. I'm like,
yes,
what is going on?
It's okay. It's okay to bash me. I don't mind. I can take it. I just hope he takes his own. That's all.
Yeah, well done, everyone. Yeah, the discussion you guys are having, right? But I'm actually interested in the protest. I think no matter what happens, I think the protest is a success already. We need to learn some lessons from the protest. I know it appears to me there is a lot of division among these protesters. Different groups have their different agenda. So there is this sincere group that are really sincere about the hardship in Nigeria, which I think I'm among. I also discovered there is political group, there is tribal group, there are religious group. Nigeria is a funny place, to be honest. But I think the most important one, no matter what the group anyone belongs, the issue the people are facing in Nigeria, they are of utmost concern to me. The issues are actually very genuine. Is there hunger in the land? Yes, there is. So those were. This is actually my major concern. There is hunger in the land. I was of the opinion the president was supposed to come and address the nation. The governors should address their state. I want to say here, it's not only about the president. Where I hold the president, where I want to hold him to account for what is going on. The major problem, the genesis of this crisis is as a result of removing fuel subsidy without a plan. There is no doubt about that. That's the major issue. But the problem we are having actually spread to the state as well. It seems the state governor, they are gaslighting the people as we speak. You see they're coming to where people are protesting. Oh, I'm going to buy you pure water. Oh, I will pass your message to the federal. No, the governors are part of this. In fact, I fear them more. They are evil people. Because all of them, they get the money. What are they doing with the money? The money they are getting, they should account for it. For the senators, the rep, they are useless. I have said it. We don't need these people. What I want to look at the 10-point agenda these people have, the protesters. We only need member of parliament. Let them go to part-time, because as for me, the money we're using to sponsor the House of Rep member is just waste of money. We don't have that resources. channel that resources to build our roads, channel that resources to build our schools, channel that resources to build our hospitals. We don't need them. They are useless. I think these are the things Nigeria needs to still push for. We need to restructure the country. This country is not going to go forward. It's not going to work. To be honest, I was just having discussion with two of my Nigerian friends earlier. The country needs serious restructuring. How we want to restructure is something we need to discuss, because we need to look at it to restructure this country, for the country to work for everybody, to work for every part of the country. It's not fight. We got to think of what do we do for this country to work for us. Anybody that loves Nigeria, I think it should be on this desk, and the question we should be asking, our demand, part of it should be, Nigeria need restructuring. How do we want to restructure this country? Is something we need to discuss very, very urgent. Since the House of Rep member, the senators, they are not interested in this discussion. To be honest, they don't care about Nigerians. This is one thing we need to know about these people, because if they really care, they would have been going to this so-called their House of Assembly and Senate respectively, and actually having sincere discussion, like, how do we solve this problem? We have a problem. For the past 1 year, what problem have they solved apart from sharing money for themselves, sharing position for themselves? What problem have they solved? To me, they've solved nothing. They just go there. In all the senators, to be honest, the only senator you hear even make sense speak is only Adams Oshomole. I don't know if any of you have seen senators that are even making sense. You don't see them talking. They not making. Even the Labour Party, they are the worst. You expect them to be speaking up. Even in fact, let the Nigeria see that they are speaking up. The APC and PDP are against them because they are the majority. APC and PDP, to me, they are the same. There is no difference. They only fight when money is involved, when position is involved. You can't hear any other fight from that place, to be honest. So we need to demand a lot. Because they don't understand the urgency of our problem. Because I said it before, Nigeria giving them 1 month ahead that they're gonna start protest August 1st. In all honesty, Nigerians were very kind. Nigerians were very kind. With what is going on in Nigeria, you expect Nigeria to just hit the street. Police will not prepare. Army will not prepare. Nobody will prepare. All the politicians. Because Nigeria gave them a date, a lot of the senators left the country. They are not in the country. This is the truth, confirmed. A lot of them are not in the country. So a lot of them are hiding. Because by the time, what they don't understand, they need to take this issue seriously. What they don't understand is, by the time people will be so fed up, people are dying like fowl. By the time people will invade their houses, invade their offices, they will know this is not a joke. They need to take Nigeria seriously. We have a problem.
Okay.
The Nigerian youth, the number is high. Unemployment is high.
1 minute,
It's
sir.
not a joke. So hopefully they're going to learn from this. Even nothing happened. I mean, they're going to understand that Nigeria are feeling the pain and try to solve genuine problem for Nigeria, from the governors down, from the governors, the senator, the rep, the House of Assembly, the president. They need to think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. And yes, my man Jagu, I can't see you here, man. What's up?
I'm here, man. I'm very much here.
Yeah.
But I must say, I must say that I think you may have forgotten the guy in the middle. You went to him before Tone, and then you eventually left him out altogether.
Oh no, he's getting ready. If he was ready, let me know. He gave his turn to Tone, and I moved on.
Okay,
No,
fair
it
enough.
wasn't my turn. It was Tony's turn. So I said he can go on.
Decide. I told you to go ahead because Tone had given you to go ahead, and you said no.
I know, and that's not the way I understood it. Anyways,
Okay,
me neither. Well, go on. I'll go after you.
It was
Happy birthday. Meanwhile,
thanks, sir. It was
KJ.
Tone's turn, and Tone said no. He gives you this thing to go ahead. He and said you go ahead because you're not.
Well,
He
let's
was
move on.
you go ahead. At least I have
Alright.
more sense. At least at my age, I have more sense. More. All right, let's
Alright.
go, John.
Yeah, hi guys. I've been listening to some of the things, even though I'm speaking in the background, but you know, it's obviously everybody is 100% in support of the protest. But my opinion, because I'm coming from a logical side of it, my opinion now, it's we have to look at it. What is the foundation that led us to this place? What has been the foundation of Nigeria that led us to where we are today? Because if we want to blame it on Tinubu, Tinubu actually wasn't the problem. It's just that he's in power right now. You know, the heat is on him right now. But you know, the accumulative effect of the past leadership all over the years from I think all this thing started with let's say Jonathan going down the drain. But the problem now is this: we will protest, we will fight for our rights. The problem is I don't think we have a government that listens. It's a do or die. And my fear now in this protection now is I don't want it to turn to a revolution that Tinubu has to go. Because in a way, it's kind of like looking like it. But for now, if the government feels they are ignorant to answer to the people, anything they see, they take. Because my own fear now is this. As of yesterday, because I'm looking at the implication of our protests, which I supported 100% with what is going on in Nigeria. But I also look at its citizens itself, because we all want a better country called Nigeria. But you see some people, yes, hunger is a very big factor. We still collect the same 1,000 naira to protest against the protesters, say no protest, that it is okay. This same scenario, we have to now reflect it back to election. Well, what happened today? Will you be surprised if Tinubu is elected again 2027? Because a lot of people will say he rigged himself, but people actually voted for him. So my point now is we are a reflection of the kind of leaders we have. And the fact now remains, if we really want somebody like, let me use like Obama, who will speak in a volume that this is who, okay, let me even use, like when Nigerian troops out, they said they want Buhari, thinking Buhari was the savior and the messiah, and it backfired in their faces. It was the clear difference that this is what the people wanted and they got what they wanted. Now, this is where my fear comes in. We protested against what is going on and everything. Obviously, the government is deaf and, you know, they don't want to say anything they want to say. As of yesterday, lives have already been lost. We've lost, economically, we've lost 250 billion naira on revenue. Now, this is where my fear now is, because if we're talking about protests now, we have to look about recovery. How do we recover from all these loopholes now that we ourselves have caused, including the government? A tuber of yam now, I don't know how much is it now. Maybe it's more than 5,000 or 6,000. After we finish all this,
7,000.
7,000. As of today, right?
Yes.
As of today, now, by next week, I guarantee you, a tuber of yam will be going to 10 to 15,000. Because as of today, yesterday we lost 250 billion. As of today, we've lost 0.45 increase in dollar, which means inflation is going to go high. If we now, that is the protesters, won't go buy market again after everything done settle, you go see another form of agitation again. Say, no be young why I buy 7,000 last week. How come it on 15,000? Because if we don't think about it that way, I don't know if this problem is going to be solved, though, my brother. I don't know, because I'm a bit scared. That's why I'm scared. I'm scared. They just passed budget of 70,000 of minimum wage. Bag of rice is 80,000. I don't know if I'm correct with the figures.
100,000 now.
100,000 now.
Yes,
If it's 100,000 now, I guarantee you, after these 10 days of protest, it's no longer going to be 100,000. And the government, they are not actually focused on I'm speaking economically now. This is where my focus is going on now, because we have to also look at that point. If we're actually protesting, we want a good Nigeria, we also have to look at the factors and the determinations, because if not, we are actually deceiving ourselves. If you ask
It's
me.
a sacrifice we need to make. That's a sacrifice we need to make.
Yes.
I'm going to interject you.
Yes,
Okay.
please hold on. Let him round up.
Yeah. So I know it's going to be a bit controversial. I know it's going to be a sacrifice, but I'm talking about whatever we are doing now. There's also what that we'll call recovery process. With the sensibility and the perception now Nigeria has right now, how many of them now will be willingly again to wait for that recovery process? Mine is just a question that I want to put out there, that we have to also look at that fact. Let me just end it there.
Thank you so much. I also want to put this to you, that the Western countries that where we live now, people who built it on their struggle. They fought and fought until they established what we have today. In fact, if you read the story of one of the founders and one of the most educated men in America, he died in a gun duel because had taken between him and his friend. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this: people also paid the ultimate price to build America and to build all the Western countries we are living today. It didn't just start. And so we must have to start somewhere. Am I calling for violence? No, I'm simply saying that the Nigerian people, a time will come, we'll have to call a spade, and that time is now. We are not calling for, I say again, for the purpose of this platform, we are not calling that there be change of government. I am speaking on behalf of Dr. Damage's platform. We are not saying we want people to take over the APC government. We are saying the man who is there now has been rightfully put there by two methods of being able to take government in Nigeria. One is by election, which was contested, and the Supreme Court of the land ruled that he won. That is what we can read on the paper. Let's just keep that in our view. We can have
I
our
don't
own.
think that is lost on anybody. I don't think that's lost on anybody. We understand what's going on.
It's lost because, hold on, Jagun. Ferrari earlier on said we cannot, say that. No, that's the truth. That's why we stand on this platform, and so we can go from that and debate any other thing. But that's our stand here. Thank you. I just have to put that disclaimer out there. Thank you.
I've got quite a lot to say since
yes,
I didn't know I had a lot to say. But I have. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, happy birthday, KJ.
Thank you, Jagun.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. And firstly, as soon as a lot of people have repeated what they said yesterday, I must have to repeat what I said yesterday. And yes, and point the onus again at the diaspora. Whilst we're watching what could be carnage, what could be a failing, what could end in a heap of nothing, apart from wasted lives and expense, what could end up like that, we, with the mind that could be the outcome, I think it's purposeful then that we obviously get involved to avert such an outcome. I don't really believe that we can sit here in the West and play like we're watching TV and it's not concerning enough for us to feel to get more involved than just to have a chat about it. I can't see it like that. The last speaker who just spoke, again, I was listening to you very carefully. What you submitted seemed to me very higgledy-piggledy. I didn't know the direction that you were going or coming from necessarily. Yes, the economy is extremely important, but the economy of Nigeria has been extremely important from its beginnings. And what's the way the economy has been treated by the elites of any class and is poured down into the middle and lower classes, whereby no one gives a damn. To cheat is to be honest. That's how Nigeria is. To cheat basically is to be doing things the right way if you're going to be immersed in the Nigerian economy, as it were. Otherwise, you know, you're scrapping over a possibility of 70,000 naira minimum wage. I mean, that's not an economy. Nigerian economy is not Nigeria's economy, if run correctly, shouldn't be more. It should be around them kind. I'm not trying to be boastful. It should be around them kind 12 trillion per annum. That should be the size of Nigeria's economy approximately. We're dilly-dallying with a common 500 billion. That's twaddle. That doesn't really add up to much. Nigeria is more aggressive than the numbers show. So whilst we're looking at an economy, we think that we're trying to save the economy is really messed up, you crazy people. The economy is really in the dire. What does it matter to the poor man if the economy is less than it is now? You think it's going to matter to him? A tuber of the thing that he can't afford today is going to be more expensive tomorrow. He can't afford it. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You're not really understanding what's going on, I feel. If what's going on does not turn into a revolution, then it is a failure. If it doesn't turn into no matter how violent it may become, violence isn't owned by anybody. But what I say is that there should be structure in what's going on. And if we feel that things are going off key slightly, I think we should be paying attention to communicate that within Nigeria, so that our voices as a collective in the diaspora can be heard, can be pushed. We're not looking at this thing in the right way at all, I don't think. You know, this is not really, I see this as a serious level of an opportunity, whereas the elections were a failure for Nigeria, no matter what KJ says about the narrative that the government have painted for their righteousness. Because we all know that they are completely unrighteous. They're unrighteous where the power of Nigeria is concerned. The year that we've had Tinubu for has been a story of epic disasters here and there, just flung in our faces. A disaster here. You eat this disaster. You eat this other disaster. Who can argue that taking away the subsidies wasn't a disaster? Although it was controversial when we had it, there was no planning involved in taking it away. It was just a mantra. And it came out, and the guy was playing clown for everybody, and everybody saluted him in the first place for taking away the subsidies. And then 2 days later, everybody's in crisis. He turned Nigeria into a cashless society prior to the elections themselves. We seem to have forgotten all this. We don't seem to understand that Nigeria can be driven to hell. We're supposed to be defending cash. If we understand what's going on geopolitically across the globe, we're supposed to be defending that. We should have come to a point, realistically, where the West African and Francophone countries are one economically, and they operate under one currency. That's where we should be going, but we don't see that. We've got all rubbish, it seems to me, in our mind as to, especially us in the diaspora. We're out here, we know what's going on. We know the hell that we're living in out here. We know all the nooks and crannies and the traps that they have organized for the people here in the West. Is that what we want for Nigeria? Nigeria is in a different level of mayhem, no doubt. But we are looking for it to progress. But progress to what? Do we want it to progress to the West? We don't want it to progress to this rubbish that we have out here. I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. The way, how are we thinking about what is the outcome that we want Nigeria to have? And therefore, how are we pushing towards that very outcome? As opposed to saying it's going to be a disaster. Because, yeah, fair enough, it's going to be a disaster. And then what? It's going to be a disaster. This is our opportunity to gather our thoughts, our hearts, our minds towards a reality that makes sense for Black people in this world, and that should start in Nigeria. And we as Nigerians, I think we should know better, but we ignore the way forward, is my belief. We like going round and round and round. And I don't know when we're gonna stop this high of being dizzy. The way I'm listening to everybody, it's like, man, are we dizzy? Talking some dizziness, talking some hopelessness, talking some, we're going to the point of end. Nigeria's been going to the point of end almost since its beginnings. It's boring. Generation after generation after generation are having exactly the same conversation as we are having now. And it seems to me that the frustration hasn't hit us yet. It doesn't matter if we're in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. We are Nigerians. And for that, the frustration is clap me down. I'm fed up of the frustration. I need to be part of building a haven. That's what I've got energy for. I haven't got energy for anything else. Man is getting tired, to be honest. As the days go on, work gets harder, life gets harder, expensive are more. I'm getting tired out here. What am I doing? What are any of us doing? If we're not trying to put positivity in the possible outcome that this 2 days so far.
Thank you.
Wait, let me just land. 2 days so far of a protest. If that doesn't mushroom into a revolution and mushroom into a solution for Nigeria, I don't know where we're going. Cheers.
Thank you so much. So now that I've given you more time, I hope I'm not a hypocrite now, I'm a bit fair to you.
I wasn't speaking to you when I spoke hypocrite, bro. I'm sure it wasn't you that did that thing. You understand?
All right. So, all right. We just try to be fair to everybody. You have heard what I said. His contributions are very valid, and that's his opinion. I'm coming to the only lady in our midst right now, who is also probably most youngest here. Let's hear what your people in your group are thinking about what's going on in Nigeria, and then you can also make your contribution alongside. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and happy birthday to you, Mr. KJ.
Thank
I
you.
hope you're having a nice day.
Well, with Jago on my side, I am, man, because he has been putting on my.
We won't give you a nice day now. We'll give you a memorable one.
Yes, great. Thank you.
So I have been trying my best to keep in touch with the protest, but with the little I've seen, I think it's I mean it was well due for a protest. It was very much something that everyone was expecting because the standard of living was very hard. So it's something I don't think anyone is shocked of. I think the only conversation is the direction and the planning, and that's the only thing I think most people talking about is okay, how are the people trying to find the right way to get the government to actually listen to them. But I want to move away. He's gone. I want to move away from focusing so much on the people in Nigeria, which because at the end of the day, yes, those people in Nigeria are the ones that tend to feel exactly the pressure of what it takes to actually be a Nigerian. Okay, I feel like majority of us outside of the country, we do face what it means to be a Nigerian, but we can kind of let go and take a deep breath sometimes. But I want to put our attention. I think Mr. Jagno also mentioned some stuff in terms of I do think majority of us in the diaspora are not doing enough when it comes to the Nigerian issue. I think we're doing lots when it comes to analyzing what they should do better for the people in Nigeria, but we don't do or we don't talk about what we as people can do better for the country. I think I was on TikTok and I saw someone post a like an event for the independence. It's like an independence party happening in the UK for September the 28th. And I was looking at the flyer and I'm like, you're trying to celebrate an independence party for a country, for the country that is currently going through a whole protest and a whole period in time that's basically becoming very hard for the people. And it was a bit of like a rethink or like a questioning thing for me. Like, what exactly are we celebrating about our independence? I get the significance of like, okay, yes, the British, the people who colonized Africa, sorry, Nigeria, have left. I understand the significance of the independence, but presently, the present day Nigeria is going through a lot. So for us in the diaspora to say we are celebrating something, knowing where the majority of people in that country are not even looking forward to celebrating it, it seems very much like an ignorant thing to do in a very fragile moment. So for me, I feel like we can talk a lot about the Nigerians that are protesting and telling them, "Oh, this is what you should do. You need to do this better. This is how you should actually organize a protest." I feel like we know how to do that. But for us in the diaspora, the ones that say we are Nigerians, I feel like we're doing a very terrible job when it comes to the role that we play as Nigerians. When we talk about creating a better environment, a better society, I don't see us actually doing anything. I think the only thing we do is supply money, and that's it. I don't think we put the work, whether it's politically. I don't see us doing that big movement. The protest is a big thing for Nigeria, but what are we? Where is our own form of protest?
Yes, sir.
Organization, organizing, influence, like how we actually, in a significant way, pushing the government or ending this hashtag end bad governance. Like, what are we doing in the diaspora? So that's where my kind of like thinking when I observe the protest is coming from. And that's like kind of only my opinion so far.
Okay. Thank you so far, Bumi. Your opinions are valid. I see. Yes, Oga, you can go ahead. I see your hand. Go ahead, Mr. Omo. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, thank the last speaker. She made a very valid point. And somebody used one term as another person was trying to debunk it. And it's not far from what he said. We are very, very hypocritical. And the person that was trying to know the faces of those behind the protest, he wanted to know if the faces are Yorubas or Hausa or Fulanis. And these are the things that have been drawing us back. We keep doing the same thing. We keep repeating the same mistake, and we're expecting a different result. I think it's delusional and it's saddening. It doesn't work that way. You know, I will put a question. I have a question at the end of my submission. I don't know if somebody can help me do justice to the essence of telling our brothers and sisters from the Eastern region not to participate. Is it because the existential threat coming from Lagos? Is that what is preventing them from joining the protest? And again, I listened to Hope Uzodinma yesterday saying that God has finally answered their prayer. I cannot reconcile these two positions. The people are saying we are tired, we're going to be killed. We have always been killed. In an attempt to, when we're fighting to revalidate June 12th, I was in a truck when about 20 people, I attended a protest where about 20 people were killed. The following day, we were still on the street. We have always been killed. We have always been. I thought this hunger, at least, would be a common ground, would bring us to an equilibrium, where everybody would say, okay, it doesn't matter where I come from, we're going to get involved. What I see is that everybody is looking for what to get from Nigeria. Those that are there, they are looting what they can get. Those that are trying to get in, they are only interested in what they can benefit from Nigeria, not what they can contribute. This is what I've come to realize. If you come here, oh, my tribe has not been there, you are just preaching your tribe has not been there because you feel your tribe has not gotten the opportunity to get their own share from the national cake. That is it. Not really how Nigeria can get better. My question is, how does the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari make the average Nigerian from Daura better? How has the presidency of Buhari made the common man, the street guy from Daura better? How has the presidency of Obasanjo made the masses of Ogun State better? How is the presidency of Emilio Tinubu making the masses of Lagosians better? My sister went to Lagos somewhere. She has a place she used to stay. She just visited Lagos. The landlord called her aside. Landlord, she wasn't owing any rent. Called her aside, and he was begging for 4,000 naira that they have not eaten for the past 2 days. A Yoruba man, who is supposed to be a landlord. So we should put this ethnic, religious sentiment aside and move on. I don't understand why people we go to talking and bringing people down. And the people, somebody that was asking for the faces of the organizers, he wanted to know if there's anybody apart from Showore that will be able to show his face. And when Showore shows his face, he is the first person that will say, no, he's not doing the right thing. He's fronting for Tinubu. It's Tinubu that sent him to come and deceive us. You know, you don't have the courage to do what Showore is doing. Instead of making contribution to support the lead, Showore, mind you, is not perfect. He's a human being like you. Instead of taking on part to support this guy that has been there for, I'm not sure whether for more than 3 decades, he has been consistent. I don't know why you care about me. He's arrogant. He doesn't have respect. You can accuse him of anything. There's something you cannot take away from that gentleman. Consistency. You know, instead of doing what we're thinking of what we can do to support this gentleman, we want to castigate him, we want to destroy him, we want to say because he's a Yoruba man. Initially, the conversation, the narrative was that he's not talking now because Tinubu is there. Now he's beginning to say, Tinubu, enough is enough for you. It's their Yoruba thing, let them do it. We are not going to be part of what? Do you even know? I was in Bauchi. I was a victim. I was a victim of an attack, of a riot in Bauchi because of the fact I was just an Igbo man. I'm not from Igbo. So they don't really care about where you come from. You know, before they can attack you when they want to attack. So the earlier we start, stop it. The earlier we stop this sentiment, religious, tribal sentiment, the better for us. We just talk and talk and talk and talk. If it's not good for, if it's convenient for us, we feel comfortable, we don't care. If it's not convenient for us, we can throw jabs at other people who are making effort, who are making effort to do the little they can. We, instead of looking for our support, oh, what does he know? He is not experienced enough. So whatever may not be the president, at least, for what I can say, can be a catalyst that will lead us to the revolution we all are looking for. We all believe that if it comes to the problem of Nigeria, everybody can narrate it so well. All of us can score A+ in narrating the problem of Nigeria. When it comes to the solution, we are ready to bend our match when it affects our tribe, when it affects our religion, when it affects our brothers and sisters. The earlier we stop this hypocrisy, the better for all of us. Like the last week I said, we are not prepared. We are not doing enough. You know, we've been in the trenches. You know, we fought the military, we fought the Abacha. IPP wasn't ready to go. You know, they were forced to step aside. Abacha came in, Abacha wasn't ready to go. You know, it has never been easy, and it's not going to be easy. Somebody, a party in power, is accusing an opposition leader of leading the protest. Opposition is crying, it's not me. It's going to cut to sue if it's you. And so what? What is the wrong, you know? What is the duty of an opposition? The opposition is there to stop the government from being tyrannical and to avoid the tyranny and the dictatorship. So if the opposition, if the government is accusing you of being what is bad in opposition, leading a protest, that is your constitutional duty as an opposition. So my tribe is not going to be involved because they're going to try. If we do, we are marked for death. We are marked for this. We are marked for that. If you can't do it in Lagos, I mean, somebody should be able to tell me here, please. I need this answer. This is not personal.
Right. Thank you. Why
the protest is not getting momentum?
Hold on. Hold on, sir. Hold on, please. I want to. Somebody's mic is disturbing us. Where is your own? Okay, thank you. Now, here I want to give credit to Boom Boom Ray. Boom Boom Ray, you gave me the name I was looking for, Alexander Hamilton. Okay, that guy who paid the ultimate price and one of the terrific writer in my opinion, and a very, very, very intelligent individual who helped to shape the American politics is Alexander Hamilton, and he died in the duel between him and his friend. So what am I saying? I'm saying that people pay the ultimate price sometimes for the love of nation, and it's not going to stop. It will not. It's not get to Nigeria and stop. The Mau Mau tribe of the East Africa, we know what they did to get to where they got. The Kenyatas of this world, we know what they did before they get to where Kenya is today. And so we are not saying that that should be the case of Nigeria. We are saying that we need to push. And nobody who gets freedom by just sitting at home and hoping that it will be given in the platter of gold. Having said that, I want to go ahead and answer some of the questions you posed. One, the reason why the Igbos, majority of them, and don't let nobody, somebody was asking you that nobody listens to Uzodinma, Hope Uzodinma. No Igbo, true Igbo son listen to Hope Uzodinma or the other charlatan in the National Assembly who calls himself Deputy Speaker, who was addressing the Igbos and saying no Igbo person should go out. The Igbo didn't go out because he said that. So let's not, Dr. Ruth Benabati puts it better than myself. He said the man is just giving himself unnecessary, the position he's occupying has made him to think he has become something. No, the Igbos didn't go out because in the first place, when they go out, at the end of the day, it ends on the Igbo man's head. And nobody has come to their rescue. Their markets are burnt for sometimes not what the protest they started, and nobody gives them money. Nobody gives them money to start all over again. Nobody asks them how are you able to manage. So in this time, there is not even something, they decide that they will not be part of it because this was the same thing they've done. At the end of the day, they will bear the brunt of the whole thing. People protested in Abia State. There was some form of protest in Abia State, and it was allowed. At the same time, when they got tired, they went home because they didn't see anybody. There was no policeman. There was nothing. The streets were empty. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the reason why they stayed away was the fact that not because they don't want to be part of what is going on, but at the end of the day, it will still end up in their stores, and nobody will give them money for it. Of course, there's no insurance that works in Nigeria. Your casualties are your casualties. You bear it all by yourself. Okay? And they are tired of going through that process. Again, if you have been following the Nigerian news and you see now one of the pictures I watched over and over, and I'm trying to understand what was the mindset of the guy, was a young man who was sitting on a electric traffic light and was using knife to cut iron. It's still there on the internet. Do you think that guy is normal? He's using a machete to cut an iron stronger than a machete while he's sitting on top of it. So if you still don't understand the mentality that it has engraved in Nigerian society, go and look at that video. If you don't feel sorry for the man and yourself, look at it. He's a young man, maybe probably less than 15 or 20, or 17. On top of a traffic light, with one hand holding the thing and the other hand using machete to try to cut the traffic light with his iron. How do you do that? I watch it over and over and I say, God, how do you help us? Gentlemen, so let's not look at as if this thing is playing out somewhere in space. It's within our people. It could be our relatives. It could be our friends. Okay? And like I said earlier, sometimes you just want to stay away, not because you like what is going on, but because you want to see and give yourself an opportunity to, to just take in everything and see how you can react to make it better. I haven't said that. That's my opinion, and you are not bound to have it, to accept it. I will give other people. Ferrari, your hand was up. You probably want to speak also. Please go ahead.
Unmute. Ferreira, unmute.
Unmute yourself, Ferreira. We can't hear you. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Come on, bruv.
Yeah, I see that you switch pictures. Do you want me? Am I taking over moderation, or are you calling it quit? KJ, that question was for you.
Okay, no, go ahead. I'm still here. Still here.
Anyway, let me go straight to the things I want to say. I'm going to, in this my response, I'm going to address John. But first, I think the English language is a serious problem for Nigerians. We have problems with understanding of words, definition problems. It seems to me that as a collective, we don't know what the word failure is. We don't know what communal failure is. And if we do, we're not showing it. We don't know what the word progress is. If we do, we are not showing it. We don't even understand what the word. Oh, actually, somebody that said that Nigerians act like children and they lack the ability to visualize the future. So we have problems with definitions and words. Communally, Nigeria has failed. It has failed its people. It has failed its community. It has failed all the tribes. The only people that it didn't fail for are the people that are exploiting it. And those are your enemies. And those are the ones in government. And those are the ones in charge. And they are from every single tribe. And when they come to you, they lie to you that they represent you and that the other party is your problem because you don't belong to your tribe or religion. So we don't know the meaning of those words. I've heard politicians analyze what they did in 8 years and call that absolute failure success. And here we are now here talking about this protest is about the future. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. John came on here and talked about because the protest is going on, the prices of things will go up more. That's like not you, John, but that line of thinking is the same way a child would think wants to eat gummies or bubble gum or sweets. And the parents saying, don't eat those things, it's going to make your teeth brown. Don't eat sweet things. Or somebody who is diabetics and was still, because of the joy of beer, or he enjoy drinking beer and so wants to drink beer or wants to eat things that will kill him. Yes, the protest might making you think, looking at temporal issues while we're trying to talk about futuristic, visualize the future. So you're worried about the low-hanging fruits, about prices going up because of the protest, but you're not worried about the billions that is being stolen from the oil or the billions that is being shared by politicians or the expense. You see, we worry about the wrong things. And that's why I always argue that we have problems with words and definition. Anybody who comes on here and say we are making progress, either politically, democratically, or whatever cratically ism they want to put forward, that person needs to review the word progress. So we're 64 years old. We were better off 30 years ago than we were today. And we were better off in 1960 than we were 30 years ago. I remember when Nigeria is 25, I still remember the song in my head. The odds we did survive. Arise, salute the nation, come join the celebration. A people united would never fail. The sun will shine and the rain will fall on our land, vast and mighty, richly blessed by thee Almighty. Like bees in the sky, we work so hard to make our honey flow, but not with the use of the hoe. Check that song. Nigeria was 25. I wasn't even 25 then. It was 25 years ago. I mean, no, far, almost 35 years ago or more. I wasn't even 25. Nigeria is 64. Are we making progress? We're not. And we're having a protest highlighting the fact that we are not making progress and we're focusing on the low-hanging fruits. We lack the ability to visualize the future. If we understand our plight, which was what Jagun was talking about, like the people in Mali, Senegal, and those triad of the people, if we understand that we are behind and we have failed and we need to make progress, get a little bit close to where we ought to be, we're moving. But the fact that we're moving in circles does not mean we're making progress. So this protest is about progress. And unless we start to frame it in that light and not frame it in terms of partisanship, and that goes back to the issue of the facelessness of the protest. Yes, the protest is faceless because we don't have leaders in the partisanship business. If we do, those leaders will be the face of the protest. Of course, the ruling party has failed. The opposition party has failed. It should be them that should be the face of the protest. That's how you know a people that know the meaning of the word progress. But not all of them fail. So a faceless people are championing a cause that should have been championed by those in power or those who are in opposition. And here we are still focusing on the low-hanging fruit. We should be focused on the higher fruit. Yes, the price of yam might double according to John, but yeah, I'd rather not have my child eat candy so they won't have a brown teeth or have disease or cancer than let them eat the candy. The pain we need to go through now is not the pain of hunger, but the pain of marching and dying on the street so that our children will have a better life than what we were offered. That's the pain we need to be going through. Nothing comes without pain. And we need to understand this. And all this coloration, and the second mistake we are making, that the more we argue about why the Igbos are at home, or why the Igbos are not fully on the street, or why the Igbos would be victim, the happier Ononuga would be, because you're doing his job for him. The moment you tribalize this protest,
okay,
and I'm telling you, even though the Igbos are sitting at home, they are part of the protest. They are part of the protest with us in spirit.
Thank you. Hold on, I'll hand to you right now. I just want to make a comment and leave. Now, the sit at home is also part of protest.
Yes.
In fact, if you ask me, I would have told Nigerians, you know what, instead of even showing up in the street, let us all sit in our houses. Let us see who the police is going to go out and go and shoot. Sit in your house, okay? Sit in your house and manage whatever you have, okay? You don't even need to go to the street. That alone is even much. Are you going to come and drive people from their houses? So they should think about that. If they continuously be losing people in the street, let them all sit at home. That way, nobody's going to break government street light. Nobody's going to break government building. Nobody's going to damage government cars.
KJ, that's where we differ.
Hold on.
Where we differ. Let people break government street light. Let people break whatever they can break. Because whatever those street lights are, is not providing what.
No. Because when they do that, they give the people an opportunity to
allow me to come in quick.
No, let me hand over to Ferrari, and now you can all have this thing.
Okay.
So I
would appreciate if you stay, because I was next. I want you to stay. Wow, nice.
But I want to hand over to you.
I speak the truth. You will have your say, but
yes.
I would oppose you if it doesn't make sense to the world.
Okay. Now,
it doesn't matter. Just
I want to say I fully enjoyed having this discourse with you guys. Tomorrow is going to be much packed full. Please, when you're coming, let someone know about this channel, and send also the link to them so that they can all join. So the more the merrier, the more diverse the idea, the better for us to be able to discuss, fully. It's been wonderful talking to everybody and hearing your side of the argument or the divide in which you are in. All our desire and about this channel is to make Nigeria a better place for every one of us. It's either we are together in unity or we divide in peace. It's as simple as that. And I think I want to advocate for the first one, because the bigger, the better. The more, the merrier. However, if that does not stand, then we can equally be in peace and be a good neighbor to one another. Yeah. Thank you so very much. I appreciate everybody. And if you want to really bless me, you can bless this channel by giving $1 before you go. whether you are in the panel or you are one of those making comments about me, especially Henry, Gabriel, and Ifani. Make sure you don't leave without making your contribution. That's my offering. Put your offering, or those of you can sow seed. We'll use it to make the channel grow better. Thank you very much, everybody. I hand over to Alaba, and God bless you all.
Happy birthday again, KJ.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm right behind. I'm listening to you guys. Just go off.
Okay.
Thank you. Alaba, Ejo, let me quickly come in based on
No, Jargon, please. Let me. It was my turn. You can wait your turn.
No, it was my man was speaking. It wasn't your turn.
No,
my man
thank
was,
you. Let's not argue. It was my turn.
I'm in charge now. I was speaking. I think Django wants to just shortly interject
simple
what I
thing.
was saying.
Listen.
Very simple.
I'll
This
give
is
you your
just
time.
decorum. Let's not destroy this.
Yeah. I was speaking. I don't think I was done. Okay, let me finish.
Well, if you weren't done, but either way, I was supposed to go.
Okay.
Next.
I'm not trying to take your turn. I'm just trying to follow what the gentleman said before, which is what you spoke on the
Jago,
Igbo
it's
front.
always polite to just let people speak. You can't keep interjecting.
No, I'm speaking to Ferreira.
Based on but it's always fair. Just wait your turn.
You have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you.
I speak the truth.
Is that clear enough for you, my friend? You don't need to moderate me. The moderator is there. Now, let me say, based on this Igbo question, mine is that largely we should ignore it in terms of whatever they may be saying as to their support or non-support. Because plainly, this is the second day. And we have a time of a movement to possibly achieve. There is no way that the Igbos aren't involved. They're involved whether they're sitting at home or whether they're protesting. It's not everybody that has the same point of view just because they're Igbo. They all have their own minds. And those who wish to join in answering to my man's question earlier, they will join in at the time of their readiness. It's only for us to have focus and not to be distracted. And I think that's basic.
Thank you very much, Jago. So as I continue to say, our issue is with words. For example, we keep calling this thing, and that's why it's been hard to fight. This thing we're dealing with, this thing that we're dealing with that produces a Tinubu, produces a Jonathan, produces an Obasanjo, produces a Jalkuta Steel Complex, produces the Nigeria we know today. We keep dealing with it, and we keep calling it a legalized name of democracy. But actually, what is it? It is salvagery in politics. It is criminal activities that we have legitimized. We say we are padding the budget. We're stealing oil. We're doing all these things that we're trying to reach. So these are disastrous things we are doing to ourselves. And Abiola described it perfectly. He said, you have one well. It is in that well that you fetch water to drink, to cook, to bathe your children. But it is in that same well that you shit in and pee in and boo-boo in. So who is hurting who? Which country in the world legalizes corruption the way we have? Which country in the world thinks it's okay to pad budget? Which country in the world think it's okay to take people's resources and one man just takes it and go keep in his account? We are the only one, and we are hoping that that would work. We keep doing the same thing for 64 years and thinking in our head, oh, they do it. There's corruption also in America. That's always their argument. Oh, there's corruption also in China. Until we face the truth. It sounds like a monologue. Fela said it. We like to argue. Argument, argue. You be thief, I no be thief. You be robber, I no be robber. People who should be lined up and executed for treasonable felony are making decisions on what you will eat tomorrow. You need to think deeply about that. People who should be lined up for being guilty of treasonable felony based on their actions in government are the ones making decisions on what you will eat tomorrow. And today you're protesting about what you will eat, and some people are still telling us we're not doing it right or it will fail. You see how we don't see the past and we don't connect it on the future, on where we need to be going. And we hang on the low-hanging fruit as if those are the important things. Whether the price of yam will double 10 days after the protest. Really? Come on, let's face more serious issues. Well, that's the monologue I have. Who's next to talk? I think it's Speak the Truth. You speak. You're jumping Tone, but I think Tone doesn't mind. So you can go ahead and spill your poison without me being judgmental.
All right, listen. John, you're crazy. Yo. John is more worried, not just about the food prices. John is more worried, and this is why I'm on the side, about Connie's coming out of this unbridled violence. And I'm worried about that. In as much as we all want a changed society, I think you're the one that has been severally talking about on here, people not thinking forward. But well, if you're thinking forward, you also have to think about potential outcomes of events, and which is how John started off. So I don't see why two people in a row now have criticized this position. If you want a revolution, this is my suggestion for everybody on here that wants a revolution. You want a revolution, you're not going to be on Dr. Damage's show screaming for a revolution. You should be on the ground right now, dodging bullets, water cannons, and tear gas canisters. So, if you're on here asking people to go put their lives and their property in danger, then I think that is hypocritical. I'm not saying don't support it, but if you're that adamant that you say you do not mind people dying and you come on here talking about, well, people lay their lives down in other democracies, that's fine. It's very easy. Go on the ground and put your lives at stake to, and fight. Now, that aside, we are on here saying we want to, huh?
Conclude. 1 minute. Conclude.
In 1 minute, you want me to conclude?
I could give you 2 more minutes, but I have an interjection for you to respond.
You can go ahead and give your interjection. Good. What's your interjection?
My interjection is that you have just argued now that if I really want a revolution, I should be on the ground.
I didn't say
have you ever heard of?
About...
Let me finish. Do you know that words are sharper than bullets? Do you know that? Do you know that what we do here, what I do here, is far much more effective than being on the street? Because the Nigerian mentality has been miseducated until we correct the education. For example, I can give you a very basic example. 90% of Nigerians are still participating in that political dispensation, but yet they don't have popular sovereignty. Where do you think that is going to get them? So when I hear talking words, I know what I'm doing. When Dele Farotimi is out there making every Sunday sermon, he knows what he's doing. When Mayegun is out there preaching, he knows what he's doing. Those are the ones who knows what we need to get to that critical mass. And people like you, when you come to oppose us and attack our personality, you're just here to spill your poison and enable the status quo to remain the same. We are winning soldiers on a daily basis.
We can have a discussion without.
We can have that discussion when we have time. But that's my response. That's my interjection for you. You can now conclude. You have 2 minutes.
That's beautiful. You can instead of throwing at homonyms and getting personal with this, you can state your position without being disrespectful. But I'm not.
I was very
well.
clear.
It's all right. I'm not going to get in the mud. Just let me finish, okay? If our position, and if we're saying we need to remove the criminals in power, then I think it is pertinent that without violence, which is most likely John's position, this can be achieved. if you want to go with the revolution route, all you are encouraging is something that I think, and we've done simulations on this have been done numerous times. Okay, you will have something. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say the word violence. I
Alaba,
think
it's
it's a
okay to let me
catchphrase.
land, please.
Oh, yeah, okay, go
But
ahead.
you know what? Go ahead. Let me just be quiet. Go. Do your thing.
Okay,
Because I'm not going to get anywhere. You keep doing this. You did it yesterday.
I'm
Go ahead.
letting you land. You
You're
want
not
to hang
letting me
on the fact that
talk
I'm
though.
preaching
Like it's like
violence.
each word
But
you try to argue
politically,
the word.
there is
Right?
really no violence. You understand? Because
Will I be allowed to say something?
yeah, you will be. Because protest is a continuation of dialogue. If you don't understand, war is a continuation of dialogue. If you don't know, and so when it comes to politics, violence doesn't really exist. There's a thin line. There's a thin line when you're still in the process of dialoguing to get your objective, particularly when there's an
If
impact.
there was a
So
war
when
in
the
Nigeria,
ruling
right?
party, listen, when
No.
the ruling
You
party
listen. If there was a
start
war in Nigeria,
grabbing,
would you participate?
listen, let me finish that last sentence. When the ruling party start grabbing the straw of violence, they're trying to dig into the fear of the people, because only two things matters in politics: greed and fear. I'm done. You got your 2 minutes, then John will speak.
No, it's all right. I don't even need 2 minutes. I just want to ask a question. If there was a war in Nigeria right now, would you participate? Would you fly down there to go dodge bullets and get in the trenches and shoot at whoever you
Of
think is your
course,
opposition?
definitely, I will participate.
Man, you
That answers your
bullshitting, man.
question.
Why
Are
ask the
you done?
question? Why ask the question if you know the answer? Let's move on, Joe.
John,
Jago, you're too old for this nonsense you
I
always do.
really would like to
You're
know.
so
You asked the
petty.
question. You asked the question, bro, and I was waiting for his answer. He answered you.
Petty on everything you do.
No, it's not petty.
Everything was
I'm
fine
wondering.
until you came
Jago, don't let
on.
him turn to rougher fight. Leave him
No,
alone.
it's not that. It's not that. It's
John,
not that.
go ahead. John, go ahead. John,
Where
go
I'm
ahead.
coming from, I'm
All right.
inquiring. I'm inquiring of him. He's gone.
I didn't take him
Inquiring. Why
out.
would you
I
ask
didn't
the
take him out.
question if you know the answer?
I
That
didn't
doesn't make
take him out.
sense.
Let that be on the record. He took himself out.
Pathetic. And then
All
he's
right.
gone off like a
Go ahead,
child.
John.
Isn't he kind of emotional, unbalanced people?
Just let the record notice that I did not take him out. He has his say. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I think from my first monologue, I think I'm being misunderstood because you only focused on when I said the food prices is going to be high. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to reiterate again. I said we have to go back to the foundation. We have to go back to the foundation and look at how did we get to this protest that we are in today. And if you look at it, we have a lot of leaders that power, which we, the protesters that is of today, elected intentionally, that do not have vision. Because you won't say it's INEC, or you won't say it's what is it called, the Supreme Court. So we have to visit the foundation. That's what I'm trying to explain today, that today we are protesting today, which is our fundamental human right. Igbo or Yoruba, I don't see that fact. What I see is I have a Nigerian passport. When I'm in the airport, they don't ask me if I'm Igbo or Yoruba. That's my opinion on that. But the point now is today we are protesting, but I'm worried about, okay, if we protest today and we want, a foundational restructuring or foundational beginning, let me use the word beginning. Don't forget the fact that we are the citizens who elect the leaders we put in office. They don't force anything in our hands because they still comes and give us the piece of crap of money and people still vote them in. And tomorrow we come out and say we want to protest against bad government. That is what I'm trying to make you people to understand, that, okay, if we try to achieve this today, that there's going to be, a change of government, a change of bad, and everything, is the same citizens that we elect, the same leaders that will still govern them. Meaning
John,
the
I have
citizens.
an answer for you, but
Hold
I will
on now. You
wait
said let
until
me. Yeah.
I have
So
the answer for you for that question, but I will wait till you
okay.
finish and everyone on the panel speaks before I give that answer.
Okay, so that's why I started even when I was speaking, and I said, we the citizens are the reflection of our leaders. You know the kind of leader that you have actually voting for. We need to start that foundation first of all. You cannot say you buy rice and you're expecting to collect beans, because the signs were there. I was shocked personally within myself when APC won in 2023. After what we passed through Buhari, that's for me. That was when I knew that the citizens themselves are not ready, and which we are crying today. And I said, I am afraid about the future. Because if we think that we are trying to achieve something today, it's going to be like in the form of riots, or it's going to feel like form of like we want to, take down the country, or you come for a coup. There's rumor, those kind of things that is going on around. So that's why I said I am scared that we are trying to fight for something that we eat small fruit. It will not lead an everlasting fruit, because tomorrow we the same citizen will still be the cause of that same problem. That's what I want to do now. And I will give you typical examples and facts.
John, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Please. I really want to understand your narrative.
Okay.
Fair.
My narrative is this.
Wait.
Narrative is this.
Let me put the question to you, my friend. Fair is reasonable. We understand what fair is. But is it because of fear that we will not pass through the ceremony, the baptism of fire that Nigeria needs to put itself back on the right path? Or do we maintain the status quo because of fear? Because I'm not understanding where you're coming from.
It's neither. No, it's neither.
Actually, I do, Jago. I have an explanation, but I want all panelists to finish talking before I give him his answer.
Neither. My example is.
Give more examples.
I'm wanting him to come to the ground. Let him speak.
Yeah, my example is this: we are fighting for a good cause, which I supported fully. But what I'm afraid now is we, the citizens. I'm focused on the citizens now itself. Tinubu did not get there by rigging. People actually voted for him. And people actually collected money, which is the same citizens that are protesting today. Some of them, not most, because most of them did not vote for him this time around.
I have an answer for you.
So my point now is this. Will this eat fruits? Will this eat fruit after we fight for our future? The same citizen will still go back and vote bad leaders.
You got your question. You're done now, John. I
I'm done.
I won't give my answer.
Alaba, let me take my turn.
The other panelists speak. I would give you.
Alaba, let me take my turn.
Okay, Tone will go.
John, I'm going to try to. John, listen to me carefully. I'm going to try very, very, very hard to be very polite. I don't believe you just said that. So are you trying
Baba, give me the basketballs. I can take it. No worry.
There's no need for basketballs. I have an answer for you, but I will wait till everybody
speaks. There's no need for that. Are you trying to lay the blame on the people that have been bribed? Or are you trying to tell us that Tinubu actually won that election? Is that your narrative? Because your narrative sort of confuses me a bit.
Yeah, you might be. You might be confused. You might be confused, but I still tell you today that it is the same people that actually voted the government that we are today. He didn't rig himself into office. Take it or leave it. People voted for that man.
You want to be confused?
So I am still trying to tell you that if the citizen wanted a progressive future in that same Nigeria, would Tinubu be the best choice?
John,
the question I'm asking you people as a citizen, because I was in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria in 2023.
On the panel speak.
Hold on. I was in Nigeria in 2023. I'm trying to prove my point that what I saw with my eye, I knew that before we could get to the promised land.
John, let me say something to you, yeah? And this is what we've all been saying on this panel. Religion and tribalism, it's a big problem. A lot of people voted. If I here in the United Kingdom, some guy that I respect a lot, he said he knows that Tinubu is a thief. He's this, he's that. He's got some history, but he's going to vote for him because he's Yoruba like him. He's in the most dumb, and this person is not stupid though. This person that holds, I mean, in his walk of life and all that, he's doing well for himself. Then I asked him, I said, so if somebody else that was competent, just because the person comes from your ethnicity, you will leave competency and vote for on the lines of ethnicity. I said, then what is the point of us continuing as a nation? And yet when Igbo people say they want to leave, you people will have problem with it. Everybody will seem to have a problem with it. Or if you talk about it, they'll say you're being tribalistic, you're mourning too much, you're crying victim. See, listen, I know Mr. Mori wants to talk. Let me just cut short. People that were on the ground, Tinubu, I will tell you, Tinubu did not win that election, despite all
Let's
these.
leave it at that.
See,
So,
in fact, during
John,
the presidential election, let me tell you, during the presidential, they were so dazed in Lagos because Lagos was a template. They were so they didn't know that they were going to. They lost woefully. He was
okay.
rejected in his backyard.
That being said, Paul, Tone, that being said, I want to tell John one thing before I get. I'm not going to give the answer until Mr. Moroyi and Bumi speaks. I'm going to give you the answer. But let me tell you one thing, John. Let me tell you one thing. If Jesus Christ himself comes down to Nigeria now and head Nigerian government, it will still fail. God forgive me, I don't mean to use Christ's name in vain. You know why? The structural foundation is faulty, and I will explain later. Let Mr. Omoroyi talk and let Bumi talk, then I will give you your answer.
I think Jago wants to talk. I think Jago wants to speak.
Mr. Omoroyi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for another opportunity. You guys have already corrected John. I just want to, you almost took that word out of my mind. He didn't win the election. You know, they thought it was a joke. Oshomole said it was just two people tweeting from a room. I knew it was more than that. I always said it every time I had opportunity to say that. People were serious for the first time. People were ready to, take the bull by the horns, and they did to a reasonable extent. He didn't win the election. You know, the first time you could see a Tinubu losing the election in Lagos, was that not a surprise for you? First time you see a Tinubu losing an election in Port Harcourt, was that not a big surprise for you? First time you see a Tinubu losing an election, an ECOPEC losing in the FCT. So, to correct that point, he didn't win the election. So, he went through the manipulation of the INEC. He didn't even hide it. He said, grab it, snatch it, run away with it. And that was what he did. So you cannot blame Nigerians for, the last election. They actually tried their best. Having said that, I want to also say, now that we know the loopholes, the weak points, now that we know the divide and rule tactics, how much are we doing to close rank, to concentrate more on those things that bring us together as a people for our unity, than concentrating those things that divide us as a people.
That divide us. Thank you.
Yeah, if we don't come together,
that's a very good question, Mr. Moroyi. We will tackle that further.
That should be our strong point. The game they are playing is they're using our brains to play chess. The problem is not Igbo versus Yoruba versus Hausa versus Fulani. The average, I did my youth service in Bauchi before I redeployed. See, the suffering in the north is even more than that in the south. So hunger, like I said before, does no religion or tribe. We must try as much as possible to come together, to build on those things that unite us as a people. It's not about they want to share our money. They don't care about the tribe. Saraki does not know where the man from the north is coming from. The one from the east does not care where Tinubu is coming from. They share it quietly, and when it's sharing our national cake, when it has to do with the people, they start playing the ethnic, the religious cards, and people are falling for it. We should try and educate our people. We need reorientation of our mind. The greatest poverty in the land is not the amount of money in our pocket. The greatest poverty we have is the poverty of the mind. That is the greatest weapon they use against us. They are not as smart, they are not as strong as we think. I've been there.
Mr. Moroyi, you hit the nail on the head. Let it sink in. You just hit the nail. You see, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Nothing else can free your mind. You know, the mental slavery. You've hit the nail on the head. I want you to stop there. You still have more time to talk. I want to hear Bumi talk, and then I'm going to give John the answer. And I'm going to go historical. I won't take too long. Bumi, your turn, or you want to pass?
I want to say a couple. I wanted to ask before I make a submission. Who won the majority vote during the last election?
Who won the majority vote?
Tinubu won the majority votes, according to INEC.
According to
As
INEC,
allotted,
not
as
according
allotted
to
to
the
him,
people.
as allotted.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I just wanted to ask that. But regarding what Mr. John says, I do think that it is kind of the same thing the majority of other people are saying. It's just a different form of like presenting the argument. But he's not wrong when he did mention that it's still the people that
I would
elect.
explain that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem is still the people, and just like you said, Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Omore, yeah, said, it's also the mentality, and guess what? The mentality is the people. And when it comes to the protest, that is a big fear in terms of like, if let's say this government is taken out, so what's the next? What's the
Okay.
next step? And when you ask that question, it goes down to, okay, who takes the government? Like, who's actually going to take it? If you take out Tinubu, or if you, it's like, who's taking that thing? And I guess that's where his fear is coming from, that the people are going to select the next thing that goes on. And if we already know that the people are the problem, then we're probably going to elect the same set of people. Because although I hear a lot of people tend to blame Shore for bringing Buhari, which is really a lie, majority of Nigerians voted for Buhari. Let's say it as it is. We can then talk about the next election period in terms of the after the first 4 years. You can be, that's questionable, but the first 4 years, it was the people that brought him. So
Okay.
when they
Thank you.
tend to
Conclude, Bumi. Conclude, Bumi. Oh, I'm getting eager to speak. Conclude. One more
so when
minute.
they so when they tend to blame like Shure in terms of like, oh, he's the problem, I think that's when the people are not taking accountability of their actions. I think we love to blame other people.
Other
We
people.
never want to take anything. There's nothing wrong in making a mistake, but it's how to learn from it and move forward. And I think that's what we kind of have to be very observant in. For example, people blaming the Igbos again, saying, "Oh, they're gonna." It's take accountability. If you fail, you fail. Move on.
Yeah. Thank
But
you,
yeah, good
Bumi.
night, everyone.
Thank you very much. That was why. Thank you very much, Bumi. John, I'm going to answer your question. I need 5 to 8 minutes. How many minutes you won't give me? Now you be moderator now, John. I want to. So the issues are this. Let me itemize them. That
2.5 minutes, oh, Pereira.
oh,
I've been
Jago, you
7
can't take my time like that. Anyway, let's answer that question. Very detailed. The people and the bad leaders are the same. That's your primary argument. So it doesn't matter what system we have in place, we'll still get bad leaders. That's your argument. I beg to differ on that. Let's start with I'll be strong fella at it. Let's start with fella. He say, when you dey for school, mama and papa be teacher, right? When you go university, lecturer be teacher, right? That's anything you know in this world. Then when you can't leave university, you can't start to work, government be teacher. Are you with me, John? Who is government teacher? I don't know whether you've ever heard, fella. So I'm asking you, John.
Corruption and
Let's make it
tradition.
interactive. When you
Who be
start to
government
work,
teacher?
who be
Corruption
government
and
teacher?
tradition. What do you mean?
Somebody disappeared. Mr. Mori is gone. Won't leave us. Let me see if he's gone. I want to be sure. Oh, he probably Lockdown. Anyway, John, where's John? He needs to hear. He's there now. So, who is government teacher? Culture and tradition, right? So let's tackle culture and tradition. Let's take it back from before the white man came. What was our culture and tradition? Do we have harmony in our land before the coming of the white man? I want you to answer. John, the question is for you. This thing is interactive, John. It's not one man speak or you're listening. Okay. No. I need you to answer because I don't want you coming back and say, oh, I missed out on that point. John, before the coming of the white man, when we were ruling ourselves, do we have peace and do we have harmony in our land? John, answer now.
Well, how can I know a question when I was not born? Even historically, nobody could answer that kind of thing. Before the Portuguese comes in to do the slave trade and everything everything. By then,
how did your forefathers say our land was? You must have heard stories. What did they tell you?
Well, actually, I've not actually heard stories, but I know that there was peace. I know that there was harmony, and I know.
John,
I know that was because then we were dealing with calories. We're dealing with the money was calories then, the slave trade and everything. Like I said, how will I answer a question that I'm not there?
Fathers tell you.
Were they there? It's what they tell them that they were there because you know what you are saying. You are not even there because you cannot see the facts for me if you want to give me a fact.
Yeah,
because you are not there. It's what you heard.
That's fact.
It's what you heard. So we are in the same shoe.
Jagun, you want to comment on that? What was our land like before the coming of the white people?
Well, I'm actually ashamed of the way the communication is going, because if you don't want to accept or you don't want to buy into his story, and I'm telling him, if you don't want to buy into the understanding that you have an historical narrative about the land you're in, then I'm afraid you're completely disconnected. If you don't know modicums of your history that are essentially important for you to teach your children so that they don't be completely lost. To have an answer as you answered, I'm ashamed.
That's what Stephen Biko called black consciousness.
I'm ashamed. What kind of rubbish answer did you give us?
It's important, John. If you don't know your own history, you don't know where you're coming from. You can't know where you're going.
Bro, I never said I don't know where I'm coming from. You asked me a question. No. You
didn't answer correctly.
You asked me a question, and I said, how can I answer a question when I'm not there? I wasn't even born. I can only tell you. Wait, hold on. I can only tell you what I've been told, and you can actually counter it and say it's not true. That's not what we said. Jagon, you need to listen to what I'm trying to say.
Because I'm not going to repeat myself.
Let's ask.
No, wait. I want you to understand that repeating yourself doesn't change your answer. You just repeated yourself. For God knows what. We all heard you, and we understood you. And we replied.
The Portuguese were in Nigeria. How should I know? Wait, how should I know? Was I there?
Okay, you don't know.
We only read it in the book. We only read it in the book. Were you there?
Okay, books mean nothing. It's okay, we understand.
Every community and every culture has its own version of how the Portuguese came to the country.
Our villages, how was it? Was there harmony and peace?
No, Pereira, it's a wasted lesson. I can tell you that.
No, I don't.
It's a wasted lesson.
The man read things fall apart now. The man read things fall apart. Even if he didn't read Dele Ogun, fatherless people, he read things fall apart. Even if nobody told him any story. But let's leave it at that. I still want to make it conversational because he needs to understand my point. Told before the coming of these white people, how was
hold on. Somebody's trying to come in. Can you bring him in?
Okay, somebody trying to come in here. Let me see who the person I can bring them in. Do they have
it's A1.
Do they have a link? Do I need to post link?
Kilo Shele go.
Answer. We they talk history. We they talk everything. Hold on. Does the person need a link? Tone.
No, it's AY. It was AY I'm referring to.
Oh, it was AY. Okay, let me post the link just in case. In case, yeah. Somebody needs a link.
Post it, Tracy want to come in.
Post it, okay. I think I posted it. Yeah, good. So like, I want it to be conversational. Tone, before the coming of the white man, how was our land? How do we live in our village? What did your fathers tell you? What did the books tell you? What did history tell you? Because if you don't know where you're coming from, I don't think you can ever know where you're going. Tone,
you asked the question, Finland.
No, John has told us he doesn't know. He wasn't there. That's his answer. And he doesn't read books.
We had an oral history that was passed on.
Thank you.
We lived in kingdoms in yeah.
Tony, I can't hear you. Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
We had an oral history. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, John said he couldn't hear me. Can you hear me, John? Yeah, we had an oral history, and it was passed on from generation to generation.
Was our land in harmony before the coming of the white man?
We are very much in harmony, except
we
for
were in harmony. We had peace.
Except for some
we
few
had
travel
no problem.
skirmishes and
That's
all that.
The only point. That's just the only point I need us to collectively agree on, except for John, who they never told him his history. That's okay. That's okay. Now, then I'm going. It's important to emphasize this because Stephen Biko said, as a black man, we have been told the wrong history about ourselves. And if we don't get to know who we are, we will not restore our glory back to what it should be. Now, then come the Queen of England, came with the Bible, took our land, and then took control over us. We became what? We became the subject of England. Well, you know what just happened there, John? They just took what is called our sovereignty away from us. Our sovereign, we now become subject to the white man, to the king. Are you with me? So they ruled us as they please. That's how you got Northern Nigerian Protectorate, Southern Nigerian Protectorate. So the entire Nigeria was not for you or your forefathers. As at the time the Queen or the King of England was in charge, it was for England. Are you with me, John? Then 1960, we went to go beg them, say we wanted independence. You know what they did? They now carved some books or paper together, story together, join us with everybody. They can join us, stitch us together, and now say, well, we give you independence, but they never truly gave us independence. They still have dominion and control over our activities. We still never had what we needed, which is sovereignty, independence. Yeah, they gave us a constitution, quite all right, and then handed over to black people. They trained like them. This is what the English people call neo-colonialism. So we ended colonialism. We never got full independence, but we got neo-colonialism, where your fellow black man, now representing the interests of the Queen of England, now you are now the subject of that your fellow white man. And that was why most African countries were in turmoil during the entire 60s and 70s. Because they were battling with neo-colonialism. It might have existed as a form of military dictator, political, whatever, but it was the neo-colonialist that was in charge. You, as a person, were not in charge. That was around the time you were born. So you were born. So tell me, what culture and tradition did they pass on to you? The neo-colonialist culture. You never had independence. You never had your sovereignty. And to make matters worse, in Nigeria, they carved out a 1999 constitution that doesn't give you the office of a citizen, citizenship. They gave sovereignty to a state. So if a madman becomes your head of state, that madman will do with you as he pleases, because you, as an individual, don't have a say in that construction. That's why a lot of people that call Nigeria a zoo, a contraption, a crime scene, that is what they are referring to. Yes, Nigeria has legal sovereignty, but it never had popular sovereignty. That's why I said, if you bring Jesus down to come head Nigeria, Nigeria will still get the same result we have now. Because
you don't have to blaspheme more than once, so it's enough. You don't have to blaspheme more than
I
once.
don't have to do it more than once. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now, you see, once the structure is messed up, so how things work, John, is this. I don't know what tribe you're from. AY is from Edo. I know that. Me, I'm from Lagos. Tony is Igbo. Jagun is Egba or Yoruba. Or no. What's that water side that these Jagun people live?
I'll be Ondo man.
Ondo man. Do you understand?
Yeah.
We all want to live together. The way it works in normal society, we say, what are the things that bind us together and what rules are we going to follow when we start living together, just like we are on this panel? What rule are we going to follow? If you don't start with that and you just start from top down, you will have the situation you have in Nigeria and in most African countries. So if you don't go back into your history and understand your own history, that was what Fela was saying. Who is government teacher? Culture and tradition. So what culture and tradition did you think was passed on to us from 1960 to now? You tell me.
I don't think, bruh. Okay, let me be quiet.
I'm asking John. So you see where we are. So that's why
I've let John answer.
He won't answer now. He likes to be diplomatic. He likes to beat around the bush. He said he's listening. He's soaking it in. He's soaking it in. Good. So that's why some people are saying, for us to be this, whatever you want to call us, we all have to be on the table and discuss the terms of our engagement. Not that the one given to us by the Queen of England that was passed to a neo-colonial master. Do you understand that we are now operating on? That has been our culture and tradition. And that's why the country can never work until we start from the basic. I don't stop there. My 5 minutes. Don't.
Can I just say, Ferreira, I really enjoy the cultural and musical artistry to which you lay examples. If man can't get it from what you said, they're never going to get it. That's what I will say. Well done. Well spoken.
AY, waiting you won't have before John speaking, hold, because he's still digesting what I said on how to counter me.
You mean before the colonial master? Is that what you say? Because
no, not the whole thing I just said that, because we were arguing. What even started this conversation? What was that, John's question?
That's why I said I'm listening. I'm listening because I wanted to know where you're landing, because you did not land actually to my topic. Go.
But I did. Oh, yeah. Your topic was that the people are not different from the government. So what has happened was that from 1960, the people that have been produced are the ignorant people who are not aware of their individual sovereignty. You understand? Who just follow what they were told to do. Are you with me? So now when people are now saying we need a new constitution, or we need this, we need that, we need to discuss, they're saying that thing they pass on to us is not working for us because we're just following direction like zombie, and it's not leading us anywhere until we decide for ourselves where we won't go. They go just carry us go where we no want go. Is it connected? So if this protest,
carry us go where we don't know.
If this protest leads to that conversation or lead to that possibility of starting fresh, are you with me? Then we can now design for ourselves the kind of country we want, and then follow that footprint or that map, educate our people, don't forget the education part, and then move forward. That was what the likes of Alexander Hamilton did in America. That's what they said in the room that it happened.
Let me quickly.
Does it connect your question now? So if they continue in this trajectory they are on now, they will still elect another Tinubu. It doesn't matter if they remove Tinubu, but if they destroy the system, then we will build a better one that would educate the people and move us forward.
Let me quickly add something, right?
Yeah.
Actually, there are some kind of discussion that you guys were discussing this afternoon. I didn't want to go into. Part of them is this issue of tribe. I'm tired of talking about this issue of tribe.
I hate it.
The one that was actually pissing me off, I begin to think, what do people want in Nigeria? Because the same people that come here to complain about Nigeria, oh, Nigeria is not good, what are we gonna do? Now people started protest, you are discouraging them. Oh, they should leave the street. Why are they protesting? Why are you telling people why are they protesting? I'm really surprised. Then what do you want to achieve? How do you want to achieve it? This protest to me is just the soft message to the government. Is the soft message. Let people express their dissatisfaction how this country is going. That is the least. I don't even know why people are coming here, leave the street. Why are they on the street? They can't go there. Why are they protesting? My friend John, he said, "Oh, we're gonna lose how many billion? Who cares how much we are losing? People are losing life. You're even talking of money we are losing for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Who cares? That is the price we need to pay. We need to come together as people. There is no two ways. I continue saying it. We gotta be honest. We gotta try to solve the problem. Just like Ferreira said, we understand this problem. We understand the issues. We gotta make sure we solve it. Even if not for us, if we don't want to live, those that live in Nigeria especially, if we don't want to live in a sane country, please build it for the young ones, the young Nigerians unborn. This is not about us. Like this country is, we are here. People were here yesterday. People were here many years ago. We are going to leave this country. You can't kill the country for the people of Nigerians unborn. That is what we are saying. Let this country work. Let the people live like normal human beings. Nigerians are not living like normal human beings. Majority of Nigeria. There are some things when I used to live in Nigeria, I think we are normal. Like when I left Nigeria, I'm like, what the heck? Like this is how people live, and we are living like it's tough. The pain is much. This problem needs to be solved. Nobody is fighting with the government. Nobody is telling, let them get the job done. They ask for it, get it done. Do it for the people. There is no two ways. The pain is much. People are tired. People are tired. If I was in Nigeria, I tell you, I would go on the street. The state governor, let them be accountable to the people. You know, that is just the list people are asking. I mean, if you ask in terms of the violence, I know it is a riot. People will die. Things will happen. My prayer has always been, you know, so it will not be it will not get out of control. You know, let's minimize, let's try to be peaceful. But the truth is, this protest is needed. Nigerians are hungry. Except you can provide, if like I said, if I were the president, like before the protest, come out, address the people, look for a way to talk to them. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. I've done this. I've given this to the government. Please be patient with me. We have a plan. Give the people the plan. Give people your plan. Let them actually buy into the plan and say, okay, you know what? Let's be patient. This is the president is working on something. Give us timeline. But you didn't do that because you respected the people. If you are respecting the people, I think you come out and say, you know what? Just listen to me, guys. Talk to the people. You did want to talk to them. The governors did want to talk to them. You are calling the traditional, so-called traditional looters, and they're also part of the problem. You know, so this is not the time to gaslight. This is not the time to point fingers. It's time for work. To work. Even the people that are protesting, supporting the government, they're also passing through the same hell. I don't even know. We need to wake up, man. We need to wake up. If you look at the whole country, people that are supporting all the government right now, like, what do you see that is working? Can you point out something to me? I said, since the president came in, this is what he has done. This thing is working. Can you point out something? Is it road? Is it hospital? Is it schools? Is it jobs? Is it, point out something at least? Is it security? Is it agriculture? Point out something that you see that is working, that you see that is looking at is going to work in the next 1 year, in the next 2 years.
I don't mean to interrupt you as a moderator. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm trying to get John to understand, that the mere fact that things are not working and people are saying, let's get together and discuss this thing. And some people are still saying, no, we shouldn't. No, we can't. Just give the government a chance. Just keep doing what we are doing. That's the part that gets me confused, and that's what I don't understand about.
Well, that's actually that's not my point, too. That's not where I was.
But
okay.
That's where points like that usually lead to. Oh, we already have a system and we already have this. Let's just. I know that's not your point, but if you understand that, if we all can't truthfully say there's a problem, let's talk about it. Or how do we fix it? Or what can we do to fix it? If we keep gaslighting each other, just wait for the next election. Just keep, I mean, imagine I ran away from the same problem 30 years ago, and the problem has gotten worse.
Sorry, like I said, my own conversation, because I still strongly believe in what I'm saying, because if we cannot change it, this our protest or riot, it's not going to change the future.
So what do you think can change the future?
Hold on. If Nigerians, if our citizens cannot vote a leader that has a vision for the country, Nigeria will still remain the way it is.
How can they vote a leader?
Now, bros. I want to give you my personal experience now, because that was why I started with this.
Tell us how.
No. Wait, bros. When I went to Nigeria during the election, I actually went to go and registered my voter's card, because I wanted to vote back in Nigeria, because we were clamoring for diaspora voting then here in Germany. So I said, okay, we were just having a conversation, and some of my friends who are very, very much educated, they were telling me, if it's not Tinubu, it's not Tinubu. But I was trying to tell them, but we need a leader that has a very vision in the next 20 years, so that things will be repaired. They said, no, if it's not Tinubu, forget. He's my brother. Is this, is that? So I was collecting studies and data. I was like, people's opinion, the ethnicity and the minds and the religion has gone far beyond vision in Nigeria. And I am trying to make you people now to understand that if we are to build a new Nigeria, all those things must have to step aside until we vote a leader that has a vision. Now, if we want to vote a leader that has a vision, we now look at the political parties, the kind of leader that they are presenting to us. With the suffering Nigerians suffered during President Muhammadu Buhari, is APC, if Nigeria is a country that has vision, is APC should be in power in 2023. That was where I was trying to reflect about the foundation.
John, why are you giving Jagun
wait,
headache?
Wait now, wait. I'm talk. People actually, that's what I'm trying to say. That people actually.
I'm still with you, my brother. My brother, Ejo, sorry. Excuse me, I'm speaking to you. You are going to speak. You see, what you are saying is not unfounded. For me, when I look at politics, when a party has made such a hell of a country over the 8-year period, and then the same party comes back in power, is mind-boggling. However, we understand the politics that plays out in Nigeria that can replace anyone that they want. It's not down to the vote. They took it to as far as court proceeding, the Supreme Court, and it was found that nothing was wrong. This in itself tells us that Nigeria's system is totally corrupt. There is no backing of government. There's no right-thinking government. There's no right-thinking judiciary. So what does a common man have? The common man now has come to the point of protest. And we are putting to you that given the 60 odd years of Nigeria's existence, this is what has been going on every year.
Every year.
It is just the same. So the chance to vote in somebody new like Peter Obi was taken away from us. Now we are going to riot because Tinubu is worse than Buhari. Okay. Now it is for us to think about where we take this, not for us to complicate matters with fears and suspicions. It is for us. We are responsible. As a man, you're a man of two balls and one dick, like everybody else. So as a man, you have to carry yourself responsible for the changes that need to take place in the country. Otherwise, you're just a complainant. We've had 60 years of complaint. We don't need to.
Years. You go and
We don't need to hear any more
my
complaints.
last songs are old as 40
Please.
years old. It's
You people are still not getting the foundation.
You are not getting it.
See, let me land my point. Then you people will take it from there. The point I'm still trying to say that we have to eradicate two main factors if we want Nigerians to move forward. What are the two main factors? Religion and ethnicity.
You can't do that.
As long as that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that if we cannot eradicate those two factors, whatever we see in Nigeria today, before it go change, you go don't reach 90 years old.
They don't have religion in US. They don't have religion in Austria. In all other countries.
But
you're missing the
allow me to land. Allow me to land, because I'm trying to give you an analysis of the fate of Nigeria and how they proceed in their future. I told you, so you know the state now. Now look at it. So some people here said, the government, Tinubu won by, INEC and the Supreme Court and everything. And I am here. I'm actually telling you that people actually voted for this man. Now, my focus now is the people that actually voted for this Tinubu now that they are protesting against today now. They knew that this man is not competent. But because of ethnicity, they voted for him. Today now they are crying foul and this and that. We want a better Nigeria. Now, I'm now speaking about tomorrow. When 2027 election happens tomorrow now, collectively, all of us here now, we know that normally this man, Tinubu, should not even smell the presidency. But you will be surprised that people will still vote for him. And we are looking for a vision leader. You are shaking your head now. In 2027, you will see it.
Ferreira,
vote for him.
I have to make this point. This is very important. Hold on, Jago.
Through then, you will not understand what I'm trying to explain to you, because we actually still vote for him. And the same people, I've not landed yet. And it's the same people that want a better future for Nigeria and the constitution. So my point now is, it still falls down on the people. If we want a leader that has a vision, now we go still elect them. Forget all the things you people are saying INEC and Supreme Court are doing. Votes actually counted. Votes actually counted in the election. Votes actually counted. With the Labour Party and PDP, if there was significant progress that people voted for the two candidates more than Tinubu, vote actually counted. I'm still trying to make people understand that it falls down to the people. If the people did not change their mindset of a good leader with a good vision, by next year there will be another protest. Believe you me.
Listen. Let me at least learn.
This has become pointless, or Ferreira. It's pointless.
I'm trying. Let's remember. This be my
So
last.
It's pointless to you, but we will see the future. We will see what will happen in the future.
This will be my last thing, and I will stop because I'm beginning to have a headache too. Now, one thing you need to understand is that you keep saying the people chose a bad leader. That's what is called democracy. They have a right to do that. Don't take that away from them. What has happened in Nigerian situation is that they are taking that right away from the Nigerian people. You're missing it. They have a right to choose their Tinubu. They have a right to choose their devil. That's their right. You can't change that. You're trying to change that. Make people think straight. Vote only the good guy. It doesn't work like that. In fact, the most dangerous form of government is a democracy of illiterates. Go and read your books and find out. Democracy does not work without enlightenment. Now, Where you are making a mistake is that you keep talking about a good leader. Good leader do not come out of volunteerism, out of their own free will. It is a system that will make them good. Nobody will be good just because you want them to be good. It's a system that is there that will caution you to be good. It won't be because my sympathy, I just sympathize with John, so I'll rule him well. No, it doesn't happen like that. It's a system, and we are telling you what we inherited from the British colonial masters was a system of dictatorship. Do you understand? And that is what is being passed on. And that's what we mean by our culture and tradition that needs to change. We now have to have a new system whereby the vote of the individual, whether he picks a good leader or picks a bad leader, count. You keep mixing it up. You're saying the people are bad, then they will pick a... It's their right to pick a bad leader. It's their right to pick a Hitler. As long as the vote is pure and clean and follow the rules of engagement, no problem. You can't change that. They won't pick your angel. If your angel runs against the devil, if it's the people's will to choose the
I don't think you're
devil,
understanding my
that's
point
their
of
right.
view.
But you
I
have
don't
to
think.
have a system that makes it fair, equitable, and just. That's what Nigeria does not have. You keep
I think
saying
the fact of the matter is, John, the fact of the matter is you don't have a point. You don't have a point.
No,
You're
I
just
think you
wait.
don't understand my point of
I'm
view.
speaking
It's
now.
your own opinion.
I'm going to
No,
speak now.
it's your own opinion.
Yes, that is very much my opinion as it's coming out of my mouth. You don't have to underline the obvious just to talk, because that's what you're doing. I'm afraid all you're doing is talking. You're not actually you're not making an address of the lines. You're not, hold on, you are not really looking at the context of Nigeria's history. You're not looking at the context of Nigeria's culture before the Oyinbos came. You're not looking at the complexities that we are actually in and what it is that we are fed up of. You're not looking at none of these things. All you're doing is spewing, and we're trying to gauge you in some kind of understanding, and you're not giving us any understanding because you really have no point. After 1 hour, it's been an hour since we've been speaking on this. For you not to have pristined your argument to a point of everybody's understanding is your fault of communication. And I'm saying to you, sir, that your communication has failed miserably as far as this conversation is concerned. I don't know what you have to give, but for me, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything from you. Nothing is landing. I'm much older than you, and I respect that. But young people, the way I look at the young, wait, Joe, wait, please. The way the young
are not good.
Wait, Ferreira, please. The young people right now are of the most importance because it's going to be your tomorrow. Your tomorrow is what we're actually fighting for. You know, we who are above 50, we're on our way out. All we can do is give you our intelligence. That's all we can really do. If you don't follow the intelligence of our knowledge and history, then you are lost. You are lost. You don't know what it is that you're fighting for. You have no clue. And we're trying to put you on the correct railway, and you say, no, I want to veer off that and talk rubbish. I don't mean to be rude, though. I mean to be very purposeful in how I'm speaking to you. Because you see, Nigeria is at the most critical point. It's either win or lose now for Nigeria, and the loss is going to be miserable. If we feel that we're miserable now, the loss of that nation to us and to all black people around the world, it's going to be miserable. You don't have any idea of what it is that you're fighting for. Tell me the Nigeria that you want to see. Do you have a vision for what Nigeria should be? Tell me the outcome of a protest that would currently lead to a semblance of good governance in that country. What would that look like in your estimation? Have you even envisaged that? Yet you're looking for somebody else with a vision. My brother, if you are not clear in what the premise is, you who need a vision will never be able to get one. Vision and visionaries are based on clear thinking, gifts. Sometimes people are gifted with vision. Sometimes people have to work vision out in their mind. But vision is for everybody. It is not just for the wise, because a stupid person can become a wise person. We know this. We know this. It's whether or not we are willing to take responsibility for our own actions that lead into the cause or effect of a good Nigeria. That is what the paradigm that we are supposed to be working in. And if we're not working in that paradigm, I'm afraid we are part of the problem. Simple. Simple.
It's Tone that needs to speak. Tone.
Yeah. John, I'll take it off from where Jagun stopped. Like for the past hour, over an hour, right now, a little bit over an hour, we have tried to understand where you're landing this ship. We don't seem to have seen a beach where you're landing it. Listen, what you got to understand, I'll hear you what you're saying, part of the thing you said, but a country that the judiciary has been captured, how do you want us to even vote for a good man? The only good man that has put out himself that we have all seen is Peter Obi. You can never vote him in power. Whilst these people, these APC people, especially headed by the chief rogue Tinubu and all that, has got a history of criminality. So how do you want us to get to him? Look at riots are going on. The man doesn't have no iota of sense in his head to come and at least let him even lie to the nation. Just address, let him even just speak lies. Do you know what the effect of that will be? Look at all the bigotry that's been flying even from 2023 until now in Lagos State. The Lagos State governor does not have any brains in his small head to address that and say, listen, enough, guys. Even though they might even be propagating it in their private conversations and all that, there was a leaked WhatsApp thing and all that. These are lawyers. These are people that are supposed to be lawyers. They're saying that they should release the soldiers to kill any Igbo person. That they believe they're behind all these things. Nobody is talking. Listen, I'm happy. You know why I'm happy? I'm happy that enough it's been liberated because everybody eyed on the open thanks to social media. I'm sure some of them have started watching Dr. Damage's Niger Watch and other platforms. Very soon, you'll see more of them here. People are being liberated. The kind of Nigeria we want cannot listen. This guy is going to grab it. He's ready to grab it. You thought he grabbed it the last time. He did not even grab it. Literally in front of you, they will write the result and they will tell you you can't do nothing. Wike is there. Do you think he made Wike the minister for Abuja for nothing? Is to make sure that Abuja is in his pocket next time around. So we are dealing with a hardened career criminal, and he's leading other criminals. Look at someone like Onanuga. Look at the things he says. He's not even embarrassed. Do you know in the United Kingdom, you should open your mouth to say something about black people. Everybody will be hitting the street. Ask Jago. Right now, even in the United Kingdom, ask Jago. Jago is here. He will collaborate what I'm saying. There's some kind of riot that is going on right now in Sunderland. Serious riot. They even burnt a police station. Why? Because the paper reported that there were some 3 girls that got stabbed, and they reported it was a Muslim thing. And the people that are National Front and all that, these are people that believe that Britain should be for the British and for the white. They hit the streets, and there was serious riots. The Prime Minister ordered the British Army to come and start shooting people. The police handled it, and as we speak now, I was just reading about 2 hours ago that it's gone into another city. So the person that carried out the stabbing and all that, they said the court was trying to cover him up. For the first time, it's very, very rare when you're under 18, when you commit a crime, they don't They don't reveal your identity. He was shown to be an Eritrean 17-year-old boy.
Yeah, Tone, round up for like a minute.
So
I got it. But before
all I'm saying is that if we miss this opportunity, and I'll continue saying it, if we miss this opportunity for this riot, see, make all of us just go carry our mats. We could just go sit down. I'm not going to send money back home. Because we are even helping those people that are this thing. I'll only send money back home for essential things like medicals. I'm not going to send money back home again, henceforth, for anything. You ask me, I will say, listen, when the opportunity was there for you to speak out and all that, you were hiding. Please don't disturb me. Except somebody is sick and I've got to verify it, then I'll send money.
Tom. Thank you, Tom. I just want to tell John that the country we are in today, America or London, and all these places that are doing well, people fought, died for those places to be okay. We are now here enjoying their thing, and our people don't want to do anything. They just want to, I don't know. I like the question Jagun asks you. What kind of Nigeria do you want, and how do we get there? If you can answer that, that would be nice. But before you do that, let me go straight to, is it AY's turn, or should I let, if not now, speak before you?
Yes, so let the new man speak.
Your Excellency is here.
Make I let the Excellency speak first.
Fire.
Steph, fire go on.
You want to be fired? You gotta,
no, not that kind of fire. I don't know whether he's been listening to our long argument. This young man gave me headache today. I
I think he called for the Agbadu call.
I don't know what. I don't know what. That's why I put that thing up there. That progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their mind cannot change anything. Weak. I give them historic perspective. I give them cultural perspective. I give them fella perspective. He still say no.
Wow.
Okay,
Hello.
Steph, go ahead.
I don't think you said I wasted nothing.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
You are.
Go
yes, you
for it.
are.
Okay. Actually, if Ferrari have asked John this question, I wouldn't even have come in. What do you want? What's your solution? Because I heard all your argument. I understand your argument, but the question is, what's your own path towards that solution? Sit down, do nothing, right?
That's actually
you will call the president.
I'm coming. Look, I know you want to paint a narrative that Tinubu won the election fair and square. Assuming that is, I'm coming. No, he said people voted for him. And when people say he didn't win the election, they are not saying that nobody voted for him. It's two different things altogether. Of course, his wife could have voted for him. His children could have voted for him. So nobody said that there's no Nigerian that voted for Tinubu. No. Assuming that he even won it fair and square, the question is, why would somebody who won less than 40% of the total votes casted in an election be ruling the country as if he won a landslide? Does that make sense? Because I don't even understand their attitude of the present government. A government that came into power with the mandate of less than 40% of votes in the election should be humble enough to be engaging the people in everything he wants to do, knowing fully well that his mandate is not that popular. But he's not doing that. So if you are pushing the argument the way you are pushing it, in a little bit, you could make you could say it makes some sense somehow, but you are just telling us what we know. You understand? We know that Nigerians have their own blame. And when Alaba talk about education and re-education, that is because he knows what you're saying already. Then are we going to say, okay, because Even if the people are well informed, they can still make mistakes. You understand? People are allowed to make mistakes in choosing candidates. So, given that we've made that mistake and things are not moving the way we expected it to move, does the people they don't have, even if all of us voted for Tinubu, does it mean that if he's taking us to the wrong path, we cannot say no? This is not what we voted for you to do for us. So because I gave you an office, and you are mismanaging that office, I cannot speak out, and I become a bad person, and you forgot that I'm the one that gave you the office. Because there's no way you look at it that it even makes sense. The same people that gave them the office, the same government is turning around to say that those people are so stupid that they cannot even reason. There is other people that is instigating them. And my disappointment in all these things I've been playing out for about 2-3 weeks now is even on His Excellency P2B, because this was actually a moment that he should have seized. It's a moment he should have seized. A protest was being organized by youths online, and the people in government, they knew that P2B had no hand in it. They knew. They have all the intelligence. They knew. But why did they finger him? To do exactly what he's doing now. To tell the whole people, my hand is not in it. I'm not part of it. Who does that? Why would they play that music for you and you started dancing it? Is it wrong for your hand to be in it?
Steph, are you saying you're mad with Obi for saying my hand in it? You think that's a bad
No,
call?
Steph is not saying that. Steph is not saying
I'm
that.
trying to understand.
What I'm saying, if they said he's sponsoring it and he said he's not sponsoring it, he should re-emphasize why the thing should go on.
Okay, not deny that he's not
Not
sponsoring
denying it in such a way as if it's a crime if he's the one sponsoring it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Is it wrong for opposition to sponsor bad governance?
Exactly. You see, those are the type of points Okonkwo was referring to when he talks about courage.
It is not wrong.
Yeah,
the question Obi should have asked them is, what is wrong in me sponsoring it?
The reality is, my
this is
brother,
not what you elected to do.
if
You
I
are
can
leading
put
the country to the wrong place.
Steph, if I could put this to you, bros, I understand and take your point on board wholeheartedly. However, where we are now in Nigeria, a week is long in the world of politics, is what they say. Where we are now is Obi's part. We know he's not going to play any part of any rescue of a protest in that Nigeria. He's not going to play any part. Put Obi aside. Make that they do their own politics. Right now, it's about the people. And if we in the diaspora are not trying our best to communicate a direction for the people to go in that is comparable and that would reach a declared outcome, then I'm afraid we're not doing enough. We seem to not be reading we're reading yesterday's newspaper. Today's newspaper is out and it says all politicians are not included in this thing. What it is about the people and our disgruntlement about the way this country has been run for all our lives. We have had enough as a people. That's where we need to be, and that's where we need to be gathering pace and putting our energies towards. My belief.
We are, but Jagu, you're very right. All politicians are not involved in this. It's about the people. But Steph is making a very valid point that you are claiming to want to come rescue us, and now the people are saying they need rescue, and they are accusing you of sponsoring it, and you're backing out from it and saying no.
I understand. I understood Steph from when he began, and he's correct in his narrative.
Yeah, so
all I'm saying is that
arguing that the protest is faceless. Of course, it's going to be faceless because the people who are supposed to put a face on it are running away from it. Steph, continue. You really hit a nail there, man. But
Yeah.
I'm warning you, Steph. Obedience won't be happy with you with that point
No,
you're raising.
I understand. It doesn't really matter. Everybody's a man of his own. You understand? Um, if you ask me, I will say that the least that we can do from where we are is to, borrow a leaf from Mayagun, and wherever we have a platform to talk, we shouldn't make statements that's going to discourage what is going on now.
That's right.
Rather to encourage, because
That's right.
that is the least
That's
we
true.
can.
Yeah.
The least.
That's the least we all can do. We
That's where
shouldn't
it
make
begins.
statement. We shouldn't castigate it. We shouldn't condemn it.
Rubbish,
We shouldn't say we
it's
should
gonna be a
encourage.
failure. I see a failure. What the fuck is that mean?
Yeah, that
Rubbish.
was why
Yeah.
I was a little bit mad with KJ when his position was more like we're not trying to remove Tinubu's strong. I don't care whether we remove Tinubu will determine whether they remove his own government or not.
Exactly. That may not be
It's
the
Honestly,
not my
intention.
concern.
That may not be the intention, but it's also on the table.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he will
Absolutely.
what has
determine
it's
based on
also on
how
the
he
table.
respond to
Yeah.
this demand. And we got to be upright. He was running. No, this is how we sugarcoat things we shouldn't sugarcoat. Let's call a spade a spade. Tinubu will determine whether his government is dismissed or not, based on how he responds to the people. The ultimate power belongs to the people, not to him.
And for those that are wondering or doubting if the protest is going to achieve anything, I just want to tell them that the protests have already achieved a lot. And even if the people are tired today or they are being subjected to more terror and they gave up, it doesn't mean that the protests have been a failure. The protests have not been a failure. The protests have achieved a lot. We should commend them, and it's just an indication that
Background noise, Olumide.
Olumide,
Please.
that noise. Let me mute his mic. Steph, I think it's the ruling party's propaganda machinery, all that noise, all that stuff
Mute the
about,
mic now.
exactly.
which is why we shouldn't re-echo their line here. We shouldn't re-echo it at all. Under no circumstance. I think it's part of their, the protest is dying down.
If there's no other lesson, look, hello?
I think it's Ferreira's connection.
Okay, if there's no other lesson that been learned, at least the government by now knows that when there is an issue in the land and you need to talk to the people, you shouldn't be going through the back route of talking to traditional rulers, pastors, imams to talk to the people. You that is in government should talk to the people directly. You've seen that asking them to go and talk to their subjects doesn't work. Nobody's nobody's subject anymore.
And again, Steph,
That's
in addition
that's
to that,
indirect rule by the white man. He did it with us.
I remember the very first day because it was Alaba that was moderating, and what I gathered from the various reporters as of 10 o'clock, they were all they were suggesting that people were not going to come out, that people have bought the bait, the fear. And I said, no, where I told Alaba, he's here. I said, listen, people are gearing up. Just watch. By 12 noon, it started kicking off. By 1 o'clock, it was in full swing, And it may seem today that it's calmed down or it's lost traction. I don't think so. This thing is going to continue. This thing is going to continue. My ego actually was talking about some woman in fact, as I watched it, some woman she was selling Zobo. This woman speaks plain English. It turns out that she was a teacher. That was the leader of True Some Wuru means. There was this other boy that came up. The father came up and said his son was a body. He's very, very talented in one computer program or the other. There and there, between yesterday and today, they raised 1 million naira to buy him a laptop. This is the sort of thing I want us that we need to be doing, especially from us in the diaspora. And us in the diaspora, we need to start organizing ourselves to have our own match here. Put pressure on them. Those people that have run away to come here, let them not find peace. By the time they tune in their telly, they will be seeing our faces too. We can't stand for this bad governance. That is when they will know, listen, there's no running, there's no hiding place at all. Whether America, whether Asia, there's no hiding place. They should all go home. And picket even the government.
In closing,
to
let me
support
ask
what
this
you're saying,
question.
Tone, you see, our journalists, they're so useless. All these people that traveled abroad, when they know that there's a protest coming, all these speakers and all this, they're supposed to give us their address so that those of us when they're abroad, we go protest for the hotel where then they stay. They're supposed, our journalists supposed to do anyway.
Investigative journalists.
Let them do their work.
In
They
closing,
don't do their work.
Let me just ask this rhetorical question. Do you guys think it would have been in Obi's favor for him to be arrested by the government? Because if I'm the face of opposition or want to be the face of opposition like him, I would even want the government to arrest me.
Of course. Same here. I concur.
Steph, don't go. Some people in the comment section are attacking you. Maxi Prince, they're saying you're talking rubbish. I told him to come on board and debate that issue of that Obi issue. I told him,
let him come on board.
you obedience will come after you for that.
And I'm a sellout. So have they said that I'm a sellout?
Hello, guys. Hello, panelists. Good day to you all. I
Right,
want to weigh in
Olumide, go
on.
ahead.
I want to weigh in on this issue. See, John, I beg. See, when we speak to these issues, you understand? Let us not speak for the enemies of the people. Speak to how do I frame my
to edify the people's position.
Yeah, you are speaking to the position of the enemies when you say these people voted for Tinubu. Oh, the Yorubas voted for Tinubu. These people, see, when you want to speak based on the foundation of truth, that election was not a free and fair election. So there's no basis. See, that is why I always come hard on forefathers. There's no basis for analyzing that election at all. You don't analyze false data.
Hold on, Olumide, let me ask
You
John.
don't. Nothing good comes out from false data. When you have made numbers, when you have jumbled up numbers all together. You understand? You don't analyze it. When you analyze it, you are making what they have cooked up, to be true. There was no election. They knew what they were doing when they closed the beavers and the IRL. They knew what they were doing. And if he had the intention of putting the country on the right path for a free and fair, independent local government election, 3 off-cycle state elections, they were writing with barrel and pencil. You saw that. You understand? And they've cornered the judiciary. And let me say this once again, that the large majority of the Yoruba people, you understand, are not in support of this criminal called Tinubu. Even in the Southwest, I can bet you categorically that he lost majority of the states in the Southwest if 2 results were published today. You understand? So don't even analyze that election. It was a rout, nothing but, even if Sowore lost. So no matter how bad a candidate is, speaking to Ferreira's point, if you allow a free and fair election, you will still find people that will vote for that person. But in a society like ours, being illiterate, where I disagree with Ferreira is that being illiterate doesn't make you unenlightened. You understand? It doesn't make you ignorant. You may not be able to read and write, but people can make a choice. You understand? So in
I
Nigerians
agree with you,
are ripe
Olumide. We
enough.
have a lot of ignorant professors.
We can always make progress, but they have stunted that progress by always falsifying our data. They will falsify the population, they falsify the voters register. That is why we have not made progress since 1999, because everything has been rigged. We have not been able to make progress on informed decision basis. But things took a turn for the worse for them when the obedient movement decided that enough is enough. We want to choose who we want as our leader. And then they decided to rub it in the face of the people and say, you know what, you will never have your sovereignty. We will hold on to that sovereignty. That is why people like John Abba can come out. You can see they're not even coming out now. They can come out and say that the people cannot decide. They can't decide who should lead them. It should be a select set of people who are influential in the country who should decide who should lead them. When we don't have that in our constitution, when we say the constitution is a fraud in the first place because the people were never a part to it, by the same elites who sat down and cooked it up in their rooms, when we told them that it's a fraud, they will say, oh, no. And they are the same ones who will not even obey the very paper they cooked up. This is a very fraud they cooked up. We are in the US, we are in Canada, we are in UK. Even UK that is very conservative. Even UK that is very conservative. Today, you would never, you would never hear them speak discriminatory words against other races. They won't tolerate that in their society, as conservative as they are. To what Tone said. How much
It's
more
an
US?
offense. Olumide
How
is an
much more
offense here.
Canada? Yeah, as diverse, America is a diverse country with different, that is how they thrive, different cultural backgrounds. They don't joke with their elections. They know that it is that election that will bring out accountability. No matter how powerful that leader is, it is that election that will make him accountable. That made Trump accountable, that he didn't get a second time, and is at the risk of not even being elected with the kind of candidate he's facing right now. So the moment the people can't choose who they want, from the local government level to the state to the federal, you will find criminals cooking up numbers and deciding who
Thank you, Olumide. Round up.
Olumide, are you going to finish today or we should just
Yeah,
sleep?
he's rounding up now so that I can
so
go
I
to
just want
AY.
John
AY
to
is
know
getting
that,
impatient.
John, please, there was never any election. Don't say they voted.
Let's stop beating up on John. Olumide, be quiet.
And then
Your
two,
time is up.
I want to say
AY, go
finally
ahead.
that
After your minutes don't end.
what these Lagosians are doing, or supposedly few Yorubas are doing, that is not Yoruba. That is not, the Igbos are our brothers. We want to build a country that is fair.
Olumide, go to Lagos.
So the reason why they are gaslighting the Igbos right now. Wait. The reason why they are gaslighting the Igbos right now is because Tinubu is just clutching. Tinubu and his boys are clutching on straws. They are not using it, and it's a very big shame that that is an unfair fight. They can't fight a free and fair fight. It's like a guy who wants to go to an exam and is cheating, bringing in books, bringing in Orijo. That is not a free and fair fight. The free and fair fight is bring your arguments before the people. Tell them what you want to offer them. Let the people decide at the end of the day. But the moment you steal the election, you are stealing, and then you are gaslighting him because it's from another ethnic group. You understand? So what if it was a Yoruba man? What
these
would he have
people in
said?
the chat keep urging you to go on. I beg Olumide. I have to be
So it's nothing but a criminal.
I will kick you out.
He's just gaslighting the Igbos. That man should leave. He's not the president of that country. He's a crook. He should step down and he will face trial.
Thank you.
You
I
understand?
have to block Olumide. Hey, I just start to the talk. I go mute Olumide now.
Yeah. So what I wanted to comment on, right? You see, truth is hard, but we need to accept some things. What if not now just said about Peter Obi is 100% on point. What's his name?
Okonkwo.
The actor Okonkwo said about Peter Obi. I've actually said it on this platform. There is no mistaking. It doesn't mean Peter Obi is not a good person, right? It doesn't mean it's not who we define it to be. To me, in the issue of the election, I was a bit sad in 2023 election because to me, Peter Obi was just, in terms of corruption, he was less corrupt among the three top candidates. You know, he was speaking the mind of the people. But to be honest, Peter Obi, I have my reservation about him. He's too gentle to rule that country, in my opinion. We need more. We need more of that. What I'm praying for, right? Let them reform the electoral system so that the vote of the people will count. I believe if we have that, we'll have even more qualified people to run for the position of the president. Nigerians are going to listen to them, ask them questions, just like what Peter Obi was doing, moving around the country, going to TV station, going to platform, people will ask them questions, you know. This is what we need. It's just that I see Peter Obi as lesser evil among the three major candidates.
Hey, why you're looking for
election.
trouble? You're bringing some people out of the wood. You see, our comment section is blowing up.
I love it because we gotta learn to start speaking the truth. Because and the other thing I actually want us Nigeria to do, right? When we are choosing a candidate, let's look at the issues. Let's look at the issues. Anybody that is not speaking to the people, anybody that we see is going to divide the country across tribal line, across religious line. Anybody that is not showing sign that he want to develop the country across board from east to west to south to north, don't vote for him. Even our state governors. Because in the end, all of us will pay for it. That is what we are paying for now. Look at what the governors are doing, even in our state. If you go to in most of the state, the division is also there. Across board, they are dividing the people. It's from this. If you go to one state that there is a major tribe there, you will see them play the dirty politics, dividing the state across tribal line. This also happened in the state. So it is a problem. It is a problem. We want a country that will work for everybody. If I want to go home and say, you know what, my country is working now, let me go and invest. I will have the environment. I don't need to be a politician to eat. I don't need to be. I can invest. If I want to go and work, I should go to a country and say, okay, I can get a good job. I can.
AY, I just want to kind of AY. I want to kind of challenge what you just said. What you said is right, but I want us to bring that discussion forward. See, the reason why quality candidates have not come forward, or majority of them don't really come forward, is because at the end of the day, they know that the numbers don't count. So if we want to be honest, it is not. See, if I see, for me, you have your own.
The number don't count plus the violence too.
And then you see, you have your own opinion as to who is a good candidate or not. So I don't begrudge you for what you hold against Obi. You understand? But more importantly, we need the umpire. Once the umpire has been sent there to do a dirty job, like we need people like that woman that against all odds
No, Olumide, I
declared
think it's the structure that is wrong. We need a new constitution.
No, Olumide, the structure is wrong.
I
We
know,
need to
I know,
change
I know,
everything.
I
We need
know,
to
but
change
Nigerians are not
everything.
even
See,
Nigerians are not
that
even talking about that right now.
That is the problem. The woman you're talking about. We don't need one person to change. We need
Just
a
one.
system.
We need the whole system.
Let me give you an example.
There are
Right?
so many of them like that, but they are not.
Example.
You know, there's good people there.
If President Trump was president in Nigeria or in any African country, you think he's gonna leave power today? It's not gonna leave. Because there is a structure, there is nothing he can do. You lost the election. With all the gra, they will take you out. We don't have the system. That is why we are struggling.
But Ayo, I'm sorry, AY, see, some of the laws there, we know that some of the laws there were copied from countries that it has worked very well for them and they brought it here. But they have not made it work because I think the very key thing is that the people who saddle that institutions, our key institutions, like INEC, they need to be flushed out. Before you can even bring that change, how do we flush out those criminals? They are the ones that are hell-bent on holding on to the current position.
Again, hold on. Again, you need to fix the root of the problem. It's gonna
the root of the problem has to be fixed. We have to use this opportunity.
That is the solution.
But how do we flush those? There are just a few minorities.
Revolution or whatever happens, this protest has to be galvanized.
There's something have to be done.
Before you all go on, before I call on Augustine.
No. Wait, before you even call on Augustine, and welcome Augustine. We haven't seen you for a while, but I just need to say this. You see, brother Olumide, you see, bros, somehow we've got to get on the same page. Somehow. And the page that you are on is not precisely the right page. You still need to come over a bit more in understanding that Nigeria hasn't worked for anyone.
I agree.
Now that the people have seen for the last 60 years how we've been playing, this is an opportunity for us, Olumide. It's an opportunity for us to take everything down. And build it up again in a proper way. Because we cannot try and play bric-a-brac with this organization that they have there. We can't fit into it. There's no way of fitting into it that would make it semblance of wellness for us as a nation.
I agree.
So with that, the page that we are on, the page that
I see one man to Mo in the comment section. I'm going to warn him that there will be no bigotry statements here. I would block him right away. I'm letting him know now. I would not tolerate it. I'm not electricity. I'm just letting him know. Anyway, I wanted to go to Augustine, but before I go to, I was thinking maybe John want to tell us how to make Nigeria better since he doesn't agree with.
No, go to John before that one. That one will be convoluted. Okay, let's go to you.
John, you fit do it for 2 minutes.
All of you said your opinions, but let me correct a statement here. Olumide, you cannot tell me what to say and how to think. Your statement was wrong in the first place. I kept quiet to listen to you.
That's okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm not angry. About it. I'm just saying, yeah.
Everybody
but
their points, yeah.
That's what you should have said in the first place, but that's not what you said. But the thing is,
no. I was just trying to convince you not to look at it the way you have looked at it.
And I'm also trying to convince all of you to look at my own perception.
Don't try. You gave me a headache in that attempt. Don't try. Okay, let's go to Augustine.
So wait, let me land now.
Okay, let him land. 1 minute.
Let me land. Okay. Okay. Really, there's nothing really I want to say further than to say there's nothing I want to say further than to say 2027. What I just said will repeat itself, and I will be here to tell you that I said it.
That is if there will be a 2027. You wait with what is going on.
No, it's not even that. Do you even want to be right?
You are not in doubt.
When you are right, and you tell us that you are right, what's the gain? What's the gain in that? Nonsense.
If this same set of people,
I believe in
set of people are still in power,
I
then they
believe
will
in
link it.
I believe in what I'm trying to explain to you people, like what I've seen. That is what I believe in. And I'm trying to make you people to understand that. Look,
That's what you saw.
we are,
What
we are
you
speaking
want?
for,
No, the thing
you
is,
see,
you
we are
see,
speaking
Your
for,
ways
wait
are
now,
flawed,
wait now.
and you
no,
know
We
we
are
it.
shouldn't go
speaking
back
of,
there.
Allow him talk.
Pereira,
wait,
we shouldn't go
we are
back.
speaking of, wait now, we are speaking of
Go
revolution
backward.
today. We
We
are
can't
speaking
wait
of
another
revolution
hour
today.
on this
Wait now,
subject.
I
wait now.
know, I know.
Yes, we are speaking of
Give him his
revolution
1
today
minute, and
to
we'll end
take
it
power.
there. 1
We are
minute, and
speaking
we
of
would agree.
revolution today to take power and grab it and have a new government and have a new vision. And I still maintain that fact that if we did not remove these two factors in Nigeria,
No,
we will not grow. But you
you're
people
wrong.
said no. If we
You
do not
are
remove
wrong. You are
religion
wrong.
and
You're wrong, and your
ethnicity,
time is
we
up.
will remain where
Augustine,
we
go
did.
ahead. Tribe and
And
religion
Nigerians will keep
belongs to
voting through
us.
ethnic line and
Remain
religious
as
line.
we
Take
please.
it or leave it. Take
Ferrari,
it or leave it.
Ferrari.
That's my
Please,
opinion.
Yes.
That's my opinion.
can you ask John how to remove religion and
Very
tribalism?
good
Very
question.
good. Very
Now,
good.
now,
Very good.
when I came, it's like I gave an example. When I said we are trying to vote a leader that has a vision. But a lot of people, and because I started with the foundation, I said the foundation is that a lot of people are already ethnic minded and religiously minded. And I'm trying to look, vote for a leader that has a vision. But
Answer the
when I met
question.
my
How do
friends,
we
wait,
remove
I'm giving you
religion?
an example. No,
Okay.
so do I have the answers to that question? I'm telling you, all of us as a collective effort, that we need
How
to
do
work
you
towards
do
it.
it? That's all we
How
ask.
do you
Nothing. We're
remove
not
it?
saying.
How do I remove
How do we
religion and
remove the
ethnicity?
tribe? Yeah.
Look, this is a foundational something that has been
We are
John,
embodied on us.
John, let
Wait
me tell you this,
now,
No,
John.
you
John,
people
No,
should
wait,
what
allow
I'm
me
John.
to
trying to,
talk
what I'm
now.
trying to
Allow
tell
me
you
to
is that
talk
Wait,
now.
wait,
Allow me
wait.
to
Let me
talk
just
now. You people are
John,
say
just
don't
this.
carry us go where we don't know.
you
John,
people
they
are
carry us
running
go where we
around.
don't
Let me
know.
tell you
How
something.
do you
You people are
remove
running
religion?
around.
we
We
know
have a
the answer.
foundational problem.
Let me
We
answer.
have a
that's
foundational
true.
No,
problem.
you
That's
You people are
remove
true.
not
it
addressing.
yourself, but
John,
you can't
But
tell us
John.
how to remove it.
See, can we talk?
if we need a Tinubu, I mean a P2B tomorrow or this kind of thing, okay, please let's check out the way they voted.
No more
Let's
history.
check out the way they voted.
Augustine,
Let's
your
check out the
turn.
way they voted. That's what I'm
No.
trying to
Thank you.
explain
Your
to
time
you.
is up.
2027.
John, Augustine, go ahead.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody, depending on where you are. Look here, I don't believe that people always say that something is not possible. To be honest with you, if you, for me, I always reason. Shows I always reason from like my teacher point of view. If you want to convince the children, if you want to change a nation, you start by convincing the children of today. So as the old one, they die, they go. But the point is that at the end, you get what you want. If this ethnicity and religion we are talking about, you cannot remove it in 4 years. But if you want to remove it, the first thing we'll do is that no form in Nigeria must use state where you are coming from like a state. That's the first thing. By the time we start removing all those things that segregate you between a Christian and a Muslim and start removing it, it will take 10 years, 15 years, but it will die naturally over a long time. So that's the first thing. But it will not happen in 2027, it will happen in 2031, but it will happen in 2040. It will solve that problem. That's the first thing. Secondly, if you want to have a situation, we have a leader. The point is that people are liable to work better. Oh, sorry, it's nice. People are liable to work better if they know that their effort will count. You want a leader, right? Good. If you start employing civil servants who are the most qualified, look, I take myself like an example. The first time I ever, when I wanted to get to grad school, the first time I ever wrote my statement of purpose and everything, the first school I sent it to was not successful. Later, I sat down and looked at the thing and I told myself I had to go and learn how it's been done because anytime I make a mistake, I'll look at it. What did I do wrong? So when I looked at it and I learned how it was done, and I told myself, guy, you write trash. If na me be the admission officer where you still send it to me to evaluate, I will still deny you even though you are the person. So what I'm trying to say is that if we have government where employment is based on merit, you will have people in government who are capable enough to do the job. That is when you now assemble a lot of hands that can help with the elections, and the elections will be okay. I will still keep on insisting. Somebody made a very important statement here some minutes ago. He said that even in the states, there are segregation and bias. It's true. I'll talk because, as I said, I always vote when I was in Nigeria. I always vote.
You will come when there's governorship election, you say, yeah, Anambra North, Anambra Central, Anambra this, Anambra that. But that's not how it's supposed to be. Those who perceive to be the most qualified candidates should be those who are supposed to win. But as I said, there's one funny thing here. You cannot eat your cake and have it back, especially in these recent times, where you put the wrong person, the person show you pepper, then you expect say you do it next time. If by 2027 Nigerians are, because let me tell you, 2026 Tinubu will start behaving as if he's doing well. He will start flushing money out. Before you realize the short-sightedness of Nigeria, one thing I don't like about us Nigerians is that once we want to chance the next person and collect money, collect this, you want to chance the next person and collect. That's one thing, we are always greedy. I'll keep on insisting that those are the grassroots. Even we have problems, so politicians have problems. We too. These are the grassroots. We get problem a lot. We get problem because anytime they bring money during the election, you will see us drag it, and you forget that this person was a bad person. I keep on insisting, a man that has never been good will never be good if you make him the king. That is what is happening to Tinubu today. Tinubu was never a nice guy, and all of us knew. Since from the 70s, 80s, don't they commit? They expect to become president and go suddenly become a nice person. It doesn't happen that way. So my own take about this issue is that even the Nigerian people to an extent are culpable. It is true that INEC did not behave very well, but it is very true that Tinubu was able to rig his way to power because some people voted for him on ethnic and religious lines, and we all know it is true. Then yeah, let us wait and see how it goes. But I pray that first, people should not die as they are now. The government should try to be reasonable. And if Tinubu has anything that is upstairs, I will expect him to just come out and say something. But because if he keeps on being silent, I don't know what to say, but let us wait till that time, 2027. Let's see how it goes. That's what I'll say for now. Maybe I'll listen to other people.
Is everybody muted?
You're muted. You're muted.
Ferreira, you're muted.
Ferreira, wake up, my friend.
Ferreira is muted.
What did you say?
I think you are moderating now.
Yeah. I thought you all could hear me. I didn't know the team was mute. I just brought in Max the Priest. So what are we talking about now? Are we talking about Obi's failure to wear these protests fully on his chest, or
no, I think
John misguided direction on where Nigeria?
No, we are not going with John again. Or John is.
Jabu, can I talk?
Can I?
Hey!
Moderator. Me no
Jesus Christ!
Moderator. I don't be.
Calm down, man.
I'm calm. I'm so mad that John will reason the way he's reasoning. For Christ's sake. Nobody is disputing that, some Yorubas voted for Tinubu or not. But at the end of the day, what is the statistics? Is 8 million all Yorubas that voted for him? How can somebody, I'm so disappointed. John, you are in Germany, you are in Berlin, and you could talk like this? I'm surprised.
You did not listen to the
No, John, please, I don't want interruption. I don't want interruption. Please, I'm begging. I've been listening to you guys for about 2 hours. I'm just coming out of town.
John, let him vet his anger on you.
Okay, and because of you guys, I had to get out of the freeway just to talk. You can, these things we talk every time because the way you are saying it, you're making it look as if all Yorubas voted for him. I have friends who are Yorubas, until today, they never voted for that man. I knew that man. I lived in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos.
I can bet you if they release the result of that last election, Tinubu lost. He lost Southwest. I can bet you.
I agree with that.
So at the end of the day, we are not saying that that some people didn't vote for him. He even said it with his mouth to the imams. He said that he won the election with his money. That it was his savings that won him the election. And you begin to wonder, what is this man talking about? And then Steph, I'm surprised Steph, all of a sudden Steph just came out of his own shell to blame Obi. Why didn't he own up? Oh, if he's sponsored. Did you listen to the man? Did you even know what the man is talking about?
On that Obi, Steph was on point.
Wait, Pereira, wait. Pereira, please. Alaba, can you? Alaba, no, you are moderating. Can I make my statement? And then you can continue. This is a man, before anything, they said he was sponsoring the election, and he was sponsoring the protest. 2 days ago, about yesterday, they came up with a video where they said he was protesting with people at Abuja, and the man was at Oka. This whole thing that you are looking at, you know what they're waiting for? One thing they're waiting for, Obi. One mistake, they will take Obi, and guess what? He's not gonna come out alive. I bet you that. Going to jail is not the problem, but they will kill that man in jail or prison or whatever you call it. They will kill him. To them, they feel he is an obstacle to their 2027, and they are looking for every way to take him out. And not only are they trying to take him out, they're also trying to, to group him into a tribal thing. That the Igbos, because now they made it seem that the Labour Party are the Igbos. After they even call it IPOB. So sometimes we have to reason. The man only came out to say that he's at Onitsha. How can he be at Onitsha and be at Abuja at the same time? And not only that, okay, he said people can protest as long as they protest within the law. People can protest. For Christ's sake, can we just, please guys, we are adults. For Christ's sake, we can change this topic. If we don't know what to say, we can change this topic. And Steph, if you feel Obi is weak, you can as well. I can pay your flight ticket. Go to Nigeria and do whatever you want to do. Thank you.
Maxi, don't have another attack on this issue. We have other bigger issue down the line.
Can you learn how to talk to people? You don't shout on people here. Nobody is your
child. Can I come in?
Wait. I swear to God, you were there and they were saying all those things.
Please, is that why you are shouting?
Did I shout on you? Did I shout on you? Did I shout on you? Did I shout on you?
Why are you buying somebody?
I made my statement, and so be it. I made my statement, and so be it.
Actually calling because of you.
Thank you.
You asked me to come on.
That backbone has been allowed between AY and Maxi Priest.
Can I come in for a minute?
That man
can I come in for a minute?
Let me respond to him.
Can I come in for a minute?
Only 1 minute, Kenneth. Please.
Hold on. Can you hold on? This is getting interesting.
What I want to tell Max is that his opinion is welcome, just the same way my own opinion is allowed. I did not run for president of Nigeria. I never even contested even councillorship. But I believe that anybody who wants to put himself up to serve the people should be ready to stand with the people at all times, no matter what it costs. This protest that is being organized by the people, the very people that will be represented. If they are telling you there is an Igbo protest, is the narrative they want to paint to you to make you respond the way you are, to make him respond the way he's responding now. All the things that we saw in Kano, Kaduna, Bauchi, Nasarawa, if it's actually Igbo protest,
then it means that actually it validates the point that Peter Obi actually won the election landslide. If all those things going on in the north are actually Obi supporters, I will own up to it if I'm the one who contested that election.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, yeah, let me come in. Steve.
I'm coming.
That's,
I
Finish.
cannot put myself forward that I want to rule Nigeria. And I'm a nice guy, the way Obi is a nice guy, and I'll be timid at the same time. He's being timid.
Have you tell me one leader? Tell me
so,
one
okay,
leader now.
okay, let me come in. AY, hold on. I don't want to see these days, you know, old age.
Before you come in, take a look
Yes,
at
sir.
what I posted on the comment section. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an idea for which I live to live for, and if need be, need be, it is an idea for which I am ready to die. Why is our own politicians' case different?
Unfortunately, yeah, let me start with your question, but unfortunately, Steve, unfortunately in Nigeria, currently in Nigeria,
that point.
Yeah, currently in Nigeria, as it is today, the crop of people you have as leaders, none of them is a Democrat. Nigeria, as it is today, what you practice in Nigeria has nothing to do with democracy. Your current president actually told you when you were asking him to come out and speak. And I was questioning, is it the masses or the citizens that had to teach this guy how to be a leader? Does it mean that he was never a leader in actual sense? Because it is only, let me, these days, I'm trying to.
I have water here.
No, I'm just trying to choose my words. I don't want to be angry. So it is only a stupid fool that emerges as a president, yet he doesn't know what leadership is. He doesn't know what presidency is. It is only in that situation that you have citizens advising him on when to act, when to talk. Last time we had Buhari, a lot of calamities were going on in the country, and the people were urging him to speak. They urged him to speak for more than a month before that charlatan came out and spoke nonsense. And today, prior to the protest, notification was given for more than 3 weeks. This guy never said anything. He was busy lobbying the usual way he knows how to. And then today, the same P2B that you guys are, some people are saying that he's too gentle, is advise him to come out and speak. And I heard, not confirmed yet, that he came out and said that that presidency, he paid for it. So nobody should stop him. So he actually paid for the presidency. And the first person that came to mind was one man. One man who went to Mo and Kolata. I was like, these two people should be should be ashamed of themselves right now, because the person that they were canvassing for, the person that they were fighting for, that he actually won the election, has come out and said that he did not win the election, rather he bought the position. Now, my brother, I don't know who confirmed that to you, that P2B is too gentle to become a president. This is somebody that was the governor of Anambra State. And I know how.
Can you stay focused? The issue is,
Yes,
the people are clamoring for change. Obi should gladly, and they accused Obi of planning it, and he's running away from it. He's denying that he didn't plan it. They say politically he should wear that as a badge of honor, that yes, they need a change. That's the issue. Let's not cloud it.
I've said it last time here, that I love Obi to be the president, but the way Amana is handling this, what is going on between he and the present nonsense regime, I don't like it. You should have a stand. Don't allow them to push you around. Have an able. This is here. This is where you stand. Nobody should push you away from that able. Stay there.
On that point, you and Steph are on the same page. On that point.
When the Senate president was running away from the from the country because of the protests. When other elected officials were running out of the country, what Peter Obi did was he went back to his hometown, Onisha, to observe the protest. And you know, in the southeast, we have our style of protest, which is sit at home, right? So the sit at home, why we did that is because we know what will possibly be the outcome of that protest. Is a thing of the government will push out their tout to come and disrupt and begin to loot businesses. And this is actually what happened in some of these northern states. And we are trying to avoid that in Southeast because Southeast is majorly a business area. And I wouldn't want talks to be sent down from River State through Asari Dokubo, because Asari Dokubo is the one causing menace in Southeast. So we don't want such thing to happen in our place. And that is why we decided to sit at home. And this is a form of protest as well. Businesses were closed everywhere, were shut down.
Should we give
and
him 1
this is
minute?
exactly this is exactly what P2B did, because he cannot do otherwise. If P2B comes out on the street to protest, nobody's going to join him because we sit at home, cook our offensala and enjoy. So this is
well, Augustine wants to join him, but before Augustine,
so P2B in actual sense participated in the protest.
Yeah, Kenny, whether he sits at home or not, what they're saying is he should have wore it with a badge of honor. That yes, a faceless people are clamoring. I have a face. I'm telling you, their clamor is genuine, and I'm saying they should. It doesn't mean
the people that are actually accusing him, were they not the same people that actually sponsored the protest before 2000?
No, they didn't accuse him. They asked him if he was planning, and he shied away from it. Let Augustine go ahead.
Now, there's one thing Nigerians always do, which I keep on shaking my head. All of us are citizens. Nobody's more citizen than another person.
Any other person, that's true.
But why is it that we must always want P2B to be the one at the forefront?
Because people are saying the protest is
now wait, let me start, please. Let me start. We are delegating our duty to another person. No, let me speak.
We're not. In this case, it's not a question. The people are coming out for their responsibility.
Yes, the people are
those who claim to want to represent. Hold on, Augustine. Hold on, Augustine. I'm moderating. Hold on. Now let me get my moderation advantage.
It's my time, please. It's my time.
The people are clamoring for a change. He's claiming to represent the people. Why is he not on the side of the
people? Pereira, moderate. Come on, bro.
Oh yeah,
you have to do the job. No, you have to do your job. You have to do your job.
Some people think in Nigeria. Look, I've participated in a protest. I was even the leader. I was there because it concerns me directly. And I took my own people as the leader and I went and registered what I did. I keep on saying on this show that I was punished for 1 year because I decided to not to do what was illegal. It doesn't mean that I am more better than any other person. All of us can do the thing as a whole. But Nigerians want somebody who comes to the forefront to be the leader. And let's say a stray bullet knocks him up, they will ask him, who sent you? You are the Nigerian. We are supposed to do it ourselves. And that is the truth about all this thing. One thing we fail to understand is that we feel that gentleness is cowardice. It's a lie. I will keep on speaking for myself. I was a leader. I know they shout. But when I deal with you, for example, even go to my school. From 2010 to 2020, ask of the Department of Biochemistry at Anambra State University. Ask them who is Augustine. They will tell you the boy is very wicked. Why? Because they know that you cannot buy me with anything. If I tell you something that this is my decision, you cannot change it. But yet, I know they shout. So the point is that Nigerians always like a situation where they want somebody to come and be the big. We can all do it on our own. So Obi does not need to lead the protest. Even me, I prefer his method. Why? You people think that because if he comes and grab it and jump with it, makes him strong and lie. You see people like Obi, once they take a decision, you cannot change it. People will go come, they shout, they make noise. Give them money, give them gift, you will buy them over. But somebody who will be smiling and talking to you, be very careful. If that person won't dry you, if he won't dry you, you go regret your life. It happened in Anambra State. Can I even said it there? Can I said it? I was there when I was in Anambra State when Obi was leading. If he takes a decision, you cannot change it. And that is the kind of people which, if you want to check, they will be good leaders. Because when they look at something, this is the rule of law, and they go for it. They go for it to the end. Now, there's one thing we fail to understand. We feel as if tyranny has a switch on button and a switch off button. There is protest. Switch on the button of tyranny. We go grab it. When we become president, we switch it off. It doesn't work that way. If you do a small thing which is illegal today, you tell yourself, console yourself, okay, may we do it because we want to do it for the people. You do it again. 1, 2, 3. You are beginning, you become part of the evil people. There will come a time where you can no longer do anything because why? You have been corrupted. That is the truth. So if Obi says, let us do it according to the rule of law, it doesn't make him weak. It doesn't make him weak. It makes him think very well, do things the rule of law. Okay, let us now push. Let us go. Push everybody outside.
1 minute.
Immediately you get Tinubu outside. Another person assume the throne.
Hold on, Augustine, you have enough time. Let's
yes, I'll end in 30 seconds.
Well, I'll end in 30 seconds. Can you round up?
Let me end in 30 seconds. So the narrative will now come that, okay, he used revolution to push us away. It is very bad for me to hurt, maybe I hurt somebody in your family, you hurt somebody in my family, I do it the same, you do it back. It will be counter fighting, and at the end, nothing will be achieved. So let's not take people's gentleness for cowardice. I'll tell you the truth. Don't do that.
Okay,
because you find yourself
go ahead. 1 minute. So, you see, the problem of Nigeria, I don't know when it's going to end. The people defending all these issues, I strongly believe Peter Obi was president today. They will tell you don't talk. The job of opposition is to question the government in power. The job of an opposition leader is to lead the way in that movement. Tell me any country where you see the opposition sleeping and waiting to grab power. It's not done anywhere. Not even Nelson Mandela. There is nowhere. You got to criticize constructively. If Peter Obi go on, Tinubu went on the street and protested. Buhari did. Atiku did. All of them did. Do you know opposition people in Nigeria that has not been on the street to protest against bad governance? If you know one, let me tell you the date he was on the street. We need, see, this thing are just, see, you're not going to grab power like that. People have confidence. There are thousands, millions of, 6 million that voted for Peter Obi, waiting for him to lead the way. You got to lead the way. Labour Party was in crisis. Statement from Peter Obi, you did show leadership.
Jesus
People don't
Christ,
want us to say what is right. You got to show leadership. Leader of position, you got to show it.
Jagun,
has he not been doing it?
No, he did not do nothing.
Tone, you moderate
Why
for
do
me.
they
I have
hate
to
it
go
if he
check
has
if
not
I
been
have
doing
a
it?
Hold
THL
on.
document.
When
So
people
help me
are saying
moderate for a
this,
few seconds so I will talk
people
after
are
a
saying all
while.
this
Okay.
stuff. It's not
I'll
that.
be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Even on this panel for the past 2 weeks, I think Pope Brighton was here, some people, Jago was here. I have said it, like, blame they are putting on Peter Obi from the presidency. It's unnecessary. Of course, even the president, even they know Peter Obi is not involved in any organizing this protest. They know. What 899 is saying, since they are telling you, you said, come on, it's my right to protest. I'm going to follow my people to protest.
Good. You have made a very serious point, though. They know, yet they put it on him. Why?
But that is politics.
Why?
They know that is politics. You see Peter Obi that is telling people in Maiduguri to go and protest now? You see the one telling people in Port Harcourt to go and protest?
That is why I said they know he's not involved. But why are they putting it on him?
Even if he's involved, it's his right. There is nothing they can do.
There is something we fail to understand. Go to the colonial period.
Let him be involved.
Go to the colonial period.
Is he not in
men like
Nigeria?
Nnamdi Azikiwe and the rest. They did not storm the streets, as we see. But don't ever underlook the pen. If they write bad thing against you and it spreads, you can never ever in your life try to erase that. Peter Obi works with his pen, and his Twitter and the rest. That is more powerful than boxing on the street. Don't ever underlook that. The press can make me hate you and can make me like you. So no ever underlook the press.
So I would like to comment on the issue of this P2B and everything. The truth of the matter is, I think the whole thing started as an allegation. The foundation, how this thing tested that the copy to be name, it's like an allegation before it turns to is the one now instigating. So for me, I feel like they were setting a trap for him from the very beginning, knowing fully well that it's the citizens, it's not this thing. And me, Obi being a wise man, he do his thing his own way. That's the way I see it. But what are we going to say to the likes of Bayo Ananuga and Reno Omokri that instigated this in the first place? And I think the reason why Obi came outside was because there was another allegation again against him that he was in Abuja. The one I saw in Arise today, that he was in Abuja.
He
Wait
spoke.
now.
He was in Onitsha. He was not
Wait
in
now.
Abuja.
No. I said there was an allegation that he was in Abuja, instigating protests to fight the police. So that was why I saw him on TV. He said, "How can I be in Abuja and be in Onitsha in the same place?" So he has the right now to debunk this thing, so that those that have proof to come and prove. And the reason why, for me, I think Obi is being pointed out is the number one contender. Is the number one contender, and is mostly liked, mostly loved, mostly cherished and respected. But that is for the issue. But on a personality note, I would take the keynote of Kenneth Okonkwo. What he said about P2B, I agree with him. I agree with him. I might not like his method, but I agree with Kenneth Okonkwo that P2B is too me as a person, all the things that P2B have went through up to this stage, I don't think I can take half of it personally. But P2B being the man who he is, you cannot tell person how to react, or you cannot tell person how to run his house. But being the man who he is, it pisses a lot of people off that, you're being disrespected, you've been, something like that. And Kenneth Okonkwo wants, and it begs a question. I don't know from this little example if P2B will actually be an action president. From these little things we are seeing with party, that is why people ask questions like, if you can't take steps like this, what do make you think, when you get to the president, it will be more better,
Okay.
So I agree with Kenneth Okonkwo's opinion that he's too soft and is too likable for him to take action against some people. So that's where I want to start. I don't want to go deeper, but if you read Kenneth Okonkwo's statement, you will know, where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I think I read that statement and I saw his interview on Arise TV as well. But I don't know. Let me try to behave.
No, sorry. Before you go ahead, there are two contradictory things he said. Though the one he wrote and the one he said on Arise, they are very contradictory to one another.
Yes,
but what he said on Arise is that's where the one I'm referring to, not the one he wrote on his paper.
Okay. Now there's something we need to do. I don't know. I'll try to behave like that. A quote from the Bible. They say if you can manage small things, more will be given to you. Now, for that time where you did your mama house, that time the way you used to behave when you were nobody is the way we know your character. Maybe when you become somebody, there's something we fail to understand. All of us were there when Obi was in Anambra State. You and I know how he was.
Anambra is not Nigeria.
Anambra
I know. They speak one language.
It's true. But at least they don't give you small, maybe you try. From the small, you can go with the big one.
In Nigeria, you're gonna face 200 or something.
No, the point is that I know.
Anambra is almost one religion.
I know.
Anambra is one tribe.
Yes. But the point is that there were some strong men in the state that time, during Oba's time and the rest. All of us know how the cabals were moving in Anambra State. You and I know that it was very difficult to govern Anambra State, where a sitting governor was even kidnapped. You can imagine the impetus. But you have a situation where person know they talk. You know they talk. but you they see the work they happen. And that's why I see my own point is that may we know, sometime, have you seen a situation where AY, maybe you can't fight me now, slap me. I no talk, but I look you one eye. That kind I will pet a doche go look you. If na that time where we did primary school, when Pete Doche look you that way, the next thing everybody go shout in the film is that one is dead. Because so that night you will surely die. So what I'm trying to say is that people will know they talk. No, they take them for granted, though. Not take them for granted. So if I come and I don't shout,
like this.
tell you
Not
everything
like
that is in my mind, you will know exactly. If you make me angry and I shout at you, you go not okay, you don't react. But if you make me angry and no talk, I go house. You say go to think, wait till in go do.
Augustine, I'm sorry.
Augustine, I want to add one thing. As Nigeria did now, all the people that are clamoring, they are faceless. If nobody that has a face comes in the midst of this fight and help them, do you think it will go far? Everybody is always afraid of one thing. I don't want to die, then go kill me, then go lock me up.
No, there's one thing I want
to... trap, not this.
I'll ask you one question. I'll ask you one question.
Ourselves, both the people and the leadership, say, okay, this thing is worth dying for, or this thing is worth... Yeah, go ahead.
P2B leads the protest, and they say, okay, let us come to the table to negotiate. What will be his demands?
No, his demand will be that we can't continue like this. The whole system needs to start all over again. It's not that he wants to be president.
Wait.
Okay, yes.
Sorry, Augustine, you're forgetting something. You're talking as if P2B is like the normal city. It's an opposition. It's going to be like a political party. It's an opposition. So it's going to be a lot of. It's just the main focus of opposition is to make the current government do well.
Yes, that's the truth. Yes, you are very right.
So I don't think his demand will be for them to do well. But this one that is going on right now is completely different.
That is why it is
want the country to go.
If the P2B comes and leads the protest now, and they say, okay, let's come to the negotiation table.
Good governance. There's just good governance and accountability. That's all.
Good governance is a very large word.
Okay, the people are hungry. People
are hungry.
You know why I'm saying all these things? Look, you know why I'm saying all these things? Sometimes most of these Tinubu and the supporters think say we no go school, we don't know anything. Sometimes if they even make some of us who are here president, who will do better than them. Good governance, what is wrong? You are hungry, right? Good. Identify the different clusters of agriculture we have. The states that have specific products. Give the loans directly to the farmers and supervise it. In 3 months, food will come.
You're talking policy.
There are things which
you're not good governance. Augustine, there's something you need to know. Augustine. Sorry if I interject. Sorry. There's something you need to know. In as much as I understand what you're trying to say, but do you know that the Constitution prevents the president himself to give money directly to the farmers?
When there is a program, like for example, we have a program on agriculture.
The president, that is why you see president, they give governor money to give to reach to the grassroots.
But I thought
you never ask yourself why the president they carry money.
They give, maybe I don't know that one. I beg, tell me, I beg.
I read it on. It was stated in channels that the president cannot carry money and give directly to the farmer. It must go through one program that is being under the Constitution.
Okay, guys, let's round up because Loco won't speak, and where if I don't like Loco speak, in beard will just grow white more and more.
Look of Jonathan's time. Jonathan had this program. Oh, come on, I've forgotten the name. Where the benefits go directly to the farmers without a middleman. Jonathan had that thing. There was a program like that, I've forgotten. So not be to give people money, not to give them the resources that is needed to do the job.
The whole system needs to go, Augustine. All these
the system needs to go down.
The whole system needs to go. If Obi doesn't know that, everybody doesn't know that we're wasting our time. Loco, I beg you, now your turn before you come turn all your beard come turn white while you're waiting on me.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's not stop begging the question. Is the system need to go down?
The whole system needs to go down.
No two ways.
There's no two way about it. You can run election from here till tomorrow with the current structure, the way it's designed. Even Christ himself cannot rule Nigeria, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
to be
who
honest,
wants
you
to
are
go
right.
next? Loco, I beg your turn before Jagun speak.
Loco, you are muted, sir.
We can't hear you, brother.
Loco, you are muted, though.
Loco, we can't hear you. Okay, well, since Loco is dealing with technical problem, let's go straight to Jagun. I don't know if Tone has spoken, but Tone, you want to go
No,
first?
let Jagun speak.
Jagun, Baba, now your turn.
Okay, cheers. Thank you. And listen, guys. I've heard a lot, man, today, and I'm hard pressed to see where necessarily we're making any clarity that moves the motion of what's actually going on in Nigeria. This is 2 days, only 2 days. I don't know what we envisage. I don't know what our part to play in it is. I I understand that there will be a lot of confusion, maybe, or disclarity to what's going on the ground in Nigeria at this time. But I really implore us to somewhat try to organize our own minds, really, as to what we want to see, and try to see how we can develop this narrative that's going on the ground in Nigeria. I don't think it's fair for us to leave them alone to their own devices, because we know how difficult it is for them. But we know how necessary it is for this to be taking place at any level. So I implore us really to have that in conscience in order to conscientize what we are doing. I'm going to press upon that point. What are you doing? How are you involved in the march from as far away as you may be? How are you lending your support? Yeah, I really want us to take some level of responsibility. I know what I'm thinking. I know what I'm trying to do. But my utterances are as I am trying to do. And a lot of the utterances that I hear over the last couple of days on this issue is as though we're watching television and we're speaking about one television program that has very little to do with us. And we're just talking about it as though it's a soap opera taking place and we're trying to keep up to date. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. This involves us directly. This is our shit. You know, we could watch what's going on in Gaza and be more passionate and full of articulation of a territory that's far away from our own. I've seen it on this very platform. But when it comes to our own now, we want to feel like we're watching television. I don't think it's good enough, generally. And I would want us to be more conscious about our level of involvement in this thing and in how we support it, in the necessity that it is. It is necessary that this thing happens. I only point to the example of the fact that we are in a situation of neo-colonialism and we haven't gotten our full independence yet. These examples, for me, and I keep impressing, I don't think people are thinking and looking around enough. These examples are only coming from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger in the stance that they have taken against their own stool pigeons, in the stance that they have taken against the Western hegemony, and in the stance that they have taken in the betrayal that West Africa ECOWAS has given them. They still stand. And I don't know if we're paying attention to what freedom looks like or what freedom means. So I'll leave it there, man, and continue to watch and listen as people make their very negative rubbish. I'm not talking about the people right now, but I've heard a lot of negativity, lack of support, far away distancing themselves from the issues, all these kinds of things. Poor.
Yes, thank you, Jagun. As Jagun has stated, this protest needs all the support it can get. Distancing ourselves or finding a reason why it will fail is not the best. Before with that monologue, with that annoying monologue, let's go to Loco. Hopefully his machine will work this time
Forget
around.
Loco P.
If he no talk this time, I could just go straight to Tone.
Oh, really? I didn't hear. No.
How many times we go beg you, make you talk?
No, no. I did listen to.
You know the year for night like that.
I mute him before. I muted the speaker.
Talk, Joe. Talk.
Get that. Wish I'm Robert. Now you there for shoot for Abuja. Now you there for shoot. Now you there for shoot for Abuja. Idiot out there.
Talk, let's leave here, my friend.
Because we have to cover. You don't come out. What's up? I don't come out. We Nigeria the cash fire.
Ferrari, you need to remove Loco. You see as he's starting me here.
Get that, you crazy. See, and because we pride. Get that.
I still did trouble for removing one man to move.
Not your removal. You're blacklist. You also, in fact, you deactivate him.
No, I just was as soon as I say I'm for chat, I just won him straight. I won now become wrong come out.
No, but you see that one man, I can't get to understand something. That guy, I think his main job is to sell propaganda. I think he knows what he's doing. That guy he should be too smart for doing what he's doing. I think there are people out there who just sell propaganda. That is just their job online.
Local.
I think one man is one of them.
I have evaluated Kulata and one man. One man. Something may have happened somehow. That one man suddenly something happened to one man, maybe from an Igbo person, that may have made him develop that.
Augustine, if I want a number, I go give them to you. I don't dig them out. I know who he is.
I have a poem on them.
For Kulata's own, if you see the way he behaves, he may just be paid somehow to do what he does.
No, yeah, that is a job to say propaganda. That's what they do. Just like that, say any narrative and make it fly. You see, well, although I will still blame the Igbos, right? The way Igbos are saying the true ethnic bigots or tribalists are like Yorubas, Igbos show something like that. Even maybe it's Hausa or whatever, but because sometimes when they add all this Igbo narrative in these protests, Igbo, and Igbo are falling for it, it makes me feel like you Igbo must really be tribalistic for you to be believing what these Yorubas are coming with. Not all Yorubas are not all Igbos, but trust me, but this whatever they're painting right now, as if it's Yorubas are accusing Igbos of this and that, But for Yoruba to come out with this rhetoric and Igbos are falling for it, I think I will paint both of them with the same brush. Trust me, because these guys are just selling narrative that everybody knows is not correct. But what is annoying me is the people at the other end, we are opposed to people from Southeast, they are still buying it as if it's the truth. Meanwhile, these guys are just doing it to stir up controversy so that they will defend themselves in one way or the other. So that they have people to look at somewhere else, don't look at us. They are doing this, but people are falling for it, and you're not seeing what they are doing. Everybody just believing like, you're big Igbo. Like, okay, I think I was listening to this earlier today when KJ was just talking the Igbo that mask can get to like, what you just talking about Igbo every time.
That stuff was actually annoying.
Do you understand? So like people like KJ, like you are
not even KJ, electricity did it also. One man went to Mo, post a propaganda sheet. He highlighted it and made it a question.
Trap. It's a trap they are doing. Yes,
and he made it a question.
The people are doing it. They might be bigots or they might be tribals, whatever. You understand? They might be doing this, but you that is falling for it to know that these people are doing this just to put a narrative there. They say Igbo should not come out because if they come out, they will say that the one who's sponsoring the protest. Now people now work out from Southeast Congo, Meduguri, or Sokoto, or Zafra, go to the protest. I don't understand. They'll just say something. You'll just believe, and not true. Let's sit down, let's sit down, let's sit down. If you sit down for the house, hunger will still kill you, they will kill everybody will come out. Do you understand? Everybody is fighting for each other. If you sit at home and the rest people came out and the economy is not changing for the better, it's not go better for you waiting up for us. So at the long run, who can be Mugu? So sometimes these stupid politicians, they'll be playing chess game with you guys. Sometimes I urge everybody, go and play chess game. Go and think the way chess play, the way they think. So you can beat their game with their own game. You don't have to think outside the box to beat this. It's just primary 6 game to beat these people. It's not hard. But people will just be falling for rhetoric, talk this, or hey. They'll just talk once more to you, just a verse. For you to invest like that means you are like them too. That's why you get angry. You don't even think or decode.
Hold on, Loco. There's another one they put out there. The protesters are trying to bring down Tinubu's government. And then you make that a subject question. What kind of Tinubu will bring down his own government? By the way you respond to the protesters. And then you make that a subject question and you're defending it. Oh, we're not here to bring down Tinubu's government. Who cares?
Man, on a very good day, if I elect you there to take me from A to B, and you cannot take me from A to B, don't have the right to say, my friend, get out from that place. Worst case scenario.
Sorry, I have a question. So did you say they responded to him? Did you say they responded?
To that question?
Yes.
So that the protesters are trying to bring down Tinubu's government?
Yes.
No, I said some people bought
our
into
moderators
the
made it a subject of discussion. That's what I'm saying, playing to their game.
You understand? Some people bought the narrative. Like,
why would you even make that a subject of discussion? The question should be Tinubu will bring down his own government based on how he reacts to the people. It's not the protesters that, well, we are not trying to bring down his government. It's illegitimate. Who cares?
What happened today is even enough. Yesterday was even mad. Now today the policemen or uniform men, they applied more force today. You are even pushing the people to make them more aggressive the more. It's even the one that will bring down his own government by the way he's reacting. You understand? On a very good, people are saying he should come and address the public. I mean, to hell with him, to address what? I don't understand. Now today they begin to say hunger day. Since they say hunger day, is that not enough for you to start doing something? Why will you wait till August 1st before you start addressing the people? So even if you address people today, will it not change the hunger tomorrow? No. So sometimes when people say change your you should get out. Nobody needs anything from him anymore. We've seen his takeoff. That shows that his landing will be terrible. There's no rocket science about it. Do you understand? It just so pain me that I only just believe more that it might be true that Peter B did not win this election, because if people are so gullible like this and with everything, so people still went and took 1,000 naira, 1,005 to carry placards saying no to protest. Imagine what they would have done to last year during the election. That means it's possible more would have voted just taking 500 naira to vote for him now.
Because poverty has been weaponized. That's why we're saying
that was my point from the beginning, that they were insulting me and castigating me.
No, that's not your point. That's why we're saying the entire system needs to go.
All joined together. All joined. That I said that it's still the people that this same thing fall on top.
Because the people have been traumatized and they've weaponized poverty. You are ignoring that historical fact. That's your problem.
Loco, sorry, could you repeat that same statement you just made now? Loco, repeat that statement you make now.
The people has been traumatized and they have weaponized poverty. And you don't understand that historical perspective. You are ignoring it and keep blaming the people.
Alaba, see where they come from, okay, look, they showed some protesters today, right? They were carrying the placard, no to protest, right? Then they go interview them. And the interview them finish. Now they start to cry, no to protest, hunger 1 kilo, so we'll not be back at this, we'll not be back at this. You understand? So they don't even know what happened. Like, how much? Give me, go send to protest.
They just need something to
imagine how many, hold on, no, about that one. Imagine how many people are foolish like that. They gave you money to say no protest, and hunger won't kill you. You are doing it. You don't even know what you are even doing. Imagine how many people of such did the country like that, when psychological problems don't catch them because of hunger. over the years. So that's why I said it might be possible that the guy if you just still win, or if you know win, or Tinubu if you win, or Tinubu will be like, it's not as clear as the right now, because look at the people today. How, for whatever reason, can anybody come out to say, oh, no protest? All the traditional rulers came out in wherever they were saying no protest. Some imam or whatever came out. So imagine what they would have done last year. You
That's
understand?
why I was trying to tell
Imagine what they would
John
have done
that
last year.
it's not just the people that has failed. Traditional rulers,
You
educated
get my
people,
point?
judges, teachers,
Imagine people that have
everybody
failed.
has failed.
Imagine.
The ones I
Sorry,
get angry with the
before
most
before
are
you okay, sorry, local, before you came in, this same statement you just made, I had my own perception, which it's my own,
Which was
but
off key,
Jagun, jump
and
in
we've
there. I
already
was
dealt
going to
with
say,
all that
Jagun,
nonsense.
jump in.
hold on
Jagun,
now,
jump
hold
in.
on. Hold on.
Jump
I had
in.
my own perception that I said
Alaba,
that
now you the
Yeah, but
moderator.
you're
Now
just
you
going to repeat
don't
yourself
moderate.
now.
You're
You
going
There's
to
wait
no
repeat
reason.
now.
yourself. Loco was
Why
I'm
no?
not
listening to
You
you.
can't be repeating yourself, bro. It's boring.
Alaba,
am I not entitled to my
No,
opinion?
not
You,
repetition.
you've made
After
it.
we
You've
spent
made
an
your
hour,
opinion.
If
It's
an
been
if
hour on
tackled.
because
that.
We gave you an hour and a half
no,
to
I'm not
spew
talking to you
nonsense.
guys. No, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm just trying to let Loco to understand what I just said because he wasn't here. I'm just trying to make him
But what
Loco
understand.
doesn't
Loco
want
is
to be
saying
bored.
is different from what you are saying. It's
It's the
not the
same
same thing.
thing. Is this I still make that same example which I made. I
No,
said,
no.
is it
What
not the
Loco
same
No.
said
people
was
that
clear.
collected money? Wait, hold on. I said, is it not the same people that I told you that are still advocating for bad government today that will still be the one to still collect money and vote bad leadership tomorrow?
Because they've been
Is that not what I
weaponized.
said?
It's your
No, correct me if
duty
I'm
as
wrong.
an enlightened
Okay,
person.
no. Ferreira, he said what he said. Thank you very much for that. Now let me have my word. Thank you. My goodness. In any case, guys, again, you see, what Local P was saying, in my understanding, it gave a lot of reference to how forward thinking works, especially in this time. The whole I'm not mentioning tribalism. I haven't mentioned that term. It's just rubbish. Rubbish. If you don't know who you are and where you're going, that's up to you, man. You know?
Exactly.
So then it comes to the religious point, man. Again, it pales into insignificance because these are more of the elite oppressors that we are against, largely. So, to focus our minds onto what the outcome should be is where we need to be putting our energies. All the critiques, we know them. We know all of the critiques. We know them for 64 years of critiques upon Nigeria, and nothing has changed. So, with all the game playing that's going on, we can see, I mean, it's so blatant. If you watch 2 weeks run up to this protest, everybody was coming out. The kings, religious leaders, community leaders, our government, even the army was coming out saying that, oh, you better not have a protest. But if you do have a protest, it should be restricted in this way, and telling the people how it is that they should axe their grind to the politicians. They have no right to direct how people vent their anger. No right at all, because it's them that have created this. And the fact that we're doing all these small icky picky points about icky pickiness, it's like, man, are you serious? Face front, for goodness sake. Be focused on what there is to do. This is work. We've got work to do. Many of us are tired. So if the young minds aren't engaged in some level of direction, then you're just going to make mistakes that generations have made. Simple. The history of where we are today has to be understood. What has happened as a status quo for Nigeria has to be fully appreciated. as we are fed up of it. Therefore, what is the future that we want for ourselves is the big question. And if we're not trying to answer these questions, I'm afraid we're just opening our gums for bad breath's sake. Goodness me. That's really all. Focus.
Yeah, can I come in, please?
Yeah,
Just a minute.
hold on.
Just a minute. I
wait?
just wanted to respond to
Where's
Doko.
this
No,
next?
no, can I wait? Wait. I think
Just a minute.
no,
I'm trying
no,
to
no,
give people a
no,
minute.
okay.
People,
No, can I
please,
think
why are you
you're,
disrupting?
you have to wait. You have to wait. I think, look, I think I'm here for, I had to come on. I guess that's why Kene is here also, right? So,
Before
look,
God,
I want to really take an exception to what you said, and this is the nonsense that keeps going on. Look, I'm very happy finally there is, some type of movement going on in Africa, because you can't save Nigeria alone. You have to save Kenya, you have to save Ghana. The young people, this is the greatest generation Africa has. It may not take this year. NSAS was 4 years ago, and this is 4 years later. We're having another in 2 years. That means in 2 years, we're going to have another protest if we don't succeed, right? The last protest that happened sort of like this was 1992, right? Or 93 during Abiola's thing. So you can see that was 12 years ago. Before then,
No, 2012, Occupy Nigeria.
Occupy Nigeria. Okay, 2012 to now, we still have how many years? We're talking about 20. It's about 12 years or something. 12 years, right? So you're talking about 12 years and then 4 years, right? So my point is this, guys. Local P, look, what we are talking about is how do you make a better country, okay? The idea that you're trying to beat up tribalists and then you're becoming tribalist at the same time is shocking, and this is shameful. And nobody could caution him here. Let me finish, please. He said, oh, the oppressed and the oppressor, I'm going to lump them in the same basket. This is you guys.
No.
And you guys are here. When do you how do you sleep at night? I know many people don't like. No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. You said what you said. I have to finish. Okay. This is what you said. You said for these people to feel this way about what is said about them, I think they are tribalists too. This is what are you talking about? Okay. You beat a child and you tell the child how he should cry.
Where did they beat the child?
Why don't you people?
Wait.
No.
Where did they beat the child? Where did they beat the child? Where?
People are there talking about Igbo starting protest, doing all this.
Where did they beat the child? Where?
But I'm still talking. Look, the problem is that
Loco, allow him to talk, pleis.
Nobody interjected you when you were talking. The problem is that you are so I think you're so removed from reality about what you're saying. It's the same way the people who think Igbos should not live anywhere in Nigeria, they don't want Igbos to leave Nigeria. That's the same way they are. But you're thinking that you're the correct guy. The Igbos don't need anybody to protect them. Nobody is asking anybody to protect them.
Why should Igbo people need people to protect them or not? I didn't know Nigerians.
Look, can you let me tell you, the only people
I'm confused. I don't know how this conversation take enter Igbo matter.
The only every tribe in Nigeria.
Oji, 1 minute, round up so that
No,
Ken can speak.
Alaba, no, let me finish my thoughts now. This is the same thing you are
Okay, go ahead.
Let me everybody's trying to jump in and say something. Can't you just let me finish? Look, let me tell you, the people that you people are here feeling sorry for are the only people who have taken arms to fight the Nigerian system and die in millions to stop. We don't want this system. But every time,
you can't be saying that now. You can't be
saying that. Well, I'm saying it because what you just said is you're beating up a child and telling the child how to cry. Please stop this nonsense. Stop talking about Igbos. Talk about yourself. Bring your tribe and talk about it. I've made my point. Well, one word is enough for the wise.
Sorry,
Alaba,
you didn't
Alaba,
Okay,
Alaba, let me
go.
come in.
You didn't
Yes.
make
Loco,
any
hold on.
goddamn point.
Loco, hold on. You've been talking for a
When you
while.
go to, I'm
Kene,
actually
go.
calling because of, no, it's my turn now. You asked me to
Yes,
wait,
Come now, Kene, come in,
please.
come in. Yeah.
Yes. So I came in because of Loco. You see, when you go to a state like Delta State, where you have the Irobo, Ishekiri, and the Igbo people, right? Even in Delta State, Igbos are being subjugated in in their own state, and Ishekiri and Irobo are fighting over superiority or over control of resources. So
Supremacy.
they are on each other's neck. But that
Okay.
is not what I'm trying to emphasize on. In Nigeria, there was a time, I don't know if some of us know the history about Metasine, right? In the north. The Metasine crisis, uproar came up. Some Igbo people, a lot of Igbo people in the north were killed in a matter that has nothing to do with them. In a matter that is not their business, they were killed. Now, every little thing, if somebody in the West mock Muhammad, the Igbo people will be killed in the north. For someone in the West, outside of the country, in a foreign land, mocking Muhammad or criticizing Islam, Igbo people in the north will bear the wrath. This continued going on until during this guy's regime. I've forgotten the year, but this
What's
short
your
man.
point with this historical thing
Hold
you're
on,
taking
hold
up?
on. Now let me finish my nonsense. This man, what is his name? The then Anambra State Governor, the short man, Austin, help me.
Which year? Obiano. Which year?
No, not Obiano, the short guy now. Augustine, help me. Ngige, yes. Until during Ngige. During Ngige, Igbo people were killed in the north, and there was a serious reprisal in Anambra State. That was when that nonsense stopped. In short, it was even extended to Abia State. Abia began to kill them equally. That was when that nonsense stopped. Since then, have you ever heard that Igbo people were killed in the north? No. So for a while now, for some donkey years now, every little thing, one idiot, one clown will come out and start calling out Igbo people because Igbo people are too soft for them to mess with. If we don't stand up to defend ourselves, hold on now, Loco, hold on. If we don't stand up to defend ourselves, this will never stop. And for you, Loco, to say that because Igbo people refuse to come out in the protest, or because Igbo people are debunking the nonsense that is being leveled against them, in that way, you are now lumping them in the same sum. That means your sense of judgment should be questioned. These are the same people, just in the last concluded election, 2022, they were called, they were antagonized. And a lot of you did not talk. At the end of the day, during the day of the election, Igbo people were stopped from partaking in the election. A lot of Igbo people, businesses were destroyed. Some even lost their lives during this election. And you are now telling us that for clowns like Bayo or Nonuga to come out and say some stupid things, we will not protect ourselves. We must come out to vote in order to prove them wrong. We can't come. You can't force us to come out and protest. We can protest sitting at home.
Okay, no. Okay, now
How dare you lump us in the same song?
Okay, listen. Odi.
Please, when Logo P finish, move this topic. Let the topic go. And
okay, no problem. Hold on. See, I don't even like talking about the topic. Do you know why? Because I hate when it's being talked about. And if you're not careful, people will we buy propaganda, and propaganda will lead to something.
You should
else,
rather
right?
applaud Igbo people for taking this step.
Can you please
what I expect from people like you.
No.
Please.
You know me. I think you should know me by now, right? Like
I know you very well, man.
Whatever you so I don't even whatever. My anger is this, right? All this you are talking about, Igbo, right? They are all coming from one particular state. They're not even coming from any other state. They're not coming from the middle belt, Kogi or Kwara or Ilorin. They are all coming from just one particular state, Lagos. You get my point? All the killing, they are destroying Igbo properties, destroying Igbo houses, this and that. Same in Lagos. Anybody that doing this propaganda is coming from same Lagos. You understand? It's not a thing of tribal. It is propaganda. Somebody is selling it to get
Is Bayo
something.
Ononuga from Lagos?
Just it attached to
Kenneth,
Tinubu
you're
in
missing the
Lagos.
point.
Just
It's
listen my
an
point first.
APC thing.
You get my point? Nobody's attacking Igbo from Edo. Or hold on. Oh, now I beg now.
But APC is not from Lagos.
Can I let him finish?
Kenneth, let him speak now.
My guy. Listen, see where they come from, man. Nobody is attacking Igbo people from Ogun State, Ondo, or Ibadan, or Yo, or at least they'll go to the Kwara, Middle Belt, whatever. Nobody, Edo, nobody get the beef. All this propaganda you're seeing right now, all of them is linking to Lagos. If not, and if any other state, at least 90% Lagos is propaganda. My anger is for you to be buying this thing, not seeing this thing that is propaganda, to do some whatever, to cause some things or to favor some people. You understand? Because they want to do something. For you not to see it, that means either you are thinking like them. That's why I say you must be like them because you think like them.
Loco.
There you go again.
2023.
That's what I'm
The
talking
same
about.
propaganda came from Lagos.
Listen.
The same propaganda came from Lagos.
Exactly.
The police commissioner said that the Aboro chief, what is his name? That idiot was just joking. At the end of the day, what happened?
Now,
our goods, our properties were destroyed.
In
What happened?
Lagos.
In Lagos. Lagos is not part of Nigeria. Is Lagos not part of Nigeria?
Listen. In Lagos, listen, Ekene, open your eye. Think. In Lagos. That's why it's been in Lagos.
Let's move to a different topic now.
It's coming from there for a particular reason. That's why I said no for
The most peaceful protest so far is from the southeast.
If you focus
Most
on
peaceful
propaganda, that means
protest is from the southeast, and we should be applauded for that.
Sorry, can we just move? Can we move on? Can we move on?
It's the most effective protest that would be applauded.
At home, there's no problem.
Can we move on?
Sit at
Sit at home is the best form of protest so far.
Again, listen. If you sit at, if people sit at home, assuming they sit at home, or not say not be all people sit at home. There was some Igbo people that came out to protest. I saw them. The guys, whatever,
Okay.
maybe they change their name. No order. Even at all of them sit at home, and Nigeria can change for the better. Who you go favor? You understand? Again, listen. Let's if two of us will not come. Hold on.
Look, there's something you don't understand, though.
Hold on. Let's say
Can I help you understand this?
Hold on. Let's say two of us.
There is a protest. There is a protest in the country.
Sorry?
There is a protest in the country.
Uh-huh.
Protest has no one form. There is no one particular form through which you can protest. You can protest in any. Some people have chosen to come out on the streets to protest, while some have chosen to stay home and protest. When you stay home, you are systematically grounding the economy. You ground the economy to zero. It's even more effective to stay at home and ground the economy.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here. Look,
also sat home. That I'm not that. It's not everybody from Benin City that came out. Not everybody from whatever.
So what is their point then? What is their point then?
Can I hold on? See, look, you can explain this away.
So your point is not making sense any longer, because you've agreed with me that sit at home. So which propaganda are we buying now?
You have to stop. Just hold on.
Look on, wait.
Hold on now, because you people are not having any conversation anymore. This doesn't make any sense. I know you guys want to move on from the topic. Loco, I don't see you as a bad person. You've been on this program for a very long time. I'm just saying this is part of the unconscious bias. You don't even know,
I just see the way you would be playing.
Look, there's no way. Look, this is a live television. There's no way you can't even explain it away. So just when you go back, sleep, and tomorrow morning, think about what you said. What you said is someone is being, maligned. Someone is being like the Jews who were in Germany in 1942. And people are picking out their houses, and people are saying, oh, we're going to get these Jews. And what you're saying, you're in England, and you say, oh, these Jews, for them to think that the Nazis are picking them out or saying some bad things, oh, I think they are as bad also. This is what you're saying. No,
No.
yeah, well, you don't
Should
have
I
to
tell you
see.
why it's different?
You can't convince me. You're trying
Should I
to.
tell you why it's
The
different?
problem. Look. I think you're an Edo man. Why don't you talk about how you feel as an Edo man? Stop talking about other people's tribes.
Why can't
Just chill.
tell me this. Why can't he speak about anything he wants to regarding Nigeria? Why does he
Well,
have
you can
to?
say any.
Wait. Let me put it to you, because I'm not understanding. I'm listening and I'm not understanding what was wrong with what Local P had to say.
Yeah.
You're saying that he can't explain it away. Explain what away? He made mention that there's a game being played, and the game being played is if they want to pick out Igbo, they'll throw the dice in. And then all of a sudden, people will bite on that thing. And instead of them doing that, they should veer their mind to the focus that we should have. Instead,
Jagun,
wait, let me land.
the point still remains that nobody is buying
Please let me land.
any nonsense from these people.
You see what's going on? And my point. So this is how I've understood it from what Local P had to say. But because the very word Igbo was pronounced, you two came on and felt that it was an attack. It wasn't an attack. It was an observation. It was an observation the man was making. And because he made the observation and he put the word Igbo, you are now saying to him, never speak Igbo in your mouth. You're an Edo man. Only speak. No, bro, that's the wrong paradigm. It's the wrong paradigm.
Can I respond to Jagun now?
Can I just land? Let me just land, please.
Okay.
I want you to respond, my brother. I really do want you to respond. But I'm saying that's what I took from our brother Local P. And I'm saying, honestly, that any one of us should not be curtailed on their tongue. Let a man's tongue be free. Don't say that, don't talk that one. It's not fair. How do we have difficult conversations? Please tell me. Because in Nigeria, we have a lot of difficult conversations to have, where there's going to be massive agreement. But how do we now have difficult conversations when we are in this place called Nigeria, and there are many of us who are tribes? Within the tribes, there are things to sort out, no doubt. No doubt. But can we sort them out if we can't speak honestly?
Jagun, very fair point. Fair point. What he said initially wasn't the problem. And I didn't say, he can, what he's saying makes absolute sense. And people that he's referring to are not biting it. I don't think that people are there jumping around crying that the people are calling them out in Lagos. The problem, what he said, and this is the and if you don't see this, you have the same problem also. My problem is when he said that because the Igbos are concerned about people calling them out, that they are the same, that he's going to lump them in the same basket. That's my problem.
Why can't he have that opinion? That's his opinion.
Can I say so? Wait.
You mean I can't have my own opinion to say that's tribalist?
Let me make it to understand, please. Let me just make it to understand.
No, you can't make me understand. This is the problem.
Let me clarify what I understand. Okay, please hold it, please. Let me
clarify. Everybody here is trying to tell the Igbos how to think. That's the problem.
No. See, let me clarify what I feel Loco was trying to say.
Let me land with this point. If once in a while the topic of discussion is Yoruba, then it's a different thing. What we're saying, each time the people that are put on the plate are the Igbos. Can you stop it? And you say, oh, can't we talk about... Well, yeah, you can. You're free to have your opinion about whatever you want, but you can't just pick out one tribe and be bashing them or talking about them all the time. And that's what I'm saying.
Excuse you. Hold on.
Okay, before Loco, please, Loco, let's just language. Please, Loco, wait, please, Loco, wait now. Loco, I beg, Loco, wait, no. If you talk, you go respond. You gonna go back and front. I beg, no stop.
I think I don't know. He just
men stop. Wait,
now you go have to moderate. So AY.
I beg. See, I want to reply to.
Who else?
I want to reply to the guys. I don't know when we reach Igbo matter, because at first
everybody already.
I don't know when we enter.
I don't know what's going on here, man.
I don't know when we enter Igbo matter. At first, Igbo was not the conversation. The conversation was about P2B, and I think from my own perception, Loco was asking a question. From question to assumption. That's where we get. That's where the Igbo whole
And
thing
that
entered. He said,
assumption triggered responses.
so it's not actually
Please
not
move
accusing.
us away from this.
It's
Okay, I
actually
think
not
I'm back.
accusing
Oh,
anybody. It's
George,
actually
What
not
to do with
accusing
time?
anybody.
I beg, go
AY,
another
have
place.
you made your speech before I lost connection?
We
Would they
need to
try
start another.
would they
Wait,
try
what?
calm station dances you come out?
We they try me? I don't speak. Oh, I was just
Kene
looking
has
at
an
them.
habit of escalating situation. He has just done that.
No,
Yeah,
I did not
AY,
escalate. Loco was the one that triggered all this night.
You see, the
I
thing
think
is,
Loco,
the thing is,
Assumption, I trigger the whole thing. Assumption,
escalated
not that
this
is
that's why
night.
they call you guys emotional beings. Now, Pansat will make it even go
Yes,
higher.
yes, yes, yeah.
So
The three
let
musketeers,
AY
the
speak
three musketeers,
before
they don't
Salaam
come.
Pansat.
alaikum.
Look, I'm going to take my leave, but look, there's a lot of unconscious bias going around here, and that's the idea that
Say you are
people
bigger than
that
all this stuff you are talking about.
they
You are
oppress.
bigger than those. Please stop. Please stop.
AY,
You're
we
bigger
know
than
you.
this, man.
I know why you're trying to just sweep this under the
You're
carpet,
bigger than
because you're the
this,
same
man.
way.
They form my
You're the
hand.
head of this main
Can you get
problem.
it?
I know you're already how you
AY,
feel
allow him
about
to
this.
finish now.
AY,
AY,
let him
allow him
just
to
finish,
finish what
bro.
he's saying.
I'm not
And
gonna let you finish, man. You're bigger than
our
this. I'm not
big
gonna
boss
let
is
you
here.
finish.
Pansat is
The
here too.
problem. Look, many, when people keep
See,
saying
people
all this
AY,
nonsense.
make him speak now. I beg.
Well,
go
go ahead,
ahead, Ode.
Pansat.
Go ahead.
I think Pansat will deal with you guys.
Odi, I think you
Pastor
suppose know
is
me by now.
I mean,
The
like,
campus where I be.
OD, go
And
ahead.
you
OD,
really
go
know me too
ahead.
well, Sha.
I'm only gonna be here.
Yeah, he
Minute.
wouldn't let
So,
me say anything now. He
No,
can't
I'm
let
going
me
to
say
mute
anything.
AY
AY,
He's
there's
now. I'm
noise
going to
jumping
maker.
mute
Odi,
around
AY.
and
Don't
jumping
worry.
around and
See, if
look.
it's
Odi,
Go
I
sorry,
ahead.
everything need to
if
say.
it's about this topic, you are talking about, I don't see any unconscious
Yeah, you
bias.
don't. Now that's the problem.
OD, go ahead.
Yeah, see, because nobody can see when someone is hurting. And you people say, oh, he can say anything. But when do we get to say whatever we want? Look, I can beat up. I remember when I made a comment to Masca here, and everybody started crying here. But I can't talk about the North, but other people can ventilate about the Igbos. But when you talk about the North, I remember what I said on that day, and AY
Why
was
can't you talk
dancing
about the
and
North?
crying.
Why
Was
can't you
I
talk about
said
the
that
North? Why?
there's too much,
Odi,
there is maternal mortality and child
Why can't you talk
mortality.
about the North? Why can't you talk about the
Odi,
North?
please
Well,
hold on 1 minute,
ask
please.
AY.
I'm only gonna be here
One at
1 minute.
a
So
time.
let me just
We're
say
being
one thing,
rowdy,
please.
guys.
I'm
We're
begging
being too
you, and
rowdy.
I'm
One at a
begging
They,
time.
they
3
won't let me
minutes
say
each.
anything.
yeah,
OD,
please.
you got 3
I'm
minutes.
begging you,
Conclude
two
your
of
point,
you,
OD.
right?
OD has given up because
The
Loco
time.
will not let him speak. This is
Can
terrible.
you guys hear me? Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, Pansat, if AY will let you speak. These people
Okay,
are
I said I'm only
deciding to
gonna be here
interrupt.
1 minute. Earlier
But
today,
Alaba, you are the one moderating. You shouldn't be allowing AY to
But
be
I don't want to be like
interjecting people.
forefather and be throwing AY out, throw
yeah,
Loco out, throw OD out. Who go
yeah,
come remain?
yeah.
Now only
Please,
Jago,
the
me and
only
Jago
way,
we drink
the
beer
only way
together.
people like Local
allow
P, yeah,
Passat to speak,
the only
please.
way Local P and AY will be able to get us right is today, if you tolerate him. I was telling Ngozika earlier today. I said, and also Ify, I'm one of those that like to fight the Yorubas, Local P, AY. I fight them all the time. When we're not in the heat of battle, when we're now Nigerians trying to do the right thing. So please, no matter how much they antagonize you, save it. Save it. We'll deal with these distractions later because they know that once we start talking about Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo now, then they win, right? So a lot of Yorubas are doing the right thing. A lot of Yorubas are Nigerians now. A lot of Igbos are Nigerians. A lot of Hausas, a lot of Muslims. Finally, we're doing something. We're in the heat of battle together against the evil forces. So it's really discouraging. Trust me. You just imagine you're one of those people who are Yorubas now who are fighting for Igbos. Because I've seen a lot of them today, yesterday. It's like a dagger through their hearts. It's like their friends, their families gonna say, "Hey, see, I told you." So when you see some Local P does nothing else but talk about the Igbos. He won't appear here. Anytime you see, for example, I don't know what happened, but I bet you have to do with the Igbos. So please ignore him, right? I will build up on him later on.
And AY will not have
Together,
stayed this long if not for the topic has
Yeah.
changed to that to
Yeah,
Obi.
yeah.
I know that the moment
So,
topic changed to Obi,
Ekene,
AY
I
will
beg,
stay long.
I'm pleading with you.
And Kene will
Don't
not
bite.
jump
Don't
in
bite it.
if not
Yeah.
to push his Biafran agenda. That's
Herrera,
one
let
I
me-
know. So the only
So-
person allowed to talk now is Panzat. Panzat, you
Okay.
get 50 minutes. 50
Oh.
minutes.
I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying the conversation aside from when it derailed. So I'll give it back to you guys. I've been listening in the back. I'm only pleading with
today.
anybody who's going to distract Nigerians when the heat of battle. This is the real McCoy. This is not even like NSAS and all that stuff. It has a natural growth to it. It's going to peak. If the government doesn't do anything, they think this is a joke. It's not a joke. Nigerians don't play when they mean business. If we all from the north, different interests, there's a spirit behind what's coming. It's slowly. So the only way it's going to
Ask you a
end.
question.
Yeah.
Have you been hearing me speaking on this issue? You know how I've been speaking on this issue. Have you been listening for the past couple of days? Yeah, ask Passat. I'm actually with Passat on this. Don't distract Nigeria.
No,
To be
you've been
honest,
doing good.
this is the first time I'm really agreeing with Passat on issue 100%.
Yeah.
It's
and
distraction. What
you've
was
been-
just going on now?
Yeah, you've been speaking,
And that is the one that will make Kenneth stop and park. That kind of distraction. He will make Kenneth stop and park. Yeah, his blood will pump up.
but to be fair, my brother Alaba, Evo, it's like me. If I'm here and local peace here, I cannot tolerate Evo, right? If you come and you still do one of the things, now it's easy for me to say. It's not easy for me to do. If Rokopi comes in here and he wants to hijack this thing and start talking about Igbos, I'm going to be just like Ekene or Odi that left.
I bet
Imagine.
help me one man to move. No bigotry statement to make
One man to know is Passat, is Papa Boso friend.
No, sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so I'll see you guys.
Okay, Passat.
Alaba, thank you very much.
Thank you. Make it
Loco, join the guys. Let's get this thing done. Let's take care of Nigeria.
Let's get it
Exactly.
All right.
So,
for the first time, you got talk to Tiwe with my heart. For the first time, you talk to Tiwe I love.
So my question now, change of topic. Would this protest can it lead to a possible what's that word? Revolution. I wanted to say resolution, but it's revolution.
Oh, okay.
Ferreira, let me speak first 1 minute.
Okay.
You see, I love the way. I heard Passat speaking yesterday. Passat was uniting Nigeria. Like, we gotta give these people heat. We gotta speak with one voice at this point. Don't be distracted. Nigeria should not be distracted. There is nothing more.
Exactly.
Like Ode and Canada just came here and they are just ratty. To be honest, it was very, very unnecessary. It was very, very unnecessary. It's just speaking as if, I don't know, like, to me, whatever.
No, I wish they listened. They didn't.
Yeah. That is how they behave. So it's not okay, I was just smiling. It's not okay what they did. But let's go back to the topic. Let's not be distracted. To be honest, this is the time people have been coming here looking for unity across board. That is why I'm surprised when people start debating, like, we are not going to protest, we are going to protest. This is the time for Nigeria to unite as a country. Forget about our differences. This is the time from north to south to east to west. This is the time Nigeria should unite. People are suffering. I have food to eat. Not that I'm hungry. I can sit in my house and say whatever, like, deal with your issue. But I'm fighting for the people, for the children unborn in Nigeria. Nigeria, there is problem. So we need to face that problem. This is the time. We need to face it and let the government know, listen, we can't take this anymore. It's too much. It's not going to get better. Like, I'm still saying it, right? The Nigerians were very kind, giving the government date they're going to start protest. Because the next protest they're going to see, they might not see a date. It might just be up to everything will go down. I'm telling you. So they need to be careful. So let's not use this. Not the time for us to divide ourselves at all. We gotta come
So,
straight. We gotta keep
AY,
it.
what if the government does not respond? What do you see happens? I know the people's zeal is not going to go down in as much as they're trying to push it out that people are, a lot of people did not come out today. Why you laugh? Huh?
There is something which I saw, which I will, look, I am not. I
What did
don't
you
like
say? I didn't
APC.
hear local. Someone else is talking behind.
No, I say, read one more comment. Read one more comment. Augustine, continue. Augustine, continue.
There is something I heard which somebody was trying to say, which I feel that we don't learn from history. I think Tinubu is wise enough to learn from history. Somebody was saying wanted to flow out of the country. I don't know. Somebody said wanted to go to France. To be honest with you, even though I know that if I didn't vote in the election because I was not in Nigeria, if I was there, I'll vote. The one thing is certain: let Tinubu never think of going out of Nigeria now. If he goes out of Nigeria, if he dares it, it is very easy for the military to take over.
Yep.
They only take over when you are not on seat.
He knows.
So may he not ever make that mistake. Say no.
I don't think he will leave.
May he not try. May he stay there. And when he stay there, if I was him, by now I'll come out and talk to people. But if you say today, my head, I would like to say headstrong.
You all keep saying he should come out and talk. And God, talk what? Is he?
Now,
the
the point is
are
that
there things he can
there
compromise
is something. There's something we normally say. If I cut your leg with knife, I will say, let me speak in the pidgin language. I shall no verse. Not be saying go heal that wound, no, but it will calm your nerves. So even if he comes to speak something, not be saying go solve the problem immediately, but it will calm some nerves. So, but the more he tries to, one thing where Muhammad
really believe that he's talking will calm the nerves.
Gaddafi,
you really believe that?
look,
Or you're
Gaddafi
just
of Libya,
saying it.
Gaddafi of Libya had to drag with his people before he was killed. There was one, as I said, during the Libya uprising, I tried to follow it very well. There was one mistake Gaddafi made. It was when he sent his son, Saif al-Islam, to go and address the protesters. That was when people said, this is rubbish. That was where they said, okay, you must go by force.
But Gaddafi issue was the issue was bigger than him. Now.
Yes, it was bigger than him. Very true.
Sponsored.
It was sponsored. But I think from my own perspective, the mistake he made, one mistake he made was that it is his people. He can talk to them, but he sent his son to speak to the protesters, which I think Tinubu should not do.
I think Tinubu should send his son too.
No.
Nigerians would love to hear from him.
Ministers,
the Ogun will go kill the boy, The Ogun will go kill the boy.
Even ministers, they should not. Tinubu should use his own mouth and talk to his people. The more he keeps silent, the more the anger is building.
Well, now that John is sleeping, I can now go to I speak the room. I wanted to go to Ken before.
Okay, you know what? No.
Did I say? I never said I was sleeping. I was just waiting. Because I had a lot to say. I never said I was sleeping.
Okay,
because I just noticed something here, and it's evidently some of you guys know each other personally, or when I know on ourselves enter bone, which I don't know. But based on what you said, local, I would just want to make Kene know something. I'm an Igbo guy, but I was never offended with what you said.
No, and
hold on now. Let me make my point. And he asked a question. He asked a question which is very valid. He said, if everybody is looking for one Nigeria, why is the Southeast trying to segregate itself now? Which brings me to local, to that in Southeast, their situation there is very critical and very political. You cannot compare it with what is happening in Nigeria now, because in Southeast, problem don't day long before even Tinubu enter as a president. That is one thing we need to understand. The sit at home, the Nnamdi Kanu cases, the rogue governor of what's his name again in Imo States, that does things anyhow. So there's a lot of problems Southeast are faced. Uzodimaya.
Okay.
There's a lot of problems Southeast
We are tired of Nigeria's
facing.
problem long ago.
So that's what I want to clarify. I never found anything you said. It's a question which needs to be answered, to be honest with you. However, what you said earlier on about a pattern of behavior by the Lagos State about segregating the Igbos for violence. There's been pattern of behavior from their Twitter handles during the election, after the election, post-election.
Exactly.
Yes, it's true. There's evidence. It's not about this thing, but it's what they've chose to do. You will not expect somebody to act. Me personally, I know good because you shoot me gun. No me say I go
let me
seek
throw
revenge.
this one in. This might sound
So
crazy. There are Igbo men in Tinubu's administration. I don't know their name and I don't care. Why are they not
no,
asking for Ononuga to resign with all the
no,
inflammatory
no. I
statements?
think you're using. I think you're using a wrong narrative because you cannot
So
bite
they're not
the
Igbo.
no. You cannot match the dog that is
They
the
are
master that is
enslaved.
feeding you.
In Igbo,
You
we have two types of
yeah.
people. We
You
have
cannot match
Igbo
them.
people and we have Efulefu. So those ones are enslaved.
Oh,
The
do you
question
mean
is
people like Joe Igbokwe?
Joe Ibekwe is
see,
Efulefu.
see. Now you are asking the wrong question, Ferrari. In my own
Why would
opinion,
you
you're
say
asking the
that
wrong
is the
question.
wrong question? They are
Because
Igbos now,
see,
and this man keep making inflammatory statement against
um,
Igbos.
no,
Would you
no.
not stand for them?
That's why I
I want
tried
to
to
get off this
clarify.
Igbo
No,
topic
no, no.
because he's bringing the wrong people in.
No,
And some
I'm trying to
folks are
clarify.
jumping
See,
because
I
you
think
don't
you are
love
taking
this
us
topic.
back. No, I think you're taking us back. I try to clarify that. Look, you know, go feel say, I employ Igbo man. You can't go for show of Kibaloye studio. Can't they talk bad about Yoga? It's not possible now. It's not possible. He go talk for his own pockets. I was even shocked in Gige that was talking Buhari this, Buhari. Where is he today?
Can we all stay
So we
on
just
this
have to move on.
topic? Why?
We
Because
just have to move on.
this is exciting. One man went to Mo, and he's really here to
Jesus
trigger
Christ.
Kene, and I don't want
now,
Kene to be triggered.
That is why Kene is also here. If you
sorry,
discuss a good thing, like Kene will
Alaba,
Let Loco speak, and then I go
Alaba,
to
see,
speak the
Alaba,
room.
now,
Yeah.
look what you just said now, right? Look at what is coming out from one man's mouth now.
I know that. Let me make
Right?
sure I delete it if it's so bad. I have to
Wait, let me read it first.
because
See,
because one
now
man
now
is
they
saying
give now they give this empty vessel. the
no,
opportunity to
Austin,
make noise.
Austin.
Look,
See, this
one
is
man is like at the
this is
source.
what I'm hold on. This is what I'm explaining now, right? If one man now they talk this kind of thing now, you say yes, it's an attack on the Igbos. You understand? You say okay, now Yoruba they attack Igbo, but he just come from one man mouth when don't know himself. Oh. Now, for every Igbo person to see this guy not correct, they follow the guy talk.
Are you saying that one man is a madman?
Of course, now. Does he have to say it? I'm confused.
So the guy gets better problem.
Does he need to say it? I beg.
With Austin, you get where they come from. So
They shake the pot from village.
That is what they are doing. Them Ononuga, all these people, Tinubu camp, Tinubu payroll, they know what they do. You understand? My anger now say many people from South is not the same. It's the people they for body they follow them. Why? That's what I'm saying.
Loco, to be honest with you,
the one
I
that
don't
think.
maybe
I'm on all
because
his
of what we
comments.
have
I'm
That's what
checking
I'm
in.
saying.
The ones that are not
But people like
politically right,
one
I'm
man,
deleting.
as I said, they are not even worth talking about because those are the people I don't even give credence to. They know rich. They know rich.
But now those people, they make the entire most Igbo people the
Good.
verse.
And that is why I said people like
are the
you
verse
can't-
for.
I don't know. You may beg to differ because people are different. People like Ononuga, they can't gaslight me. Those people they are so
Exactly
smart. Because I know say they just
get my
talk
point?
out of emotions. Or maybe some things that happened in the past that one concern them.
See,
So they too
Austin,
small.
God will bless you. God will bless you.
No,
God will
they too
bless you.
small. If I want to do something, I will do it, whether it's online or it's offline.
Something you are seeing is obvious. It's obvious. This is what people are doing.
Remember, Bayo Ononuga is speaking for the presidency. So whatever he's saying is coming from the presidency.
But
That's
the
why I
presidency not be
said
from
for
Lagos.
that
That's
alone, this government needs to be pulled down because of Bayo Ononuga alone coming from the presidency and inciting hate among the people. This government does not have a legitimate right to represent Nigerians. Anyway, I speak the roof. Spill out your own truth, which I will call the P word.
Poison. This nigga's crazy. Well, listen, it's I've been listening off and on, and it's the same thing I've been saying all along. The government already knows how to play people, okay? And look at what each time I came on and I listened for like 2 minutes, everything is the same thing. Igbo, Pidobi. You know what I mean? Like, and after a while, it's like, isn't there something else we should be talking about? If the Igbos participate, it's a problem. If they don't participate, it's a problem. You want Peter Obi, a politician, to become an activist. The man never told you he was a political activist. He said, I'm a politician, I'm an administrator, I'm a trader. Let's not put him into a position where he's showing you that he's not built for. If if he was to step forward right now, guess what? All the protest automatically becomes an Igbo protest. That is all it's going to become. Now it's going to become, they're the ones that led it. They're the ones that want to bring down Tinubu's government just because Obi lost. And this is what I was trying to say. And this is what I was telling you earlier where you got upset. I said, in a situation like this, we want to know who is sponsoring this protest. We want to know. You can't just tell us, we understand it's for a good cause, but you can't just tell us, line up behind us because hunger is real in the land, but we do not know. How do we know, for example, and I'm just throwing this out there, how do we know it is not Atiku sponsoring the protest? How do we know it is not Dino Malai? Because this is a very, very, very brittle situation that can easily break and detonate that country.
Let me ask you a question. I speak the room. If
Yes,
the
sir.
government don't know, do you think they deserve to be called the government? Do they even have an intelligence department?
No,
If the government doesn't know,
they have an intelligent department that
if
one
that
at
was
a
able
time,
to
one at
find
a
out
time.
that a
Let's
senator
go with AY.
bought pure water for the
That one I
protesters.
throw at, I speak the
I
truth.
think the truth. Go on, sorry.
If your government don't know, do they even have an intelligence department, or are they intelligent
Well,
enough that they don't know, or
I
what kind
will-
of government should they even be called the government if they
I
don't know?
I really I really doubt that in a country like Nigeria they do not know the organizers of that this protest. They do know. This is, if I was to wager a bet, I'd say they know. But I'm saying I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about the ordinary citizens. If you're telling the ordinary citizens to line up behind,
You see, one man to I speak the truth.
Alaba,
You're
please
making a
let me.
mistake.
No,
The fact
Alaba,
that
let me finish,
the
please.
protest is faceless is also making a political statement that Nigeria don't have political leaders.
Okay, so
That's why it's faceless. You
Okay.
got to get the point behind that.
And you said that severally. But
Several times.
Political leaders are not necessarily political activists. Okay, so
They don't have political activists. They don't have political leaders.
Okay,
they
but
don't
now
have anybody worthy of the name
Okay,
to
okay,
be
okay.
the face of the people.
So, all right. So, but now we're straying off my point. So my point is just if the whole protest is about hunger, but now you presented certain points to the government that could easily heat up the polity. For example, some people were calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, which a certain section of the country or a certain political class, even from his own part of the country, will be against. Who do we know are these people that are asking for these demands? We have to know them. And this is all I'm.
We don't.
Okay, well,
the
in that,
people, is it not enough that the people are making the demand?
there's
I don't
not,
get you.
but there's
Who
not the
owns the
people.
land? Is it the
Alaba,
people or the
Alaba,
politicians or the leaders?
Alaba,
Who owns the land?
Alaba, there's no the people. There's right now only one section of the country protesting and hoping the other two big sections will join them.
That's another false narrative.
That is the truth.
Sorry.
Only hold on 1 second.
I speak the roof.
So only the North at this point is really protesting. The Southeast is not joining in, and the Southwest is definitely
That's a false narrative. It's my
how
duty
is
to
it
correct
a false narrative? Is the Southeast? Hold up, Alaba. You can't. I understand you all like. Listen, I told you I welcome the antagonism, but you can't just say it is a false narrative and no proof. Is the Southeast joining? Hold on, let me ask you a question, please, sir. Is the Southeast involved in the protest right now?
Yes, because they are sitting at home.
Yes. Can I answer you?
Is the Southwest? Is the South?
Even need to go back and forth about that.
I said they protest.
They're not in there. They're not going through their normal business. They're sitting at home.
What about the Southwest?
Someone else, because
they are eating ofesala.
They are eating their ofesala in the house. That means they are part of the protest. If they are not, they will be on the street. Shops will be open. Everything will be running. End of that conversation.
All right, if you want to deceive yourself that way,
no false narrative on this medium. Now, who's turn next? Who's next?
For me,
I just started this program.
How did you go back to local? I thought it was AY and Jago that's next. How did you get back to local? Wait.
Local jumping at will.
My jazz is working. My jazz is working.
I thought it was Jago's turn. Or how did he get to local? It's not local's turn. No. I have to moderate before somebody make me lose my job, like Forefather lost his job.
Jesus Christ.
What do you mean? Forefather lost his job in this bad economy. Why am I saying that?
Forefather lost his job. Alaba, you be bad person.
Now your turn, I don't tire.
Alaba, you be bad person. I'll report to the Forefathers. I'll report to the
Big time,
I'll report to the Forefathers.
That's troublemaking. Guys, man.
Is it me that one man to more is insulting?
Leave him to his own devices.
Okay, go ahead, Jago.
To me, I don't know sometimes how we speak and how we do our thing, man. I don't know. I try and listen and try and understand, and sometimes I just get no understanding. And questions can't even be answered. Simple questions are seen as offense. Speak the truth. I don't know why you ran off earlier. I was asking you a real question, bro. A real question, and I just wanted you to deal with the question, but instead you ran off.
I didn't run off. What you do? What you asked me a question? So let me just answer. Okay. So I didn't run off. What I just do not like is the pettiness. You have a tendency. Let me finish. You have a tendency.
This is where you're taking it away.
Let's not argue. You asked me a question, so let me answer.
What? No. Let me put my thing down because it's my turn to speak. What I'm trying to narrate here. What I'm trying to narrate is a whole. Yeah. So you can take it on as a whole. Yeah. And I'm speaking to you directly. I don't know why you ran off. After asking a question, the question was answered, and you took the right of him to answer that question away. I actually wanted to hear you land at that time and not to ask that question that you felt entered into pettiness, because I didn't really understand that question. And as you put the question, I asked myself that. Would I go back to Nigeria and be on the front line? And then I think that's not the best position for me. That's not necessarily the best position for me. So I was wondering how I would answer that question. But the fact is, Ferreira answered it. And then you decided that you can't even have that as an answer or whatever you said. And I think if you know, wait, bro, you're gonna speak directly after. When you ask a question and the question is answered, and you take it away, and then I asked you, why did you ask that question if you're not happy with him having his own answer? And you find that petty. I'm asking a serious question. I don't think that's petty at all. Then in your submission right now, you said that the protest and the people behind the protest or whatever should should bring their faces out and their name, whatever. And I'm thinking, this is coming from a man who doesn't tell us who he is. You haven't even told us who you are. You know very well clear who I am. You understand? I declare myself because I'm a part of this. You don't know who you can't tell us who you are. You want someone else to tell them who for your
I'm not leading the
satisfaction.
protest. So
I'm
before
thinking
you
that's
start, you're
hypocritical.
okay, but
No,
that's
no, no.
fine.
I'm
It's not
Listen,
about
thinking that's
protest.
hypocritical.
It's about he who
I'm
comes with
thinking that's
iniquity
hypocritical.
all
goes
right,
to
he
the
asked
clean
me a
end.
question, but this is the pettiness I talk about. This is you're look. I'll
All
tell.
right, you can see it. Well,
Let
answer
me
it.
finish.
Answer it.
You asked me a question. Let me stop interrupting me. I really
Answer it, bro.
appreciate that. It's a very deceitful thing you do where you throw people off. Just let me answer. And you do this all the time. This is what I did not.
Well, this is what you always say. You do this all the
Jagu,
time.
let
Just
him
answer the
speak.
question.
Jagu,
Don't
let
put
him
anything on
speak.
it. Don't put none of your hate on it. Just answer it. Because I'm not in a hate mood. I'm not
Jagu,
hating.
let him speak. Let him speak. Oh,
I want
go ahead.
I
I
want you
speak
to
the
have a
rule.
decent conversation with me. I want you to understand that I've got nothing against you.
You asked me a
Whatever cloud
question.
is
It
following
doesn't
you,
matter.
whatever
Just let
cloud
me.
is following you is cool. But just answer let's deal with the subject matter. And don't say always and characterize me. Just answer the question.
You know what?
Okay,
Listen,
go
this is
ahead. I
what we're
speak
gonna
the
do.
rule.
If he interrupts me again,
He's
that's
not
it.
going to interrupt you. Go
But it doesn't
ahead.
even matter. This is the thing. Me and Alaba, for example, we understand how we communicate. If you look in the comment section, you'll see us. We talk, okay. But we come on here and he hits me with certain questions. Even sometimes the questions don't make sense. But like I told him, I do not think Alaba is being malicious. Now, to speak to you, you have a tendency of maliciousness. You tend to hold on to grudges. Me and Alaba was going at it about just he said he wants a revolution, blah 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 blah. And I said, bro, do you want to go on the ground? Why are you not on the ground? If there's a war right now, would you go on the ground? He said yes. And I said, yeah, sure. You know what you did just because me and you already had an argument. You held on to that grudge and you came at me and attacked me right away and said, well, if you already knew the answer, why would you ask him the question?
I remember.
I asked him the question because me and him, you see how I didn't run off. I just did not want to. Let me finish.
I will, but I will
Let me
not.
finish.
Jagu, let
So
him finish. Jagu, let him finish.
What I
Jagu,
did
let him
not
finish, please.
what I did not want to deal with, and this is actually petty, and this you have a tendency of taking people out of character. You know what I didn't want to deal with was the pettiness and the back and forth. I came on here, we were on here for probably 6 hours, Jagun. Before you came on, nobody interrupted anybody, nobody argued with nobody else. And it's okay if you have a different take on something, just let people have their take. You don't have to always hold grudges, be petty, and then you throw at homonyms at people. I even told Alaba in the comment section, right or wrong, bro. I said, listen, I got no problem with you. To you, I just look at certain things you do like you a pest. I said, but he knows me and him go back and forth. But in the comments, I'll talk to him and I said, just tone down on the insults and tone down on the ad hominems. And Alaba is right here. He said, I will. And I said, that's cool. That's what I ask. Don't attack people just because they have a different position to you. And that's it. I want to talk about this no more. I came to talk about
Okay, that's
politics.
fair enough.
I want to talk
Fair
about
enough.
That's fair enough. Let's move
No,
on.
wait,
There are
let me
other
just finish.
people.
Let me just say this, please.
Okay.
I have nothing against any panelist. I don't hold any grudges. I'm dealing with situations as they happen at the time. I'm speaking to you in clear tones. You, in your appraisal of my question or questioning, went all over the place in speaking about who I am and I always and only.
But
That's
Jagu,
you.
don't repeat
Wait,
yourself
let me
now.
finish, please. Let me
You're
finish.
repeating now.
Let me please finish.
See,
That
one
is
man is laughing at you people.
that is
One
you.
man is now
That
laughing
is
at us.
wait,
This is
please.
bad.
Please, that is not about it's not about one man. I'm speaking to the subject as that word. You are giving me my character all the time, and you're telling me I'm holding a grudge. I'm thinking that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't equate.
Okay,
I want us to discuss based on the words we use, not based on the personalities that they come from. We can make these assumptions if we want. We can keep them. I've got a fair understanding of your contributions on this show. But apart from what you might say that I may agree with, that I may not agree with, I'm thinking you're not necessarily seeing me as a balanced person, which is fair enough. But I'm here to let you know that I'm speaking to your words. I'm not speaking to whatever, how you
Round
wear
up,
your hat,
Jackson, round up,
how you
time
do
up.
your house. I'm not speaking to none of that. I'm not speaking to your personality. I'm speaking to your words. And if words are too much for you, then I'm thinking, what's going on here? Or if it's the personality that these
Thank you,
words are coming
Jackson.
from is too much for you,
Yeah,
then what am I going to do about that?
thank you,
Am I going
Jackson.
to change my whole being to
Thank
suit
you,
you?
Jackson.
It
Thank
doesn't
you.
work like that, my friend.
Thank you. Now, for all the grown daddies that are on this panel, read what Tokwe is saying, because I'm tired of babysitting daddies. I'm tired. All the grown daddies. Tokwe is putting it out. Is this show a protest or a setting grown-up daddies beef? Tony is missing out. Why would Tokwe, why will you bring Tony to this? Now Tony is going to jump back on. I beg, who is next? Is it Pastor that is next? I be Kenneth. Thank God, Kenneth is gone.
No, I just want to. I want to
Pastor,
go.
are you next? So Jerry, Pastor,
Yeah,
electricity.
thank you. Good
I just
evening,
want to tell
everyone.
you all good night, I beg. So just
Austin,
everybody
shut up, man. Night,
take
bro.
care of yourself and
Yeah,
Why
nice to
stop
see you again,
harassing
Augustine.
people?
Yo.
Why stop harassing people? Okay, now
No,
Pastor
Austin,
turn.
not my personal person. Forget.
Yeah,
Have
thank
you
you.
else they turn? Now Pastor turn. Electricity now your show. Now your turn,
Yeah,
Jerry.
thank you. Yeah.
Pastor, if you don't mind me, I just want to talk for 1 second.
No, I would say no, because you go Dabaru carry us go where we no want go.
Alaba, my face, I'm not even smiling. I'm not gonna shout. I'm not smiling at you. Okay, right now.
The man almost had a heart attack the last time
What
he
I'm
spoke.
saying is this. What I'm gonna say is this. Okay, I don't know who is the person who takes people in and takes people out.
Okay.
The confession is this. I actually wanted to get out, but for somebody, I wasn't talking. I was just listening to what some people are saying, and all of a sudden, somebody took me out.
No, nobody
I
did.
didn't like that.
It must have been a technical problem. Remember, I got taken out too. My computer, I think my internet went out. It might be around that time.
AY don't even start. AY don't even start before I tell you.
That's why I said, Pastor, you should not have allowed him to talk. Nobody took you out. It was a technical problem. The internet failed. It took me out too.
What are you talking about, Bazi? I was the one that I don't have
the only person that wants to remove you here is AY, and he doesn't have the remote control. He doesn't have the remote control, so he did not take you out. And I know I did not take you out. I myself was taken out.
I've heard what you said about removing. I've heard something you said about removing me. AY, I'm telling you.
The only person that wants to remove you is AY. He doesn't have the remote control. Even me that was moderating, I was taken out for 5 minutes because my internet failed.
Arrest my case. Pastor, you can go on.
I wish I had the remote control.
I beg, where did that talk? Make I highlight the thing where talk tell all these old daddies when they come here.
No,
misbehave. Where is Tokpe's where is Tokpe's something?
Don't pass.
Ferreira, now you be moderator.
That's why I have to find that Tokpe speech. Everybody has to read that before they speak.
The spirit of confusion.
It's too much.
Enter this play this evening.
Where is that Tokpe speech? I need to highlight it.
The show was going good though. I don't even know how the spirit of confusion started.
Even me was taken out by 5. You want to say now me take myself out?
Come blame me. Why is it that me take about that one?
I knew we shouldn't have given him the microphone, and I told Pastor Yito, don't give that man the microphone. He's going to take us away.
My annoyance with you is you telling me to go and sleep. A whole 50-year-old man like me to go and
you
sleep.
Are my friend. I saw you are tired now. That's why it was genuine. I saw you are tired. It's from the love of my heart.
I did not say I was tired. What really
you are not tired?
No, I wasn't tired.
Yeah,
It's the way
Miami,
Maxim,
John.
I
you're
can't find
tired.
Tokpe's speech again, but this is the
It's the
only thing
way
I can
John.
find. I
It's
hope
the
that
way
will
John
do.
was talking, and then Steph just came in and said, "Oh yeah, Obi should, if he was Obi, he will say it and he will go to prison. And let him go to Nigeria and go to prison." Eh?
Okay, thank God I found it. Somebody help me put that up. Yes. I think all the big men here need to read this. This is really on point,
Yeah.
except the tone part.
Tope was on point, really. No, Tom will answer that one when he come in.
I know. That's the first thing that one to go to address when he comes. Electricity, please help us change the mood
I'm
here.
not here, beg you, take a easy.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all.
No,
Please, I want to appeal
one
to
love,
us
man, one love.
please take it easy on Tone, please. It's an appeal. Let's take it easy on him, please.
Oh my
I feel
God.
for him. It's I really don't have much to say. So that's all. Just take it easy on Tone, please. Begging everybody.
I don't understand. What did you do? What happened?
No, he just said Tony is
this
missing
one
out.
we talk by go put on name for this.
No, no, talk about that one. What in Pastor talk? You say Tone. What you do is make everybody
They tell talk by make take am easy on Tone.
Okay, you are responding to.
I'm begging everybody, yourself, everybody, please. Let's take it
what
easy.
you do, everybody?
I'm making an appeal. I'm feeling for the guy here, please.
I don't understand. What happened?
Look, okay, you will not understand. Everybody is laughing.
Feeling for
You
a
will not
grown-up
understand.
man. Wow.
No, but why you say everybody? That means something must have happened. Maybe I missed. I must be missing something. I'm missing something.
Alaba,
This channel, man, is so funny.
announce it that people can take it easy. Please, please.
You say what?
I actually like what I Speak the Truth said today. You know,
Right.
it
What
looks
do you want me
like
to announce?
They should take it easy on Tone. Take it easy on Tone, please. Please. Thank you.
What are we talking?
So we were about the laugh. So no. Okay, I'm not sure.
Oh, but even me, I'm not tired. They just making me laugh tonight.
Why
Okay.
you brought all those people on to come make the temperature high? Ken had to pack. I mean, how serious? Ken had to pack. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on, seriously.
On the more serious note, you guys just cracked me. Even Alaba is just making me. Alaba, calm down. You be talking. Stop making us laugh.
Alaba where they talk past panelists.
Alaba, you talk sharp. Alaba,
That one are serious critique for Alaba. That's a serious critique.
But Alaba talks more than panelists.
My forefather they left for where Alaba dey safe.
You know the good man. When don't talk. You can't sing one fella music, journal. Sure. Maybe for the young your Congolese fella music.
I'll put fella music join now. You know, they tell me when we say they know they allow us play music for this thing. They know they allow us play interjectory music. If for good go, we're supposed to turn this whole thing to radio stations.
Who made this one? Look at Logopi is obsessed with comment section. Comment section.
Hey, please go break now.
This
one,
no,
it's not for you.
That other one.
The statement is not for you actually.
Make we go break. Make
now
we do
electricity interpreter to you. You no go understand.
I know.
Electricity over to you.
Pastor, can they use something like Ayakata? They can use it, as interlude.
Okay. Sorry. Adama, sorry. Now I understand you. So now I understand what you mean. Sorry.
I don't think they are allowed though. I think all those copyright rules. They have too many copyright. YouTube has too many copyright rules. And that's why Nigerians should work hard to have their own independent media so that their speeches will not be stifled.
Yeah, you can
should be they say WhatsApp go for Nigeria. Be WhatsApp won't pay Nigeria money.
You can Alaba, you can play the national anthem. That's interesting.
I'm not gonna play that one. I will play my Jeff Machette. My dear, I like fashion. We've been sitting down for too long.
Play fella now. You
They
can't
don't
play
get
fella.
fella on the list here. Mr. Okonkwo, Rudolph has some specific
No, the
things.
one I would like to hear is this Major Fasheksha, religion is politics. I like to hear that one. Religion is politics.
Straight.
How come we did not even give a minute silence to this woman that died? At least who can Onyeka Onwenu?
Yeah, I would have loved to play Onyeka's song.
Who can use her as a tribute?
Or the documentary she did 30 years ago
about
Nigeria.
When I saw
that
that
would have been lovely
man,
to do.
I think boss man, they should try. Good activist.
Man, she died after giving a performance. She got home, she deep, she never awake. That was madness.
But my question, hold on, how did that thing happen after performing?
72. She's only 72.
But somebody raised the point. Was there an ambulance at the performance place, or did the ambulance?
No, she went home well. She went home from that place.
No,
with herself. She wasn't ill.
No, they say after the performance, when she sat down in the same occasion, that was when she passed out. Then they rushed her to the hospital.
Yeah.
She got to the hospital before she gave her. So my question
I
is,
mean, with her age,
my question is, hold on, somebody performed, right? And I didn't hear her using any of this a high pitch that would make her heart start palpitating fast, something like that. When you give yourself
it seemed comfortable. I saw it.
That's the way this life is now. When it's
time,
when it's time, it's just you might be perfectly okay. Oh, I've seen one it was on YouTube, Sha. A man died standing up. He was in a mall, standing, and he never fell. It was just stood there like that. And he didn't fall down or anything. He died like that. So it was after people came, then they called the police. This man been standing here for like more than 15 or 20, 30 minutes. Then they called the police. They came, checked. He was just standing the way he was. Didn't slump, didn't fall. In standing position, he was gone.
Still
and gone.
That's a man with good balance, however.
Yeah, that's a good balance. Yeah. Anyway, let's do my check at least. We've been sitting down.
Tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. President for so long.
Okay, who's next and what are we talking about next? You guys pick a topic.
You guys are not allowing me to speak anymore now. It's a problem. I don't know why.
Boy, to pick a topic just like that is quite difficult, as I'm
I
racing through my mind.
was enjoying I
Because-
speak the truth, and Alaba, you keep interrupting him. Can you please allow him to talk, please? Allow I speak the truth to talk.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking? Who's that?
Priest, Mazi Priest.
Okay.
I think he's driving.
I'm not driving. Before
he's
you
breaking
put me
the
down
rules.
now, I'm not driving. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Jesus
I
Christ.
just saw you driving on
Your
the
motor,
camera.
your motor
I'm in
dey
the
move
car,
now.
but I'm not driving. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Look
you're
at me.
on the
I'm in the
camera.
car, but I'm doing something.
Okay, okay.
God.
Okay, got it.
Okay, sorry,
Okay,
boss.
don't remove him, Ferreira.
See,
Just
it looks like you remember you dreamt about me today, Abi. Eh?
No, I said they should not remove you. Yeah, I'm even I'm pleading on your behalf.
Yeah, thank you for being on my side. No, I'm not driving. I'm doing something. That's why.
Okay, but the way you are shouting today, be like say something in the system.
No. Earlier, I shouted. I was so mad earlier, man. I was so mad earlier, but I didn't curse anybody. I didn't say anything. Did I say anything wrong? I didn't curse anybody. It's just that the way they were talking, I didn't like it.
I
It doesn't
understand,
make no
Chad.
sense. Yeah.
It happens.
That's
It
all.
happens. We are human.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hello, people. What is this? I'm hearing that OVA don't collect envelope for Quagoso. Just the talk rubbish these days. Is it true?
No, Obi has always been Kokosu supporter. He has always been Kokosu supporter.
They say it be like say don't collect envelope. I don't know. I just read it on the comment section.
I don't know that one. No.
Oh yeah, oh, I speak the truth. Give us topic. We need topic.
Well, I mean, well, I guess it's still the same thing, you know. Earlier, what I just wanted to talk about, I wanted to say.
Make I highlight the OVA comment. See, they say OVA don't collect envelope. That's why, or the whole comment section.
Ferreira, I'm not sure if you're understanding what you're actually doing. After you open the ground for someone, and then you crash. You crash within two. Brass, come on, now, let's be serious.
So, in relation to this protest, because that's what's on the ground right now, and I think that's the most important thing that we should all be talking about. KJ asked a question when you first came in, Ferreira, and KJ asked a question, and that was why I asked KJ. I asked him if he could stay, because I wanted to give an answer to that, but he said, well, we'll go talk tomorrow. And he said, he asked someone a question and said, if you were the president of Nigeria, how would you solve the situation, or what would be the things you will do to put the country on track? Now, before I get into that, first I want to say, and back to the protest issue, and why I think, we all have differences in how we're looking at it. You obviously see it one way, and I obviously see it another way. And I'm thinking to myself, short of a total breakdown in law and order, which we will basically possibly characterize as a civil war, short of a coup, there's really no way that the political class right now will give in to the demands of the people as regards elevating their standard of living and lowering theirs. It's not going to happen. You can have protests from now until tomorrow, and this is just my humble opinion. Say I was in power. You already told me you got 10 days. We already approved 10 days. I just got to wait you out. We're going into day 3, right? Already you guys have started fighting over who this person is, where this person is from, where that person is not from, who's participating, who's not participating. This is why, I'm not even gonna go into the whole we have to know their who they are. Now, AY said something earlier when he talked about the National Assembly. This is way, 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 way earlier. And I was gonna piggyback off of that. I wish John was on here too, and Mr. James. Because I would say, if I was president of Nigeria, and this is why I know Nigerian leaders are not sincere. We know the biggest problem we have is corruption. We know that. A lot of people say no. I say yes. Okay. A lot of people say, oh, it's tribe, it's bigotry. I think our biggest problem is corruption. And if I was president of Nigeria, I would not even tell my advisors, I would not even tell my closest staff. If I was elected as president, I will go to the National Assembly and put the senators on their back. I'll put them on the back foot. I'll take all my plans, present it to them. I'll invite all the media houses, show it live. I'm talking to the Nigerian people directly, or we could even do it at an open air event like the National Stadium. Now we want to, like AY has always complained about, we don't need 2 houses in the National Assembly. We need 1. If that's going to cut costs, if that's what we think is going to help us, we do that. Strict, harsh penalties for pilfering government funds, for violating public trust, for dipping your hands in the national coffers. I'll put that in place too. We restructure the justice system, how we choose judges in Nigeria, how we choose appellate judges, how we choose the Supreme Court judges. We introduce sentencing structures where you have harsher penalties. There's none of this nonsense about you pay a fine, you steal 20 billion naira, and you pay $500,000 naira in fines. So this is the kind of things I think a leader that has the genuine interest of Nigeria at heart, which we don't have, can do. Go to the National Assembly, make sure, give an order. There dare not be any blackouts. And let the whole country be at a standstill, and let them watch me. Let me present everything to the National Assembly and say, this is what the people want. They want to cut costs on governance. They want to cut the positions, because we have a lot of duplicitous parastatals that are nothing but ways of siphoning government money. So we have a lot of problems, and I think we don't not have the right leadership. We don't have people that. Alabama, in the bottom line is we don't have people that love Nigeria. Nigerians don't love Nigeria, and Nigeria does not love Nigerians, and that's just that. Until we have people that really, really, really want to fight for Nigeria, then we'll be on here for the next few years and just going back and forth, maybe on different platforms or in our families and just arguing and offering solutions and not finding answers.
Can I jump in there?
No, I'm done.
Thank you. I speak the role. Go ahead, Jagun. I think that's a good question. Everybody could be able to answer them.
Yes, so you see, my I don't know, but that was the clearest thing I've heard all day as to a way forward. It doesn't have to be agreed upon. It doesn't have to be what somebody feels that they would do, but it is the clearest thing that I've heard all day as to a way forward. You see, if somebody is putting positivity out, like I've just heard, this is where the discussion, I think, really needs to be at. The fact of the matter is, I keep professing that there's anybody on this panel right now, and I think we would all regard ourselves as underqualified to run a country like Nigeria. I think we would be humble enough to admit that. But the fact is, everybody on this platform can run the government better than the government has been run now. And if there is a position, a vision of what it could be, that's really what I'm looking at. I'm looking for what it could be. Then from where we are now to that point is what we need to augment and fashion in order to get there. And I feel without these premises of a vision, it's not easy to have a vision. And some of us have it and we won't even say it. Some of us have visions and we don't even know it. But if we're having a real discussion and we are really, I think we are too easily offended by real discussions. When we bring the real discussion out, that is when we can chart progress. That is when we can get involved from wherever it is in the planet we are. So, for me, I'm just looking at words and how words have been put forward. And can we gravitate to these words and hold on to them? Or is it just loose and woolly and nothing that we can really be sustained by? We must be looking for sustenance in what it is that we can achieve. We must be. We must. I don't know anybody's background or anybody's point of view or anybody's necessary personalities. We know each other from these boxes that we appear in. And that's all we've got of each other. We don't know each other's personality, and we shouldn't guess that we do. We shouldn't guess about it. That's getting in the way. It's the words we use that are being articulated and tackled. And if we're dealing with that on a real basis, we're having a real conversation. So I'm only here to look at what people say and whether I can join in with what they're saying or whether I reject what they're saying. It's as simple as that. There's no other thing, as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Well, if I were to answer that question, what I would do would be very, very simple. One, I would definitely corruption I see is Nigeria's number one problem, and I would start to fight it directly. But it might instantly bring your government down. So the first thing I would do is to make sure Nigerians have nothing is off the table for discussion. Devolution of power, new constitution, immediate within a year. Gather people, let them come up with their own rules of engagement. Number one, to replace the current constitution, new constitution. Then the regional thing will be more emphasized. Regional power, will be more emphasized. And then we can still stay together as a united nations of Nigeria, or whatever name we want to call ourselves. I will insist that be there. then the constitution, then once you have the institutionally placed things like that, after you have a new constitution that came out from the people, based on, it will be extensively discussed, debated. It's not something somebody would just sit in one room and type out. No, the pros and cons of that constitution will be highlighted to the people, and if there's a need for them to vote on it, they will vote on it. A new constitution. Then after that, after the new constitution, then we will start local electioneering process. It will not be federal, it will be local and regulated. It will be, for now, it will be open. I'll probably adopt the option A1, A4 thing that Babangida used back then, you know, where everything will be right in the open, you know, less money will be spent, you know, you don't do all that. Then after that constitution has been adopted, in that constitution, I would insist that there be the death penalty for corruption. Corruption will be treated as the same thing as a coup d'etat, period. And economic sabotage will be treated same level as a coup d'etat. No difference. So if you get caught, you can do it, but if you get caught, you're on your own. Then nobody goes for public office without full declaration of their history, their financial accounts, every property they have. That has to be checked. It's part of the requirement. And they have to undergo a course, a 2-year course program in democracy, civil rights, popular rights, and all these other issues that we lack in Nigeria before you can even be allowed to pick up a form for any public office. The form will not be based on monetary need, but based on your training. You will be trained 2 years ahead of time. You won't encourage partisan politics yet until all the institutions are firmly strong and in place before you now start launching it into partisan politics. It will probably be election without parties. If you're interested, if 10 people are contesting in your village, put all the 10 names in a glass basket. Let's pick the best 2 or the best 4 or whichever one we pick by lottery. Nobody's paying anything after their background has been thoroughly checked. Then we can now run. But it will be clear to others going forward, stealing money from the government, including tax evasion, could be punishable by death. People will sit up, but the process has to involve the people. It has to be people generated, not top down. It has to be bottom up. They have to have an input into what determines their life. So there will be no excuse when you break the law, when it's time for them to come take you, because you were part of that lawmaking process. Not
you just want to pretend like you don't see me, Ferrari.
I saw you. We
are in a, you know, we have to have focus, right?
Yeah, we're answering questions on what was the question again, Jagun?
I believe what would we do if we're in position of power in
right
Nigeria
now for that country moving forward?
But that's our focus. We can't even get our government to reduce the price of fuel from X to, you know. So it's not easy to change a constitution, even here in civilized worlds, right? It's quite a tasking thing to do. And right now we have to be focused. It's redundant when we have a good moderator, and of course Ferreira is a good moderator, the most detribalized Nigerian. Now that is a title that's not easily earned. Ferreira, Alaba, it's a detribalized Nigerian. If I've ever seen one, I yearn to get to that level. I'm not at that level yet.
You're funny.
And, Jacob follows right behind, right? And,
Pastor, I'm there, right? I'm there too, right?
Yeah,
no?
Go ahead. You know, you've made a lot of progress. So if I have to, so that's momentum. You have the momentum, right? You've made a lot of progress all week. You've been a patriotic Nigerian doing the best you can, and local peace, a work in progress. But let me say that we have to focus on this protest. That's where it is right now. Northerners, Southerners, even though it's different interests going on, but we have to focus on this. This is the 3rd day coming up here. The first day, Alaba and I did it here. I was in the background, and he was the presenter.
I forgot to thank you. I thank you in one of the chats yesterday.
Yeah, I saw.
All those information you were sending in live, it will really help. It was as if I was a BBC reporter.
We're doing it
Ferreira, I think some people are on the backstage. Please.
Yeah. So we have to focus on this thing. You have to accent it. I'm not saying Alaba. I'm actually talking to you. You have to, no matter how the conversation is going on other issues, you try to bring it to the central point, right?
Which is the protest, yeah.
Which is the protest. So, but we could talk about girls, we could talk about everything. Then you still bring it back a little bit to the linchpin, the bedrock of our conversation, because a lot of our people are out there putting their lives in danger. And
If I can, Baba Pansat, you see, I don't think what we're asking is so far off route. As you're correctly saying, this is day 3 that we're going into, and we should understand more about where the protest would get to. The thing that was narrated earlier by Speak the Truth gave a position of forward thinking, because I don't think you can have a protest and nothing comes out of it. That may be a waste of time and effort and energy and risking lives as it is today.
I'll be right back. I gotta go get a Guinness.
What I want to put to you, Pansat, is how do we include in our narrative where it is that we're going? I think that has to be made clearer to us, because it's not clear. It's not clear to anyone, really. I'm saying that when you understand what
I do. Before I answer that, I think Augustine was raising his hand. I don't know. Augustine, you want to say something?
Yes, I was happy when I saw people trying to propose things. I think I love and speak the truth method of tackling corruption. There is something I've been thinking over the years, and that comes to appointments. Like, for example, appointment of the INEC chairman, appointment of the Chief Justice of the Federation, appointments of maybe justices of the Supreme Court. Those are very sensitive positions that even me, if I'm the president, you know, sometimes we don't appreciate our biases only when it has been done. That you now realize that, okay, you chose this person out of bias. For me, when it comes to appointing in those positions, now see what I think. There will be set of rules for those who can be Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Like, for example, you must have been in the bench maybe for 10 years. You must have had this. Once it is time to appoint justices at the Supreme Court, those who are qualified will submit an application to be promoted to the Supreme Court. Now, when they submit that application, the vetting is done online for everybody to see from like how you used to do, how this United States used to do debates. The vetting is done from the people as they are. If you know you want to be a justice of Supreme Court, maybe there are 2 spots and 10 people apply for it. When 10 people apply, those 10 people will be interviewed in an open, not like come to a room. No, it is open for every Nigerian, every lawyer, every member of the bench, every member of the bar to attend. As they are going, you will see how the people will decide who will be dropped and who will not be dropped. So when they drop and they drop out of the 10, they reach about 5, they go to the next stage of the interview. That's how they drop until you have the final 2 that go into it. If Nigeria is very diverse, a situation where maybe this position is open and we need somebody, let's say from the northeast, to fill it so that they can have the 6 geopolitical zones which are represented. That is the same thing that will be done in such a way that we pick the best hand. Why I'm proposing that is because you cannot bribe the more than 50,000 lawyers or the more than 500 justices to get your way to that position. You cannot do that. You cannot bribe nearly everybody who is a stakeholder in selecting that person. So a situation where we have a few people who determine who finally makes the final list, it is easy to bribe them. But a case where there are more than 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 people who at the end select the right person for that job, then it's difficult. That is what the way I used to see the select vice chancellors in some universities abroad, and I feel that method is okay. The interview is over months, maybe 8 months, 1 year, in such a way that once they interview the person over a long time, over many stages, you end up finding somebody. In that case, even me as a president, I cannot have authoritative powers over who will be the INEC chairman or over who will be the Chief Justice of the Federation. And in that case, I think they can be independent to do their job because nobody owes me any loyalty. So that is what I think.
Financial freedom is another point, though.
All right, Augustine, thank you. By the way, let me start off by saying hello to the people in the comment section and fellow panelists here. I had a question pending from Jagan, which is on the effectiveness of the protest, how it's unfocused. Obviously, a protest can only bring about valuable policy changes when it's well planned out, focused, and the demands are clear. We must express displeasure constructively, our demands as one voice in order to achieve this effectiveness, right? But we don't have proactive leaders in the country. That kind of thinking, civilized world, first world, is only effective if we have proactive leaders to engage the protesters, right? Right now, we don't even know if Tinubu is alive. Now, there's a lot of things you don't. If I had a platform, the discussions would be much, much advanced, right? Obviously, I don't have one. I come here, I have to deal with it. We don't even know. We have a president during the campaign whose leg was shaking, his hands were shaking, and we're shouting Emilokon. That's a popular song. I like that song. So we take it for granted, right? If it's, let's say we actually cared about our leaders, and we're praying for our leaders, and we want them to do very well. When we don't see our leader or hear from our leader for a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, it wouldn't be so much concerned that they don't care, they don't want to respond to stimuli, we'll be worried, is our leader okay? All right? Has there been something that happened to them? Because aside from within Nigeria, we have a lot of enemies, actually, right? It's a lot of people who don't want us to do very well. They don't want our leaders to do well. And they would poison them, they would do all kinds of things. So, but when Tinubu is missing, or Buhari was missing, we never thought about, is he okay? Is he okay? Is he, robust? So we shouldn't take it for granted. We haven't seen Tinubu there. I don't know what kind of person that will be leading a country where you have massive protests, nationwide protests, with advance notice, and it doesn't care, it doesn't show up, it doesn't address anybody. So part of the concern for those who care about Tinubu should be, is he okay? Now, part of the concern for someone like myself is to make sure that I will know as fast as possible when he's gone, right? So that we can then figure a way to. I want us to think about that. Let's watch and see if this is a distraction by the senators, the governors, the chief of police, the army. They might be hiding something by letting this protest go on, by trying to instigate more, antagonize these protesters. Is Tinubu alive? He needs to show, the prima facie standard is that he has to show that he's alive somewhere. I suspect that he's not okay, because he hasn't been seen anywhere. Forget about talking. But anyway, so let me say what I was saying.
Not just that, Pansa. It's not just Tinubu, or even the other political leaders, what do you call them? Senate president and all. The country is in crisis and you are all out. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Somebody should be addressing a press conference, talking on behalf of the government and doing this and,
Exactly. But we see the other one.
And all the rest. Senate president, whip. The country is in crisis.
Right.
And
I see the other one.
Nowhere to be found except police officers and army chiefs. Don't make no sense.
If you were the president, Pansat and Alaba, would you be worried?
If who?
If either of y'all was the president Would you
Yeah.
be worried at the way the protest is currently going?
Okay, I'll be
Yeah.
worried.
You
Yeah,
be
I'll be
worried?
worried. And
I
it's
won't
a
be.
great
I wouldn't be
opportunity.
worried.
No, you see, it's in Kuwait. It's beginning, right? Like Jago asked me, right now, we come, I've speak the truth, we come from a multicultural society, right? Just like say in the United States, you have whites, blacks, this, north, south. In Nigeria, it's a multicultural, traditional society. So this guy says they budgeted 1 month, 10 days of protest. So this is the first and the second day, right? So a lot of it is going to depend on how the government reacts. So as you're watching the protesters, and I think it's not a great protest, for some of us, these are historical firsts, like in the North, right? When you see these generation Z, Gen Z, and X, whatever, I don't know, millennial or whatever they are. And they're telling their imams and they're telling their obas and they're telling their obis, hey, look, we're hungry. And they're protesting. This is a first where Northerners, Southwesterners, Igbos, I heard the discussion they had about Igbos are not protesting. Igbos have been in perpetual protest. If everybody sits at home, there's no need to go on the street. The government will listen. Every single, the North, South, East, and West, they sit at home. It's effective for where we want to get to, right? Because we want a peaceful protest. We just want to get their attention. So, I know when there's a lot of people who want to talk here, I was going to go into some things that you already know about for the benefit of those who are listening. There's no concord. It's not, you don't have leaders, because in this generation, I made a comment in the comment section about Bitcoin, right? You don't have the traditional banking system. That's a centralized thing. So these protesters, somebody like Showore, they're very good with the digital world, the new world. It's a decentralized. And that's what gives headache to the government, right? They don't know these guys could use Instagram, and they could use, I don't know, they had all kinds of formats and platforms where they could organize.
Telegram,
So,
Snapchat,
yeah,
signal.
things like that. So you
Right.
just can't go and pick off. If you pick up one guy, put him in a cell, the thing keeps going. So I'm hoping, let me just conclude. I see Mama H.O., and I will say, I'll come back again when it comes back to me. There's a lot of points I wanted to make for the protest, multicultural, and focus the nature of this kind of activity. But I'll let it come around again to me. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to you. All right, thank you. Welcome, Madam
Yeah,
H.O.
welcome, Mama H.O. Thank you very much for joining us this late. I think.
Are you breaking the rule by yourself this time?
What did you say? What did you
I
say?
said you breaking the rule by yourself this time.
I'm drinking in the room by myself.
Okay,
You heard me correctly. No, Jago, don't worry yourself.
I beg Mama H.O. talk.
Yeah, greetings everyone on the panelists, and greetings to the audience. My day has been somehow sad when I look down at what is going on in my country. When I look down at the population of the youth out there that are hopeless. Because I know Nigerian youth are hardworking. If they have hope with the system, and they are provided an conducive environment for them to use their intellectual to become who they want to be, they won't really be out there. And I look at who are really the leaders or politicians in our country. I realize that the population are men, fathers, uncles, grandfathers. And I think deep, and I said to myself, these are men that are demanding respect from us women. Who is the mother of their children? And they have a stony and wicked heart. After the same children has told them, my father, we are hungry for 2 weeks plus. This is our demand. And they didn't respond. Then I begin to think how callous the heart of the men we call husbands, uncle, has become. And they are the same people demanding respect from those young ones that they have made hopeless. Those who are looting and those who are supporting the looters, because nobody can loot any money from anywhere when there are no other people participating. My question to you people, what is your gain? What? What is your gain? The senator that was in prison in UK, is that your gain? Until he was in prison, we never know he has 42 houses. But did he make that money from his so-called allowance and everything? No. They collected constitutional money and they never used it for any single project. How do you people sleep? How do you look at intelligent young boys and girls that God has blessed you with, which are the human capital of the nation, and you can't invest in them so that they can strive and compete with the Western world? For how long? I want to beg you people, if you don't have any reason to think, go to the burial ground. Go there. Go and do your picnic in the burial ground. And look at the size you will enter at the end of the day and ask yourself, how many of this property that these people got that they took along with them? MK Abiola in his days, he was a rich man. He has company. But at the end of the day, was the children able to maintain those company? Our men. You are supposed to be the head of the family. And your duty was to protect us, your wife and the children. Is that what you are doing? Is that? Majority of you here, somebody knows, somebody knows, somebody knows, to the up. Can't you talk? Can't you ask them to stop this? Is it not naked we came into this world? Naked we go? Before you go to bed this morning, look at your environment. Walk around your house. Look at everything. And look at the cloth you put on. And ask yourself this question. If I sleep and I didn't wake up, what am I taking along with me? Because all these things we are pursuing, is it not? I want to buy this car, I want to have this, I want to have that, I want to build this house, I want to have this mansion. The question I want to ask us today is this: how many rooms do you sleep at a time? If you have a big bed, look at the position you sleep in your bed. If you buy expensive furniture, and the person that buy that cheap one, is it not the same buttons you used to sit on it? And when you stand up, does it turn to gold? And yet, these are the things you people crave for in the expense of these children. Please talk to yourself. I am begging. How can you sleep comfortably, eating 3 square meals a day, drinking expensive wine that you call it, and one child in Nigeria can't even eat one? I'm not talking of the grown-up, because they are used to suffering. But are we going to allow these children to continue like this? Talk to yourself. I am.
Wow.
We have enough. If only we can use it. Is it the cocoa in the West that we can really set up factory in Nigeria to produce job for people and turn it to chocolate and export? Is that what we cannot do? I just want to know. All the gold that we can't. How can God give us raw material? And they are still asking us to pray for success. All he wants us to do is to turn those raw material to product. Use some and export that. Is that too much for you men to do for us? To God, you men, you have disappointed us. I heard the military are warming up. Are you warming up to take over, or you are warming up to carry gun to face civilian? I wish you people are telling us you are warming up to cop all the insecurity in Nigeria. We would have. So I don't know you people can warm up. Nigeria military. Can't you see your counterpart in Burkina Faso, the young man, what he's doing when the civilian could not do what they want to do, could not change their country? I hope that's what you are warning up for. Because if you are not warming up for that, and you are warming up to come and carry your weapon against Nigerian children, because they are asking for a better environment to fulfill destiny, then I don't know what I will call
Man, you should be careful. You should be careful in some of what you're saying. Or don't. You're very passionate, and I'm following you. Man, listen. Be careful of what you are saying, man.
I am not afraid. The only thing
it's not about fear. It's about drawing unnecessary attraction to yourself and to the platform.
Let me tell you one thing. If they won't locate me, when they find my number, they go see me. The highest, Nakbai. A man died but once. Did you understand? If I die today because of speaking the truth, I am fulfilled in my life. Did you understand? If I die today for speaking the truth so that Nigeria children can have tomorrow, I am going home a happy person. So I'm not afraid of death. Because naked I come into this world, naked I am going back. I am not taking anything out of this world. The only thing that will go with me is what I have done for humanity. So I'm not afraid. Wait, I want to ask you now one question. The people when they're born today never die? They never die. You won't live long. When you live long and leave these children to continue this suffering, what have you gained? What? If they won't go carry me, say they won't take me go firing squad for speaking for the Nigerian child and the Nigerian youth, I will smile like this taking those bullets for them. I have nothing to lose. Did you understand? Because it is not how many years I live on earth that determine my destiny after death. No. What is it? You people call yourself men. And no, you guys are not ready to fight this. Why are you in abroad if Nigeria was good? Will you have been here? Our country, we have good weather that likes our skin. There is no time you have to wear double cloth because it is snow season. There is no time everywhere you must put AC because it is hot season. There is none. If that is only thing we even harness, do you know how much would have made from tourism? Do you know? Do you know? Because these people like to travel out of their country during the winter. But no, we don't make the environment conducive. Men, I'm talking to you people today because at the verse, oh, now one make we respect una, make we respect una. Una won't collect respect, but una leave our children, make them not become anything. Because una know who to the government. The money they carry out in this place, they can't succeed bringing it here without you people support. They can't succeed opening an account, dumping it, buy property without you people using your social security number to assist them. So do not tell me I do not know. But I want you people to talk to yourself. Because you men, if you now they look for our respect, they could have fixed the country, made the children get tomorrow. Now they hear me? Thank you.
Mama H.O., you also got to talk to Dezani and Better
Thank
AD.
you, Mama Icho. Thank you so much. There's a valid point you have raised that I wanted to exploit. Is Nigeria now devoid of courageous people? I mean, what just happened? Are we all just, maybe we're morally bankrupt, but what happened to us? What happened to?
If I can, real quick, I won't be long.
Yeah,
You see, when Mama HO speaks at times, though, it can be tough to listen to, just from the point of view of what she's talking about many of the times. But in listening to everything she said, yet again, we are being spoken to. We're being spoken. We're being charged. We're being told that the job we are doing is not sufficient. and this is my mantra. This has been my mantra. That really we may critique and critique and critique and critique, but what are we doing? What are we doing? What's the process? How are we using our weaponry? We are men, and with the weaponry of our minds, if nothing else. But a lot of us are economically weaponized. Many of us are strategically weaponized. But we're not organizing anything. And I say we can't just be critiquing. So, you know, we've just been torn a new arsehole. We've been given a hardcore challenge, but we can ignore it if we wish, you know, because that's what we do.
Yeah,
Jagun, you didn't answer my question. Did courage die?
No, let me.
What I think when
Jagun, just
wait, let me just answer him real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pastor.
But Jagun, for the first time, let me interrupt you. Hold on 1 second, please. The question, the reason why, I'm sorry about that, by the way. I'll make it up to you somehow in the course of this conversation, because I want to tie that question in Ferreira is asking you with Madam Echo's heartfelt delivery. And also what I said to you, Ferreira, when I came in is we'll have to tell our conversation to this protest that we have here, right? We have a protest going on. So in a way, I'm going to use a rhetorical question to Mama H.O. Do you see approval? When you look out in the last week, do you see acquiescence from our people to the government? Do you see agreement? Willingness to go along like they normally do with whatever the government is doing? Are the people sanctioning the government, what they're doing? Is there compliance? Is there obedience and assent to it? No, we don't see that. What we see here is a reservation, a willingness to go along as everything. There's dubitation, dubiety, hassle, scruple, quibble, unease in the system. Our people, the men, are coming up and saying, hey, look, wait, there's hunger here. We don't care. Talk to us. We need some answers here. So this is not a time for this kind of discussion and discouragement. People go out there for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, facing off the monstrosity called the Nigerian state. And they come home and you say to them, they're not men. It takes a lot to provoke a nation to action, especially the one as divided as ours. So right now, what we need is encouragement. I come here all the time, and then
I agree with that, Pansad.
I agree with you, Pansad. I agree with you, Pansad. But Pansad, hold on, Pansad. I agree with you. What we need is encouragement, and we're trying to give it. But you have to admit, there's something dead in us. I don't know what it is. Is it morality? Is it courage?
Because this is the question. I think this is the question.
We still pander, and some of us still try to maneuver, stay on the middle ground. You know, there's something missing. I don't know what it is.
I agree with that as well. I believe
I don't know what it is. There's something missing in the Nigerian
Ferreira, calm.
Yeah. In the Nigerian man, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, can we help them find it?
Let me try and come in.
That courage. You understand what I mean, Pansad?
I do, but I want to hold on. I say this to go on. What I want to say. Let's do it this way. There's 6 of us here, or is it 8? 8 of us here, right? So even though I really want to respond to that very well, I want everybody to participate. And those who don't want to talk, if you don't want to fight for your right to speak here, you're not gonna get to talk. Jagun is not gonna let you talk here. If you want to talk, come on in, because once
I
want to answer that question though. At some point, you have to let me answer him, because I said earlier I'm not going to be here if we're not going to focus on this protest. Right?
We are now.
Okay, we are. You still see in some of us that they are saying, well, we're not trying to push away the Tinubu government. Oh, we're just, there's something missing.
There's
Pastor, I
nothing
don't
missing
know.
because you're
We
judging.
have to
You don't.
find that
We have to
thing.
have. We have to have those kind of people in every society. You have those kind of people. There are incentives for them to talk that way. Some of them are scared. Some of them are used to just playing opposition, right? What I'm saying is that look at our people from north to south, east to west, pouring out there. Some of them is raining in the River State, where's the local P from that state over there? Edo State. It's raining. They brace these weathers and they're there fighting, right? A lot of them are putting their lives on the line in Lagos State, right? So
I
now,
agree. I
yeah.
agree, Pastor. I
So
don't mean to
if
interrupt you. I agree.
yeah, I
They're
know, but
putting their life on the line. But there are
yeah.
those people, particularly
One man went
here,
to more. Okay,
particularly
one man went
panel-like
to
people.
more, comes up here and talks nonsense. That's not our people.
Exactly.
Okay, we're
And,
doing it. We're doing it.
try to
We're doing it.
discourage what is missing. What are we not seeing that they
There's
are
nothing.
seeing?
There's
Or what
nothing
are
to
we
talk.
not seeing that they are
Yeah.
seeing? What is
Ferrara,
the disconnect?
please let me say this. This is the time that this conversation should go around, right? All of us should talk. But please take a look at the larger picture. This thing has just started. We don't know where it's gonna go. Right? So ignore every other distraction. You know me, when I come here, normally I deal with the distractions. I deal with the tribalists. I deal with the ethnic jingoists. I deal with the clannishness. That's me. A whole Pan-Africanist like me. A whale. I come all the way down to these ponds like this one here. To talk. So, but what I don't want is discouraging we're trying to build our momentum, build our spirit up to go, because it has started. No matter what you say about Nigerians, one credit you have to give them this week is that they went out on the streets. They should have been there after that election. They didn't do it. But now they've gone out to the streets. I don't want to hear anything else. They're doing it. It doesn't mean that they should go out and break down every building. There should be those who should say, hey, don't do it. Let's give them more time. Yeah, that's a position that is up to us to talk about, to snap out of it. They're not going to change. We have to go to the streets. We got a mission. There's hunger, right? If there are people saying, like Jacob said, let me use this opportunity to answer you, to say that we're unified. There's a focus. There's hunger in the land, and they want to answer. So let's have it go around. If you're going to moderate this tonight, maybe it's better you give us 3 minutes, 5 minutes, because I do want to hear from us. Speak the truth here.
Okay.
He's one of the recalcitrant ones, and he'll be a formidable part of this fight if we get him on the right side. He's ubiquitous on the weekends on the internet, right? We need to inject him.
3 minutes. You got
Yeah,
one more
let's do
minute
it.
left.
Let's do it.
Pansat, you got 1 more minute. Round
Is
up
that
on
forefather?
that.
Are you done that?
Oh no, I'm not starting with forefather because it will
He's
take us to
forefather.
security route. I'm going to start with who do I start with? I start with AY, and then I'll come down.
I won't use my minute. I'm yielding it back for the spirit of what we're about to do.
I can't start with forefather.
I yield my minute back.
Start with forefather now.
Start
Why
with
not?
forefather.
Why not?
Okay,
Why
start
not?
with forefather. Forefather, you get the battle now. Although I've been attacking you that you are in total recall.
Fearless, Joe. Fearless.
Don't mind him. Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in a very internet deprived zone, so I probably will cut off.
Wow.
Greetings to everyone and in the chat and to the viewers. I've just been watching the protests in the last 2 days, and I'm beginning to think that this might be a missed opportunity. If I didn't know better, I would think that it was Tinubu that even organized the protest himself.
Why are you saying that?
Yeah, because the demands are of little consequence. Even if you made all these changes, it's not going to make much of a difference. And some of them are unrealistic. Renationalizing everything and some convoluted demand for energy reformation.
Frozen.
Oh, I think forefather is in
I think
Nigeria.
forefather is frozen. Go ahead, AY.
Yeah.
This protest wasted opportunity. I don't know what you all heard because I can't see people now. Sometimes this thing goes off and I can't see anything. So because the demands are not good for me, I feel like you don't get the bang for your buck. Why are you not holding the government responsible for securing the country as a number one issue? Why are you not holding the government for making sure our foreign refineries are coming on stream as a second priority issue, given that it's going to make a big impact on a lot of money that we spend on our foreign exchange? And it's going to mean that our currency will appreciate and costs will start coming down in Nigeria because we have our own petrol that we are processing to ourselves, including Dangote's. And one of my demands was about Dangote's refinery, that they should be supplying crude oil to them. Funny enough, the government has already done that one. Then the third one is Ajikuta Steel. Why are you not going after that one? Why are you not saying that the federal government should put it back on the national agenda, and they should be briefing people every week on what is happening on Ajikuta Steel? Because that is how become industrialized. It's going to give us a bang for our buck. Why are you not demanding that electricity should be made a national emergency issue? That so all these, there are so many things. Renaming the country, making native languages official language. Nothing about that there.
Father, can I answer you on that? We have
Yeah.
1,000 or no, we have 1,000,000 requests. Let's just start for 15 imperfect ones. It's a start. Number one being hunger. Let's just start with that. And that will galvanize down the line for others. You understand? We don't know who's listening to us if they are
All the stuff they talked about, top of them was not hunger.
we won't agree.
It was only salary that
we
had to
won't
do with
agree
hunger.
on the most priority list, but we all agree on one thing: hunger. Bad governance must end. Let's start there. You see, if
Everything I talked about,
if the
everything I
debate you
talked
want to
about
launch now
is what
is
is
going to take us
to.
back. We've
You are
passed
not
that
listening.
stage.
You are
We
not
are 2
listening.
days.
Everything I
Listen,
talked
forefather.
about is what's going to make a difference.
Listen, forefather. We are 2 days into the protest. What you are highlighting now should have been highlighted 10 days before the start of the protest. So
I did highlight it. I did highlight it when I looked at
let's move on.
Ferreira, please, Ferreira.
Sufficient.
If I can say this, Ferreira, please be fair.
I
Please.
can't be fair.
Don't talk over. Don't do that. You don't have to. He doesn't. 2 words doesn't really need necessarily a response like that. Calm down, please. Allow people to speak. Come to the end of the summation. One of us will tackle what forefather says. Let it be a peaceful communication, please. Don't let it be so. Please.
Okay, forefather, your last 1 minute. Finish it up. Round up.
Yeah,
I can go to AY.
Like buying Nigerian made goods, that our leaders should be buying Nigerian made goods. That should have been a protest, a demand from the protesters. In terms of briefing the people on the status of everything in the country. If you are worrying about people earning a living, create 2 million jobs in the security sector to protect the country so that we in $10 to $50 billion. All these common senses, they didn't ask for it. That's why I said, if I didn't know better, it's Tinubu that made this list up, because they are so vague. It's like, oh, we are going to restructure the country. We are going to talk about releasing Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, your time's up, forefather.
The demand from the protesters are so vague. You need to be specific.
I disagree, but your time's up, forefather.
Like
let's go to AY.
They were demanding
let's refocus the question so that we can stay on track. I think what was the question again, Jagun? It was relating to Mama Echo's comment. I think it was about courage.
Hear this. I too, like Pansat said, want to hear everybody's voices. I think it's very important. What forefather has just said, that opened my ears, is indeed the suspicion of what this protest is about. Those 15 demands, so to speak, being regarded by forefathers in looking at it as being almost tailored by the government. I think that's fair enough to reasonably.
I don't think
question.
it's fair. I think
but I do. But I do.
It's another diversionary
Wait, Ferreira, please wait. I do believe it is. So me and you may differ on that, but it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Okay,
It's
then
fair enough.
wait for your turn. Then let's go.
Let's
Let's go
wait
in
for your
order.
turn. Can we
Well, yeah,
refocus on the
okay.
question?
Okay, fair. Okay.
Let's refocus on the question. Pascal, what was that question? It
No,
was
what
an
I'm
issue
saying
of
is that
courage.
you're giving us time to speak. Just hand it over to AY. Let him talk about whatever he heard or whatever he wants.
Yeah.
AY, you got your 3
That's
minutes.
right.
Go
That's
ahead.
right.
Okay. What exactly is the question, to be honest?
Exactly.
Oh,
That's
dear.
what I wanted to refocus. That's what I needed to refocus us on.
The
question was on
the
Mama H.O. listed that our men lack courage. And I agree that there's something missing about our people. I don't know what it is. And I think it's also courage or fear or something that's not making them stand up for themselves, for something. And then it got all muddled up. So that was the question.
Yes.
I don't know if I phrased it right.
Yes, you done well. That's good. AY, I'll come in now.
Yeah, so let me quickly say this, right? Unfortunately, we'll be discussing for 2 days now. Ferreira, I think you were supposed to go through that list. Honestly, I have not seen that list. If what
I have the
Fofada
list,
is
15
talking
lists.
about,
You want me to highlight it now to help you with the discussion?
Wait. Just wait. No, I'm okay.
Okay.
If what Fofada is talking about, like security, we don't have it there, I think there is a problem because that should be on that list.
It was
not
constitution
it
was.
is there?
I think let's make it fair.
Yeah.
Let's go through the list, please. It's important. This is too important. Let's itemize the list, right? And then we know what's important or not, because that's why I said what Forefather raised is distraction, because it should have been raised 10 or 15 days before the process started. We have a million things we want to put on the list.
Go through the list. Just go through the list. You're over talking.
Over talking. Okay, good. Well, let's just go to the list. Go through the list. Hold on, I'm gonna read it out. Okay. Okay.
I posted it. I
You
posted
posted
something on
it
there
for me.
If you can access it, I think Forefathers is here to help you.
Oh, where is it?
Down to
on the private chat.
Private chat, yeah.
Okay.
Go all the way down to the bottom of the page. I think it's
yeah.
Even though I believe this is a distraction, but we could go on and on. We're not in a first world country where you list the demands and the government is going to give it to you. But go ahead. We're gonna have to take what we want on this thing. By the end of this thing, we're gonna take what we want. They're not gonna give us anything. We're gonna take it. Yeah. You have you accessed the page?
Yeah, I'm on the page now.
Okay, go all the way down until
all the way down.
End to anti-people. Yeah, okay.
End to an anti-people policy. 2, reversal of fuel price. Okay. 3,
increase in the national minimum wage.
In national minimum wage to 300,000. 4, organizers of process also demanding reversal of the hike in tertiary education fees. 5, demand transparency and accountability in government, include public disclosure and reduction of public officials' salary and allowance and emergency funds. 6, call for electoral reform, including autonomy of the Independent National Electoral Commission. 7, they're calling for reform in Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, a state of emergency on inflation. Some pop-ups, adverts pop-up. They're calling on reforms on Economic and Financial Commission, state of emergency on inflation, and a reform of judiciary to ensure swift and fair justice. 8, demand for public school mandate, ensuring that children of all public school of public office holders attend public schools in the country in support of local products. 9. Transition to unicameral legislature, judicial and constitutional reform. Implement thorough judicial and constitutional reform, scrapping of the 1999 constitution and replace it with a people's-made constitution through a sovereign national conference followed by a national referendum. I support that 9. That's the key to me. Number 10, they are also seeking abolishment of the Senate, saying that the House of Rep be retained to make laws on part-time basis. As far as they are concerned, the government has no option but to reinstate a corruption-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger, starvation, and poverty. 11, calling for a probe of the past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted the treasury, recover their loot and reinvest it. I support that 11. Also calling for restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate its diversity, resource control, decentralization, regional development, reform security agencies to stop human rights violation and enhance citizen physical security. 12, establish a special energy fund for the power sector, reconstitute INEC to remove corrupt and partisan officials, invest in public work industrialization to Nigerian youth. Lastly, on the list, they are calling for a shake-up in the judiciary to remove corrupt judges and officers, ensuring real justice for citizens. Introduce diaspora voting to allow Nigerians abroad to vote. So those were the lists that I just read. To me, I think it covers majority of what we call our problem. Everything we come here every weekend to argue about.
Any generation? Does that include any wealth generation in there? Do you see any wealth generation?
Like I said, we have 1,000 problems.
AY start, please. AY.
Okay, AY is 3 minutes. AY, you got the list now. Before we go into tit and tat with forefather, you got the list.
This is the problem.
Does
we
it
don't
cover?
focus on the right things.
Hold on, forefather, hold on. AY, you just gone through the list.
Yeah,
does this cover some of the problem we think is bugging us?
Yes.
It has key ones that I want. You talk about yours.
Yes. Yeah. I think because the thing is, I will also go with security. It should be included because the problem of food shortage we have it today is as a result of insecurity across.
Okay, but AY, let me ask you a question. With let me
I
ask you
can't
a
believe
question
it
with
didn't even include security. That is no demand.
I'm about to. I mean, listen to this. Forefathers,
that is written
right?
by Tinubu himself.
Hold on. Now, wait. If you have one of the items there talking about a new constitution, right? Having a constitution that comes from the people, no matter what you say, that comes under there. If you have a constitutional, if you have delegates of which you could volunteer, and then you go there, you talk about security. He's talking about having a new constitution. So please don't distract us with all that.
Don't distract us. That's what I'm saying.
Does we have a
points you're raising
for everybody?
should have been raised before the protest started.
Right. Yeah, if that constitutional conference is adopted, that's not easy to get. But let's say we get something like that. That will solve all our problems.
That will solve all our
It looks
problems.
like it's my turn now, guys. You know,
So
if somebody doesn't jump in, you guys
was
will not.
interrupted. He has only used 1 minute out of his 3 minutes. He still got 2 minutes.
So stop interrupting him.
Let me say this, right? So they have some good stuff there, right? One of the stuff I really like, I mean, they should get rid of the Senate. I think they should get rid of House of Rep and let the Senate remain. House of Rep, there are 360 members. We don't need all of them.
You wrote that document.
3 senators. Okay, let's retain Senate and get rid of House of Rep. That is what I will say there. You see, the mind of the senators, the mind of the political leaders needs to change. The mind they currently have, they don't have mind of solving problem. They don't think of the problem of the country. It's part of the problem we are having. A governor is not thinking like, oh, what's the plan for the state? How do you develop? What's the economic blueprint? What are you doing? Like, they don't think of all this stuff. They only think of their pocket. I think they need to like create like a form of seminar to them. Let them educate them. They don't let them learn if they don't want. If they don't know, like let them teach them that listen, this country is not for us alone. There are children unborn that are coming. We can't take this country down. Because the issue, one other thing I think they would have added to that list is the money they are borrowing. You don't borrow money anywhere to pay salary. If you are borrowing money that you not use to invest in the future, the people that will pay for this money it's not the people existing now. It might be children unborn. The money you are borrowing, if it's not going into infrastructure, into investment, don't use it. Don't use it, borrow money and buy cars, buy a private jet for yourself. I will talk later. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, AY. Now, Mazi, who is there? Hold on. Odi, your turn. Sorry, not Mazi. Odi. I was going this way, yeah.
Okay. So, well, good evening, guys, again. Well, this is the real discussion. I'm happy we got past the other one. A lot of things are happening tonight, or over this protest. Pansat has become a pan-Nigerian, and is that not shocking? He's become born again. He's competing with Ferreira, who will be more detribalized. I've never am I dreaming here? Well, it's good, maybe the kids in Nigeria are helping cure us of. So we're all good people at the end of the day. Look, I see where forefather is coming from. But look, I think this is when we need to speak to each other. And that shows that what we've been doing over the past few weeks, months, has not been in vain. People are listening. These people are suffering in Nigeria. Coming to this agenda and the things that were listed and what Mama H.O. said, I think we are also avoiding, saying the truth to ourselves. Mama H.O. was actually saying something, but I heard Jagun said, don't say that, they could shut down our platform or something.
And she answered me very well. So that one is, she answered me very well, and I appreciate her answer.
No, yeah, good. Yeah, I know. I'm just, so here's the deal, guys. The most important thing of all this is electoral reform for me. Look, Nigerian constitution, I know people like to bash it and say how terrible it is. It's not a terrible document, actually. The problem is implementation. It's just that we have unpatriotic people running for election. And people keep saying, oh, we should teach them. It's us, really. We should be running that country. If there is proper electoral reform and you can have independent candidates, if you can go into your local government and say, hey, I want to stand for election, and you know that you will not be killed, you will not be intimidated or bullied. Some of us will go and run election and take care of what we need to take care of. The problem, look, in the United States, if you're voted for, if people like you, if you're old or young, you're going to be elected. The problem in Nigeria is the opposite. So of all these things, I do share the sentiment that if we're not careful, this is going to be complete nonsense at the end of the day. The sentiment for me is one thing. If we don't get to see, APC people don't want to leave power. Akpabio, no matter what we say, Tinubu is not going to want to leave power. That's not what we are negotiating. Akpabio doesn't want to leave power. But guess what we are asking for? No, we want them to leave power. That's what those kids want. The kids want to wipe out everything. What they're actually asking for is actually a revolution, and we have to be honest about that to each other.
Is that a good or a bad position? Do you think, sir?
No, you're going to take him away. One more minute,
No,
round up, because
I need you
I
to
have a
know.
counter to your comment. I have a very important counter to your comment.
Yeah,
Round
let
up
me.
1
Yeah, well,
minute, and
if
then
you
I'll
guys
go
do,
to
no,
Maxi. Maxi Prince will be next before I speak the truth.
you and
So, round 1 minute.
you and forefathers have been taking all the time, going back and forth. Just allow people to speak freely. You know, this is
Forefather is
when
the
it's
one taking all
important
the
to
time.
talk about.
I just came in on this medium.
Yeah, 3 minutes is really short.
Alaba, we have to ban you too. You're getting worse than forefather. You wouldn't let anybody talk. You know, and this is what you were complaining about forefather all the time, beating him up, that he's monopolizing things, but yet you wouldn't let anybody talk. You have opinion. Everybody has opinion. So just be patient and let it roll. That's why when KJ is presenting, it's a different gig. Just I know you have opinion, but just be patient. My point is this, you know, we need to wipe out this system. You know, Mama Echo brought up the Burkina Faso story. There could be a civilian revolution or whatever, or political revolution or army, whatever. But what we are saying is, what we need, you see all these beans, madam, give me pomo, give me beans, give me this, that we are all wanting. Look, what we are saying, we can only get, let's say me, what I've been is a benevolent dictator that will sit in and say, look, I'm going to create this or bring these people and get this thing done within 1 year. If you leave these politicians to, invite you to essentially remove the judiciary that we have, where Wike's wife is, then you're completely dreaming. They're not going to do it. You have to take over power by force. The kids will go to the state house and kick everybody out, or they will have someone do it for them. If it's not done, we're going to be back here. The good thing, like I was saying before, I said I don't know math, is we're having this coming more frequently. Let me tell you, if this fails in 2 years, we'll be back at the same place because things will get worse. We will have more greedy politicians and this will continue. So for me, if they can get anything, it's electoral reform. If Tinubu and his guys are smart, at least they can finish their 4 years. Reform we have, Buhari brought very good laws, which, the INEC chairman completely messed up. For me, the first thing should be, get rid of the INEC chairman, and start a new body and get us a new electoral that, just make sure they are transmitting the votes from the polls directly. Anywhere there's violence, cancel the polls, and then people will be able to elect the leaders they want. And those people, if they don't do the things right, you kick them out and bring new ones every 4 years. That's what the developed countries have done. And
Okay, thank you so much. Before I go to Maxi, just one point. You cannot adjust a faulty constitution that puts sovereignty on the state rather than on the people. You cannot have electoral reform under that constitution. You need a new constitution.
Alaba, you actually can. That's why it's called an amendment.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
no,
you
you can't. No matter the level of amendment you do on a faulty constitution. I wanted to ask you, Oji, have you read the Nigerian Constitution?
I have actually, and I think it's a very good document. I
defer to other countries' constitution. That
constitution,
no,
it was modeled after the United States Constitution.
The word popular sovereignty was an afterthought. That was
why are we fixated on this point all the time?
Because that's where the power lies. The power lies with the people. And if your constitution don't state that, you're wasting your time.
Let me ask you a question.
Maxi, your turn.
No, hold on. Let me just you asked me a question. I have to
answer. I didn't know you were planning to answer.
No, we're so fixated on this paper document. Look, even if you have a paper document, if people don't want to respect it, we won't respect it. Have you gone to Nigeria? No. We have all the red lights all the time, traffic light. People still speed and zoom past it because there's no consequence. Let me tell you something.
The
In Saudi
reason
Arabia,
the
let me hold on
governors,
now. Be patient.
hold on, this is important.
No,
The
let's not
reason
go
your
back and forward like
president
this.
and governors have impunity is because your constitution allows it. You're
Let me
missing
ask
the
you a
point.
question. Let me
That's
ask you
why
a
the
question.
people cannot hold them accountable. I cannot sue the governor of Lagos State
Let me
because I
ask
don't
you.
have any power under
Can you?
that constitution.
Oh,
No. If you
That's
can,
why
you
you're
can
you're
even tone
loud,
it down.
man. Loud. Can
You're
we
missing
move
the
it on?
point.
Can we make his
I
statement?
don't need a revolution if the constitution was written right. I can sue the governor of Lagos State for violating my rights if
You
I
see,
have the right constitution. But if that
you
constitution doesn't give me that power, I'm wasting my time.
Yeah,
And that's
hold
the
on,
state
please,
of
See,
please,
Nigeria.
please,
calm down.
let me hold
Alaba,
on.
it's not, sorry,
Odi,
Pansa, just let me just 30
I have to
seconds.
finish up
Pansa,
my point. You
30
have to
seconds,
allow
30
me.
seconds.
No.
30
Let me
seconds.
finish my point.
We gotta
No,
move
let me
on.
Finish your point now.
He's
Finish
made
your
just
his
let me
point.
finish
statement.
my point.
Oh, this is terrible.
Be patient, guys. There are different types of government. What you're saying is just talking about democracy, your ability to sue a governor. Who cares about
Yes,
your ability to sue a
because the
governor?
power is mine,
Good.
not
Hold
his.
on.
It
Hold
works for
on.
me.
Can you hold on a little bit?
Ferrara, please.
Ferrara, you have to be
Yeah.
patient.
Okay,
In
go
the
ahead.
Odi,
Dubai,
go quick and let's go.
UAE is a country that many people like.
So you want us to adopt UAE's method?
Well, I think I didn't say you should adopt one or the other, but
Which
what I'm
method should
saying,
we
you
adopt?
can't go.
Russia,
Can you be
China,
patient?
UAE, America? Give
Jesus
us
Christ.
one.
Okay,
Which
let
one?
me help out here, please, and then we'll go
No,
on.
no, no. Let me finish my point. He won't just let me finish my point.
Odi, hold on. You're done. You were
No, no,
done.
no. I'm
I
not
did
done.
enough
I'm
No,
just
okay,
saying.
okay.
Can you sue
Look,
the king
who
of?
has the
Can you?
power to? We have to control something like this. Hold on. The point is that what you're saying and what Alaba is saying, two of you don't you do not impeach each other because that's a third possibility, and that's the answer, right? We need an adversarial system in our country, right?
Exactly.
So you could go and import the most fanciest constitution like we did. We copied what Latin they
United
call
States.
United States Constitution, ipsissima verba, word for
Mm-hmm.
word. But the problem we have in the country is that you don't have an adversarial system. For example, you want to sue the governor or whatever. If you have a good judiciary that's different from the executive, it's different from the legislative, they'll be fighting among one another to uphold that constitution. We don't have anything like that. What we have is a political party in this case that just cornered everything, and they're evil people. So the governor can be removed from office. Governors don't have immunity from being removed from office. If they commit a crime that meets the threshold of moral turpitude, they can be removed from office. The legislature can remove him from office. The courts can also act accordingly. If, for example, in the last election, if the courts were able to look at the evidence as proffered by both INEC and the litigants, it would be taken care of. It's in the Constitution. But we don't have an adversarial system. If you introduce adversarial system today in Nigeria, the document we have now will suffice, even though it doesn't come from the people. But technically, all is right in the sense of that. But let's move on. I don't know how. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle, so I should go in the next two people, no matter which left.
No.
If you come from the left,
I'm
you come from the
skipping
right.
you because you started the topic. I'm going to Maxi, then to I speak the do, and then you, and then we go back up.
I never use my channel.
I know.
So good evening again. I'm not gonna shout, but please, what I will not tolerate is anybody interjecting unnecessarily. I'm pleading right now. I'm pleading right now. So I gave everybody their time. I never interjected anybody. I never did. No, I don't want none of that. And if you want to ask questions, you could go to Aso Rock and ask them those questions.
This is part of your 3 minutes, so
It's not
One
part
more
of his
minute.
3 minutes.
You see
His
what
3
I'm talking
minutes
about?
start
The way
when
I
I
use
say
my
so.
3 minutes
Oh
is
yeah,
the way I
start.
use
I
my
will
3
tell
minutes.
you when I say your 3 minutes start. Keep talking. I will tell you when it starts.
Okay,
It has not
good.
even started.
Good. It does not. Thank you. Oh,
It has not
nice.
started.
Alaba is trying to be on my good side tonight. Good job. Because I was gonna come after you. And Jagun, the invisible timekeeper. Thank you also for that. I think I totally agree with what Odi said in the sense that something got to be done about the electoral, reform, and knowing the kind of persons we have there right now, Tinubu. I don't know. I think if I would use the word, I would use he's a cat with 9 lives. However, there is nothing beyond. When I say God, I'm not saying people should go and start praying and all that kind of a thing. I really applaud what the youth are doing. In as much as I'm in support of them, I don't support them looting or destroying things, because that's a way of also giving the politicians money. That traffic lights in Kanu, I bet you the next time you hear about it, it will be millions or billions that's used to replace it. Already, the Minister of Communication, the guy that Bosun, whatever it is, that I thought he's a young guy that's reasonable, is already talking about the digital pack, that the computers, the laptops only is over 150. And I was like, okay, now they asked him what is
Your
the
time has started, though. You got 2 more minutes.
Jesus. Okay. So they now asked him the monetary, number of it. He said something in billions. I was just looking at him. I was like, really? You are in Abuja. You've not gone to Kanu to actually see the things yourself. You're already quoting it to be billions. Good job. It's a way of them getting money. Apart from that, forefathers, thank you. I really give you thumbs up. We miss you. I hope you're good. Welcome back. And Mama Hecho, thank you for coming back tonight. Other than that, I think I'm not gonna talk much. Let me rest my case here. You see, I'm conservative. I left my time. So whatever that
Okay,
is
you
left,
still have 30 seconds. You want to give it to I speak the
add
rule.
it to my next whatever.
Next week. Add it to next week time.
Okay, I speak the rule. Your turn.
AY, not go my backside though. Don't be only next week.
No, I'm just telling you to keep the time for you now. You know I'm nice like that.
Okay, so back to what we was all talking about. Okay, we're all saying, and everybody's coming at the same thing. The forefathers rightfully said the whole thing is all over the place, and Passat also rightfully said, well, you got to read meaning into some of the demands that they make. And I'll go first. I'll tackle what the dispute between Alaba and Audi. A constitution is only worth as much as the paper it's written on. If people choose to disregard it, the people in charge, there's really nothing you can do about that. We, as we know, have a bunch of greedy kleptomaniacs, or as Pansat said, and I said earlier, described them as very evil. These are very evil men. I do not care how much demands you make. You do not go to someone that has enjoyed the privileges of power and money and tell him, well, hand it over to me. He's going to look at you like, what are you smoking? And that's how I know, or at least I believe they're probably looking at the Nigerian protesters now. They're giving them 10 days. 10 days, wear it out, and let's move on without looting and signing off contracts to ourselves. Barring a coup, like I said, which I do not see or envision happening in Nigeria. A coup happens in Nigeria today, I think that'll lead to a civil war. But I digress on that. So, barring a coup and barring a civil war, the next best way Nigerians can effect change, or we know they have to grab power from the politicians, is to have a political movement. And I've said that severally on this platform. If you meaning the Nigerian youths, do not devise a way or figure out a way to beat these men at the ballot box in a way that it will be undisputable, that it will be irrefutable, that they cannot deny the fact that they lost, then they are wasting their time. I always said, every politician that has served in the Nigerian political space in the last 35 years is the same. Nothing can change my mind about that. You pull whoever. I'm not going to mention certain names because it might trigger certain people. But, and I don't mean that as an insult, by the way. But if you put, no, I do not care the politician. You put them in position, they will do the same thing. For some reason, Nigerian power intoxicates. We have professional politicians. We have career politicians in charge. Nobody is there to be self-serving. And just to end it again, I'm just going to repeat and I'm going to reiterate. If we cannot figure out a way to beat this man at the ballot box, forget about it. We're just wasting our time. They can protest from now till Jesus comes back, and nothing is going to change.
Okay, who's next now? What's his name? I'm not Local P is still there.
You cannot escape that it's my turn, right? The person that spoke before him has always
Okay, let's do all the P. Okay,
one
Pastor.
pick of me. But
I
anyway,
thought I was about to skip you and go to the top, the higher row.
Okay,
No, I haven't spoken on this subject.
Yeah, no.
So,
I was about to go to you, and then Pastor grabbed it back and snatched it and ran away with it.
It's okay for Pastor. Make it speak.
Let me look on. But anyway, by the way, before I start my presentation here, Audi, if you're listening, I don't know why you walked away. I want to say that, especially in my absence, you've always challenged the adoration, the awe, the deference that I enjoy on this platform or wherever I am, the piety, the respect I'm giving. You believe that it's undue. So I'm challenging you today on a match of weight between you and I, one-on-one. If we have a chance, I want you to pit me against Audi, right? Let's talk, so you could see that I earn the respect that I get, not just on the ideas, but the way I espouse it. Audi, I hope you could hear me. I'm challenging you to a debate, a match of weights, because that's the way you look at me. You think it's undue the respect I get when I'm on this platform. So if you think you could handle it, let's go one-on-one today. So now let me
not today, Pansat.
Okay, but
I'm ready. I accept the challenge.
Okay, please, moderator, make it happen, right?
It will happen.
It'll be fascinating.
And I will jump myself in that debate and dabaru both of you.
No, it'd be good because it'd be a fascinating television, right? Because
we'll make it happen.
You are crazy, egotistical mad maniacs.
So let me then go into the main topic right here. What I want is, like, even right now, as I'm talking to you now, I want all Nigerians, especially those who are on this panel and other panels, have some class, have some grace about you, have some poise, sit up, right? Show some suaveness, even when we're having a debate like I'm about to do with Odi. Let's have be polished, have some flair, right? Sit up, so that when these people are looking at us and they know that we mean business, but we're talking about protest, show some class, goddamn, right? When Madam H.O. wants to come and admonish us as her family, some of us, her children, the way she refers it, I'm older than she is, but we know in the way she means it, motherly love. So she'll be proud of us when we're here talking, when we're debating. Show some class. You know what I'm saying? Sit up and show some class. So on the issue of security, I don't know where Forefathers is. He's always talking about security. He doesn't want to be pinned down. Security is important. Is he talking about it as safety, protection, or just defense from enemies? Say Ghana invading Nigeria or Cameroon or something like that. Is he talking about shelter for our people? refuge, shield, guardianship from the government to our people. So we have food security, for example. We have housing for our both men in uniform and those in schools. They don't live in housings that are like animal shelter. What kind of security are you talking about? What kind of madness is it? What is in your head? Make it clear, because every time we tell you, it doesn't matter whatever you talk about. You want to talk about security. Security is good. What kind of security are you talking about? Nigeria does
Pastor,
not
they
have.
want me to make it clear for you.
Yeah, on your turn, please use your time to make that very clear to me. Now, so
Just
what I'm
stop
saying to you
asking.
is that Nigeria does not have air defenses. Do you know what that is? If somebody wants to shoot missiles right now on Asa Rock, right? Let's say they upset me to where I go and I dig me a foxhole next door there to Nigeria and map it, have a nice Google map of that particular Asa Rock, I could tear it down. They have no air defenses whatsoever. Spend a few hundred, maybe a couple of $1,000s, and I could tear that place down. They have nothing to warn that's an incoming missile, right? But more than that, though, we're starving. We don't have any food. So if an organization such as the CIA wants to really tear our country up, all they could do with food, they could buy over a substantial part of our population with just food. So what I'm saying to you is that we have third world problems. You talking about first world problems. Nigeria is not United States that's a hegemon that's all over the place, like the world's policeman. Therefore, it's attracting a lot of enemies. We have external enemies like Britain and other countries that want to take our resources and set our prices. Other than that, what we have is internal issues. I don't want the military so big and powerful that we couldn't protest and take them on.
Wow.
If they don't want to listen, say that after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we're going to start challenging. It's our military, it belongs to us. So if they don't want to listen, after 10 days, then we want to be able to take over the place. It's our country. They have to listen. So please, I want to use the rest of my time. I don't know. Tell me when I have 2 minutes left.
You got
So
you got
what I want to say now.
you got 3 minutes left.
don't mind it. He's always having 5 minutes left.
All right.
You got 3 minutes left.
For being so gracious, yeah, I appreciate that. So I go ahead and yield back. If we do it like that, like on time, then it goes around again. So thank you. I yield back to you,
So let's now go up there. Let's go to Loco P, who is not here, just to piss Jago off.
No, Ross. Ross.
Go to Jago, go ahead.
You know, I've been thinking whilst I'm listening, and you know, politically, how to arrange Nigeria is quite difficult for me. Whilst I'm a man who studied politics, it wasn't my strongest point. It was a strong enough point, but the economics and the philosophy was dearer to me. The politics, when it was spoken about corruption being the number one thing, I wanted to go on and ask, speak the truth. If that be the number one thing, what be your second and third? Because I felt that there was, as deep as corruption is in the land, there are still other issues, and I would just like to. It'd be interesting for me to learn what is your second and third most important.
Ethnicity and religious bigotry.
Fair enough, nice and quick. Thank you. The way I perceive politics as it's played in Nigeria, the system that we have, as I said, I don't like it. It's corrupt and rubbish and all the rest of it. But I don't think the American system suits Nigeria. I think the system should be regional on a federal level, regional, and it should be parliamentary. I believe that a parliamentary system, not necessarily focused or based on the exact system that we have here in the UK, but I think a parliamentary system where constantly the Prime Minister is there before us and constantly the opposition is there before us. What I see when I look at the Senate, and Buhari is not even there, is nowhere to be seen. Buhari can. Tinubu can, and it's the same for Buhari. All it is, they don't even have to be anywhere appointed. They're not being tackled at all. Their policies aren't being challenged. People are just talking about nefarious things in that Senate of theirs. So I think a parliamentary system, the back and forth of it, the direct sharpness of it, you're right there, you can't muck about. You're right in front of me as my opposition. So between that and a regional system where the majority of the economics that comes from that regional system stays in that regional system, and they give anything between 24 and 30% to the center. And with all that was said beforehand, that I really fashioned to, because it was said in such a clear terms to me, it made clear what was mucky in my own mind, that this is how to do a certain thing. So if we, I believe, build on certain levels of clarity on certain issues, we will get to a base where at least we know over the next 2 years or so, we've got a direction. So whatever comes out of this protest, a revolution doesn't have to be violent, but violence doesn't need to be ruled out either. So I'm proposing for a non-violent revolution where somehow intellect seeps down into the community of people in Nigeria enough to alert people as to why we have to fight. And I feel that I want to get to a point where we are at some level of agreement on things. We are fighting over ideas. So if we can get to a level of agreement, then we've got something in our hand. We've got something of power. We've got something that we can interject into the play of things. So, you know, I didn't want to say much, but I really believe a parliamentary system would make Nigeria more honest than it actually is at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Who's turn next? AY, right? Before we go back to Forefather.
No,
No,
are you jumping for father?
I don't talk now. My talk.
You don't talk.
Mama Icho won't talk.
Mama Icho.
No.
Never talk.
Yeah, it should be Mama Icho after Forefather.
No, Forefather has spoken, right, on the subject.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, Forefather has. Mama Icho, I think is your. I was thinking AY. I didn't know if AY said anything on this subject.
Mama Icho.
It's Mama Icho. Okay. Mama
yeah,
Icho.
Mama Icho.
I've listened to you guys. Some are pointing the fault of the list of what my children listed out, and that is Forefather. I'm not going to do some. And Ferreira said there are millions of supposed to be on the list, but they picked some. Some are saying after the 10th day, they will go back home. No, not going back. So if the Nigeria government is waiting for 10 days to elapse without answering, without doing nothing, and these children will go back, because if there's anything I know they've done, they knew that if they don't have results now on this journey and they go back, they are doomed for only God knows. So they knew that. But the question I still want to ask you people is this. Let's say in 10 days they didn't answer and the thing become revolution. What would be your response? What would be your response? I listen to you, and some people make their statement and pull themselves out. They have to, not we have to. So who are the they? We use statement in Nigeria. Are you not part of the Nigeria? So you see, it is time we begin to use the word we, because collectively we have to resolve this problem. We have to. Okay, they bring the government down. Who are the people you have in mind? Is it you? Or somebody you know that knows somebody that we have to begin to put together to take over and resolve this? One thing I know is sure. No matter how strong a rock is, if we use the right instrument, we'll crack it down. Our problem is much. But if only those of us in diaspora could continue to give the courage and plan, we have to do something, and we can have results. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should all start giving up our 5 minute final discourse and start closing up so that we can do. I think this Saturday, tomorrow is Saturday. It's already 12 a.m. Yeah, tomorrow is Saturday, right? Is Forefather hosting the tomorrow show? You don't know, or you're still on missing in action? You don't know. He's
Yeah,
shaking his head.
no, I don't have access to good internet, so
Okay,
no.
I'll probably me or KJ will probably be showing, but we should be rounding on 5 minutes for everybody. Final submission, like they say. So let's round
Yeah,
it up.
let me just make something clear regarding this thing in terms of the final submission. I think, Pansa, you see, in terms of security, you seem to have a limited view of it. Any peoples that are not yours, that are more powerful than you, technologically more advanced than you, any of them are a threat to you. Just like a lion is a threat to an antelope. It doesn't matter which antelope, it doesn't matter which lion. Just accept that as a reality. If you don't see that, they know you are not looking at security the right way. And I heard what Mama Echo said earlier on, that our men, we seem to have lost track of the important things. And other people understand this. Because when I was talking to somebody about this before, he was like, but we don't face any threat. And I asked him, what did China do to America? Did China attack America? Why is America preparing for war against China? He said, because China is developing. So what makes you think you're not an enemy if you start developing to other people? That's the problem. Either you want to lie down and die, or you start moving in the direction to develop yourself. That is the only option. It's not even a choice. You don't have a choice. So if somebody is going to protest, and you know Nigeria is losing $10 to $50 billion every year, and over 5,000 kidnappings in the last time we checked in May, 5,000 kidnappings. I know people that have lost their lives. I know somebody that used to work for me that has lost his life with this type of issues, and his parent, his mother, lost her life due to terrorist attack in Jos, sometime in Jos about in the 2000s. And now he's lost his life too, buried next to his mother. So in terms of insecurity, you can't even start contemplating what we are losing due to insecurity. And why our leaders are not responding to it, that is the biggest problem we have. And that's why this opportunity, I feel, is a wasted opportunity. Let me finish my point. You didn't let me finish and interject you.
You mentioned my name now. Let me just give you additional time. Let me just 30 seconds.
I will
sorry.
just be gracious. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay, I appreciate that. And what I'm saying is that perhaps the difference between you and I, because I haven't seen anybody who doesn't agree with what you're talking about, the highfalutin dream goal of being strong enough to fight America, for example. The point is that there's a concept of crawling before you walk, right? It's an idiom. So it means that you needed to do the physiologically taxing growth of crawling before you stood and walked, so that you be coordinated when you're walking, in order for you to achieve the kind of things that you're talking about, right? To be secure, you have to have an educated populace, you have to have infrastructure, you have to have scientists, you have to have R&D, research and development, right? If you look at the budget, it will reflect that you want to be secure. It's going to cost a lot of money. You're going to be fair.
Can I go now?
Just
I've heard what
finally,
you're saying.
no, because you don't listen to this point because it's redundant. I've debated
You
you for
want
an
to use
hour.
my time up now. You want to use my
Okay,
time
go
up.
ahead, but address that point right now, and I'll leave you alone. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm going to address the point. In terms of, listen, crawling before you walk. What I'm asking for is crawling. You don't even have a choice. You have to crawl. Your own people, you don't even see them. And that is one of our greatest sins. We don't even value our own people. We talk about scientists and all this. The greatest invention you have are people, and you don't even use them. Just like your forefather that sold human beings as slaves, you don't even see your own people as valuable assets. You see them as, oh, we have to put a human man intellect into their head first before they become human beings. The Chinese didn't wait for that. The Bolsheviks didn't wait for that. They were serfs. You know what serfs were? They didn't even have education at all before they transitioned to socialist system. So don't tell me about what I know is about crawling. I know something about crawling. We have people in Nigeria, and they are all selling. You need to see what our people are doing. You go to market, you see young men.
You are not talking about crawling, sir. Hold on.
Can you
No,
let me talk?
no. But what I'm saying, you're not talking about crawling, though. Like I said,
One
if
mic,
you look at
one mic.
Crawling. You have to start with the people you have. That's what I'm talking
Father,
about.
you're
You don't
making a
understand.
laundry list. You're not talking about crawling.
He's not
Do
letting
you
me
have to
talk.
crawl as a nation first before you
because
walk?
if you're talking about crawling,
what do you mean by crawling?
I'm sorry, I'm
Stop
truly
You've
sorry.
not
Why
meant your
is he
basic
interrupting
meaning.
me? Why is he
You're
interrupting
talking
me?
about
No, I'm
security.
sorry.
Why is he interrupting me? When they tell them about crawling, they can't even understand it because this is the brain of slave traders. You don't even understand that you have human beings. Human beings is where you
You're the
come
one
from.
who don't understand that.
No. Panther, please. Let forefather land. Forefather.
Human beings. You said you
Can
want
I
to
just
crawl.
say?
But he's lying, though.
No, just let him land. Let him land.
Crawling.
Let him land. We can tackle him afterwards. Forefather, please calm down. Please calm down in your delivery, please.
It's very annoying when you hear people just
I
talking about
understand, but
crawling and
please calm
using
down if you
terms.
can.
In other words, when they tell you that you need to crawl, they are saying don't do anything. Let's keep talking about tribalism. Let's keep talking these wasteful discussions that doesn't lead us anywhere. That's the excuse. That's what they mean by crawling.
Father, do you think
When you
corruption has an
actually have
impact
people,
on our security issue?
corruption is a symptom of a bigger problem of our people not realizing that they need to do what needs to be done. They don't have a choice. They think it's an option, but it's not an option. It's a necessity. If you want to survive in this world, you need to do what needs to be done. It doesn't
So you're
even matter
saying
where you start.
corruption is a necessity for us?
No. You gotta let the man land. You really gotta let
Who
him
said
land.
that? I
I
said,
don't know why you're
how long does he have?
He keeps saying land. He
When
keeps
does he land?
flying on a tree.
But
We don't know where
It's
he is
unfair.
to land.
No, it's
let him
unfair.
speak. Let him speak, bro.
Okay, is corruption a part of security? Yes or no?
He answered that. Let him just
it's a
talk.
symptom. It's a problem. Corruption is a symptom of the fact that we are not secure. It's a symptom of that. Because if you cannot control your systems, how can you be able to run a system? You have to take charge of the system. When I talk about security, that is number one thing. Any leader knows that. Any leader overseas knows that. In the countries you all live in, they all know that. But for some reason, for us, our people will be like, oh, let's start crawling. When they say crawling, they are basically saying don't do anything with your people. Don't recruit them into your security forces. Don't use your people to secure your country.
Minute round up.
Every nation starts like that. That is where you start from. You start to build up. Because if you think that you're afraid that if you start building up, the others are going to come and crush you, if you're afraid of that, you're already dead. So you might just lie down and die. Now, let me go to the next ones. In terms of
Which one is the next
that
one now after your time?
Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk, medicine? Can you let me talk? I've barely even been here. You've been talking for how many? 12 hours?
Which one is
Can you
the
let me
next
talk?
one?
No. Alaba, Ejo.
You're being quite rude now. Come
I'm
on.
begging you. Give the brother some time. We haven't seen
Let me talk.
Fofana.
Most of the time you are interjecting me and all the rest, and you
Let him
keep
talk.
We haven't
You're
seen Fofana.
to be
Calm
fair,
down.
you're
We haven't seen
interrupting him,
Fofana in a while. Make it a
and he
talk.
says, and he's saying he doesn't have good internet. Let the man talk.
Absolutely.
So regarding that national security aspect, let me just go back to that. In terms of the benefits, the number one, obviously, priceless is safety. You get safety from it, and we are losing $50 or so billion due to insecurity on a lower level. Just stopping the bandits alone and making Nigeria more secure. We deal with that. No, we are not even talking about the higher level stuff that they are talking about. That's what I mean by crawling. You start with that low level one first. Then when you deal with that low level ones, you are now in a position to start moving up the food chain. Now the next level is the energy production. If you get your energy production in order, our currency is going to improve, our poverty level is going to reduce, and we have more to put into our education to educate more people like Pastor is talking about. Start this is the crawling. You put it into education, you put it into training, and you put it into technical revolution. Now you go into this in the Ajakuta steel plant. Why are we not demanding that stuff should be dealt with once and for all? Because with that thing going into hiding, we will never industrialize, we will never develop. And if we don't industrialize, how can we build things that can create this value-added manufacturing for us? That is never going to happen. We are not going to start exporting like the way other countries export for us to be making billions upon billions of dollars and having a $1 trillion this in the economy. You have to start that at the Kuta Steel refinery. If you are going to make a demand, that is the kind of demand you make. That's what is going to fix that type of situation. And then you want to deal with this power supply, because obviously everything is tied to this power. Because there is mobile power plants that you can deploy to light up a city, but our leaders pretend as if it's not available. And this is just what about $50 million. This is 30. These will borrow billions upon billions every year, and yet even in Abuja, in many areas like Wuse and all those areas, there is barely 24 hours power supply. That
could I borrow
go
some
half
of
a
your
day,
bonus
no
time?
power supply at all in those areas. This is a country that is operating like that. So let me carry on, please. Don't worry, you get your turn. You get your turn.
Your time is expired. Let me
Can
borrow
you?
some of the time they gave
I'm
you.
trying to deal with the issues in terms of what is going to be worth to us. Because if you cannot start forget it, agriculture is going to work. If you cannot bring power supply, none of all this is going to work. All the stuff you are talking about, Pansan, it's not going to work. You don't have a good electricity.
You cannot be piling on fallacy upon fallacy, right? You haven't even responded to the basic point. Okay? Hold on. It's a laundry list of a wish
The
list.
man is
Let me
just
respond to you with
launching a political manifesto here. He does. His own list is even more realistic than the list of the protesters.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why you can't take. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. Excuse me, my friend. I don't know why Alaba cannot take a different point of view than your own, or you have something more than personal against your father. Because
his divergent opinions.
You don't have to agree with him, but he was laying out.
Okay, but
he's been
you can't go on perpetuity now. I fought very hard to get the time from him, so relax.
He spent 20 minutes making a laundry list of a manifesto presentation.
That's how you took it. That's how you took it.
You know what it is to get some time from forefathers, right? Yeah. It's like I stuck my hand into the mouth of a lion and got something and you want to take it away from me, right?
What are you talking about,
What is this I'm talking about?
Stop making this.
I don't understand why you're against what I'm talking about. All this.
We're not against. We're saying that you're not being real. You're not being real. You discarded constitution.
Tell me what is not real about getting a Jakuta steel working.
How can they get a Jakuta steel when they are sharing money? You've not dealt with corruption. You want them to fix a Jakuta. What are you? You're keeping your head in the sand.
Well, guys, there's no need to scream at each other. Guys,
Alaba, do you have
hold on.
No, how can I hold on? You guys have been talking. The problem is when somebody wants to talk,
he wants to land for 20 minutes.
No, hold on. Look, forefather, remember, these same points you're making now, you've made them over the past 1 year. You're
1
saying the
year.
same thing. You haven't changed. You know, we did
Hold
have a
on, hold
discussion
on.
about security, and I did discuss with you about how economic security could, you know, be more useful than even the making of bombs and atom bombs and having all the, you know,
Man, people
military
like
gadgets.
people like you should just go. I'm getting tired of people like you. Just go away. Because you people are the ones that got us to this mess. Go
Why would
away.
you ask Odi to go
You
away?
people got us to this mess
Who
we are
is
in.
against resistance now?
Because
You see
we
the
have
problem.
Anyway, you keep talking.
because
Me, I
You
because
have
see
to
the
people like
go.
problem.
you,
People
Cynthia,
like me should
all
Cynthia,
go
you
leave
keep
me
away.
doing,
be.
see,
I
all you
leave
keep
you. I
And you
doing
give you
think
is
response.
you know,
That
because
was
you
no,
wrong.
interrupted
That
me.
was
You
wrong
had
to
your
say
chance to
that
talk
though.
because you interrupted me. No,
I
because
know,
I'm
but
getting
look,
tired of people that keep
forefather,
telling us
please.
to seek economic
Uh,
progress.
and then,
Economic progress hasn't gotten us
you know,
anywhere.
Odi, what
You
I would say
never
to you,
learn.
but who's
talk,
muting me? Is
You
Forefather
talk,
never
muting
let
learn.
me?
me talk.
Yes,
Hold
I
on.
am.
Is Forefather
When I
running
get
the show?
forefather,
And
No,
that's why I said
let me
he
ask
has
you.
to stop talking.
Won't let somebody
Jago
talk.
keep giving him, let him land, let him land.
No,
The
but
You
you
man
give
has
guys
over
spent
to
must
30
that.
minutes
No,
and
but
he
you
You
know,
won't
refuses
hold
let
to
on.
him
land.
talk.
look at
Ferreira,
Alaba, please
Ferreira.
ask forefathers, right?
No,
What
no,
part
no.
of our constitution deals with security?
No, 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 no.
Forefather.
Hold on, hold
Ferreira,
on.
please
Hold on.
moderate.
No,
Please,
Ferreira,
Please
did you
moderate,
mute
forefather,
Ferreira.
me or is it
No,
Forefather
forefathers,
right
muting?
now,
forefathers,
Ferreira,
Yeah,
let
no,
the
that's
rain
moderate.
flow.
forefather
You
of
that's
our
moderate
Father,
because
don't
you
mute
people
him,
they are
oh.
just stealing, right?
I'm the
Forefather,
moderator.
why
You're
are you
going to
muting me? Are
abuse
you
me.
running the show? You see,
That's
No,
you
moderate
know,
don't mute
because
him.
there is
No,
you know
no
the
order.
problem.
I'm the
You know, people like
moderator.
you see, that's why
Odiston, Odiston.
No,
Nigeria is very lucky. Hold on.
Odi,
No, you have to wait.
I
Nigeria is
just
very
got tired
lucky
of
that people
people
like you
arguing for
are not ruling
autonomy
Nigeria.
when
You,
because you are going to do it better.
Father,
can you just shut up? Can you
I
just
have to
shut up for
remove
a minute?
Father. Where's the
You've been
thing?
talking.
I will
You
shut
came
up.
here. You
The
talked more
whole
than
scale is
anybody.
descending. It's
Can you
descending
just
into
shut
the
up?
mire. Can you please
Jesus.
moderate, please, my brother?
Jesus.
Odi,
Silly,
go
man.
ahead.
He has given me, the moderator has given me the chance to talk, but he won't. Can you imagine? This is, we're here trying to pummel Tinubu and say how terrible he is. And this guy, who is just logging in for the show as a co-debater, is muting me. Can you imagine? He can't even have a discussion. Like he doesn't have, Father is muting me. Can you imagine this guy?
Odi, go straight to the point. Don't
No,
discuss
this
Father.
is the point. This is
Waste
the
of
point.
time.
This is the intolerance. This is how we can't have a debate. He believes that because he's a moderator in this little video session we have, that his voice is more important than mine. Can you imagine how silly this is and how childish this is? No, please don't do this again. When you're the moderator,
Odi,
you
go
can
to
mute
the
me,
point.
but
We
don't
have
mute
more
me
serious
if you're
issues
not
to deal
moderator.
with. Cynthia
That's
is
silly. I don't
trolling
want
me
that.
on the comment section. I have to respond, and you're interrupting me. Go straight to the point. I have to type my response
Okay.
to Cynthia.
Hold on. My point is very simple. I said Forefather has been talking about this for the past 1 year. He's been talking about all these things about security, Jokuta meal. You answered him correctly. How do you get Jokuta working with Tinubu in power? He's even sabotaging the Dangote that is still coming on board. These guys are having, news refinery or blending plant or whatever they call it in Malta. And you're talking about Jokuta. My brother, you're dreaming. What we're saying is that this system has to be phased off. There is no way you can't, are you telling Tinubu there is almost an asset to France to come and build up our military because I'm now antagonize France? Are you in this world? Are you even seeing what's going on? There is a problem in Nigeria. The problem is
Then what is
that
the point of the protest then?
we just talked about it. The problem is that you don't listen to other people, you just listen to yourself. And you're consumed by yourself, and you don't want to know what other people are talking about. My point is, we've talked about a lot of
Look at how
things.
he's making it personal. You are talking about
You're
France
the
and
one
all the
that
rest
muted me,
doing
and
this
you're
thing.
saying I'm
And what
taking
is
it
the point of the
personal. You're
protest?
silly.
Because you won't let me talk. It was my turn
Okay,
to
now
talk,
I'm ready
and
to
everybody keep
moderate again.
interrupting.
I have responded to Cynthia. Now let's get back on important issues.
Hey, the funny thing, Alaba, Pass has started everything. And both of them, Pansat started everything.
Okay,
You
who's
said you
next?
were given 5 minutes. You gave
Okay,
forefather
you have
has been
3 minutes
talking for
left.
like 20
3
minutes
minutes. 3 minutes.
or
Conclude.
20
Conclude.
minutes, and nobody is unhindered. It's unhinged, and he's just going on and on and on. What my see, everybody can say whatever. Look, nobody has the answer, or we've just solved the problem. Everybody
Is
brings their own
Fofanas
point of
frozen
view.
or is looking
You
at
know,
you like that? Is he
yeah,
frozen or he's just looking at Odi like that?
Oh,
Fofanas, is he
Pastor, let me
frozen?
mute
well,
Pastor. Mute that boy.
just
Mute
let
that
me.
boy or send him to hell. Mute that boy.
Yeah, look, we need to, just listen to each other. We do, we, is he interrupting me again? Can't you just, look, the kids are trying. Those kids have done what we haven't been able to do in our own lifetime. Those kids are coming up and they are fighting on the street. We need to support them. However, anybody can support those kids, please do. And we hope, we don't know where this ends. This may dissipate tomorrow. For the first time, the northern part of Nigeria is joining in any type of reasonable protest, though I don't like, the violence that is going on. But everybody has the way of they want to do their own civil disobedience. But my point, is we need to achieve electoral reform. I did say it before, I'm going to reiterate it again. It's either we achieve electoral reform or we just build a new system. I am not of this opinion, and there's something Alaba has been saying. Oh, if we need to build a system that kills anybody that is corrupt. Where do you stop? If you start killing all the people, then so you kill for 50 naira, you kill for 1 million naira. What do you kill for? Like we need once we have a government or a country that we all love, and we are patriotic, and we have leaders who are going to run the country knowing that they want the country to truly succeed without building houses for themselves and their children abroad, I think we're going to be on the right path. But the kids, I hope that they succeed. At least let them have, what I think they can get from Tinubu is to sit down and deny him the next, just make a good election and deny him the right to go back to well, if he becomes a good president, he can go back and be re-elected. Why not? If he's able to
Odi, could
implement
I
all this
borrow
stuff.
6 minutes from you?
That's
Could I borrow
enough.
6
Please
minutes
go
from you?
ahead. Have
Now,
fun.
who's next?
It's me.
That's that. I
Yeah,
always want
thank
to
you.
skip
And
you. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
be
why.
brief, right? Because this is what we were fighting about during the election, right? Forefathers, it's
Wait,
one of
on
those
what
people.
planet is Pansat next?
I
And
speak the truth. Let Passat speak
yeah.
now.
So when these government agents come on during the election and they're
If
talking
Pazat is
nonsense,
next, I'll be next too.
when they come on and they be fooling everybody, they fool of even me, right? Until then, they make that mistake. They become impudent, right? They become insolent, audacious, like Forefathers is doing here, right? We're talking about protests, and he's here. Guess what? He's in some kind of vacation, some kind of, I don't know where the hell he is, right? He has no, you know what it is that Forefather doesn't have an internet connection. It's under the
Somalia.
rock somewhere, right? So he comes here, and what is he complaining about? What are we supposed to be doing? We're protesting the government that doesn't have a heart. They don't care about the people. They're fraudsters. They're evil people. They're taking our money. Of which, if we even had an enemy that is threatening us, all they have to do is go to Asarok and give him some money, and they'll give him our oil wells or whatever it is we have. But what he wants to come here to talk about is what? Security. What does he mean by security? He's distracting us. This time it's obvious to the blind. There is no reason why this man is going to come here talking about security as one of the demands of what we want. We are trying to save our sons, our daughters that are on the street from these thugs. And he's talking about security. We're talking about safety. We're talking about them obeying the Constitution, let people have the freedom to assemble and do a peaceful protest. This guy is talking about security. We don't have a state. Forefathers, get it through your skull today. Don't come when we're doing the election, you're talking about security. When we're doing protests, you're talking about security. And everybody just let you get away with it because I guess you're one of the guys. I'm not one of the guys. I'm not here to get along and just kick it on a Friday. I have a lot of things I should be doing right now. Days I could be going on. Beautiful broads that are
like
looking
a
for me out.
ditch, yeah.
But let me say to you that you've committed. I'm not going to go through them because the time is of the essence here, right? Your logical fallacies that you've been dropping here and there, false dilemmas, appeal to authority. Sometimes you want to yank us as if there's an us. You and I have no nexus whatsoever. I'd rather be with my enemy as my neighbor than to have some kind of family or relation that wouldn't talk about or enjoin a protest to protect our kids. It's talking about defending the army, right? When ASU struck here, when they were doing a strike, you're on the government side. Every time when Peter Obi is competing against this evil Tinubu and the others, you're sitting on the fence, right? So what kind of security you're gonna have? Finally, let me say what I was interrupting you. What I was gonna say is, let's use some examples. You go to Iraq, right? Nigeria is not even as secure as Iraq. Saddam Hussein's Iraq of 1990 and 1991, right? He had Scud missiles. He had all kind of army, the Republican Guard. But one mistake he made is that he has his country divided. You have the Sunnis, and what the hell do you call the other part of the Muslims that is not the Sunnis? The Shiites. The Shiites and other minorities. So in that country, it didn't take the United States more than 2 days, 48 hours to come on the side of the Shia, who then joined the US to topple his government. And in 48 hours, they were doing a mop-up operation in his country. So all that military security stuff, and at least they had, you could remember, I don't know, some of you probably were blastocysts at the time. Probably were just not even an infant, right? Were eggs in the womb. When those missiles were falling on Iraq and they were able to at least activate their defense, right? We don't have that. So if somebody like IPOB, if you want security, you try to talk to them. Boko Haram, talk to them. The Shias of Kaduna, talk to them. If you want security, you have to crawl before you actually walk, right? Forget about having money for research and development, but at least unify the country. That is a part of security. Make sure people are not hungry. Have the elderly have welfare, right? Have students in schools. That's part of security. Food security, all kinds of security. But whenever somebody mentions it, you grimace it. Now, I remember debating you about a year ago, and I wiped the floor with you on this security thing. You could find it online, right? So please don't distract us. And moderator Ferrara, please make sure if he's not hosting, this is your chance to suck it to him. Remove him from the platform, cut his time short, because in a couple of days now he may be back as a host. But this is your time to get him really, really good. Get security for us, the Nigerian people, from this something. Thank you very much.
The man is on total recall. Oh, I don't know what he's doing here.
You guys, man, are going to kill our women and children. You guys are going to have us all killed.
Anyway, who's next? So, Jare, last few minutes. Jagun has spoken. AY has spoken.
I haven't spoken.
I was next.
I have not spoken.
Okay.
You ask people to round up. Look, bro, you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
You ask people to round up from forefather speaking. And then somehow, by some wave, it went to Pansat. But somehow you missed everything. Because you're too involved in opening your mouth over every issue.
Somebody is bugging me in the chat section, and I'm trying to respond.
Bro, come on, Ferreira, please,
go on.
Please, man.
Somebody attacking me in the chat section.
Look, in terms of my roundup, because it's daylight here, and we got shit to do, man. It's Saturday, man. I got shit to do. Listen, in terms of my roundup, I'm hoping that we are taking care of the conversations that we've had over the last 2 days. Yesterday was smoother than today, but today, I believe, more was drawn out in terms of what we could hold on to and carry on in our conversation going forward. Because we are going to be speaking about this day in, day out. But I think we should look to grow the real conversation and try our best to stick to the subjects and somehow try to respect each other somehow. I know that's a challenge for all of us, but somehow we got to try to respect each other, man. Whatever we've got for them, differently. I mean, between yourself and Forefather, bruh, it's kind of ugly. I don't really like looking at, I don't like looking at it. And I'm feeling that we should just allow someone to land. We're going to disagree. That's going to happen. But let's disagree with the words and maybe the intentions behind the words. But let's not tackle the man. Let's tackle the ball. It's a ball game. Let it be a ball game. Tackling the man is a foul. And we do that all day long. Somehow we can grab things from all over the place and start throwing it down. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to have disputes, personal disputes even, but I'm trying to let us. There's a lot that I've taken from this conversation, me personally. I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I've taken quite a lot from this communication that I think would resonate in tomorrow and resonate in us finding some level of agreement. Because what you read out, Ferreira, for honesty's sake, as per the demands, they're woolly. They're not direct. There are a lot of economic demands that I didn't even know if I should put them, but that's where I've got handle. Economically, I can do something in that Nigeria, more so than politically. It's not that I don't have my political mindset on, but it's so higgledy-piggledy for me that somehow I stay away from it and when it just torn down because it's not working, just tear it down. Economically now, I think what Forefather was talking about as to adequate if these things are on our mind, forget what the government is doing. I've said it before. Right now, it's not really about the government. Peter Obi, that's a distraction. It's about the people are waking up, and that means we've got something to lend them in that waking up process that they're going through. We can't just be sniping at each other unnecessarily, man. Unnecessarily. So I depict we somehow perform something of a conversation going forward over these next 10 days. Let's see where it gets to. Let's see where our conversation gets to. Let's see what we can do to rescue ourselves before the next election. We've got to present our minds in a process of progress. We can't be tearing everything down every day. We can't be doing that. Somehow we've got to come to some agreement. And it's going to take difficult communication, difficult conversation, but we've got to have it. We've got to have the difficult conversation and we've got to be ready for it. We can't come here floundering over, oh, he upset me, all that shit. Who's got time for that? Let's just deal with the subject, please. Please. That's me.
Thank you, Jagun. So after Jagun, I think I speak the. Let me see who has not spoken. I speak the truth. I've not spoken. And AY, did you speak?
Mama H hasn't spoken.
Mama H
Mama
didn't
H
spoke
too.
either.
Okay, so 4 more people, and then me. I round up. I speak the truth. Your turn. Then AY,
I'm
then
just
Mama H, then me. I go after my Mama H.
I'm gonna just keep it short. The same thing I've been saying is the same thing I'm gonna say. We need a political movement, not including the present political class, and made up of younger people between the ages of 18 and no more than, I'd say, probably 50. Anybody else, you can be on the side, give advices. Alibi, you can give an advice. You pass the cutoff mark. Forefathers, Mama ain't sure. Everybody else, you can give advice from the side, but we need younger people. But I do not think, again, and this is not to discourage. I hope they succeed in the present protest and they get their demands. And I hope there's not a no more loss of lives and no more loss of property. I just think, the old generation has done real bad. They're not going to do anything different. They ain't going to do no good. So, what Nigeria needs is a rebirth. I do not want to get that rebirth through war. I don't want it through carnage. I do not want mass deaths. I do not want a civil war, which I think At any point, a little mistake can trigger something and everything degenerates. I think in this 21st century, in 2024, if you put together a political movement and vote in overwhelmingly your own people that you want across board, or at least at very strategic places. And at this point, if people are willing to come together for a protest, I don't see why they can't come together with a little organization to vote in their own representatives. So I think if you can put with indisputable evidence, irrefutable evidence that we put in our own people. You can't tell me there's like the youth make up over half of the Nigerian population. So if they put their own people, you can't tell me the old guard or the old brigade is going to violate and say, no, we're not going to put them in. We're going to stick the army on you. It'll be impossible. So what the people, the Nigerian youth need to do right now, if they listening, I don't know, there's only like 5 people listening, but if somehow they could listen to us or hear us, or someone can get it, organize your own political movement. Organize your own political movement and put in your own representatives, and there's nothing these old people can do. And that is how you can flush them out without bloodshed. And I'll leave it at that. Peace, everybody. Love y'all. Bye.
Thank you very much. I speak to Ru. Let me go to AY, but as a monologue, as a moderator who has an opportunity for one-liner monologue, those who make peaceful change impossible would have to make a violent one inevitable. AY, you want to give us your closing remark before I go to Mama AY, and then I close up and thank the people that have helped us? Or I'll let Forefather do that. AY, don't fall asleep. Mama H.O., just go on. AY is asleep. Okay, Mama H.O., go with your last closing remark.
I want to thank you guys for being here almost all day into another day talking. We appreciate, but we want more to resolve the crisis, especially the hunger situation at home. And to the military, I'm pleading with you people, do not warm up yourself to come into the street to buy my children. It won't go well. This is not Lekki, this is not end-size situation. Because if you come with the way you guys came during the end-SARS, be ready to buy the whole Nigeria. Because my children has resolved, it's better we buy in this rather than hunger buying us. So, and if that will give you kudos among the Western world and the nations around the world, then begin to clap for yourself before you do that. But if not the answer, then tell who sent you a different language, which you know. Because the guy in Burkina Faso is not smarter than you people. Yes, he chose a better way to handle the same situation that was confronting the young generation in his country. And if you open your eyes wide, he has done better than the so-called civilian rule that his country has taken over in years. And to the Nigerian youth, I say kudos to you guys. Bravo. You've taken the courage that us never took. Let your courage lead you on. But know one thing, those who have put you in this situation, they have lived their future. And they are deliberately living your future. So do not allow them to live your future. Because all the money they are loaning, borrowing, they are not to be paid now. It's going to be paid, if not even your time, maybe your children's time. So they are already borrowing they borrowed our own, they are borrowing your own, and they are even borrowing that of your children. So we are in borrowing spree. Not to produce anything, not to create any job opportunity, but to be consumed. So as we enter the third days of the protest, I want to plead with you, do not